My life has been like walking on thin ice, steadfast in my vow to maintain purity, never once breaking my oath. So, you ask what happened to them. Hey, can the matters of the paladin be considered as breaking the vow? Furthermore, the monster girls are not human. Herbert has been reincarnated. The good news is that he is a paladin. The bad news is that by swearing the oath of purity, he is bound to remain pure for his entire life. Well, he has been shackled with a magical ring from the start. Not only that, he has been assigned to a prison to reform the most wicked and terrifying of beings. Point 1. The reluctantly pure paladini curse this damned fate. Beneath the dim light, a handsome young man with snowy white hair flicked it back, a strange, dry smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. No, mate, this is truly not right. Herbert has been reincarnated and recently awakened to the memories of his past life. As a newcomer in the workforce for merely 2 years, the previous Herbert did not even have the chance to see his remaining value completely exploited by capitalists before a heavy truck laden with steel coils crushed him into nothingness that not ask. Asking would only reveal the harsh realities of life as a truck driver. But at this moment, Herbert was not cursing the tragic fate of his former life. To be reborn after his dreams and body were shattered into dust, Herbert felt that it was a fair trade. What left him in a state of subtle discomfort was the bleak and cold prison he now found himself in. The good news is that he is not a prisoner, but rather the warden overseeing the inmates. The bad news is that this prison belongs to an ancient monastery. A monastery that is truly a place for a vigorous 18-year-old youth like him? Yet, for Herbert, this was not the most fatal aspect. As the saying goes, when trees move, the dead thrive. If all else fails, buck it up and move on. What truly shattered Herbert's defenses was everything that transpired the day before he awakened to his former memories. At noon yesterday, under the watchful gaze of the divine, Herbert made his sacred vow, officially accepted by the monastery as a paladin of the ascetic order. The vow he uttered was known as the Oath of Purity. In the presence of the divine, Herbert pledged his life to justice and order, to fight for the weak, and to maintain the purity of his heart, emotions, and body. Can you hear that? Is this even human language? After being stunned for a moment, Herbert could only let out a cry in his heart. Isn't this just a chastity lock from the magic side? Herbert admits that in his previous life, he had stored countless illicit films on a 24 terabytes hard drive, indulging in many exhausting games. Surely, this is not a sin worthy of such punishment. He didn't hoard those resources for himself. He shared them after organizing and tagging them. It cannot be just him suffering this torment. Everyone should wear this chastity lock together. I cannot escape, and neither can you. TSK. Gazing at the faint golden glow emanating from the holy mark on the back of his hand, Herbert's indignation swelled. While others might start their journeys as monks in the Shaolin Temple, devoid of contact with women, at least they had a chance to return to secular life, and, with enough effort, could even father a child with a demonic woman. However, the paladins in this world are different. Breaking their vows truly incurs dire consequences. All their power derives from the sacred oaths they take. The weight of the oath determines the strength of the blessings they receive after fulfilling it. As the frontline defenders against madness and despair, paladins are favored by the divine and bestowed with numerous luxurious blessings. Some paladins, who made grand vows, even gained terrifying strength capable of grappling directly with dragons. Yet, as all stories proclaim, miracles and magic are never free. Every gift from fate comes with a hidden cost. The more one is granted, the harsher the backlash when a paladin falls from grace. Mental collapse, physical decay, spiritual exhaustion, these are merely the basic repercussions in some cases. One might even transform into a mindless killing machine from the abyss. In Herbert's current predicament, should he break his vow, he would be gravely injured or, at worst, perish on the spot, sent to join another resurrection match. Thus, at this moment, for Herbert, the prospect of breaking his vow equates to certain doom. TSK. To put it bluntly, Herbert feels that his current situation is not much better than being castrated. The eunuchs at least have severed their ties to desire, leaving them powerless yet resolute in their renunciation. But what of him? He is neither here nor there, with strength but no outlet. Pure torment. How tragic. My fate is indeed pitiful. Herbert took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and slowly exhaled, his mouth silently moving. After a moment of impotent rage, Herbert reluctantly accepted his current state and squinted in contemplation of his next steps. Breaking the vow is inevitable. It cannot be avoided in this lifetime. But for now, I must endure, no need to rush. Though the sensation of being forcefully restrained is unpleasant, Herbert is not a mindless creature incapable of thought. Without his lower half, he does not lose his sanity over this, that he certainly does not entertain thoughts of fleeing the monastery. On the contrary, he intends to stay and continue his training. In truth, Herbert did not voluntarily come to the Miss Monastery. He was coerced into it under the guise of atonement. Herbert hails from the Albert family, a noble lineage in the Frost Crystal Kingdom, holding the hereditary title of Duke and maintaining a cordial relationship with the royal family, often intermarrying that as the most gifted son among his siblings. Herbert shared a close friendship with his childhood companion, Princess Philia, regarded by many as a future queen and prince. Thus, when Philia's handmaiden came to invite Herbert for a private meeting, he followed her without a shred of doubt. However, upon arriving at Philia's chamber, he was apprehended by the royal guards on the absurd charge of intending to defile the princess's chastity. Herbert attempted to explain, believing there to be a misunderstanding, but no one would listen. The other party involved, Philia, never showed her face, tacitly permitting the scorn and accusations directed at Herbert. Ultimately disheartened, Herbert ceased his defense and accepted the punishment of being sent to the monastery. Upon arrival, he actively engaged with the church, attempting to prove his innocence through the act of taking the oath of purity. A classic tragic hero declaring his convictions through death. Is it tragic? Indeed. Do I feel pity? A little, but only a little. When it comes to his current life, Herbert finds more disdain than sympathy. As a noble, his actions are undeniably foolish. Nave, tu nave. The innocent and sweet young man failed to see through the convoluted schemes and never once doubted others. He remained oblivious to the fact that this was a deliberate, cruel conspiracy against him rather than a beautiful misunderstanding. Ah, has he not been wronged? I was under the impression that something significant had transpired. After much ado, it turns out this is merely a classic case of a Shirintao XINRNTO. How novel. Herbert expressed that he is exceedingly familiar with such maneuvers. Do not misunderstand, he merely possesses numerous acquaintances who frequently fall victim to such tricks. Indeed, this is due to his former prowess as a rather distinguished litigatoro no, a legal practitioner. 2. The extremely dangerous prisoners. Who is the mastermind orchestrating this? Is the princess aware of it? Has anyone from the Albert family been involved? It appears that the other party exhibits a blatant disregard for concealment. Those matters that once held immense significance for the naive youth have now lost all meaning for him. He is indifferent. Having arrived in a realm abundant with magic and deities, must he still be entangled in the melodramas of noble families? That would be rather disappointing, wouldn't it? The revenge narrative favored by seasoned individuals is far less intricate than the honorable duels found in Western tales. It is quite straightforward. There exists nothing that a well-placed punch cannot resolve. If one is insufficient, then two shall suffice. If that remains inadequate, then one must strike until it is. If your approach is rough and perfunctory, I shall respond with greater brutality and arrogance. The Misty Monastery, having existed for over a millennium, stands as the oldest monastery in the southern continent, preserving a complete lineage of holy knights. Ordinarily, not just anyone is qualified to enter this hallowed ground, let alone become a member. Now that Herbert has arrived, he cannot let this precious opportunity slip away. He is determined to seize this legacy. However, merely expressing intent is one thing. Genuinely acquiring a legacy may prove to be quite another challenge. Perhaps in an attempt to dissuade noble disciples from pursuing their ambitions or due to interference from others, the upper echelons of the monastery assigned Herbert an exceedingly challenging task to educate the prisoners. The Misty Monastery occupies a unique status and does not confine ordinary human heretics. Those imprisoned here are all highly dangerous extraterrestrial entities. Be it sea monsters that have obliterated numerous ports, dragons that have laid waste to entire towns, fallen elves responsible for mass slaughter, demons inciting slave revolts, or devils plotting royal bloodshed. Each is a rare and formidable talent. For such beings, conventional torture holds no sway. Only the passage of time can erode their will. Thus, the position of warden remained vacant until Herbert's arrival. Yesterday, under the personal guidance of the Archbishop, Herbert conducted an initial inspection and formed a preliminary impression of the various prisoners. The temperaments of the inmates varied. Most chose to ignore his presence, while some were willing to communicate but did so with a lackluster demeanor, more akin to idly passing the time. A few prisoners expressed their enthusiasm toward their long-lost warden, unleashing verbal assaults with remarkable ferocity. Reflecting on yesterday's events, Herbert could not help but sigh to educate this unruly bunch and attain the legacy would require considerable effort. Hey, kid, have you been sighing there for half the day? Are you done yet? A mocking voice resounded from behind, as the malevolent entity in the cage reveled in Herbert's weakness. If you're scared, then just get the hell out. To be fair, the woman's voice was not unpleasant in fact. It could be described as husky and magnetic, possessing a unique allure. This individual was, in truth, the malevolent dragon who had once annihilated 4 cities of 10,000 inhabitants with her dragon's breath, ultimately subdued by the Misty. Archbishop herself, Valentina, the Raging One, ashen catastrophe and demonic flame, gazed at Herbert with her molten red eyes, her slit pupils igniting a chilling aura of murderous intent. Kid, have you reconsidered my previous suggestion? Eliminate those who have deceived and humiliated you. After all, you surely do not wish to remain in this sunless abyss forever, do you? Herbert remained silent throughout, occasionally bowing his head in contemplation, seemingly moved by her words. Just as Valentina believed she had swayed him, he suddenly interjected, I ask, have you not eaten in quite some time? What? Do you intend to tempt me with food? Do you think I care for such trivialities? Is this all you have to entice me? Who would falter before such a temptation? Who do you think you are looking down upon? Yet, at that moment, Herbert began to laugh, earnestly stating, no, I merely wish to inform you that I am off to dine something warm and hearty. Without granting Valentina the opportunity to respond further, Herbert strode out, lamp in hand, murmuring steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower ducks, roasted pullets, roasted goslings. Realizing she had been played, Valentina erupted in fury and raged at Herbert's retreating figure. Bang! The prison door slammed shut, sealing off all sound and breath from within. Herbert stumbled briefly, exhaling a sigh of relief as he shook his head, finding it somewhat arduous. He felt no fear of the dragon lady. He had encountered many like her in his previous work, even finding a strange sense of nostalgia in their familiarity. However, the oppressive aura she exuded was indeed overwhelming. TSK, is this the might of a dragon? Quite absurd. Yesterday, with the Archbishop's protection, Herbert felt nothing, but today was a different experience, thrilling, to say the least. Even though Valentina's powers had been heavily suppressed, the terrifying aura she radiated was palpable. Merely engaging in dialogue left Herbert breathless. It took him a considerable while to adapt before he could speak again, and lingering any longer might truly reveal his thought. Herbert shook his head, increasingly aware of the weight of his responsibilities. It is noteworthy that Valentina was situated in the outermost position, posing the least threat among the extraterrestrial prisoners. One could only speculate how terrifying those in the depths might be. Therefore, how does one educate such a perilous creature? Appeal to emotion and reason? Employ authority and incentives? Utilize a big stick while conveying true sentiment? None of the methods I can conceive seem particularly reliable. 3 individuals should not, at the very least, refrain from such actions. Let us set aside this dilemma for now. After a moment of earnest contemplation, Herbert chose to relinquish his thoughts. Although evasion may be deemed shameful, it undeniably proves useful. The awakening of memories and the purity of oaths, along with the numerous occurrences of enlightening foreign tribes, yield scant actions. Engaging in inner turmoil appears futile. Thus, one can only proceed step by step. Given the circumstances, it is prudent to dine first. Herbert, having missed lunch while sifting through memories, did not head to the dining hall, but instead turned towards the kitchen. This was not the Duke's residence, and no servant would thoughtfully reserve food for him. The kitchen offered smoked jerky and dark bread, unpalatable, yet sufficient to stave off hunger. Though this behavior may not align with proper decorum, considering the Albert family's long-standing generous donations to the monastery, it is unlikely any ungracious monk would cling to such trivial matters. Speaking of which, I ought to feel tormented by the adherence to my oath. Surely others experience the same. How do they alleviate the pressures that dwell within when they falter? Herbert nodded in acknowledgement as he brushed past a few ascetics, noting their details. Their garments were tattered, figures gaunt, silent yet surprisingly devoid of significant scars. It seemed that only a select few among the ascetics chose to inflict pain upon themselves as a means of suppressing desires. How then do the others manage? As Herbert pondered this question while entering the kitchen, he prepared to select a suitable loaf of bread when his pupils suddenly contracted. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably twitched his nose, discerning a faint yet oddly familiar scent amidst the kitchen's complex aromas. The fragrance of heather. Could it be? This was surely incongruous. After a prolonged silence and considerable mental preparation, Herbert finally summoned the courage to gaze towards the source of the scent. Within a bucket nestled in the corner, he beheld a fish, belly up and mouth agape, floating on the surface of the water. It was a grass carp. Dinner was to be a clear stew of grass carp. Herbert had not touched a morsel. Not only did he abstain from the meal, he had not even ventured to the dining hall. He had no desire to consume the fish, yet he could not draw attention to the matter, for that would surely arouse the notice of some fish enthusiast. Alas, he would endure this discomfort. Let them relish the fortune instead. Chewing on the hard bread in his room, he found it rather satisfactory. As he savored the bread, which could serve as a lethal weapon, his mind wandered to the grim scene in the kitchen's corner, and he could not suppress a chuckle. Ah, that fellow! To let brother fish perish with eyes wide open was one thing, but to leave its mouth agape afterward was truly impolite. Such an act was a desecration. Yet, I must question, how can one know the joy of fish if one is not a fish? Perhaps they shared an unspoken bond. After indulging in these whimsical thoughts, Herbert reined in his wandering mind to reflect quietly. He was not curious about the identity of that individual, nor did he wish to gain favor with the monastery's upper echelons through petty informant schemes. He was not so trivial. He had always been respectful of others' unique peculiarities, albeit without understanding. Upon broadening his horizons, he suddenly grasped something intriguing. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon an exploitable trait. No, a characteristic. The taboo communication between monks and fish. Is that not sufficient sacrilege? Indeed it is. Such an absurdity should not only invoke the wrath of those who have sworn pure oaths, but even others who have sworn different vows ought to face repercussions. But here we are, such a blasphemous act occurring unnoticed in a corner, with no one hearing the lament of the grass carp. Up until this moment, all appeared normal within the monastery, and Herbert had not heard any news of monks breaking their oaths. Was the information being suppressed? Or was it akin to the notion that deep conversations between a priest and a young boy do not constitute a breach? As long as it does not involve interactions between genders, is it permissible? Grass carp breaches? How absurd. Even in this foreign world, such inequalities continue to pursue me. While feeling somewhat speechless, Herbert also felt a spark of excitement. It was not that he harbored any peculiar fondness for slender boys adorned in knee-high white socks. He had no taste for that. Rather, this discovery ignited a flicker of inspiration within him. His professional tendency to exploit loopholes manifested. I have an idea. If animals are not considered breaches of conduct, could it be interpreted that as long as the subject is not human, it is permissible? One must consider the vast array of races in this world. Creatures such as elves, trants, centaurs, merfolk, dragons, and succubi could certainly send anyone into a frenzy of excitement. Moreover, his current position as warden provided him with the perfect opportunity to validate his hypothesis. However, amidst his exhilaration, Herbert felt a twinge of doubt. The existence of the paladin profession has spanned many years. He did not believe himself to be the first fortunate soul to uncover this trait. In this world, human reproductive capacity is remarkably exaggerated, second only to green-skinned goblins, and there exists little reproductive isolation with the majority of other races. Although these races are often viewed with suspicion and regarded as foes, derogatorily labeled as monsters. The subtle nuances of racial wars and the slave trade have resulted in humans and other races intermingling, giving rise to hybrids, such as half-elves, half-orcs, dragonborn, half-shapeshifters, half-demons, and in some coastal legends, even fish-headed, human-bodied beings. How curious it feels to have inadvertently stumbled upon some hidden secret. Though these hybrid offspring may not match the numbers of true noble races, they have formed their own communities, and some powerful individuals have even established nations. Based on this information, the intermarriage of different races surely should not have been a revelation that fell to him alone. Someone must have already discerned this flaw. Indeed, when Herbert opened the tome thicker than a brick, he easily discovered a plethora of diverse and intricate methods of oath-breaking, or rather, cases. Brave souls had long sacrificed themselves to satiate the demons, each act more audacious than the last, and the consequences equally dire. Perhaps those who transgress the law suffer even harsher fates. These brothers met grim ends. Those valiant men, either succumbed to the backlash of their broken oaths, or, if they survived, were mercilessly pursued by the ecclesiastical court and faced execution without exception. Such a grim reality. It appears this avenue is not feasible. Thus, Herbert must temporarily set aside his rather precarious little insight, for the doctrines do not permit it. Moreover, one must consider that even those imprisoned of other races, despite suppression, could easily overpower him with a single hand, and the risk of being played with by them was ever present. In a world where even cowherds face life-threatening dangers, it is indeed exceedingly unreasonable. Let be. Prioritizing strength is of utmost importance. I shall refrain from pursuing such dubious paths. Herbert now only hopes to swiftly attain formidable power through his paladin training, enabling him to withstand the punishment for breaking oaths and to break free from his confines to enjoy a life of freedom. Freedom. Herbert rose, stretched lazily, and walked towards the door, preparing to step outside and inhale the sweet air of the land of liberty. As Herbert was on the verge of stepping through the door, a sudden and searing pain erupted from the stigmata on the back of his hand, causing him to halt abruptly in front of the entrance. In that moment, a chilling sensation coursed down his spine. From the very first day he arrived at the Shuyan, he had been repeatedly warned against venturing outside after midnight, and he had never harbored any intentions of nocturnal escapades. Yet just moments ago, he had nearly walked out unguarded into the seemingly tranquil night. What on earth? Herbert swallowed hard, laboriously turning his head to glance at the mechanical clock. He noted that the gilded hands had just completed a full circle. Midnight had passed. Is this truly a genuine evil deity? The Shuyan lay serene and peaceful under the night sky, with gossamer moonlight cascading through the stars, whisking away the last remnants of daylight's clamor. Only desolation remained. Silence and stillness were the norms for this ancient edifice. Yet at this very moment, within one of its chambers, an intense confrontation was taking place, starkly contrasting the surrounding atmosphere. The quiet room was so still that one could hear a pin drop, the faint sounds of the clock's internal gears grinding, rotating, and colliding, alongside the swift scratching of a pen on paper. Herbert, expressionless, watched as his left hand deftly wielded a quill, leaving behind a string of ornate and sinister words. Once his left hand came to a stop, he turned to the hefty dictionary beside him, struggling to translate the words he had just inscribed. What? Fear. UTSK. What are you afraid of? Observing the painstakingly deciphered translation, Herbert felt the sardonic tone of the phrase, and his lips twitched in irritation as he penned a retort with his right hand. Afraid of what? Don't you know? Surely you must know. Huh. Look at the question you posed. It lacks any sophistication. Here I am, wide awake in the dead of night, playing with a spirit board and conversing with you. What do you think I'm afraid of? Certainly you. After several rounds of testing, Herbert's anxious heart finally succumbed to the truth. He was not suffering from schizophrenia, but rather had indeed encountered a ghost. It was one thing to write in elaborate cursive, but it was quite another to possess knowledge of 6 or 7 foreign languages out of thin air. Accept it. He had become tainted by something unclean. Oh dear. As the writing finally reverted to a common tongue, the pace quickened. You aren't afraid of me, are you? The entity seemed entirely unconcerned by Herbert's slightly offensive tone, even appearing to grow more intrigued, a sense of delight almost radiating from the words. No way, no way, no way. But you are a paladin. How could you fear me? Damn it, this ghost is a female spirit. The two engaged in a fervent exchange using the same quill, their aggressive wordplay filling several sheets of paper. Not long ago, when Herbert had felt the sting of the stigmata and realized his thoughts were being silently influenced, he had understood that a grave issue was at hand. The seal beneath the Shuyan had gone awry. This world was fraught with danger, teeming with evil deities, demons, malevolent entities, and monsters. The original purpose of a Shuyan's establishment was to seal and suppress those special beings that could not be destroyed or killed. Herbert was unaware of what exactly was sealed beneath the misty Shuyan, but he was certain it was far beyond his capacity to resolve. There was no need to act recklessly. He was acutely aware that he needed to seek help from the outside world. What a joke. This was the Shuyan, home to several legendary powerhouses, and even if the seal were to break, it was hardly an affair for a novice paladin like him. With the might of seasoned warriors present, all evil would ultimately be brought to justice. It would be a stroke of luck if he could merely gain some experience. Unfortunately, while the intention was noble, it proved futile. He wished to call for help, yet his voice would not emerge, and even breathing became a laborious endeavor. He attempted to knock on the door to make noise, but as his palm approached, it lost all strength, leaving him only able to pat it weakly. After numerous failed attempts, Herbert's errant left hand guided him back to the writing desk, where he had been conversing with a hidden presence all this time. Ultimately, it was Herbert who yielded first, raising a white flag of truce and wearily inscribing, "So, what exactly do you wish to accomplish?" After half a day of verbal sparring, although he remained ignorant of his interlocutor's identity, he had at least discerned one thing. Judging by the attitude reflected in their words at this moment, malice was questionable, but the entity seemed to harbor no intent to harm him. Seeking help was futile. Seeking death was futile. Even plea for mercy was futile. No, it was as if he were being compelled to engage in this written exchange against his will. "Are you insane? Oh, you finally believe I am not a mere figment of your imagination? Believe, I believe, is that not enough? So this great entity, what is it that you truly want from me?" Herbert had witnessed far too many tragedies in his past life stemming from misplaced trust. Naturally, he would not take at face value the absurd notion that this being merely sought companionship in the midnight hour. Such a claim reeked of ulterior motives. "What I desire is of little consequence. In time, you will come to understand. But tell me, young paladin, have you truly contemplated the significance of making a pact with an evil deity? Are you genuinely prepared?" Evil deity. Upon encountering this somewhat jarring term, Herbert instinctively narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. The deities of the dark camp, the true adversaries of righteousness, spread bloodshed and fire upon the mortal realm, bringing endless death and suffering, entities that every paladin would strive at all costs to eradicate. After a long silence, he finally picked up his pen with a serious countenance and slowly inscribed the greatest question weighing on his mind. "Are you a legitimate evil deity?" Swipe. Observing the enormous question mark that dominated half the page, Herbert smirked. "You see how hasty, not at all composed. Surely, you cannot be a true evil deity, but rather a jester of sorts? Let us not even mention anything else. Just consider this. What kind of evil deity keeps someone awake at night? Dragging them into a passionate debate?" Perhaps the weight of this statement struck a chord, for the young, evil deity fell silent for a whole minute. "I understand now. You still do not believe. Very well," it said. "I will allow you to personally experience the terror of an evil deity." Huh. A sudden, ominous premonition flashed through Herbert's mind, and without pausing to write, he exclaimed, "Wait, what do you intend to do to me, Bang?" Before Herbert could finish his sentence, his consciousness abruptly cut off as he crashed onto the writing desk. He had fallen asleep. That night, after having endured a restless slumber since his arrival at the Shun, Herbert finally drifted into a deep dream. Moreover, it was a dream of utmost debauchery and absurdity. In his dreams, he found himself surrounded by dozens of enchanting ladies from various races, engaging in profound yet accessible academic discussions. However, just as the conversation reached its zenith, those alluring beings suddenly transformed into a completely different visage. "Wait, hold on. No. Do not approach me. At the very least, let not be goblins. Not even the females. Oh, you smell so enticing. No. The following morning, as Herbert struggled to escape the remnants of his dream, he found himself uttering words that resonated with sorrow and emptiness. Not the minotaurs either, for there were bulls everywhere. No. Herbert finally awoke, abruptly opening his eyes and swiftly covering his mouth. He leaned against the table, retching for what felt like an eternity, attempting to expel the horrific memories along with the dry bread from the previous night. Was it terrifying? Indeed, it was profoundly frightening. It took Herbert quite some time to regain his composure, burying those forbidden images deep within his memory. This malevolent deity was utterly sinister. As he tearfully condemned the vile god, a color that should not have been present flickered in his peripheral vision. What is this? Herbert looked down at his hand, where pink lines intertwined with stigmata, forming a bizarre heart shape, a massive question mark hovering above his head. It seems this little thing looks rather familiar. He recalled having seen similar patterns on his hard drive. What? Zinful, Silva Patans. No, that cannot be right. Such markings should not appear on a man. Humans cannot bear this, at least not like this. Today, I have become a succubus. Tada, a succubus paladin, no less. The kind that feasts on all 4 slashes. I kindly ask everyone for your support. Please keep the votes coming. After a period of internal turmoil, Herbert's consciousness finally stabilized. He squinted, silently gazing at the back of his hand, where those pink lines had long since vanished. No matter how he stimulated it, they did not reappear. However, he was acutely aware that the earlier scene was no mere figment of a drowsy morning. Those markings were indelibly etched upon his soul. How could Herbert be so certain? Because he had just experienced that sensation the day prior. Yes, it was the feeling of receiving a boon after making a vow. The good news was that he had acquired a new blessing. The bad news was that it was not bestowed by a righteous deity. He had been generously blessed by some unknown malevolent god, and a mark, let us tentatively call it a demonic sigil, had been inscribed upon him. Ah, that wicked deity has brought me to my knees, clearly intending for me to become a vessel of chaos. Within half a day of officially becoming a paladin, Herbert regrettably found himself as the pawn of a dark god, having achieved considerable results in his fervent challenges of faith. What is this? Is it forced affection? Herbert scratched his head in mild frustration. No, my friend, you are putting me in peril. No one heard Herbert's lament, as he dared not weep aloud, silently shedding tears of despair. A gentleman must be cautious in solitude. Walls have ears. Realizing that he might become a servant of a dark deity, Herbert immediately redefined his position as a suspect, adopting a self-adaptive caution. He inhaled deeply, stifling the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Being tormented by a pure blessing was already unbearable. Now he was burdened with a dark god as blessing as well. How tragic! My fate is indeed unfortunate. After reflecting on the myriad twists of his destiny, Herbert regained his composure. Having endured misfortune in his previous life, his spirit had long since adapted to unforeseen hardships. Regardless of what transpired, as long as he was alive, life must continue. Henceforth, only two paths lay before him. Should he persist on the paladin route and report himself to his superiors? As a paladin, his most prudent course of action would be to seek assistance from the higher-ups at the monastery, allowing them to address the anomalies afflicting him. Yet honestly, Herbert felt a twinge of hesitation. Reporting himself would indeed clear his name, but it would also completely relinquish his fate into the hands of others. Furthermore, could he genuinely trust these ascetic monks? The grim tales of the valiant predecessors in the scriptures served as a stark reminder of the potential consequences of such a decision. Though these monks appear to be peaceful when combating evil, they were far from benevolent, adhering to an extremist doctrine of eradication. Better to wrongfully slay 1,000 than let one escape. Even the radicals deemed them excessively zealous. Ideally, it would be best if the dark god's blessing could be removed, leading to mutual satisfaction. But what if it could not? In such a case, what awaited him would be either death or an endless imprisonment. Herbert turned to the mirror, gazing at his haggard visage, worn by a night of torment. He also glimpsed the unyielding defiance hidden within his pale gray eyes. Be it death or incarceration, neither outcome was desirable. He was not a true paladin. At least in that moment, he lacked the sacrificial resolve to dedicate himself to order and justice. Now that his thoughts were clear, the choice before him was unmistakable. To plunge into the depths, Herbert seized a pen and swiftly inscribed his homage to the unknown entity. To a deity adrift for half a life, only lamenting the absence of a true master. If you do not forsake me, I am willing to kneel as your adopted son. The dark god offered no response. Regardless of what Herbert wrote on the paper, there was no reply. He could not ascertain if the deity was merely aloof or incapable of responding. Was it only after midnight that one could engage? Herbert speculated, resigned to the unreliable absence of the being. To avoid drawing attention and to evade the gaze of others, Herbert incinerated the chat records and returned to his workstation early the following morning, though he was not particularly eager to do so. As expected, the moment he pushed open the prison door, a resounding tirade erupted from within, creating a tidal wave of fury. The Mad Dog Lady, who had been kicked the day before, had been waiting for him, launching a relentless verbal assault. After being mocked, Valentina had initially considered letting it go, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her blood boiling. She had spent the entire night preparing her words, and now she unleashed them all in one go. It was a cathartic release, a heartfelt expression. Herbert, on the receiving end of her wrath, did not retaliate, merely smiling and patiently waiting for her to finish. Once she had exhausted her tirade, he leisurely removed the makeshift earplugs he had inserted earlier. Are you satisfied now? Go ahead and rant. I cannot hear you. As long as I am oblivious, my family remains unscathed. Valentina, are you mocking me? You actually, huh? Fury ignited within Valentina as she inhaled deeply, poised to unleash her second round of retorts. However, in an instinctive motion, her nose twitched and her fierce expression abruptly froze. What? Her eyes widened gradually, the vertical pupils transforming into round orbs, lending her an unexpectedly endearing appearance. Herbert blinked in confusion, unsure of her sudden shift in demeanor, ready to don his earplugs once more. You, how could you? She scrutinized Herbert for an extended moment, sniffing repeatedly, before ultimately exclaiming in astonishment. You smell delightful, Herbert replied. You think I in a secluded space imperceptible to outsiders? This peculiar dialogue unfolded. Come here. Let me have a whiff. No. Be obedient. Allow me to see. No. TSK. Will you come over or not? Brother Jia. Please no. Brother Jia. What nonsense are you spouting over there? Valentina shot Herbert a perplexed glance, bewildered by his stubborn refusal to budge. What are you doing? I merely wish to discern what this scent is. Is it truly necessary for you to be so anxious? I want to devour you. If you refuse to let me smell it, so be it. It's not a grand feat. With a huff, Valentina turned away, her back to the railing. Rustle. Just as she sulked, footsteps approached, accompanied by an intensifying fragrance. What now? Valentina crossed her arms, suppressing the urge to glance back. No, I mustn't turn. For some inexplicable reason, doing so would give me the sensation of having lost him. Meanwhile, Herbert had approached the confines of the Dragon Lady's cell, standing just out of arm's reach. He squinted at Valentina, whose body language betrayed her struggle for restraint, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Initially, upon hearing the Dragon Lady's bewildering remarks, Herbert's first reaction was to believe she was simply unsatisfied and intended to act inappropriately towards him. Yet, he quickly realized that something about himself had indeed changed. What could have altered overnight? All clues pointed in one direction, the, magic runes, bestowed by the malevolent deity? At that moment, Herbert became aware of yet another matter. He had completely overlooked the imposing aura of dragon might emanating from Valentina. Unlike the previous day, when he had struggled to endure it, he now felt nothing at all. He had almost forgotten it entirely. Had Valentina deliberately suppressed her dragon might? She likely wasn't that benevolent. Oh, malevolent deity, what sort of forced blessing have you bestowed upon me? Or rather, is this truly a blessing? It couldn't possibly be an improper curse, could it? Recalling that unreliable trickster of a deity sent shivers down Herbert's spine, almost bringing to mind the nightmarish visions of the previous night. Ahem, forcing the impending images from his mind, Herbert attempted to divert his attention and engage Valentina in conversation. Ahem, dear prisoner, let me test your perception. Can you discern any changes about me? You've merely become a bit more fragrant. Valentina, without turning her head, stubbornly held her chin high, battling against her instinct to glance back. Fragrant? Do you mean from a culinary perspective? Valentina paused, turning swiftly to glare at him fiercely. Do you think I would find your appearance appealing? Who would want to consume you? You look like a famished ghost that hasn't eaten in centuries. Oh wait, it seems you truly haven't eaten. Valentina? Hey, are you intentionally provoking me? How could I? Oh dear, I truly apologize. I merely forgot that you haven't eaten in centuries. You dare say that? Valentina, initially set to fume, recognized Herbert's smirk as an attempt to irritate her further and fought to suppress her anger, turning her head away once more. Speak then. I will not fall for your tricks. Lady Magic Flame? Miss Valentina? After that, regardless of Herbert's teasing, the resolute Valentina responded only with haughty snorts, refusing to yield. What are you, a snorting creature? Why don't you turn around and look at me? If you do, I don't believe you'll be empty-eyed. Furthermore, although it may be somewhat impolite to say, Herbert couldn't help but recall the unwavering posture of a neighbor's Shiba Inu from his past life. Each time it returned home from play, it would present such a resolute rear to its owner. One would lean back, while the other would stubbornly bury its head in the ground, the two creatures forming a static sculpture of equilibrium tethered by a leash. They tugged at each other for a while longer, but ultimately, the determined canine triumphed, forcing Herbert to relent and turn deeper into the prison. Very well. You may contemplate your actions alone here. I shall check on the others. Fine. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall seek those who will. Separation it is. The next shall be more compliant. Just as Herbert was about to exit the confines of Valentina's prison, a voice emerged from behind, laden with ambiguous emotion. Hey, kid. Have you finally reconsidered? Herbert turned to find Valentina had finally shifted her gaze, her eyes fixated on him with a haunting intensity. Upon noticing his glance, she scoffed and donned a fierce expression, threateningly declaring, "If you're afraid, then just scram." With that, she retreated into the shadows of her cell, leaving Herbert in contemplation. He maintained his position for a moment, shaking his head thoughtfully and responding with a smile. I might just do that. No reaction from the cage. It was unclear whether Valentina had heard him. So, is she expressing concern for me? Uncertain. I shall observe further. Perhaps it is one of the 3 great illusions of the world. Regardless, in light of Valentina's warning, Herbert heightened his vigilance. Could it be that among those individuals, there exists a presence harboring great malice towards me? Pondering this, he ventured deeper into the prison. Area 2. Unlike the dampened air of Valentina's Area 1, this space offered a noticeably improved atmosphere, albeit with humidity levels exceeding 70%, creating a palpable sense of moisture. Oh, you're back. I thought you'd fled. Floating within a massive orb of water, a mermaid-like prisoner opened her eyes, surprised by the arrival of her visitor. In terms of sheer courage, you surpassed the previous warden. Oh, what happened to him? The mermaid scoffed, teasing. He was a coward who came to experience life. Terrified by the angels within, he cried and fled, never to return the next day. Herbert raised an eyebrow, intrigued to uncover such secrets of the past. The mermaid gazed at his expression and began to smile, emerging partially from the water. Well, do you find me beautiful? She asked, her voice playful. Herbert took a moment to assess her, and without hesitation, nodded affirmatively. I think you are quite lovely. What do you intend to do with me? In the water prison, the mermaid and the boy exchanged glances. Thank you for the compliment, she responded, her delight evident in her smile. The colorful tail shimmered beneath the water as she playfully blinked at him, her voice turning sweeter. Come closer. Let me see you properly. She beckoned with a sultry tone, her face flushed with shyness, resembling a bashful maiden gazing at her beloved. Yet, deep within her eyes, there lay no trace of genuine affection. Her deep blue gaze was cold and profound, akin to a seemingly tranquil sea that concealed tumultuous depths. Foolish and greedy mortal, come closer. I shall reveal to you the price of underestimating the ocean. As the boy leaned in, her eyes glinted with mockery, yet she continued to ask gently, and then, what do you plan to do with me? Just as she was about to unveil her true, fearsome nature, an unexpected hesitation gripped her. He might be innocent. She was uncertain where this pity stemmed from, but she did not wish to end his life so easily. That would be too regrettable. In the midst of her internal conflict, she heard his response. What do you mean? And then, I'm not planning to do anything. My home doesn't even have a fish tank. Oh, you want to? The mermaid was utterly taken aback. A fish tank? Is there a problem? You can't possibly be without water, can you? He replied. She echoed. She had anticipated various responses from Herbert, lewd, mad, greedy. Yet she never envisioned such a rational one. A fish tank. I never expected that. Which legendary sea creature would lack water? Are you insane? Wait. Suddenly, she realized something peculiar and looked at Herbert, whose eyes were clear. You weren't enchanted by my voice. Your voice is lovely, Herbert remarked, tilting his head. But it could be more natural. I'm not joking. With that sweet voice, you could easily don a skin suit and become a virtual singer, and your fans would shower you with gold. Herbert, however, found such high-pitched tones unbearable, reminiscent of a toy windmill, which only caused him discomfort. After their exchange, he felt nothing more than the tension in his clenched fists. Based on the mermaid's earlier demeanor, he could only rate her a 7 out of 10, average. Not that you. The mermaid narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Herbert's gaze, and indeed, she saw no signs of enchantment. Really not bewitched? But that contradicts what you just said. Herbert found no fault in his words. To him, the mermaid appeared to embody humanity's aesthetic ideals, despite some inhuman traits like slightly pointed fingertips and teeth, and a thin sheen covering her surface when emerging from the water. She resembled the fantastical creature of lore, a mermaid. Beautiful indeed. Of course, Herbert was aware of the true identity of this captive. She was no innocent maiden. Zhong Ma Geja, Siwang Zhaoshu, Isang Bingha Fulimaikia. 3 centuries ago, she single-handedly drove hundreds of sailors and fishermen to their deaths, transforming several fishing ports into ghost towns, a terrifying sea demon. From Fulimai's current expression, he surmised that her thoughts were anything but benevolent. She likely intended to lure him closer to eliminate him. You are all so cruel. I'm just a novice little paladin. Is this really necessary? So, what did you originally plan to do with me? At that moment, Herbert gazed forlornly at Fulimai. After a moment of silence, the mermaid averted her gaze, awkwardly stammering, "Ahem, nothing. I certainly didn't plan to drown you." In the depths of the Mist Monastery, at the site of the sealed sanctuary, Your Excellency the Archbishop, what brings you here? Shouldn't it still be time for the shift? A red-robed penitent, pierced by hundreds of rusty nails, slowly opened his eyes, looking at the old man in rough burlap who had appeared beside him. As he furrowed his brow, 2 nails clashed, producing an odd, light tremor. Has there been any unusual activity recently? The old man did not elaborate, his calm gaze fixed on the statue at the center of the ceiling array. The statue depicted a girl in a kneeling posture, seemingly eroded by time, only vaguely suggesting a humble act of prayer. The sacred seal of the saint has been profaned. It has awakened twice. When? The first time was a month ago at dawn, lasting 2 minutes. The second time was the day before at noon, lasting 30 seconds. I see. Their conversation was eerily calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if they paid no heed to the awakening of the sealed entity. Go rest. Be vigilant for any bewitched penitents. I will guard this place for now. Understood. Changing the guard before the appointed time was against the rules. Yet the rusty-nailed bishop did not question it. The archbishop had his reasons for such actions. After all, he was a saintly figure who even the gods would treat with reverence. Moreover, the Mist Monastery was established by the archbishop himself. His word was law. Once the rusty-nailed bishop departed, the archbishop settled cross-legged, fixating on the statue as he began to speak slowly. I know you are not in slumber. What have you noticed? What do you wish to do? The archbishop quietly inquired for a long while, yet the sanctuary remained silent, echoing only his voice. The statue offered no response, ancient and mute. Ultimately, the archbishop seemed resigned as he closed his eyes, calmly making his final pronouncement. No matter your intentions, as long as I am here, your scheme shall never come to fruition. His tone was flat, lacking intimidation, yet at that moment, it seemed to instigate an imperceptible shift within the space. I shall not allow you to harm anyone. At midnight, in a dimly lit room illuminated by a single candle, the boy silently inscribed a passage in his open notebook. Banshee, Banshee, in a past life, I was your present. If you wish to reconnect, please draw a circle on this paper. In the next moment, his left hand moved slowly, tracing a perfect arc qualifications for negotiating terms. Encountering the lamenting mermaid in the alien prison, with formidable strength and blood, akin to a beast, exerting all effort yet unable to triumph. Disciple lacks capability, beseeching the venerable ancestor for assistance. Oh, immortal, save me. Extend your hand. Why do you merely observe, oh immortal? It appears that Xie Shengguxia did not anticipate Herbert's reaction, as he emitted 3 question marks in succession and hesitated for an extended period before finally speaking. Please speak plainly. I am somewhat frightened. After finally encountering someone with whom I can communicate, why must it be like this? Herbert curled his lip, ultimately deciding against continuing his jest. Although the banter was undeniably entertaining, I must share that today I encountered a legendary sea spirit who sought to dominate my mind. But guess what? Not only am I unaffected by her melodious voice, but she also shows me great kindness, wishing to offer me a warm embrace of affection. Isn't that remarkable? Regarding this matter, do you possess any insights? Have you taken notice? The text is transformed into something more resplendent, subtly revealing the joyous disposition of the individual behind it. Of course, it is so apparent that I am hardly oblivious to it. How amusing. It seems you have come to comprehend my greatness. Indeed, I understand it all too well. Herbert gritted his teeth, veins throbbing at his temples, his expression one of unwavering determination. It is exceedingly dark. To have the posturing minotaur and the goblin charging towards me is a dream that surely could not be conceived by a mere mortal. It is profoundly distorted. Although the malevolent deity exhibited a trace of compassion and ultimately refrained from pushing Herbert to the brink of despair, the damage inflicted upon his psyche remains irrevocable. His mind is no longer untainted. Within the convoluted folds of his mind, a cacophony of memories, reminiscent of bygone pollution, had become densely packed. Herbert shook his head and took a deep breath, redirecting his focus elsewhere. You understand, don't you? He chuckled softly. With my protection. A mere legendary sea, which is of little consequence. In a moment of pride, the malevolent deity even sketched a self-satisfied doodle on paper. However, the ineffectiveness of your enchanting powers is of little concern to me. Perhaps you should ponder what other protections you possess. Other protections, indeed. Herbert contemplated for a moment and suddenly realized that it was indeed the pure and sacred aura he had previously dismissed. His mind remained untainted, impervious to any form of seduction. Herbert had initially believed that this ability merely granted him enhanced resistance to allurements. However, he was astonished to discover that it had endowed him with an outright immunity. Immunity to seduction. This elucidates why the higher echelons of the monastery entrusted him with the solitary management of the prison, with the sanctity of his pure oath to safeguard him. As long as Herbert does not willingly break his vow, he remains impervious to the temptations of others and will not succumb to the whims of the creatures dwelling within the confines of the prison. Thus, akin to a weary office worker who, after consuming 3 cups of black coffee, must additionally equip themselves with a quick-acting heart tonic to endure late-night overtime. True tools of labor are indeed those who prepare their own defenses. Indeed, while I may hold a disdain for him, as long as this sacred mark of protection remains, all allure and enchantment shall prove ineffectual against you. However, is that truly the case? Last night, was I not ensnared by your charms? I was on the verge of being lured out of my room by you. How dare you compare them to me? Just how much do you look down upon me? Oh, I see. You are indeed a formidable deity. Herbert's lips twitched slightly as he exerted great effort to suppress the urge to retort, if you are so powerful, then why can you only come online after midnight? Is it due to reluctance? Is it still that your mother forbids you from playing on your phone, allowing you only to sneak a play in the dead of night? The two individuals continued to grapple for a while longer. But ultimately, it was Herbert who first diverted the conversation, writing earnestly, I propose we cease this fruitless banter and turn our attention to matters of substance. What is it that you wish to discuss? Oh, what is it that you wish to converse about? Your intent, the tasks you require me to undertake, and the compensation you can offer me. Are you attempting to intimidate me? At this stage, it is merely a discussion. Should it escalate into a threat, that would only arise after negotiations falter. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Herbert's earlier nonchalance dissipated, replaced by a serene composure. Entirely indifferent to the entity with which he was bargaining, it is crucial to acknowledge that, despite the malevolent nature of the evil deity, it remains an omnipotent being that gazes down upon the mortal realm. The indigenous inhabitants of this world may instinctively harbor a deep-seated reverence for such an existence, believing it to be beyond resistance. However, the reincarnated Herbert is devoid of such ingrained notions, possessing an attitude of trepidation without reverence towards them. Are you so confident that you believe I will inevitably conform to your desires? Herbert's left hand trembled, and a drop of ink fell from the tip of his pen, swiftly spreading across the paper and astonishingly coalescing into a segment of eerie text. Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate terms? Do you truly believe that as a mere mortal, you possess the right to negotiate with the divine? The malevolent deity unabashedly expresses its contempt, questioning the arrogance of mortals. Yet, the mortals remain utterly indifferent. How laughable! He even let out a derisive snicker. Of course, Herbert's expression revealed little change, and he no longer engaged in the trivial pastime of communicating through a letter-writing game. Instead, he spoke calmly and directly. It is not I who is in need, but rather you. He leaned back, lifting the front legs of his chair, leisurely swaying back and forth. Do not be hasty in your rebuttal. Allow me to clarify. It is you who intruded uninvited, you who have persistently dragged me into this tedious game, and you who remain sealed and trapped. The room was silent, save for the echo of his solitary musings. Furthermore, this day has solidified one truth for me. You are far weaker than I had imagined. Did you truly believe that during the day, I did nothing but cower in some corner, trembling in fear? Allow me to offer you a subtle hint. Can you fathom why I initially inquired about the matter of the sea siren? The youth disdainfully curled his lips, akin to the derisive sneer of the malevolent deity when mocking the foolishness and arrogance of mortals. Did he truly believe that I was simply idle and bored? A faint humming sound resonated in my ears, as if the wrath of some entity had interfered with reality. Yet, Herbert remained indifferent, continuing his soliloquy. Your response provided me with an answer. You are not an omniscient and omnipotent being. You are unaware of my encounter with the sea, which, oblivious to the events that transpired, and ignorant of the dialogue we shared. In essence, you cannot truly discern my innermost thoughts, even if you are indeed a malevolent deity. You are not as terrifying or insurmountable as I initially envisioned. Am I correct in this assertion? Dear Lord of the evil gods, with a click, the leg of the rocking chair descended. The young man lifted his right leg and leisurely inquired, do I possess the qualifications to negotiate terms with you? I have no choice, and neither shall you. After several explorations, Herbert arrived at a singular conclusion. Deities are not omnipotent. According to his understanding, the gods of this world do not embody the ultimate manifestation of universal laws. They merely possess dominion over specific realms of principles, existing as formidable entities. Even divine beings can fall and be sealed or suppressed by others. They are not invincible. It is not beyond desecration, theoretical existence, practical initiation. The buzzing sound in my ears has long since vanished, and that wrathful great being has not descended with divine punishment to reduce him to ashes. Moreover, before you respond, have you considered how to entice me? Wealth? Status? Power? Allow me to calculate. As for status, there's no need to mention it. Even if I were to depart from this monastery, I remain the son of a duke, likely to become the next duke in the future. Wealth is similarly assured. I certainly shall not lack for money, and even if I do not become a duke, I can still enjoy a leisurely life as a local lord in my estate. The only aspect that holds some allure for me is power, yet I am already a paladin recognized by the monastery, entitled to access the complete inheritance. When considered thus, do you not realize that I am not as beholden to you as you might think? No. Herbert smiled meaningfully. Perhaps it is precisely because you are aware of this that you have chosen to avoid discussing it, pretending to be indifferent, waiting for me to anxiously plead with you out of fear, at which point you would manipulate me. Friend, I advise you to spare your efforts. Do not wait. The dark deity remained silent, offering no response. Yet silence itself is a form of response, a truth understood by both divine and mortal alike. Of course, my lengthy discourse is not intended as a threat. I possess enough self-awareness for that. Herbert did not press further, adopting a relaxed demeanor reminiscent of before, casually stating, let us be frank in our discourse, as previously suggested. How about it? We are all intelligent individuals. Let us dispense with the theatrics. A bit more sincerity, a tad less cunning. The deity provided no reply, and the mortal did not urge further. The room descended into tranquility. Tick-tock, tick. The gentle chime of the clock marked the passage of time. You have surprised me. After a prolonged silence, words finally appeared on the paper. Perhaps, I truly ought not to regard you as an ordinary paladin. The dark deity expressed its generosity, yet Herbert audaciously interjected. You see, there is no need to feign surprise at having been seen through. It is rather mundane. Please, spare me your performance. Still pretending, at last, after numerous attempts at subterfuge, the dark deity could no longer maintain the charade, sketching an exaggerated frown on the paper. TSK, you paladin, are truly insipid. Well, thank you for the compliment. A certain mischievous deity lamented the mortal's lack of appreciation for whimsy. Do you not realize such behavior diminishes much of the fun? Rather than indulging your peculiar tastes, I find it more imperative to clarify the nature of our relationship. Spare me the verbosity. What exactly do you wish for me to assist you with? And what can you offer in return? Upon Herbert's insistent questioning, the dark deity ceased its evasion, finally shedding its disguise. Very well, mortal. I concede that you have indeed caught me off guard. This time, you have triumphed. You truly possess the qualifications for negotiation. However, before we discuss those matters, I must inquire, am I not a dark deity? Are you not at all concerned? The deity was perplexed. Given that this mortal comprehended everything, why would he not seek assistance from others, but instead risk a transaction with me? A madman? Yet he did not seem to embody that self-destructive impulse. Worry? What good is worry? Rather, do I truly have any options? Herbert rolled his eyes, feeling rather exasperated. Once you actively conferred blessings upon me, I had no choices left. Since I am without options, Do not expect me to grant you any. Why should I be at your beck and call? No, I will not allow you to easily obtain everything you desire. A mutually detrimental outcome is preferable to a solitary victory. If we are to perish, let us all perish together. Herbert sneered, uttering blasphemous words that would drive outsiders to madness. I care not for what you seek. I can assist you, but only if you agree to become my servant. Faced with such an impractical demand, the deity naturally would not acquiesce, indifferently retorting, "Are you jesting? Ayest, was that not your original intention? To mark me with your seal, transforming me into a disgraceful fallen one, ultimately seeking your aid in desperation, becoming your puppet?" Herbert scoffed, querying, "Why is it that when the situation turns to your own favor, you are suddenly unwilling? Merely possessing the qualifications for negotiation? Not sufficient. Far from it." Herbert was unwilling to settle for merely being the dark deity's follower. He sought much more. After a lengthy pause, the dark deity finally responded. "Mortal, I sense the aroma of ambition emanating from your soul. Ah, spare me the pleasantries. Simply answer my question." Having made my demands clear, Herbert ceased the pretense, and, in a petulant gesture, spread his hands. "Do not hastily refuse. If you do not comply, I shall simply confess to the Archbishop at dawn. Surely, he would not execute me on the spot, would he? Can he kill me instantly?" "Are you certain?" "Naturally not, hence my reluctance to attempt such a course. Allow me to remind you that perhaps I am not the only one upon whom you have bestowed blessings. In the future, others like me may arrive. Yet I should be your most suitable candidate. What makes you so confident?" "Because I am not a proper believer, impervious to the influence of dogma." "No, in truth, you are." To Herbert's surprise, following the tearing down of facades, the dark deity did not rage. Rather, it seemed in remarkably high spirits. It had always been capable of communicating directly with him. "Mortal, no. Herbert Albrecht, young paladin, I acknowledge your qualifications." The deity, seemingly amiable yet secretly disdainful of conversing with mortals, finally withdrew its condescension. "Sufficiently greedy, adequately cautious, and sufficiently mad. You are indeed a qualified collaborator." It extended a personal invitation to the mortal. "In the name of divinity, I invite you to become my contractee, to aid me in breaking free from my shackles. And in return, I shall bestow upon you equal recompense." "A collaborator?" Herbert narrowed his eyes, withholding an immediate response. "Is this proposal difficult to accept?" "Certainly not. In fact, it is precisely the true objective behind Herbert's lengthy performance. He possesses a considerable awareness of his current predicament. Not being in a passive position is already quite a challenge, let alone attempting to gain the upper hand, which is utterly absurd. The ability to temporarily gain the upper hand was solely due to the disdain the malevolent deity held for him, allowing Herbert to barely contend with the deity in a surprising turn of events, which was not sustainable in the long run. The audacious demand for slavery, a notion that was inherently unattainable, was merely a means to achieve his true intentions through the theory of broken windows. Negotiation, at its core, can be distilled to exorbitant pricing followed by immediate concessions. Herbert did not receive a definitive answer. Instead, he attempted to remain silent while inwardly inquiring. "Since we are about to become close collaborators, it is only fitting that I learn your name, is it not?" That is certainly no issue, but presently I cannot disclose my name, as it would attract the attention of certain entities." "Very well. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Niuhu Lu Xiexinjiang, abbreviated as Xiexinjiang." The malevolent deity completely disregarded Herbert's generous naming, whispering softly in a nostalgic tone within his heart, "But you may call me Nianasha." As a chill spread from his forehead throughout his body, Herbert slowly opened his eyes and extended his hand forward in a tentative grasp. Was this the sensation of becoming a contractor of the malevolent deity? He furrowed his brow, uncertain, and attempted to grasp again. Grasp! Grasp! The unyielding grasp. He slightly knitted his brow, perplexed, murmuring, "Why does it feel as though nothing has changed? This cannot be right. The television does not portray it this way. Those who turn dark invariably become stronger. They begin at triple strength, reaching the summit. They can retaliate against bullies and shatter chaos with a single blow. Why is it that I experience no change at all?" The malevolent deity silently observed Herbert's exploration for some time before finally speaking. "My ally, what are you doing?" "I am investigating the extent of power humans gain upon their fall. and whether this esteemed malevolent deity truly possesses the generosity it claims. Herbert raised his gaze toward the ceiling, expressionless, and remarked, "To grant no ability at all feels somewhat unreasonable, does it not? If I were to perish midway, you would be left without a collaborator. I do not seek much. A gesture of 3 to 5,000 would suffice. Yet, you do not even grant me 100. Upon hearing Herbert's complaints, Nina Shah could not help but laugh, her mirth so intense that he nearly flushed before she ceased, explaining, "First, I must correct you. You have not actually fallen." Huh? Herbert's eyes widened, momentarily unsure of how to react. He had presumed that Nina Shah was merely stingy with her blessings, but to discover he had not even taken the first step toward darkness was unexpected. "Could be my fault?" "No, you are the malevolent deity, are you not? I have become your collaborator and signed a contract. Does that not constitute a fall?" Herbert recalled the laws he had encountered while investigating cases and quickly opened the sacred texts, soon locating the 3 deadly sins that would spell doom for ascetics. "Behold, the blasphemer who unites with monsters shall be scourged and then burned. The fallen who contracts with a malevolent deity shall be beheaded and burned. The oath breaker shall have their teeth extracted, their tongues severed, and shall be burned." Even upon seeing these once more, Herbert could not suppress a retort. "Wait, are you ascetics or barbecue enthusiasts? Why does every punishment ultimately lead to the pyre?" The manner in which this sect conducts its affairs is indeed unforgettable. However, the malevolent deity remained disdainful. "What constitutes a fall? Is it not so?" "Ah, certainly not. Nyenasha scoffed, mocking those antiquated decrees, and meaningfully inquired, "If you cannot comprehend this, allow me to pose a question. In certain unique circumstances, righteous deities and malevolent ones may collaborate. Did all righteous deities fall in those moments? Does a malevolent deity, upon cooperating with humans, transform and become a righteous deity? Do you believe it is possible?" It is not. The concepts of fall and purification are merely schemes devised to control mortals. As Herbert listened to Nia Nasha's words, he found her reasoning compelling. Yet he sensed an underlying flaw. As for that blasphemy decree, where is the blasphemy? The monsters spoken of by humans are often merely exclusive races created by various deities. Where lies the distinction between evil and righteousness? Among angels, there exist fallen murderers, and among demons, peace-loving individuals. Can one generalize this? These decrees are merely chains binding humanity, shackles placed upon them. The seductive whispers echoed incessantly in Herbert's mind, weaving through his thoughts with a captivating allure. She continually instilled her ideology within him, influencing his cognition. However, Nina Shah was somewhat overly concerned. Herbert did not require her guidance. He had little interest in adhering to the decrees. "Stop, I say stop. Let's discuss serious matters." Nina Shah, recognizing the need to temper her approach, shifted from her coaxing demeanor to a more casual tone, lazily stating, "Secondly, I have indeed bestowed upon you a measure of power, albeit not in the realm of combat. Rather, it is an unparalleled charm. Rejoice. With this charm, you shall become exceedingly alluring in the eyes of the monsters, who will incessantly pursue you, yearning to claim you as their own." Nina Shah grew increasingly animated, her voice tinged with tremors of excitement as she proclaimed, "And you shall seize this opportunity to engage with them, harness their strength, and convert them into your slaves, acquiring your very own servants. Currently, within this monastery, there are indeed some powerful monsters trapped in the same space. If you can find a way to infiltrate, by the time you emerge, you shall have become—" "Wait a moment." "Huh?" Nina Shah responded skeptically, inquiring, "Do you not find this appealing? Do not attempt to deceive me. Your soul exhibits no resistance. You have never objected. That is not what I meant." Herbert scratched his head, exasperatedly gesturing. "I am well aware of the monsters you refer to and can enter at any time. But have you considered one critical issue? I am not their match. Hello, I am Herbert, a novice holy knight. Those monsters are either legendary or epic. They are far beyond my capabilities. They are not merely heavyweights. They're oversized freight trucks. And I, above all, detest heavyweights. Not only can I not push them, but I lack the strength to resist at all. If I were to charge blindly, it would only result in a defeat where I am rendered to kneel before the monster girls, subjected to their combined wrath. My ally. Huh? Have faith. I believe in you. You can do this. But I do not believe in myself. What a joke. Well, the issues you raise are not insurmountable. Fortunately, after jesting, NI and SH provided a solution. I require materials from magical creatures. Any part will suffice, and the higher the quality, the better. With those magical materials, I can offer you some minor assistance. This should not be too difficult. I shall venture into the prison tomorrow to see if I can procure some. After receiving the promise from she, SH, and JIing, HBT sighed in relief and was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly recalled NI and SH's impassioned speech earlier. So all your convoluted rhetoric was merely for this. Hee hee. In other words, once I become your collaborator, I am destined to tread a path of consorting with magical creatures, forsaking my pure oath, and descending into depravity? The trifecta of desecration, betrayal, and corruption will all be mine to claim. What a splendid trinity. At that point, it would begin with lashes, followed by the extraction of teeth, severing of the tongue, then the beheading, and ultimately being bound to the pyre for execution. In that light, even the esteemed Chang'e would seem to have suffered only minor injuries in comparison. You finally understand. And Sage chuckled lightly, her voice conveying both amusement and innocence. I intended to caution you, but you were so eager to become my contractor that I cannot be held responsible. I trust you as far as I can throw you. At this juncture, you have no opportunity for reconsideration. I shall not permit you to disappoint NINSH, nor do I desire failure. HBT, feeling somewhat powerless, retorted, after all, I am the one who will face the punishment. It pertains to life and death, and the pressure is immense. Now I must contemplate how to navigate those perilous magical beings. Simultaneously, at that moment, a peculiar sensation began to swell within HBT's heart. It seemed that everything was becoming rather intriguing. The correct strategy for Miss Longway, Miss WLNDN. I have returned. When HBT returned to the prison the following day, he was not met with the verbal assaults of the elderly gatekeeper. Instead, he was greeted by a disheveled head and a cold huff still tinged with anger. HBT's lips twitched in bemusement. Are you still angry after more than a day? Perhaps it would be best if the WSHDD could find a more suitable position. This monumental task should be entrusted to your esteemed self. Yet, it was within his expectations that Miss Longway remained irate. Therefore, he promptly retrieved the carefully prepared conciliatory gift. I have brought you a present, handcrafted by me. He placed the wooden box on the ground and opened it to reveal its contents. Tajda, now turn around and speak. What outcome do you truly seek? Hey. Miss Longway let out a huff, stubbornly refusing to turn her neck, still embittered from her previous defeat. Give up hope. I shall never concede again. Today, I am formidable beyond measure and will not face defeat. Absolutely not. She sniffed, her nostrils suddenly flaring. Wait, what is that smell? It is delightful, yet different from yesterday's aroma. This scent is... Sniff. It appeared that WLNDN had not encountered this fragrance in a long while. It is the scent of meat. She turned to see a pile of skewered meat before HBT, who was wafting the enticing aroma toward her. Upon noticing her gaze, he smiled and delicately rubbed white granules between his fingers, letting the salt cascade like gentle rain, bouncing off his arm and landing on the skewers. What is this? WLNDN's eyes widened, her mind struggling to comprehend. What did I just witness? Even a dragon who has lived for over a millennium has never seen such peculiar antics. Was he merely playing? His demeanor was earnest, and his movements appeared extraordinarily graceful. However, if one were to assert that he was cooking earnestly, it did not seem quite so. It was rather odd. Having completed his trademark salt-sprinkling pose, HBT pushed the wooden box forward and cheerfully introduced today's meal from the Albert family. HBT's honey-glazed skewers. My lady, please indulge. Gulp. WLNDN snapped back to reality, swallowing hard and glancing between the skewers and HBT, hesitantly inquiring, what do you mean by this? Fear not. There is no ulterior motive behind it. HBT raised his hand slightly, signaling his innocence, and explained with a smile. It is merely a small token of appreciation for your kind reminder yesterday. Had it not been for your caution, I fear I would have fallen prey to that sea witch. His expression was sincere, and a hint of relief after narrowly escaping danger seemed to resonate, causing WLNDN, who had initially suspected his intentions, to exclaim in realization. Oh, so that is how it is. Observing the respectful youth before her, she proudly lifted her chin and let out a pleased huff. Comfortably, she seized a skewer and swiftly brought it to her mouth. As the succulent, juicy meat touched her tongue, her long-dormant taste buds erupted with an insatiable desire for food. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Under HBT's watchful brow, WLNDN, unable to contain herself, even bit through the wooden skewer, swallowing it whole in a matter of moments. She had no worry that HBT would poison her food, nor did she mind the minuscule wood shavings. Dragons possess an extraordinarily powerful digestive system capable of easily assimilating even minerals, fortifying their scales. HBT smiled as he watched Miss Longway succumb to the allure of food, the corners of his mouth curving upward. In truth, the reasons he shared with WLNDN were entirely fabricated. All of them. The reality was that, even without a warning, the siren would have had no chance of success. The captured siren had received a thorough reprimand and ultimately retreated in shame. But what of it? This truth, HBT was aware of, as was FLMI. Yet WLNDN remained oblivious. Does the actual truth hold significance? Not in the least. In social interactions, making the other party feel they have contributed significantly is paramount. In fact, people generally prefer those whom they have aided over those who can assist them. Simply put, individuals often view themselves as wise and reasonable beings. When they assist others, they feel their actions align with their self-perception, magnifying their personal charm and engendering a sense of joy, drawing them closer to those they have helped. HBT's aim at this moment was to amplify WLNDN's inner sense of joy, allowing her to believe that it was entirely thanks to her that she could remain unscathed, making her realize that she is not one to forget kindness, and that assisting her would yield benefits. If once is insufficient, then let it be twice, thrice, until she becomes utterly accustomed to these two matters. Once these two concepts establish a path, dependency within her mind, at that moment, oh dear, Valentina, before indulging, managed to restrain herself, striving not to appear overly discomposed. Yet at this juncture, she had completely lost her composure, ravenously devouring the skewers. While continually stuffing her mouth with the meat, she managed to inquire breathlessly, "What is this flavor? What exactly did you put in it?" "Onions. I added onions," came the reply. The secret to making food delectable, of course, lies not in magic, but in spices. Herbert had infused the skewers with spices he brought from the Duke's household. In this world, reminiscent of the medieval era, the variety of spices was limited and their prices exorbitant. Although there were druids well-versed in botany, they preferred to focus on techniques to hasten plant growth rather than the development of culinary spices. In many places, spices could be exchanged for their weight in gold. Aside from the nobility, common folk rarely encountered spices in their lives. Their food mostly retained its original fishy, dry, and bland flavors. Such extravagant usage was something Valentina had never experienced before. "Is it delicious? Would you like to eat it again?" Observing Valentina, now thoroughly entranced, Herbert casually posed the ultimate proposition. "Then as long as you refrain from cursing, I shall regularly bring you food. How's that sound? Oh, delightful. No cursing, and you'll bring me food? Is this truly the case? Well, it seems not entirely unreasonable. What do you intend to do?" At this moment, Valentina instinctively sensed something amiss, her expression growing serious as she scrutinized Herbert's face for any signs of deceit. She had no articulate reasons to justify her apprehension, but an unsettling feeling lingered. There must be something wrong. This fellow bears such a radiant smile. He certainly has ulterior motives. Young mortal, you cannot deceive me. With this thought, Valentina snorted coldly, raising her head with pride, declaring, "Young man, I know not what trickery you are up to, but you cannot deceive the great Moyen. You might as well save your breath. Do not think that a few skewers can buy my loyalty. Nothing in this world can compel a great dragon to bow down. Not even the gods." Valentina's words were delivered with a lofty tone, showcasing the arrogance and defiance of an epic dragon. However, slightly undermining the atmosphere was the oil glistening at the corners of her mouth as she spoke. Simultaneously, her long fingers, smeared with spices and grease, continued to explore the empty box, coming up short. "What?" Realizing something, the dragoness's expression shifted rapidly. She grasped the wooden box in disbelief, only to find remnants of a few scraps within. "It's gone. How could it be finished so quickly?" In an instant, an overwhelming wave of regret surged within her, as if her heart were being gripped by a vice. This cannot be right. Just moments ago, there was so much meat. Who on earth consumed it? As Valentina's face contorted in despair, her lips murmured silent cries. Herbert's lips curled into a subtle smile. The grin would not vanish. It would merely transfer to my countenance. He chose not to respond to Valentina's earlier outburst and instead inquired with concern, "Miss Valentina, what seems to be the matter? Are you still hungry?" Valentina coughed, cough. What a useless question. What do you think? Of course, it is insufficient. However, truth be told, her pride prevented her from retracting her earlier words. Thus, even as her heart bled, she could only persist along this path, swallowing her pain and tears. She turned her head away, her tone even somewhat choked, declaring, "No, I am not hungry. Indeed, I'm not hungry at all." Valentina incessantly brainwashed herself with the mantra of not being hungry. Yet, deep down, she was ravenous. When she had eaten nothing, she had not deliberately recalled the sensation of swallowing food. In a lengthy confinement, she had long since grown accustomed to the pangs of hunger, even forgetting the matter entirely. As a dragon of legendary prowess, merely a step away from the epic, she had long learned to exist without mortal sustenance, surviving solely on the absorption of magical energy. However, surviving and living comfortably are two vastly different matters. She was utterly unable to dismiss her carnal cravings. Her stomach emitted a mournful growl, incessantly reminding Valentina of its hunger. Herbert, observing Valentina's neck, accurately caught the motion of her swallowing, which brought him amusement. "Ah, it seems I have indeed hooked you." Sensing the opportune moment, Herbert shook his head with a hint of regret, lamenting, "Oh, so you are not hungry. Then it appears I have misunderstood. I thought after so many years of hunger, one portion would be insufficient, so I prepared an additional serving." He murmured to himself as he retrieved another wooden box from behind and pushed it to a spot just out of her reach. Suddenly realizing what had transpired, Valentina's expression contorted in disbelief as she turned to see another box brimming with skewers. The quality, the sheen, the perfect cooking, the aroma. It appeared even more enticing than the previous box. She wished she could slap her former self from mere moments ago. Damn it, why did I have to blabber? Why did I rush to speak those foolish words? What now? What to do? What now? Just as Valentina wrestled with her thoughts, Herbert began to speak leisurely, as if troubled by his own musings. "Oh dear, I have prepared so much, and I cannot possibly consume it all by myself. What should I do? Should I discard it? What are you planning to do?" Valentina's heart trembled at his words, nearly prompting her to shout in anger. "Don't eat it. Give it to me." Herbert shook his head. "Sigh, no, how could I think such a thing? Wasting food is a shameful act. I absolutely cannot do that. Yes, I cannot do that. If you cannot finish it, I can assist you. Oh, I can find someone to help me with these skewers, but who should I ask?" The atmosphere in the cell grew tense as Valentina nearly blurted out me, "Pick me to help you eat." However, Herbert was entirely oblivious, stating, "Miss Valentina has already eaten her fill, so I must seek others." "No, I'm not done. I haven't eaten. Don't say such nonsense. I can still eat. What about Miss Fulemi? I wonder if she consumes anything other than fish." "Enough. I shall inquire first." With that, HB2 lifted the box and began to stride toward the second district. At this juncture, WLNDNGT could no longer contain herself and broke into a fit of coughs. Cough. "Oh, Miss WLNDNGT, what seems to be the matter?" HB2 turned around, regarding the blushing giantess with curiosity. "I cough." WLNDNGT inhaled deeply, gritting her teeth, and resolutely declared, "I can assist you. You can help me? With what, pray tell? Are you referring to these skewers?" HB2 blinked in confusion, questioning, "But have you not already had your fill?" The dragon lady's lips moved, hesitating momentarily before she finally mustered the resolve to utter, "If your distress is so great, I suppose I could manage to eat a little more." She was not a fool. She understood HB2's deliberate performance was aimed at bending her will, assuredly leading to unreasonable demands. She comprehended this. Yet, she simply could not withstand the temptation. The aroma was utterly intoxicating. WLNDNGT had devised a plan to temporarily lower her guard and indulge in the meat, only to later retract her agreement, refusing to comply. How grateful I would be! However, much to her astonishment, HB2 presented the box without any further demands, pushing it directly to the railing's edge. No demands? WLNDNGT was momentarily bewildered, hesitating to take action. What are you waiting for? Eat up. Hearing his gentle encouragement and witnessing the sincerity in the youth's expression, she closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. In that moment, a singular thought dominated her mind. How delectable this skewer is. Can we become friends? Crunch, crunch. Do not presume that a few skewers can sway me. The same words, laden with the same ambiguity. Yet, the tone in which they were expressed differed significantly. WLNDNGT's words lacked the previous assertiveness, revealing a hint of a dignity that evoked sympathy. This was her final remnant of stubbornness. How could a proud dragon be so seduced by roasted meat, descending to such depths? The thought of it spreading would surely be a source of ridicule. No, absolutely not. As she pondered, tears welled in her eyes as she delicately bit off a piece of meat from the skewer, chewing with grace. Having learned from her previous lesson, she now practiced savoring each bite, intending to relish this culinary delight. HB2 observed all of this silently, refraining from mockery or making excessive demands. Yet, it was still insufficient. Indeed, as WLNDNGT had stated, a mere barbecue was hardly enough to compel this proud dragon to yield. The leverage was still woefully inadequate. But what of it? HB2 had never intended to rely solely on this to make her submit. Was he seeking a FAADE of false submission? No. What he desired was for WLNDNGT to grow accustomed to his presence, to adapt to the exchange of sustenance he provided, making her feel indispensable. The optimal outcome would be to evoke withdrawal symptoms. Of course, they were still far from that point. Their relationship required continual nurturing. How to nurture it? This necessitated constant offerings and the fostering of goodwill. To achieve this, he required a reasonable justification. Thus, as WLNDNGT chewed, HB2 once again presented his request. If you refrain from using foul language, I shall provide you with food. Chew, chew, chew. Why is it so imperative that I refrain from swearing? WLNDNGT inquired, perplexed as to why he fixated on this matter. Firstly, as a paladin, such language makes me somewhat uncomfortable. Secondly, although you are a prisoner and I am the warden, I hope we can become friends. The foundation of friendship lies in the ability to treat one another with equality and respect, does it not? Miss WLNDNGT, do you not wish to be my friend? HB2 gazed earnestly at WLNDNGT, his bright eyes filled with sincerity, causing her to awkwardly avert her gaze. This is my sole request. Is that too much to ask? Friend? WLNDNGT felt bewildered upon hearing this term, even somewhat lost. As a dragon, she had never known friendship. Cast out of the nest by her mother during her youth, she had spent her life in solitude, never building a home nor associating with other dragons. She would occupy a territory for a time, grow weary of it, and then depart in search of a new domain. WLNDNGT rarely communicated with others. Even when necessary, she delegated those matters to the human sorceress she had captured. She had always believed that the strong are solitary. Dragons require no companions. No need. So, when that sorceress was hunted and killed, why did she feel anger? Why did she yearn to annihilate those fiends and their kin? Was it because her dignity had been provoked? During her long years of imprisonment, WLNDNGT had pondered many things without arriving at answers. Yet, at the moment this young mortal proposed such an unprecedented request, she experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. Did she truly regard that individual as a friend? She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought and reflection. After a while, she emerged from her reverie and gazed deeply at HB2. Was he doing this intentionally? Locking eyes for a brief moment, she turned her head aside and, with a hint of uncertainty, murmured, "If it is merely friendship, I suppose that is not out of the question." She herself did not understand why she consented. Perhaps it was simply a desire to use him to validate some of her innermost uncertainties. Upon hearing her response, HB2 smiled and smoothly retrieved a blank piece of paper from his pocket, sincerely stating, "Then you shall write an agreement." What? WLNDNGT abruptly turned her head, her eyes wide with disbelief, prepared to teach this ungrateful mortal a lesson. However, before she could express her anger, her words caught in her throat as she noticed the faint smile lingering at the corners of the boy's mouth. She had been tricked. Just a jest. HB2 teased, winking at her. Then he took a step back, gently pressed his right hand to his chest, and gracefully bowed to the prisoner within the cell. Although he had introduced himself the day before, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am HB2RBT, the son of a duke and a paladin who has sworn a pure oath, the newly appointed warden of this prison. Henceforth, please feel free to call me HB2, and I shall address you as WL, ND, and GT. He stepped forward and, astonishingly, knelt before the prisoner, extending his right hand toward the cage. WL, ND, and GT. In an instant, she could easily twist his arm or drag him to the railing, crushing his skull. Yet HB2 unwaveringly extended his hand toward her. Miss Julong, what action shall you undertake? Will you ruthlessly trample upon my goodwill, persisting as the malevolent dragon within your cage? Or shall you explore an alternative possibility? He gazed into the eyes of the dragon and softly uttered, "Let us coexist harmoniously." Upon entering the second district, Herbert ceased his forward momentum, bowing his head in silent contemplation. After a considerable time, he gradually lifted his gaze, laboriously exhaling a breath of stale air. What a fortuitous gamble. The final gesture of a handshake was not part of the initial plan. Rather, it was a spontaneous idea that struck him in that moment. A daring endeavor indeed. Yet he felt it was worth attempting. How curious it is that I have become such a gambler. Herbert mused, reflecting on his subtle transformation. In his previous life, he would have never engaged in such reckless impulsivity. Was it the influence of this life that instigated such change? Although this incarnation of Herbert is a Navi noble, he possesses the will to make decisive choices in critical moments. Not everyone can abandon everything to devote themselves to a monastery. Such a resolution requires both courage and unwavering determination. Alas, he felt he still fell short. His heart lacked enough resolve. Herbert lamented as he turned his gaze toward the water sphere, locking eyes with the pair of enchanting orbs concealed within. He chuckled and strode forward, joyfully waving and calling. Miss Philimai, it has been quite some time. Hello. Oh dear, it has been ages since we last met. Have you missed me? With an air of familiarity, Herbert approached the water sphere, extending an invitation for conversation to the siren hidden within. Come, let's chat. Why are you silent? Are you shy? Did we not have a delightful conversation yesterday? Have you forgotten the joys of our time together? You claim to be asleep? Oh dear, what time is it? It is time to rise. At your age, how can you still be sleeping? 300 or 400 years old is precisely the age to be vibrant. Get up and enjoy. Philimai seethed in the water. I have been ignoring you like this. Can you not take a hint? This princess has made her stance clear, yet you remain oblivious. Bubbles emerged from the water sphere, expressing her protest before she turned her back, transforming the water's surface into a frosted texture, rendering her form only vaguely visible. Herbert continued to chatter incessantly, all the while scrutinizing the water sphere where Philimai concealed herself. Hiding, are you? Do you believe you can remain hidden? He unsheathed his sword, using the scabbard to poke at the water sphere directly. Although the sphere appeared fluid, it was encased in a thin membrane, impervious to his attempts at breach, and it rebounded his force. Engage, transform, and dissipate. Herbert's intent was not to forcibly extract her from her hiding place. He lacked the strength for such a feat yet. Strength was not required in this instance. In this situation, being sufficiently bothersome would suffice. To illustrate, what is the disparity in strength between a mosquito and a human? Enormous. The two are not even comparable. As a mosquito, which a human could easily crush with a finger, possesses an infuriating ability to drive a person to madness. It causes humans to lament in anguish during the night, howling in frustration and shedding tears. I, Herbert, am now a colossal mosquito, adept at pricking with my needle. He relentlessly prodded the surface of the water sphere with the scabbard, reveling in the act. Poke, poke, poke. As he continued, his chatter did not cease, persistently inviting the mermaid to converse. Finally, after 10 minutes of relentless harassment, Philimai succumbed. Enough. With a splash, she emerged from the water sphere, her enchanting eyes glaring at him as she bared her teeth in frustration. Are you finished? Chat, chat, chat. Must you go on without end? Is this amusing? She glared at Herbert, who grinned unabashedly, causing the tension in her mind to snap completely. With a sharp cry, she could no longer contain herself, covering her head with a piercing shriek that sent ripples across the water surface. Yet, just as the sound waves were about to reach a critical point, the cacophony abruptly ceased, plunging the space into an absolute silence. The water sphere, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground like a water balloon bursting upon impact, violently splattering in all directions. The siren, concealed within, fell to the ground like a lifeless fish. With a furious glare at Herbert, Philae opened her mouth. Yet no sound emerged. She attempted to rise, but faltered, her magnificent tail visibly drying. The prison was absorbing her magic at an alarming rate. Given the current situation, it would not be long before she suffered harm. Philae realized this, gritting her teeth as she looked at the boy with his head bowed, not far away. The legendary siren should not be so vulnerable. Even without water, she could manipulate the water elements and magic suspended in the air. However, this was a prison meticulously crafted for each otherworldly being. Upon detecting magic fluctuations beyond the prescribed limits, the sealing array embedded within the prison would activate. Indeed, in a sense, the prisoners in this otherworldly prison could be regarded as a form of sealing. They are powerful and perilous. Each one could provide enough challenge for any other monastery. Only the Misty Monastery dared to carelessly confine them together. This audacity stemmed, on one hand, from the presence of the Archbishop, who ensured they would not stir trouble, and on the other hand, from reliance on these sealing arrays. When a warden's position is vacant, the arrays operate at a minimum level, imposing little interference on the prisoners. However, once a new warden assumes the role, the control of the arrays naturally falls into their hands. In the silent space, time flowed slowly, and Philae's condition worsened. Her luxurious hair began to wither. Yet, she did not attempt to plead for mercy, remaining expressionless on the ground, staring at Herbert with unyielding pride. Herbert, for his part, remained unresponsive, silently observing with a smile that showed no signs of fading. After a few days of brief encounters, Herbert had gained some understanding of these prisoners. Though Valentina exhibited an unpleasant demeanor, full of sharp words, she possessed a warm core beneath her icy exterior, continuously admonishing him. She displayed friendliness, and thus Herbert chose to reciprocate with kindness, using the method of feeding to enhance affection, employing tender means to befriend her. However, Philae is different. Although she initially presents herself as exceedingly amiable, resembling a warm and approachable elder sister, it is merely an fade. Beneath her hypocritical sweet smile lurks a deadly intent, and her enchanting voice is laden with malice. She does not waste words to deceive. Instead, she intends to drown him from the onset. She reveals her hostility, prompting Herbert to respond in kind. This instance serves as a minor reprimand. Just as Philae believes the formation will persist for some time and prepares to exhaust her essence to continue resisting, Herbert raises his right hand, the stigmata on the back glowing with resplendent golden light. With a sound reminiscent of shattering crystals, the voice returns to this space, and magical energy surges forth, filling the parched void. Upon sensing the influx of power, Philae, who had seemed half alive, instantly revitalizes, summoning great quantities of water elements with a mere wave of her hand, conjuring floating water orbs within mere breaths. She submerges her lower body within the orbs, allowing her upper half to remain above the surface, narrowing her eyes as she regards the still smiling warden. A moment passes before Philae breaks into a smile. Nodding at Herbert, "You very well." Taking a breath, she grits her teeth and forces the words from her throat. "Truly remarkable." In response to her mockery, Herbert slightly bows, smiling as he replies, "Thank you for the compliment. I too believe I am quite remarkable. The impure one is you." The sealing formation ceases to operate. The silence domain no longer in effect, yet the second area remains ensnared in an unbearable stillness. The sealing formation indeed restrains Philae, causing her considerable discomfort, but even prolonged operation cannot bring about her demise. Thus, rather than fear, her heart brims with anger provoked by this affront, and a hint of confusion. What is his confidence? What other significance could there be in this aside from inciting her fury? Philae gazes intently at the overly youthful paladin, attempting to discern a flaw in him. In terms of strength, he appears feeble, presenting numerous vulnerabilities. Even in her current weakened state, she could easily end his life. Yet, on a psychological level, she finds no chinks in his armor. His soul bears a faint protective layer, safeguarding him from malevolence and preserving the purity of his thoughts. She recognizes what it is. That damned purity shield prevents her from controlling his consciousness. But no, it is not merely that. Even without that protection, his eyes reveal not a trace of fear towards her. Remarkably, when they first met, this fellow, despite appearing composed, displayed a flicker of trepidation, following that wretched old man in quiet compliance. Yet now, it seems he is transformed entirely. Valentina, that not-so-bright dragon, fails to see through Herbert's paladin. But she is different. As a legendary sea which adept at manipulating emotions, she keenly perceives the shift within Herbert, ignoring the superficial charade of friendliness and gentleness. She senses a calm, duplicitous, and arrogant soul. What has altered him? Is it the environment? The experiences? Or perhaps nothing has changed at all? Was his previous demeanor merely an act for the Archbishop's benefit? Fu Lei Mei finds herself puzzled. After a long silence, she finally focuses on Herbert and speaks slowly. Mortal, do you comprehend the implications of your recent actions? Of course, Herbert replies with a smile, nodding calmly. From your perspective, it is merely provocation, declaration of war, a threat. No matter how it is interpreted, it cannot be considered a friendly act. Fu Lei Mei frowns. Then you. But what is the issue with that? Herbert interrupts her inquiry, smiling as he raises an eyebrow in counter-question. Must I be kind to you? Miss Fu Lei Mei, think carefully, even if I do not act in this manner. Would you harbor goodwill towards me? You would not. You are the prisoner, and I am the warden managing you, regardless of my actions. You will resent the Archbishop and the monastery that confines you, and you will undoubtedly extend that resentment towards me. The youth stands with hands clasped behind him, gazing slightly upwards at the enchanting mermaid, softly stating, You are the one who harbored hatred towards me first, are you not? Faced with such pointed questioning, Fu Lei Mei falls silent, unable to refute this claim. The one laid bare is not only Herbert. She is too, due to her arrogance. She has not concealed herself adequately, allowing him to see her innermost thoughts clearly. Suddenly, Herbert shifts his tone and states, However, that being said, I do not wish to continue this confrontation with you. It would be too exhausting. Rather than both donning a facade of hypocrisy and engaging in pretense, why not be direct and reveal our true selves? Herbert extends his hands to reveal the stigmata, smiling as he explains, Thus, this time I have revealed my trump card to you. While I can temporarily control the ceiling formation, my current abilities are insufficient for sustained operation. Therefore, you need not worry that I will intermittently use this to torment or threaten you. He openly admits his shortcomings, candidly sharing them with a prisoner who should rightfully harbor animosity towards him. Offering a weapon to the enemy? No, for this weapon carries only symbolic significance and lacks any real lethality. Rather than conceal and obfuscate, it is better to display it openly. This not only clarifies his stance, but also serves a deterrent function. Once he has laid it all out, Herbert cannot help but comment. After all, if I cannot establish a good rapport with such a beautiful lady like you, it would be a great pity. Fu Lei Mei, after all, you are so lovely, and your voice is so delightful. I still wish to chat with you more. Let us coexist amicably. Fu Lei Mei? No, you. Fu Lei Mei raises an eyebrow, this being the second time she has heard Herbert's unabashed praise directed at her. The first time she dismissed it, thinking he was merely rambling, but this time she realizes that he seems to be sincere. Wait, does he harbor inappropriate thoughts towards me? She instinctively retreats back into the water orb, leaving only half her head above the surface, staring at Herbert with a strange expression. What is it? I have always admired you. Herbert appears momentarily stunned, tilting his head, seemingly oblivious to any issue, stating nonchalantly, After all, beauty is beauty. It has not changed due to your identity as a monster. Should one's principles be dictated by appearance? It is not that complicated. I am simply a connoisseur of beauty. Why you? But aren't you afraid of breaking your vow? Herbert blinks, somewhat bewildered, tilting his head in confusion as he replies, Why would this break my vow? Oh, I understand your meaning now. Miss Fu Lei Mei, you have misunderstood. My attitude towards you has always been one of pure admiration. He shakes his head with utmost seriousness, asserting, The impure-minded one is you. Fu Lei Mei? The legend yearns to clarify her silence, yet she finds herself at a loss for words. Her lips pursed and her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she remains submerged in the water, continuously expelling bubbles. Gurgle, gurgle. This fellow seems to be quite peculiar. Why do I feel such elation upon hearing his words? Yet, he is a truthful paladin, so could he genuinely perceive my beauty? The fishtail within the water sphere swayed vigorously, lifting her body slightly and revealing a considerable portion of her upper form. Herbert thought to himself, This mermaid possesses high attack and substantial health, yet her defenses appear as flimsy as paper. It is acceptable for you to enchant me with your song, but must I not desire your form? Such double standards. A pure double standard. Miss Philimai, I implore you to elucidate this matter. Gurgle, gurgle, I am not. I did not. As Herbert, embodying the role of a virtuous paladin, endeavored to charm the mermaid directly, a chilling voice resonated from the darkness of the third zone. The magical essence has been drained. At last, I have awaited this opportunity. The entire realm is alive. Odd. Why is it transformed into this state? I recall that the last time I accompanied the Archbishop, it was not so dim. Herbert, holding an ancient lantern, gazed into the darkness that extended less than a meter ahead, perplexed as he raised an eyebrow. At this moment, after attempting to woo Philimai, he had traversed through the deep water prison of the second zone and arrived at the third zone of the alien prison, the abyss of lightlessness. In this entirely pitch-black space, two perilous creatures were confined, a dark elf archmage and a vampire prince. By the way, Herbert had not encountered these two monstresses previously. For reasons unknown, the Archbishop had led him directly through this area without greeting the prisoners, proceeding straight into the fourth zone's lava hell. He had not dared to inquire. This marked Herbert's first earnest exploration of the area, yet he discovered that the situation was perhaps more complex than he had anticipated. He raised the lantern above his head, the feeble light barely dispersing the surrounding darkness by a meter, beyond which the oppressive shadows concealed all. Sightless, soundless, and scentless, he could perceive nothing. Who extinguished the light? Quick, summon a paladin to turn on. No, I am the paladin. Where's the damned holy light? Herbert attempted various means, ultimately finding that only the light emitted by the holy mark could dispel the darkness, but it merely expanded the visibility to a staggering 2 meters. It was utterly useless. If this were merely darkness, Herbert might not feel so disoriented. However, he now faced the dilemma of being lost. He had not only failed to locate the shadows of the two monstresses, but he could not find the path to the fourth zone either. He had been quietly walking for over 10 minutes, yet he had not reached the end of the path. He could accept this. After all, he could persist. And surely there would come a day when he reached the end. The issue was that he feared he might never reach it, for every time he turned back, he could see the road he had traveled. He was merely treading in place. Encountering the Pen Fairy only to face an invisible wall again. Is it? After being sent back to the starting point for the third time, Herbert finally abandoned his headlong rush and began to contemplate the situation. It seemed the rules of this place had been altered. The realm of lightlessness, where sight is obscured. One can only retreat, not advance. Each cell in the Fog Monastery is, in truth, a section of a specially segmented semiplane, while it appears to cater to the needs of the prisoners. Each harbors unique restrictions and laws. For instance, the deep water prison imposes severe limitations on Philimai, almost completely draining the water elements from her cage, forcing the legendary sea siren to maintain a sphere of water barely large enough to contain herself. Yet now, it seemed the restrictions had shifted to target him. Is this correct? It feels as if the heavens have turned upside down. Herbert squinted, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. If his guess was correct, a disturbance had likely occurred here. However, the situation had not yet reached its direst point. For if the adversary could indeed manipulate the laws, he would have already been reset. The absence of a direct encounter or communication suggested that nothing had transpired. Is this a tactic to avoid alarming him, intending for him to retreat in resignation? As long as they remain concealed, he might believe the fault lies with him. This reasoning holds merit. Had Herbert truly been a mere noble youth freshly bestowed with the mantle of paladin, he would likely have retreated, convinced of his inadequacy in the face of such circumstances. Herbert pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, he turned to depart. When faced with indecision, it is best to retreat. After all, there is no urgency. He would temporarily pursue the dragon and the mermaid. The area ahead could wait for future exploration. Just as Herbert was about to cross the barrier back to the deep water prison, his steps gradually slowed until they came to a complete halt. TSK. He felt a twinge of displeasure. Despite currently embodying a weak and helpless persona, he may not be able to match the opponent's strength. However, I am the warden, and you are the prisoner. Herbert turned to gaze into the impenetrable darkness, his lips curling in annoyance. How can you presume to ride atop me? No, this will not do. Although his protest might prove futile, he felt an urge to assert himself before departing. Even a petty thug knows to leave behind a few harsh words as a threat. As the warden, he ought to make an impression before leaving. But what should he say? Surely he cannot threaten with a lighter? That is not an option. Herbert turned back to scrutinize the darkness before him. Suddenly struck by an idea, he placed the lantern on the ground and slowly approached the boundary between darkness and light, squinting at the excessively smooth edge. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively extended a finger to lightly touch the boundary of light. Nothing occurred. His finger felt no sensation, and upon retracting it, it did not transform into a bone. After a moment of silence, he extinguished the lantern and hesitated before also shutting down the holy mark. In an instant, he felt himself passively merge into the surrounding darkness, engulfed by the void, consumed by solitude. Strangely, aside from these sensations, Herbert felt no discomfort. Here, the darkness was no different from the outside world. In the darkness, Herbert's eyes shone brightly, faintly veiled in a delicate golden hue. Though he still could see nothing, he sensed the path ahead with a newfound clarity. Furthermore, a vague feeling of being watched lingered in the air. In the shadows, someone was observing his every move. Buzz. The holy mark illuminated instantly, causing that feeling of being scrutinized to vanish, as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet Herbert was not so naive. Thus, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you, does it not? I comprehend. A smile curved upon his lips as he directed a hearty grin towards the darkness and waved his hand, declaring, I shall return. Without waiting for a response, he lifted his lantern and strode away. Once he departed, the darkness once again settled into tranquility. After a considerable pause, a faint chuckle echoed from the shadows. How resolute his departure was. An amusing fellow, indeed. Understand what? To be candid, Herbert truly grasped nothing. Regarding the alterations in the 3rd district, he found himself utterly incapable of comprehending the intricacies. Yet, this was of no consequence. He needed not unravel the reasons behind it. Merely recognizing that there was indeed a problem sufficed. Therefore, the course of action became abundantly clear. Report it. It must be reported. Do not engage in any peculiar activities with it. All malevolence shall ultimately face justice, with the exception of myself. Upon confirming the issues surrounding the abyss of darkness, Herbert resolved to escalate the matter to the higher echelons of the monastery. He had no intention of resolving it himself. A mere few hundred coins a month. What was the point of risking his life? Furthermore, it was not as if he lacked effort. He simply lacked the capacity to contend. Whether the upheaval stemmed from the Dark Elves or the Vampire Prince, or perhaps a collaboration between the two, he possessed no ability to resist. It was beyond his capabilities. If one is inadequate, one must practice more. I cannot afford to play this game. Let everyone refrain from playing. The report button must be pressed repeatedly. However, before seeking assistance from the Archbishop, Herbert had one exceedingly important task to accomplish. He had yet to gather materials from magical creatures. Thus, he turned to the Mermaid Maiden, who was gazing at her iridescent tail with an expression of turmoil, and kindly inquired, Miss Philimai, I have returned. Have you not prepared yet? Not long ago, he had requested a small token from Philimai, one of her colorful scales, to symbolize their reconciliation and to settle the matter of her previous attempt on his life. Despite her initial hesitation, Philimai ultimately acquiesced. From her perspective, Herbert's sincerity was commendable. This was merely a symbolic gift, just a scale from her tail. Devoid of any profound significance, she could regrow it at any time. The only aspect that felt slightly amiss was his beaming expression, which struck her as peculiar. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she was reluctant to allow him to witness the details of the scale's removal, prompting her to send him into the 3rd district. She was indeed ready, albeit her lips twitched uncertainly, questioning whether her actions were indeed correct. Yet the nagging feeling of something being off persisted. She hesitated, unable to suppress her curiosity. You truly will not use it for any strange purposes, will you? Honestly, I merely wish to keep one as a memento, Herbert responded, nodding with assurance, his demeanor betraying no hint of guilt. I would never engage in anything unusual. How could utilizing materials from magical creatures to enhance my abilities be deemed strange? After stating this, he inquired with genuine curiosity, by the way, What do you mean by strange activities? I'm not quite certain. Could you elaborate? Philaimai regarded the boy with his innocent, eager gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. It's just that. What do you intend to do with it? The mermaid princess looked at him, exasperated, wishing to ask you a grown man. Do you not comprehend? Yet, recalling his vow of purity, the words lodged in her throat. Perhaps this lad truly does not understand. Am I to tutor him? Sighing, she resigned herself, shaking her head in resignation, and tossed the palm-sized scale through the air, where it traced a graceful arc before landing in Herbert's hand. Here is the item I promised you. Let's not speak of that matter again. Rest assured, I shall cherish it as a testament to our friendship. Herbert replied with a gentle smile, bowing to the mermaid princess. Success. Obtain material, legendary mermaids, iridescent scale. He suppressed his inner excitement, maintaining a fade of composure while engaging in idle chatter with her until she grew weary of his presence and shooed him away from the depths. Standing at the boundary of the first district, Herbert's lips curled into a slight smile, unable to contain a chuckle. Huzzah, how splendid it is. I have indeed procured the material from a magical creature. What is so amusing? Valentina regarded Herbert with disdain as he cackled, beginning to regret her decision to befriend him. Had she misjudged him? Realizing there were witnesses present, Herbert cleared his throat twice and casually remarked, "Oh, you're still here. Why have you not returned home?" Oomph. Valentina rolled her eyes, dismissing him with an indignant snort. I would leave if it were permitted. Yet, she recalled her prior agreement with Herbert and refrained from voicing her thoughts. In the end, Valentina merely responded sarcastically, "You appear quite pleased. Have you been enjoying delightful conversations with others?" Herbert blinked in surprise, looking at her with curiosity. "Oh, are you envious? Envious of you?" Oomph. Just as Valentina's cheeks flushed with indignation, Herbert hastily cooled the atmosphere. It was merely a jest. Do not take it so to heart. I recently tested my control over the ceiling formation. Although it remains somewhat burdensome, it operates adequately. Though it only functions within the second district, it ceases to work in the third. Oh, Valentina regarded him with skepticism. Upon witnessing his earnest expression, she chose not to pursue the matter further. However, she was left pondering what the ceiling formation entailed. As a dragon raised outside conventional means, she possessed little knowledge in this regard. By the way, what are the rules of this prison? What rules? You are unaware? Unaware of what? Herbert blinked, and Valentina mirrored him, their gazes locking for what felt like an eternity. Faced with his student-like, naive stare, Herbert found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I had presumed you merely feigned ignorance, yet it appears you are genuinely lacking in understanding. He decided to let the matter rest. Oh. Though Valentina was somewhat intrigued by his silence, her curiosity did not extend far. Having indulged in some food after a long absence, she found herself far from satiated, yet felt a languid desire to sleep soundly. Observing her yawn and curl up like a cat, Herbert shook his head in resignation, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly recalled something and addressed the drowsy dragoness. "Shall I assist you with your hair tomorrow?" The great dragon gently opened its eyes and inquired curiously, "Why? With such disorder, it must be quite uncomfortable, right?" "No, I find it quite tolerable." "No, you are indeed uncomfortable. As a friend, I cannot allow you to continue suffering." Valentina responded, "All right, it is settled then. Sleep now, and I shall assist you with a haircut tomorrow." Herbert would not permit Valentina to refuse, decisively concluding the matter and departing from the prison. "You claim to disregard me, but that simply cannot be." Herbert outside the prison scoffed, muttering to himself, "I still need to collect your hair for materials, you know?" Although it sounded somewhat peculiar, "I assure you, I shall not engage in any strange endeavors with it. That night, eat it." How on earth am I supposed to consume this? Do you dare eat it? Do not concern yourself with whether I love her. That has nothing to do with whether I eat this. Not eating it means you do not love her. Are you out of your mind? That evening, after a long day, Master Herbert secretly retreated to his private space to engage in a discussion with an online acquaintance. He was then informed that the method of absorbing magical power was to consume monster materials. Such an absurd notion. Is this truly correct? After bantering with the harmonious deity, Herbert lowered his head to examine the palm-sized, iridescent scales, his expression slightly contorted. Observing them, the scales shimmered under the light, displaying exquisite hues. A whiff revealed a rich aroma, completely devoid of the salty scent typical of the sea. Tentatively, he licked it. The taste was mildly sweet, lacking any peculiar flavor. Resolutely, he took a bite. Pop! Herbert erupted into laughter. It turned out that when one is rendered speechless, laughter truly escapes. Hey, guess what? I cannot bite it all. How am I supposed to consume this? With a thud, Herbert slammed the scales onto the table, exclaiming, "You fiend! Are you deliberately mocking me? Damn it! I should never have trusted you. Harmonious deity! I have never deceived you," Nanasha retorted, seemingly unperturbed by Herbert's wrath, her tone even betraying a hint of amusement. Oh no, the evil deity never intended to disguise her intentions. Do not speak so recklessly. I never instructed you to bite directly, but I did not expect you to actually take a bite. You adorable fool. Her laughter was unrestrained, a delightful sound that even seemed a bit lascivious. After a lengthy fit of laughter, she finally ceased her mirth before Herbert turned entirely crimson. Yet, her voice still held a trace of amusement as she lightly chuckled. My dear ally, do not be angry. It was merely a small jest. Frowning all the time is rather unbecoming. No, I am presently contemplating whether I can swallow it whole. Huh? Nanasha was perplexed, struggling to keep up with Herbert's erratic thoughts. It was merely a joke, something to laugh off. At this moment, Herbert had indeed calmed down, focusing all his thoughts on how to ingest it. As the ancients proclaimed, there exists only good and bad food in this world. Nothing is truly inedible. Observing Herbert lost in contemplation, Nanasha cautiously probed, let me think of a method. Should I stir-fry, saute, or fry? Hey, are you still there? Fry? Panfru. What about braise? Bake? Grill? Ah! A resounding shout reverberated within Herbert's mind, startling him to the point he nearly toppled from his seat. After a moment of recovery, he lifted his head in confusion, asking, Why are you shouting? Should you not recall what you were doing before uttering that statement? I simply ignored you. Was it really necessary to startle me? Herbert retorted, feeling entirely justified in his stance. After all, they were equal allies. You could tease me, and I could choose to disregard you. Ah, paladin. Ah, evil deity. After sharing a cold laugh, Herbert drew his accompanying sword and attempted to slice through the scales. His sword was not an ordinary weapon. It had been personally bestowed upon him by the Frost Crystal King upon his coming of age, and it was said to have been crafted by a legendary figure of the royal lineage. Although it was of a high tier, its hardness rivaled that of legendary weapons. With a harsh sound of friction, the two separated, leaving only a minuscule cut on the colorful scale, scattering a few shimmering particles of dust. As Herbert gazed at the powder strewn across the table, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He leaned down, puckering his lips, and took a sharp inhalation. Two. It's so spicy. He coughed repeatedly, having refrained from inhaling through his nose, fearing it would provoke a sneeze. However, he did not anticipate that the powder would lodge itself in his throat. The powder was unexpectedly fiery, causing him to cough incessantly, as though he might expel his very throat. Nanasha observed him silently, akin to watching a fool, before finally sighing in exasperation, Ah, this truly is. To be honest, the evil deity felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps it had been premature to judge this individual as worthy of partnership. Look at him. He is nothing but a simpleton. Oh well, despite the flawed method, it is still somewhat feasible. She finally decided to intervene, taking control of Herbert's left hand, tracing her fingertip across the blade, leaving a small but noticeable wound. Subsequently, she pressed her index finger against the colorful scales, allowing a drop of her crystalline blood to fall onto the incision. Cough, is this a blood oath? Cough, claiming allegiance? Is it truly necessary to adhere to such antiquated traditions in this day and age? Just as Herbert continued to cough while lamenting, an unusual event transpired. With a hissing sound, as if touching a scorching hot iron, the colorful scales were immediately consumed by the blood, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist that surged into his throat. Gulp! It felt akin to swallowing a cup of scalding water freshly poured from a kettle, causing Herbert's expression to contort in agony, a low, suppressed growl escaping his throat. It's burning. Cough, cough. He felt as though his throat were seared, his very soul withering under the intense heat. However, just as Herbert desperately sought a cup of cool water to soothe the burning sensation, the searing feeling began to ebb like a receding tide. Within the span of breath, all pain vanished as if it had merely been an illusion. Before Herbert had the chance to ponder, a wave of refreshing coolness enveloped him, akin to bathing in a hot spring. He thought he could hear the sound of ocean waves. With a sudden stir, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst a tumultuous ocean, rising and falling with the ebb and flow of the tides. Yet, surprisingly, Herbert felt no fear. This was because he heard a melodious song drifting from afar. Though he should not have comprehended the ancient language, he seemed to grasp the essence of the melody. The song narrated a tale both ancient and poignant. Love, indeed, is a curse. In a time long past, the sea which Queen unexpectedly rescued a mortal prince. Together, they traversed myriad trials, ultimately defying the taboos that sought to keep them apart and united in love. However, their affection was met with disdain. The mortals regarded the prince as a filthy fallen one, and after being banished from his kingdom, he was forced to take to the seas in search of his beloved. The sea which subjects viewed the queen's actions as a betrayal and attacked the prince's vessel, seeking to consign him to the depths of the ocean. In the face of peril, to save her beloved, the sea which queen made a wish. May my blessing caress your face like the gentle sea breeze, granting you fearless courage to dwell with the ocean and dance with the storms. Let the stars guide your journey, and the moonlight protect your soul. The tides shall surely bring you back to me. She sang softly in the abyss, infused with sorrow and longing. May you never be harmed by the sea. May you never lose yourself. May you never lose your way. May you always love me. With a jolt, Herbert opened his eyes wide, staring ahead in a daze. Moments ago, it seemed he had heard an ancient tale, witnessing a love that faced rejection. Then, he felt as though he had fallen into a warm embrace, being gently pulled into the unfathomable depths by a pair of slippery hands. The sweet melody echoed in his ears, urging him to make a decision, as if seeking to keep him there forever. Soon after, he awakened. Herbert raised his hand to touch his lips, sensing a lingering warmth. What was this? Had he been kissed forcefully in a dream? Why do I say again? When was the last time? He gagged slightly, not recalling the specifics, but decided it was best for his mental health not to delve deeper. In what did I just witness? Was that ancient memory fabricated? How does it relate to the colorful scales of FLMI? You actually awakened by your will? NSH exclaimed in surprise, marveling. I was prepared to wake you only after you succumbed. Your determination is more steadfast than I imagined. Fear not, it is not a bad thing. Just a small aid I previously mentioned. It is a forbidden spell, only the royal sea witches can wield, an epic curse of the sea which queen's affection. The mischievous deity chuckled, explaining the effects of this curse to their bewildered ally. From now on, you shall not suffocate in water, be ensnared by mental manipulation, or lose your way. You will become favored by the water element, and all marine creatures will instinctively regard you with affection. The only minor issue is that you will gradually draw closer to the sea which, developing web fingers, and your legs will slowly transform into a fishtail. However, due to the purity of the blessing and my grace, you will be entirely immune to the curse's negative effects. Rest assured, you will not draw closer to the sea witch, and there will be no alterations to your appearance. The mischievous deity, deliberately withholding further details, did not witness the expected panic upon their ally's face, nor the relief that typically follows a revelation. Instead, Herbert expressed doubt. Wait, this doesn't seem right. Is this not a blessing? How can it be a curse? She loves me so dearly, even wishing for my transformation into a merfolk. How can there be any semblance of a curse? Inisash responded, You seem off. The deity hesitated, deciding to sidestep the issue, instead stating, my ally. Do you not understand? Love has always been the most twisted curse in existence. And Sage chuckled lightly, a hint of sarcasm lacing their words for love. Deities consort with mortals, igniting conflicts among the gods. For love, monsters and humans vie against each other, plundering and slaughtering. For love, kin turn against one another, shedding blood for another's affection. All calamities and sufferings in this world stem from love. They proclaimed, love is a curse. As NSH articulated this fallen philosophy, Herbert remained silent, arching an eyebrow in quiet contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally shook his head. Your words may not be entirely erroneous, but I find your perspective somewhat extreme. Emotions are complex. One cannot solely blame love for all misdeeds. If all sins could be attributed to love, then this world would be far too trivial. In this world, many actions arise not from love, yet surpass it. Perhaps, and SH replied, the topic thus reaching a natural conclusion, both parties tacitly agreeing not to engage in further debate on the matter. Despite their brief acquaintance, they understood the futility of attempting to alter each other's views. Words were unnecessary. By the way, with this newfound talent, you might consider exploring water element spells. It should not require much effort to achieve notable results. And SH remarked with a hint of nostalgia. They had not anticipated that Herbert would acquire the legendary scales of a royal sea which so quickly. Should this talent be bestowed upon a mage, it would herald the emergence of a future water mage. Yet regrettably, this individual was a paladin, likely to only learn a few water-based combat skills. Such a waste. Herbert, however, was unperturbed by this. Accumulating skills is never burdensome. Who would disdain possessing an abundance of talent? The potential utility of one's gifts in the future was trivial. It was paramount to seize the opportunity. After all, one never knows, right? Suddenly, Herbert's thoughts shifted and his pupils constricted sharply. If this indeed substantiates the usefulness of gathering monster materials, then it also signifies. Herbert's expression shifted as he recalled his forced pact with WLNTN, his mouth twitching. Am I really going to consume her hair? Seriously? This is a bit too twisted, isn't it? The following day, as Herbert entered the dungeon with a heavy heart, the oblivious dragon maiden remained lost in blissful dreams. Herbert gazed at the slumbering WLNTN, licking his slightly parched lips, and slowly knelt before the bars. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and extended his guilty little hand, placing a chicken leg before her nose and swaying it back and forth. Shump, shump, shump. Upon hearing the sound, WLNTN, who had been peacefully asleep, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Valentina awoke to a tantalizing aroma, yet her fury ignited due to the peculiar sounds that accompanied it. Hey, what were you just doing? She exclaimed. Teasing a dog? No, wait, he might offense. Valentina gritted her teeth, her slit pupils fixed intently on the white-haired youth before her. What did you say? That damned individual. You better explain yourself. Otherwise, I shall tear you apart. Herbert blinked, clearing his throat with a cough. Ahem. I was attempting a food trap. Oh no, I meant to gently awaken you. With that, he flashed a bright, cheerful smile at the dangerously expressioned dragon lady. Good morning, milady. At that moment, Valentina gazed at his undeniably handsome, yet infuriating countenance, feeling as though the blood vessels in her head were about to burst. Good morning, my foot. Herbert. The roar of the dragon lady reverberated throughout the cell, shaking Herbert to his core, nearly causing internal injury. Ahem, just a joke, calm down. Don't be too agitated. Herbert rubbed his aching ears, speaking with resignation. Here, I apologize. He tossed the roasted chicken leg into the cage. The meticulously roasted leg traced a perfect arc through the air, spinning as it flew. In an instant, Valentina, who had been roaring just moments before, leaped up and seized the chicken leg with her mouth. Crunch! It was evident that although she currently inhabited a human form, her instinctual movements remained those of a dragon, opting to bite rather than grasp with her hands. Only after she had bitten into it did she realize, under Herbert's amused gaze, that her actions were somewhat improper, turning to glare at him. You damn it! She attempted to voice her anger, but was reluctant to relinquish the chicken leg, resulting in her incoherent muttering. What are you looking at? After finally managing to chew and swallow the leg, Herbert seized the opportunity to shove another one directly in her mouth. Here for you. As Herbert forcefully pressed the chicken leg, he earnestly advised, be good. Don't talk while eating. You? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Valentina was furious. Yet, the aroma of the chicken was simply too enticing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Valentina understood that capitulating so easily was beneath her dignity as a dragon. However, she could not deny her mouth's desires. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Thus, Valentina found herself repeatedly attempting to speak, only to be silenced again and again. Anger and appetite waged a continuous battle, with appetite triumphing time after time. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After successfully delivering the fourth chicken leg, Herbert felt a sense of relief, realizing that this phase had been successfully navigated. Little hungry dragon, nailed it. Consequently, his smile grew gentler as he continued to feed her, saying, be good, don't talk. Yes, Tuck your hair back. Don't let stick. Swallow first, no rush. There's more to come. My apologies, I pressed too deeply. When the final chicken leg was offered, Valentina did not use her mouth to accept it, but rather reached out to take it with her hand. With her mouth stuffed full, she glared at Herbert for an extended moment, clearly rolling her eyes before letting out a soft huff. Oomph. She then turned her back against the bars, sitting down, muffling a comment. Herbert, what are you mumbling about? Can you speak plainly? Observing Valentina, leaning her head back, Herbert realized she was requesting him to cut her hair, just as they had agreed the previous day. So, you want me to do it myself? Herbert blinked, feeling that his relationship with the dragon lady had inched a bit closer. To be honest, in the eyes of others, Valentina was a perilous dragon, a creature to be approached with utmost caution. Yet, in Herbert's view, she appeared in an entirely different light. This individual, while somewhat irritable and a tad gluttonous, seemed to possess a certain charm beyond that. She was quite obedient and relatively easy to appease. Her anger flared quickly, but subsided just as swiftly. Though she bore grudges, she could easily cast them aside. Frankly, she was rather adorable. Furthermore, although she appeared a bit disheveled at present, her physique was remarkably healthy, and her features were exquisitely defined, even exuding a certain noble grace. Herbert returned to the warden's room, cleaned his hands, and retrieved the prepared tools. He took a seat on a stool outside the bars, rolled up his sleeves, and tentatively poked at her fiery red hair with his fingertips. Upon confirming her lack of resistance, he extended both hands into the cell, one hand smoothing her hair while the other gently combed through it. Valentina, what is it? Herbert's voice softened, devoid of prior teasing, as he quietly inquired. Has anyone ever cut your hair before? Valentina, with her back to him, moved her lips, but did not immediately respond, eventually speaking in a muted tone. No, never at all, never. Seemingly recalling something, her expression shifted, her gaze darkening, and her voice taking on a more unfriendly tone. Why do you ask? Yet Herbert remained unfazed by her tone, chuckling lightly. Oh, nothing, just feel quite fortunate. Fortunate? Indeed, fortunate. After finishing the task of untangling her waist-length hair, which resembled flames, he gently twirled the ends with his fingertips. Though it appeared coarse and unruly, it required little effort to become soft and manageable with a simple stroke. Such a magnificent mane would surely incite envy in many outsiders. Thus, he refrained from theatrics and sincerely expressed, Miss Valentina, it is a privilege to be the first to assist you with your hair. Upon hearing this, Valentina's expression shifted once more. For some reason, she suddenly felt an urge to prevent him from touching her hair any further. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, but ultimately, she suppressed the oddity, choosing not to flee in embarrassment. Her lips moved, and she finally huffed in a somewhat petulant tone. You're right. It is your honor. In response, Herbert could only exhale in exasperation. Well, miss, your tsundere demeanor has long since faded. You might as well be a bit more candid. What demeanor? What does it mean to fade? What is he talking about? Valentina blinked, her expression one of bewilderment, as if she had not been schooled in such knowledge. Recently, she had begun to suspect that her prolonged confinement had left her somewhat out of touch with the language of the outside world. Just as the famished dragon pondered in confusion, Herbert continued, Dear customer, do you have a preferred hairstyle? Longer or shorter? Valentina's lips twitched casually as she remarked. Whatever you say. The barber, master he, rolled his eyes and reluctantly picked up his scissors, muttering, Since you insist, don't come to regret it later. Once you step through this door, your fate is no longer in your hands. The shop bears no responsibility for the consequences. Snip, accompanied by the faint sound of scissors slicing through hair, fiery strands cascaded down gently. Although Herbert had issued a disclaimer in advance, he was no fool to plunge headlong into action without preparation. As the second son of a duke, Herbert lacked expertise in hairstyling. Yet the solitary figure he once was in his previous life was quite familiar with scissors. His skills were not extraordinary, but he was competent enough to give himself and his friends a decent haircut. As the scissors danced behind Valentina, she nibbled delicately on the last drumstick. Having learned from her previous lesson, she now savored the moment instead of devouring everything in one go. Not long after, just as she prepared to crush the clean bone between her teeth, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. You can't have this, she retorted, turning sharply. and promptly crushed the bone and swallowed. Snip, snip, gulp. Herbert sighed wearily, exclaiming, "Who would fight you for that?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Turn around. Let me tidy up the front as well." Looking at the unusually obedient dragon lady, Herbert couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In a moment of impulsiveness, he placed his hand on her head and ruffled her hair. Valentina looked up, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of threat. "What are you doing?" At this critical juncture, Herbert seemed to enter a peculiar state. In that moment, he clearly understood what he should and should not do. Maintaining a composed expression, he continued to ruffle her hair, stating earnestly, "Don't talk. I'm contemplating how to cut it." Valentina instinctively felt something was amiss and scrutinized his eyes closely, but ultimately found no flaws, only managing a soft O. "Oh, hut, hut, hut." The proximity between them allowed Valentina to hear the rapid and forceful beating of Herbert's heart. "Why is your heart racing so fast?" she inquired, narrowing her eyes. "What are you afraid of?" The faade had cracked, and it seemed everything was at an end. Yet Herbert remained remarkably calm, responding somewhat irritably. "I'm afraid you'll be angry with me if I mess up your haircut. Just stay still. It will be over soon." Snip, snip. With the final decisive snips, Herbert completed his artistic endeavor. He stepped back a few paces, squinting to observe his work before nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. My skills are indeed commendable. Just as I thought, you suit this look perfectly." Valentina gazed at Herbert's peculiar smile, feeling a chill run down her spine, and quickly asked, "Hey, don't just stand there grinning. Speak up. How do I look now?" "No need to rush. I'll show you right away." Herbert retrieved a prepared mirror and presented it before the dragon lady with pride, declaring, "Ta-da!" Valentina initially intended to snatch the mirror away, but the moment she saw her reflection, her expression became blank. In that instant, Valentina transformed from a ragged wanderer into someone unrecognizable. Her previous disheveled look, now a distant memory. Her medium-length red hair flowed down her back, with a few strands framing her forehead, granting her a wild yet soft appearance. A beauty radiating both vibrancy and a hint of heroism, she would undoubtedly turn heads on the streets. Whether she would attract men was uncertain, but she would likely captivate women. Posting a video online, young girls would probably either compete to call her sister or scramble to shout mother. "Is this really me?" Valentina swayed her head in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this truly me?" She had seen her human form before. She did not dislike it, yet it paled in comparison to her majestic dragon form. She had always believed she preferred the grandeur and power of her dragon self. However, now, gazing at her reflection, her conviction began to waver. "Of course it's you. This is your true self. Without makeup or special effects, how could it not be your genuine appearance?" Herbert handed the mirror to her, smiling. "This mirror is a gift for you, a token of gratitude for your cooperation. You can admire your beauty every day." Okay. Valentina accepted it somewhat dazedly, her gaze fixated on her reflection, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Herbert seized the opportunity to gather all the fallen hair. "All right, I've got the material." Suppressing his excitement, Herbert did not let his guard down, approaching Valentina with a damp towel. "All right, let's admire your look later. First, I need to wipe the hair off your face." One must commit fully to the act, ensuring no exposure at the end. Valentina blinked, momentarily stunned, before instinctively rejecting. "No need, I could do it myself. I could just burn the hair away. It's not necessary to go through all this trouble." Valentina attempted to evade, but Herbert would not let her escape, thrusting the wrung-out towel in front of her. "Just leave it to me. Close your eyes." "You." The somewhat cool towel was unceremoniously pressed against her face, followed by circular motions of rubbing. The technique was not gentle, even bordering on roughness. Yet the dragon lady did not flinch, instead cooperating unusually well. This was her first experience receiving care from another. She closed her eyes, silently whispering a name in her heart. Herbert. After finishing Valentina's haircut, Herbert did not proceed to the next step, but left the prison directly with the collected hair. Rather than continuing to garner favor from others, he first needed to deal with the troublesome material, at least wash it since it was destined for his mouth. This time, to avoid any potentially awkward encounters, Herbert did not head straight to the kitchen to clean up, but deliberately chose the most secluded well in the monastery to fetch water. However, as Herbert approached, the familiar scent hit him, and his expression changed dramatically. "Damn it! Why am I running into this again?" His face grew serious as he gazed at the grass fish by the well, his mind echoing a single thought. Brother, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. 22. The profane act. I long to escape, but cannot. Alas, why is this matter still pursuing me? To be honest, Herbert now found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He had deliberately come to this remote corner to fetch water to avoid witnessing that scene in the kitchen again. Dear friend, could you be a bit more considerate? I am a kind-hearted person, unable to bear the sight of pitiful grass fish enduring such torment. Moreover, witnessing the aftermath is one thing. I can only sigh for a moment. Had I encountered the situation directly, it would surely have resulted in considerable embarrassment for all parties involved. Alas, the unfortunate fellow. Alas, the esteemed Tai Dao Xia. Herbert cast one last glance at the unblinking, lifeless eyes of the Xiaoyu, then silently turned away, discarding the bucket into the well to fetch water. Do not look at me. Grievances have their origins, and I have seen nothing at all. Although he had witnessed this incident on 2 prior occasions, Herbert harbored no intention of reporting it. Primarily, it stemmed from his understanding of others' preferences, a respect for all forms of peculiar affection. After all, every conceivable love exists in this world. There are those who are enamored with giant mushrooms, others who obsess over armed helicopters, and even those who find fascination in plastic bags. It is merely a humble Xiaoyu, after all, a living creature nonetheless. His condition, when compared to others, was far less severe. Furthermore, Herbert himself was not without his own blemishes. One need not mention the identity of the wicked deity-s contractor that he bore. The actions he was about to undertake were already quite dubious. From the perspective of others, what Herbert was engaged in might not be deemed nobler than that of the Xiaoyu. Cleansing a woman's hair, then retreating to a chamber to savor the moment. Was this the conduct befitting a virtuous individual? Merely contemplating this scene felt inherently disconcerting. To avoid inviting trouble upon himself, Herbert resolved that it would be prudent to feign ignorance, to act as if he had observed nothing. The rain bears no relation to me. Upon completing his task of drawing water, he hastily departed, making no effort to glean any trace from the Xiaoyu, wholly disregarding its presence. He held no curiosity whatsoever regarding the identity of the Xiaoyu. Not in the slightest. In the courtroom, the esteemed judge of the tribunal presided over the chilling hall. Herbert, maintaining a composed demeanor, inclined slightly in respect towards the imposing figure seated before him. The bald giant wore an odd spiked crown that obscured his eyes, revealing only the lower half of his face, which betrayed no discernible emotion. His body was entwined with dark red thorns, sharp spikes piercing through his garments and embedding into his flesh, incessantly siphoning nutrients and magic from his very being, a sight most unsettling. Though he appeared far from benevolent, he was indeed one of the higher-ups within the Mist Monastery. Within the Mist Monastery, aside from the elusive archbishop, there were 3 prominent cardinals. They were the judge, overseeing all matters of the tribunal, the keeper, tasked with safeguarding a variety of rare collections, and the commander, leading all paladins and monks in their ascetic pursuits. The figure before Herbert was the judge, known as the Thorn Cardinal, responsible for managing all affairs of the tribunal. The tribunal functioned similarly to the Inquisition of bygone eras, charged with the detention, interrogation, and punishment of heretics and the fallen. In a certain sense, the judge was Herbert's superior, the very individual he was most reluctant to approach, given his own impending descent into treachery, blasphemy, breach of oaths, and degradation, should any of his secrets be unveiled. This very figure would personally adjudicate his fate. Yet at this moment, Herbert found himself standing before him voluntarily. The Thorn Cardinal slowly opened his eyes, which were laced with crimson veining, and apathetically regarded the white-haired youth bowing respectfully before him. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Ah, it is you, Herbert Albert. I remember you. However, you ought to be in the prison reforming heretics. What brings you here?" His voice, deep and rich, belied his grotesque exterior. It sounded almost warm, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Should Herbert offer an assessment, it would likely be that of a captivating baritone that would excite many a voice enthusiast. Moreover, he was not taciturn, surprisingly loquacious. Perhaps he had been restrained too long, for after Herbert uttered but a single sentence, the Thorn Cardinal began to speak at length, lost in his own musings. Herbert raised his gaze and softly reported, "Your Honor, I have matters I wish to convey to the Archbishop. Need to report to the Archbishop? The Thorn Cardinal paused, his expression subtly shifting as his brow furrowed. What could be so pressing that it must be relayed directly to the Archbishop? Cannot it be discussed with me? Although the Cardinal did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, Herbert discerned the underlying implication in his gaze. Do you look down upon me? Indeed, this matter bears significant weight. It likely requires the Archbishop's intervention. Sensing the Cardinal's potential displeasure, Herbert refrained from withholding details and directly stated, "The situation is as follows. During my inspection yesterday, I discovered some anomalies in the third sector of the alien prison. The abyss of darkness has transformed into an impassable realm. I am unable to locate the prisoners contained within, nor can I access the fourth sector." Herbert promptly detailed his findings and the attempts he had made, leaving nothing unsaid, including his conjectures. Once he concluded, he directed a sincere gaze towards the Thorn Cardinal and earnestly inquired, "Your Honor, may I entrust this matter to you?" The Thorn Cardinal fell silent, his gaze wandering slightly, averting to other areas. At this juncture, Herbert tightened his expression, wary of revealing any signs of unease. "Do I look down upon you? Nonsense. Just tell me if you can handle this," he mused. After a considerable pause, the Thorn Cardinal, maintaining his stoic demeanor, nodded and replied nonchalantly, "This matter is not urgent. I will inform the Archbishop in due course." Not urgent? Not pressing? Herbert detected a hint of deeper meaning in the Cardinal's response, but chose not to confront it directly, expressing gratitude instead. "Understood. I appreciate your attention to this matter." The Thorn Cardinal waved his hand dismissively, maintaining an air of calm. "It is nothing. This is my duty." "Very well. I shall take my leave now." As Herbert prepared to depart after his report, the Thorn Cardinal suddenly intoned, "Wait, Your Honor?" The Cardinal's crimson eyes bore into him, and he slowly inquired, "Have you recently encountered any instances of blasphemy?" Upon hearing this term, Herbert's heart raced, the blood within him seeming to congeal as anxiety gripped him. His heart pounded with urgency as his mind raced, swiftly analyzing the present circumstances. What did the Thorn Cardinal's inquiry imply? Surely, he would not make such an inquiry without reason. Had he uncovered something? Was he suspecting me? Could it be that some lingering trace clung to me? The magic sigils of Nyanisha? Or perhaps the colorful scales of Fulheim? Or Valentina's hair? No, wait. I must not panic. He has yet to make a move. I cannot falter first. He likely possesses no evidence. If he truly held any firm conviction, or even a vague clue, he would not engage in this line of questioning, but rather would detain me for interrogation directly. This is merely a sudden test of resolve. What, then, does he seek to extract from me? Herbert pondered, and suddenly felt a sense of dissonance. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Why am I feeling so anxious? With my mental fortitude, I should not be exhibiting such distress. Upon this realization, it was as if a thin, obscuring veil shrouding his consciousness had been pierced, and his thoughts returned to clarity. In but an instant, Herbert's mind regained its composure. Upon further reflection, he perceived a faint warmth emanating from the back of his hand, where the holy mark and magical runes subtly stirred. They had been passively activated by an external force. Someone is attempting to manipulate my thoughts. This individual surely possesses knowledge of the sacred protections, as they deliberately circumvented them to directly influence my soul. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, they succeeded in achieving some degree of interference, causing Herbert to become anxious and unable to resist the urge to divulge his innermost secrets. However, what this person did not anticipate was that Herbert bore more than one layer of defense. Not only would the sacred oath safeguard the purity of his spirit, but the contract with the malevolent deity would fortify his will even further. Indeed, even if these two layers of protection were breached, Herbert also possessed a third safeguard, the affection of the Sea Witch Queen. One of the effects of this epic curse is to grant him immunity to external manipulation of his mind. It could be said that at this moment, the most formidable aspect of Herbert was not his physical prowess, but rather his soul, as resilient as steel, setting off alarms at any security checkpoint. Yet, although Herbert had momentarily liberated himself from the mental interference, the crisis had not yet abated. For both the magical runes and the curse were not subjects he could openly discuss. He could not possibly explain why he had remained unaffected. The only course of action was to play along, to continue in this vein. although he had contemplated much in his mind. Only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. During this brief span, Herbert's expression transformed several times, from bewilderment to contemplation, culminating in righteous indignation. He was angry. Desecration? Herbert lifted his gaze to the thorn bishop, his countenance turning serious as he spoke in a low voice. Are you implying that there are fallen monks within the monastery? You. He gazed at the thorn bishop in shock, his expression shifting once more. This entire transformation did not escape the thorn bishop's notice, prompting a slight shake of his head. Such evident guilt, he truly, just as the thorn bishop sighed inwardly, convinced that there was indeed something amiss with Herbert. The silver-haired youth uttered the latter half of a sentence. He exclaimed with fervor, Do you wish for me to handle this matter? The thorn bishop, what did he say? Handle what? The chief judge found himself ensnared in Herbert's mysterious maneuverings, beginning to doubt himself. But Herbert's performance continued, and as he grasped the nuances of the situation, he grew increasingly adept. Your Excellency, please grant me this task. Herbert strode forward boldly, disregarding the thorns jutting from the chief judge, gripping his large hand with a look of unwavering determination, and passionately declared, Please believe me. I swear by the honor of the Albert family that even if it costs me the blood of my silver wings, I shall apprehend that fallen one. Please grant me an opportunity to prove myself. After speaking, he gazed earnestly at the chief judge, who appeared somewhat immobilized. My lord, please give me a chance. Wait a moment, just a moment. The thorn bishop found himself somewhat overwhelmed by this scene, awkwardly leaning back in an attempt to evade the fervent gaze. Is this appropriate? He wished to withdraw his right hand, yet Herbert's grip held firm, rendering him unable to escape. Of course, with his strength, he could easily break Herbert's fingers to extricate himself, but such an action would undoubtedly harm an exceptionally promising youth. The chief judge could not bring himself to do so. Indeed, he could not bear to. Prior to this, Herbert had merely been an unusual noble youth in his mind, someone he believed would ultimately falter and break his vow. However, after this recent display, Herbert's image had undergone a complete transformation. His hatred for evil, his fearlessness in the face of malevolence, and his willingness to sacrifice were all qualities of paramount importance for a paladin. He could very well be a future legendary paladin. Given the right circumstances, he might even become an epic powerhouse. For a paladin, the innate talent for cultivation is important, but it pales in comparison to the strength of will. How many among the multitude could one find with such an unblemished heart, solely devoted to eradicating evil? Herbert must not falter. He chuckled, Child, you misunderstand. Resolute in his decision, the thorn bishop smiled, gently patting Herbert's shoulder with his left hand, dispelling the interference from others. None of our brethren have fallen. I was merely conducting a routine inquiry, so you need not worry. Herbert shook his head, blinking in confusion, and uncertainly inquired, My lord, truly there is none? Do not deceive me. I assure you I can. Truly none. The thorn bishop shook his head, his tone tinged with exasperation. Enough, go now, and rest well. His voice carried an authoritative note, and despite Herbert's desire to persist, he could only acquiesce, bowing obediently before departing. After his exit, the smile vanished from the thorn bishop's face, and he turned his indifferent gaze toward the shadows, speaking softly. Are you satisfied with this outcome? From within the shadows, the figure of the rusted nail bishop materialized, his expression unchanged as he met the thorn bishop's gaze calmly, and slowly replied, This is the protocol. In the cold judgment hall, the two red-robed bishops stood silently in confrontation. Outside, the rain had not begun to fall, yet the atmosphere between them was far from amicable. You need not look at me with such eyes. I've done nothing wrong. The rusted nail bishop stepped forth from the shadows, the spikes adorning his attire clinking rhythmically as he advanced. The movement of the sealed object is a matter we both understand well. The archbishop himself is overseeing it and has instructed us to seek out the errant monks. He is an outsider, the most suspect among us. I have refrained from apprehending him directly, merely conducting a discreet probe as a favor to you. While Herbert may not possess much awareness, his status is quite unique in the eyes of the monastery's higher echelons. The second son of the Duke. Throughout the history of the monastery, there have been nobles among the monks, but most were either fallen nobles or those who had violated the tenets and were forcibly sent for reformation. Herbert is the only nobleman in nearly 2 centuries to voluntarily apply to join the Mist Monastery. Moreover, He is a strong heir from a prominent noble family with substantial influence in the kingdom. As for whether he has committed the sin of desecrating the princess, everyone is aware of the truth. No one truly regards him as a criminal. Not to mention the pure oath he has subsequently sworn, which serves as a powerful testament to his integrity. He is innocent. Regardless of whether HBT possesses purity, he remains a unique entity, making it challenging to treat him on equal footing with others. Has he genuinely fallen victim to treachery, or does he harbor ulterior motives? For many years, the Shu Ngj in Kingdom has sought to infiltrate the MWCD, attempting to support a bishop with royal backing, a notion that is hardly novel. The upper echelons of the monastery are well aware of the royal family's subtle intentions, but have refrained from intervening, tacitly permitting their clandestine maneuvers. The monks, transcending worldly matters, dedicate their lives to order, fighting for justice. Yet, they are not entirely isolated and require the support of others for sustenance. While the monastery holds reverence for the deities and accepts the blessings bestowed upon them, they are not the servants of the divine. The MWCD is not a church of gods. It does not worship any particular deity, nor does it engage in battles on behalf of the divine, but rather fights for justice and order in the world. Even the Church of the Gods requires donations from its followers to sustain its operations. Thus, the monastery, devoid of such benefactors, is even more reliant on the goodwill of nobles. In times of necessity, they may dispatch the knights of the monastery to assist in resolving minor issues, provided these do not breach their principles. Tasks such as subduing rampant banditry, hunting down monsters that threaten the populace, and guarding the borders between humans and beasts are acceptable. The monastery does not wish for the kingdom's influence to extend too far. Maintaining the status quo is sufficient. Hence, HBT was unceremoniously placed in a foreign prison as a warden after becoming a paladin. While this position appears prestigious, overseeing significant foreign prisoners, it offers little contact with other monks, hindering the development of relationships. This apparent elevation is, in fact, a subtle demotion, effectively curbing certain occurrences. However, the higher-ups of the monastery could hardly have anticipated that this role would align perfectly with HBT's desires. Surrounded by foreign maidens, he found immense pleasure in his situation. Yet, he was no longer an outsider. Bishop J. Ngzh let out a soft snort and stated gravely, from the moment he swore an oath before the deities and received their protection, he became a member of the monastery. After Bishop Shi Di-ing finished speaking, he gazed silently at his colleague with a deadpan expression for some time before slowly responding. You clearly agreed with my approach before. Do not make it seem as though I am deliberately targeting him. I do not care for that. Bishop J. Ngzh maintained his composure, waved his large hand, and shook his polished bald head, his voice low. Now that you have tested him, do you have any further questions? Bishop Shi Di-ing did not respond, continuing to squint at his obstinate colleague. After a lengthy silence, he sighed wearily and remarked, his spirit is remarkably resilient, almost impervious to my influence. Besides the purity protection, he likely possesses magical artifacts that safeguard his soul, of at least legendary quality. Bishop J. Ngzh's expression shifted slightly as he furrowed his brow and asked, so everything he just said was false? Was it all fade? Have I been deceived? That cannot be. After all these years as the presiding judge, how could I fail to discern truth from falsehood? No, you have not been deceived. Everything he said was the truth buried deep within his heart. Moreover, that is merely a fraction. A substantial part remains unactivated. Bishop Shi Di-ing recalled the feelings of resentment and anger he had sensed and sighed with a hint of melancholy. As a wronged youth, he desperately needs a battle to prove himself, to uphold his spirit with the honor of victory. He paused momentarily, shaking his head. Indeed, his subconscious desires a glorious sacrifice to vindicate his grievances. Upon hearing this, both bishops fell silent. Sacrifice. To die for a cause. Everyone fears death. Even paladins do not universally possess the conviction to sacrifice themselves. Without the need for further explanation, they could sense the psychological burden HBT bears. Although he appears unfazed, he has not forgotten the past, keeping it concealed within his heart every single day. Have you discovered who is persecuting him? Yes, but I will not divulge that. It is not our place to interfere. I understand. Bishop J. Ngzh let out a cold snort, disdainfully curling his lip. It seems he is a significant figure within the kingdom. Bishop Shi Di shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead stated, "We can now confirm that HBT is indeed innocent, not a victim of deception, and can be trusted. As the Archbishop mentioned, he is indeed a remarkable candidate. I will incorporate him into the next expansion of the Knightly Order. Indeed, he is an exceptional." Bishop JNGZH paused momentarily before erupting in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at his unscrupulous colleague. "You intend to poach him?" "Absolutely not. Do not forget, he belongs to my tribunal. What the hell are you planning to do?" "Humph." Bishop Shi Di scoffed, disregarding Bishop JNGZH's fury, turning his back to walk away. As he departed, he muttered softly, "You should never forget. HBT is a paladin. You, a punitive monk, cannot teach him." Returning to his room, HBT exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the bed, utterly drained. What a sudden ambush. He nearly fell into their trap. This time, HBT had approached Bishop JNGZH to report, fully alert, fearing that he might reveal any flaws. Yet he had unknowingly been influenced by unseen forces, almost exposing himself. "Aren't you supposed to be holy clergy? How can you be so despicable? A bunch of old-timers colluding to bully an 18-year-old comrade is utterly outrageous. Such underhanded tactics are so low that even I, a contractor of an evil god, cannot tolerate it. Have you resorted to mental manipulation? Are you secretly engaging in psychological pollution and personality degradation? No, I must strengthen the protection of my soul. I need to find ways to further arm my spirit." After enduring 2 mental interferences from NINSH and Bishop Shi Di, HBT was on the verge of developing post-traumatic stress. Enhancing his abilities requires time, and not all monster materials provide soul protection. What should he do? After contemplating for a while, HBT suddenly had an idea. If internal means are ineffective, then he shall seek external assistance. He rose from the bed and sat at his desk, pulling out a sheet of stationery to write swiftly. "Dear Father, I am your most beloved second son. It has been a while since we last communicated. Please send me money." "No, that is too familiar." He quickly switched to another sheet and began anew. "Esteemed Duke RBT, I am HBT, and I hope this message finds you well. May the grace and wisdom of the deities always accompany you. I am well at the monastery, which is sacred, yet the foreign prison is perilous, and my soul is frequently disturbed. Therefore, I, your second son, at the precipice where light and shadow intertwine, earnestly beseech your assistance. What I seek is neither gold nor silver, nor the trappings of power and glory, but rather a singular extraordinary artifact that can safeguard the soul. I hope you can comprehend my request. I would be eternally grateful." After completing the letter, Herbert furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Something felt amiss. Although the sense of detachment in his words was sufficient, they seemed a touch too intimate and subservient. It felt as though he were pleading. "No, this cannot do." With a swift motion, Herbert discarded the elaborate embellishments and penned a straightforward message. "Duke Albert, this is Herbert. Darkness encroaches. I require protection for my soul." "Excellent." As he gazed upon the sparse yet impactful family letter he had composed, Herbert nodded in satisfaction. "Behold, what a fine letter it is. Unapologetic, with an exceedingly cold tone. It conveys but one theme: send aid. So be it." Herbert remained uncertain whether his father had a hand in the scheme to ensnare him. Yet at least their parting in the royal capital had not been marred by conflict. Since the mask of civility remained intact, he could boldly ask for assistance. In this correspondence, he portrayed himself as a reclusive monk, heart locked away, devoid of love, a cold machine bereft of emotion. Now I wonder, do you find joy in such an outcome? Or do you feel sorrow and regret? I eagerly anticipate the expression upon your face when you behold this letter. Alas, I shall not witness it in the immediate future. Concurrently, he believed that this letter would not merely rest upon the Duke's desk. Those who secretly observed him would surely take note. Would they, upon reading it, become further convinced that Herbert had utterly lost hope, prepared to retreat from the world? Would they reveal smug smiles? Let them revel a while longer. As for whether Duke Albert would truly send him magical artifacts, Herbert remained indifferent. After all, one must seize opportunities. Though the venture may yield nothing, abstaining guarantees failure. He approached it as a gamble. If it arrives, splendid. If not, then so be it. He would simply regard the absence of a father as a non-issue. Friends, cultivate a thicker skin. Many matters are not as daunting as they seem. Herbert crafted this singular letter, refraining from attempting to reach out to others. His mother had departed this world a decade prior, leaving no one else worthy of his concern. Originally, he had shared a good rapport with his two elder brothers, but in the wake of his misfortune, their culpability loomed large, and he was disinclined to probe further. Once Herbert entrusted the letter to a fellow monk for delivery, he returned to his chamber, with still some time before nightfall. This divine farce was simply unbearable. Were we engaged in some sort of cross-border romance, waiting for a time difference to communicate? Herbert, feeling increasingly bored, found himself at a loss for how to pass the time. Just as ennui threatened to overwhelm him, he suddenly recalled the hidden red strands. I have an idea. This is far more convenient to consume than the previous scales. Herbert gazed at the glimmering strands, repeatedly washed and now shining under the candlelight, inhaling deeply. Having steeled himself, he closed his eyes, seized a handful, and unhesitatingly thrust them into his mouth, attempting to swallow without resistance, then sputtering and coughing. How strange! The sensation of the strands clinging to his throat was bizarre, an agonizing struggle to swallow, assaulting his very soul. In that moment, Herbert felt an uncanny transformation. He seemed to have morphed into a stalker, trailing behind others, observing their every move, even collecting their fallen hair to generate power. How utterly bizarre! Ugh! Ultimately, Herbert could not persist, expelling the strands from his mouth and rinsing repeatedly. Well, I simply cannot manage this. I shall wait for Nyanasha to handle it. Did you consume it? I did not. Do not speak such nonsense, or I shall accuse you of slander. Herbert vehemently denied, refusing to acknowledge such actions. Let us consider it settled. Nyanasha chuckled lightly, dismissing his protestations as she casually added, "Oh, I forgot to mention, while it indeed needs to be ingested, the key lies in your blood." Herbert. Oh, that seems to ring a bell. But why did I insist on using my mouth before? Could it be that I simply enjoyed it? No, that is impossible. I can never be that kind of person. Well then, my ally, are you prepared? Prepared for what? Be cautious. Her will shall be more arduous than before. What do you mean? Just as Herbert pondered this, his blood dripped onto the crimson strands, unleashing a dense cloud of scarlet mist. In the next instant, fire ignited before Herbert's eyes. Endless, boundless flames. Long ago, there existed an unrecorded epic. During this time, the ancient deities briefly succumbed to slumber beneath the earth. The beliefs in gods had yet to be born. In this rare moment, a formidable clan seized the invaluable opportunity. They ascended to become the rulers of the heavens in this world. Countless colossal figures dominated the sky. Flames consumed the wasteland. Lava blanketed the earth. In that epic, all life bowed in submission beneath their overwhelming might, lowering their heads in reverence. They instilled this fear deep within the bloodlines of every clan, causing their descendants to tremble and prostrate upon their sight. Although chaos would later sweep through once more, new clans would overthrow them and ascend the throne. The sky would no longer belong to them. Yet, no one could deny that there was an era that belonged to them. It was the Age of Dragons. Fire, 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 fire. Everywhere he looked, flames engulfed the landscape. As far as the eye could see, both sky and earth were cloaked in fire. There was only fire. Nothing else remained. It seemed that this world revolved solely around the theme of flames. Strangely, however, amid the inferno, Herbert felt no heat. Instead, he experienced a sense of comfort. Warmth enveloped him, a peculiar kind of solace. As he beheld the flames, an insatiable hunger stirred within him. Gurgle! When a thunderous growl emanated from his belly, Herbert could no longer suppress his primal instinct and instinctively drew a breath toward the fire before him. As the fierce wind swirled, the fan-shaped flames surged into his mouth, creating a void that revealed the cracked, parched earth beneath. As the flames entered him, scorching his throat like potent spirits, Herbert suddenly recognized the absurdity of the situation. Is fire meant to be consumed? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed his instinct, swallowing deeply. Gulp! It was not hot at all. In fact, it tasted rather delightful. The flavor was exquisite. As if Pandora had opened her fateful box, the domesticated dog savored the grains for the first time. And the first phrase in the chat group echoed, "It is too late." Herbert, having gained enlightenment, could not ponder over the myriad of reasons. His mind was solely fixated on the need to consume more flames. While he dashed through the fiery abyss, he voraciously feasted, inhaling from the left and sucking from the right, experiencing unparalleled delight. Time became irrelevant as he devoured the flames that engulfed a radius of several dozen kilometers, only pausing when he had consumed every last morsel. By the time he ceased his gluttony, his form had expanded to several dozen times its original size, each movement stirring tempests and shaking the very earth. Lying languidly upon the cooling ground, he emitted a resounding belch that echoed across the land. In that moment, as the belch escaped his lips, a brilliant pillar of fire erupted from his mouth, illuminating the surroundings. At this juncture, Herbert realized that he was no longer human. Mother, I'm no longer a man. Although bewildered by the transformation, he sensed that he had become a colossal dragon. If I'm a dragon, so be it. Yet, there was a more pressing concern. He could not recall his origins. His mind, pristine and devoid of memories, held only a name and a faint subconscious link to his human past. What was happening? Where am I now? Herbert pondered when suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Am I intoxicated? Oh, I consumed fire. The heat is indeed intense. No, it was the earth that quaked. Accompanied by the roar of the land, the scorched ground cracked and shattered as a colossal mountain burst forth from the depths below. Roar! It was then that Herbert recognized that it was not a mountain, but the head of a dragon, the great dragon's head. Herbert had thought his own size was immense, yet he appeared as diminutive as a toy compared to the single eye of the Dragon King. The one-eyed dragon lowered its head, fixating on the bewildered Herbert, and let out a low growl. Who dares disturb the great Dragon King? Speak your name. I am Herbert, he replied honestly, though astonished by the creature's vastness. He felt an inexplicable lack of fear and even dared to ask, and who are you? What Dragon King are you? Are you the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea or the Western Sea? What is the Eastern Sea? Summer Eastern Sea? No, what is the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? What chaotic thoughts fill my mind? The Dragon King seemed momentarily bewildered by the inquiries and remained silent. It stared at Herbert for a protracted duration before curiously asking, You inquire who I am? Your bloodline is so rich that you qualify to enter the realm of inheritance, yet you do not know who I am? I do not know, so who are you? The one-eyed dragon fell silent once more before erupting into hearty laughter. Huh, how amusing, how delightful. In an instant, the dragon burst forth from the ground, its scarred wings unfurling as it ascended into the sky. Its colossal form, capable of altering the very fabric of space with each movement, bore countless scars, remnants of old wounds that had yet to heal, compounded by new injuries, a testament to countless battles endured. In that moment, even Herbert, who had forgotten everything, could instinctively comprehend that the dragon's existence signified destruction. Remember my name. In the call of the abyss and the whispers of chaos, my name is chanted in forbidden words. The dragon's offspring shall face the end. The eternal flame of indomitable existence before dawn's arrival. Destroyer. The Dragon King roared, and then that terrifying figure plunged from the heavens toward Herbert. Herbert was taken aback as the monstrous beast's foot came crashing down upon his head. Boom! Remember this moment of fury. Little one, we shall meet again. What manner of celestial strike is this? No, why have I become a mere shadow? Wait, why do I say again? Herbert suddenly opened his eyes, his lips twitching as he reached up to touch his intact head. Thankfully, he had not reverted to a mere caricature. He was still a fully formed being. Shaking his head, Herbert's gaze fell upon the flickering candlelight on the table. And with a thought, he reached out toward the edge of the flame. Hiss, it was not hot. Hesitating, Herbert leaned closer and inhaled deeply towards the fire. Hiss, cough, cough. He had inhaled the wax. What are you doing? Do you not understand? I am playing with fire. Woman, do not approach, you will be burned. Having expelled the wax, Herbert now burned his fingertip with the flame, relishing the sensation of scorching heat. He truly felt no pain. It was wonderfully warm. It seemed he had indeed become immune to the flames. Indeed, you are correct. You are now impervious to elemental fire. Of course, if a molten lava ball were to come crashing towards you, I would still advise you to take cover. I do not wish to lose an ally so easily. Oh, Herbert pondered, recognizing the strength and limitations of this newfound ability. The power of fire immunity was undeniable, allowing for many playful endeavors. However, while immune to flames and high temperatures, the explosive damage and shockwaves following such heat remained unaffected. Young one, it is better to find joy in your situation. Do not be overly greedy. It was a peculiar scene, an embodiment of evil and greed, advising a paladin to know when to withdraw. Understand that aside from elemental life, even demons can only attain complete immunity to fire if they inherit the blood of the primordial demons. I do not feel lacking, Herbert pouted, asserting that he was not excessively greedy. In all honesty, when have I ever been a greedy individual? By the way, Nanasha, what have I gained this time? The curse of the Dragon King? After that merciless stomp, Herbert could hardly avoid suspecting he had been cursed by the one-eyed dragon. Damn it, that was a brutal step. However, the Dark God provided a starkly different answer. No, this is not a curse. It is a bloodline inheritance. The legacy of dragons differs from that of humans. It does not leave behind texts or tomes. Instead, they merge their legacy into their bloodline, allowing the next generation of dragons to intuitively grasp the knowledge within as they mature. Generations have passed, and the legacy of the great dragons has only grown over time. As long as their bloodline remains sufficiently potent, they shall grasp a significant portion of ancient knowledge upon reaching maturity. Even though they are no longer the sovereigns of the world, dragons remain extraordinarily powerful. Under normal circumstances, an adult dragon's prowess can reach legendary heights. However, such exceptional talent comes at a cost. Pure-blood dragons exhibit a remarkably limited reproductive capability among their kin. A pair of dragons may take centuries to produce a single clutch of eggs. The growth of young dragons spans thousands of years, during which they encounter various perils, making premature demise all too common. Thus, while dragons are formidable, the population of purebloods remains in a precarious balance. What you have acquired is particularly unique, whispered Nyanasha. Even among dragons, only those with a bloodline so rich that it reverts to ancestral traits are entitled to the supreme inheritance known as the blood of the Dragon King. At this point, Nyanasha expressed her sentiments, casting a teasing glance at Hebo T's extraordinary fortune. How on earth did he procure such materials? Extracting such things from monsters should be an arduous endeavor, yet Hebo T managed to acquire 2 in merely 2 days. Is this reasonable? How did he achieve this? Do you believe that the ability you have gained is merely immunity to flames? No, that is merely the surface. The true power lies in drawing strength from the flames. Not only can fire not scorch your flesh, but it will also fortify your body. Hibote had already begun to sense this for himself. Although the feeling was faint, he could perceive his scorched fingers growing stronger. His body was indeed becoming more robust. In other words, can I truly be myself amidst the flames? And the most crucial aspect is that this inheritance is not a one-time affair. You have already gained recognition from your bloodline, and when you collect dragon monster materials once more, you'll be able to receive the inheritance again. I suspect you might have secretly charmed the goddess of fortune. Even the dark deity could not help but exclaim, this fortunate lad might indeed have a blessing from that fickle goddess. Suddenly, Ninasha became wary, realizing that she must not allow Hibote to attract more divine attention. No one is allowed to compete with me. Hibote continued to savor the sensation, but eventually ceased. The flames were simply too feeble. Should I devise a way to ignite a great fire within the monastery? No, that would be too conspicuous and easily noticed. Perhaps I could contemplate a plan in the alien prison. After pondering for a while, Hibote recalled the Dragon King he had seen in the inheritance space. By the way, Nanasha, do you remember the name Long Izhong Yin? Wangubu Mieji Yin and Pushao Qian de Yongheng and Yi? 3 individuals? Of course, it refers to one. I was joking. I certainly remember him. So that was him you saw in the inheritance space. Nyanasha's voice carried a hint of surprise, prompting Hibote to raise an eyebrow. Is he formidable? Very formidable, Nyanasha replied playfully. After all, he is one of the few who, despite being unable to recognize reality, possesses sufficient strength. With the body of a saint, he defiantly opposed the gods and even slayed a true god, becoming a slayer of deities. Hibote was not surprised by the Dragon King's achievements, as witnessing such a terrifying form allowed him to imagine the ferocity of the battles fought. But now, is he still alive? He is dead, without a burial place. This fellow, after slaying the gods and accumulating enough divinity and divine attributes, attempted to attain godhood as the dragon god, yet was ultimately betrayed by his kin, who led 3 true gods to ambush him, resulting in his tragic demise. By the way, the one who betrayed him was also ultimately betrayed by those 3 true gods and was killed in a joint effort. Since then, the dragon clan has not produced any new gods, and no dragon has dared to attempt godhood. Hibote blinked, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that such a fearsome entity left with a brutal impression would meet such a tragic end. This world is perilous. Do not worry. Just as Hibote pondered, Nyanasha's sweet voice whispered in his ear, once I break free from this seal, no one in this world shall be able to harm you. Ah, how I eagerly await that day. The following day. Hibote, come here. Let me bite you and have a whiff. Huh? What are you up to? Hibote cautiously observed the ravenous red-haired dragon in the cage, taking a step back. Miss Dark Goddess, can we negotiate? Could you come to protect me a bit sooner? These monster girls look absolutely terrifying. They seem to truly crave my body. Dangerous? Is it dangerous? Come here. Let me have a sniff. No. Behave. Let me see. Don't. Jiego, please. TSK. What are you babbling about, Jiego? The irate, ravenous dragon bared her teeth, rolling her eyes at this perplexing individual, her frustration palpable. What do you think I am, Emil? Do I seem like a villain? Oomph. Valentina, feeling disgruntled, pouted and abruptly turned her head away, presenting her lithe figure to the world once more. She was clearly angry, the kind of anger that would not be resolved easily. However, at that moment, Hibote grew intrigued, teasingly provoking her emotions. Are you angry? Are you truly angry? No. Are you crying? No. Then what is that gleam at the corner of your mouth? Oh, it's just oil. Well, that's fine then. Oomph. After a playful exchange, Hibote, without needing further encouragement from Valentina, approached the cage with a smile, lightly tapping the bars. Clang, clang. Here I am. As Valentina turned her head in response, he opened his arms wide and said, of course, if you want it, you must take the initiative. Valentina turned back, her pursed lips twitching, struggling to maintain her pride and refrain from accepting what was offered. Yet her curiosity ultimately prevailed. Oomph. With a slight huff, she intended to dismiss the earlier awkwardness as if it had never occurred, raising her hand to grasp Hibote's arm, only to be caught in mid-motion. Valentina, what do you mean? Did you not say I should take the initiative? Why are you reneging? What are you doing? The ravenous dragon squinted, her expression turning dangerously as she glared at the white-haired youth, only to be met with his unwavering gaze. Why didn't you wipe your hands after eating? Hold still. I'll help you clean them. Hibote replied with a hint of annoyance, feeling somewhat helpless as he took a prepared wet towel to start wiping her hands. Your greasy hands will attract mold if you touch me, you know? Hibote gently wiped her palm, their fingers inevitably brushing against each other. The elongated fingers, warm and supple, exuded a palpable yet terrifying strength. He understood that these claws possessed the capability to rend iron and steel, to crush his skull with ease. Yet visually, they appeared delicate and fragile, as if they belonged to a hand model, creating an unsettling sense of unreality, much like her appearance. After disregarding the dragon's might, WLND and gazed at him, seeming no different from an ordinary mortal. In her human form, she bore no traces of the monstrous features typical of creatures like FLMI, lacking even a single scale, presenting herself entirely as a human. However, she was not without her flaws. Her manner of thinking and movements betrayed an unmistakable aura of the inhuman. For instance, when she slept, she preferred to curl up on the ground, and during meals, she instinctively extended her neck to bite before remembering to use her hands. Even in this moment of camaraderie, WLNDNGT regarded HBT as a creature no more significant than a mere insect, a sentiment that was not entirely inaccurate. Oh, and her appetite, who could eat half a roast pig and still feel unsatisfied. With her other hand, while WLNDNGT was surprisingly obedient, displaying no aggression beyond words. These subtle details reinforced HBT's awareness that she was not merely a somewhat foolish captive, but rather a formidable being of immense strength. She was perilous and required cautious handling. Just as HBT contemplated this, he noticed WLNGT and silently extending her face towards him, puffing her cheeks in a gesture of insistence. Should I wipe your face too? Observing the glistening corners of her mouth, HBT took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself in his mind. HBT, do not be deceived by her appearance. She is a powerful monster, a creature that devours without leaving any bones. Ultimately, HBT set aside his thoughts, quietly cleaning her hands and face, and let out a smug hum. Huh, she is nothing but a dimwit. As WL and the NGT sniffed the scent lingering on HBT's fingers, he curiously inquired, "By the way, are you hungry again? Did you not just eat?" WL and the NGT awkwardly touched her flat little belly, which bore no signs of having consumed half a pig, and retorted, "Of course I'm hungry. That little bit was far too insufficient to satisfy me. But that is not the point. You always smell delightful. And today there's an oddly familiar scent your scent? Did it come from when I cut your hair yesterday?" HBT blinked, beginning to piece together where the confusion lay. Surely, merely swallowing her hair wouldn't have left her fragrance upon him, right? No, was an even older scent. WL and NGT was also uncertain about the nature of the issue, carefully sniffing HBT's fingers, even considering extending her tongue to taste. But just as she was about to act, HBT swiftly withdrew his arm, grinning as he said, "Well, if you ask nicely, you could call me father. I don't mind taking a little loss." WLND NGTN. What did you just say? As HBT withdrew his hand, he stepped back just in time to evade the furious swipe of the dragon's claws. "Hey, you missed." He tilted his head and smiled, waving at the enraged dragon lady as he walked towards the depths of the water prison. "Goodbye. See you later." "Hey, don't run. I swear I won't hurt you." Not listening, HBT passed through the barrier, the furious dragon's roar fading into silence, bringing peace to his surroundings. His expression calmed, and he mused to himself, "I suppose that's a temporary distraction. I senti it." Upon WLND NGT mentioning ancient bloodlines, HBT realized it was the residual influence of his enhanced physique, and he promptly diverted the subject to prevent her from overthinking. "Well, even if I don't distract her, she may never uncover the truth. It's quite unlikely she would deduce that I acquired the Dragon King's legacy through her hair. That would be utterly illogical." "Huh. HBT, come closer. Let me see." FLM, I beckoned him with a peculiar expression. "Wait, why you two? Are you there? Deep water prison. What do you want? Do you want to smell me too?" HBT, nervously hugging his knees, cowered in the corner, wary of the lascivious sea demon. "She after me too. How lewd. You, huh? The mermaid. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to smell you?" FLM, I stared at him in confusion, her eyes wide, sensing that his thoughts were rather bizarre, even somewhat perverse. What sane person would want to smell someone else's scent? I simply sensed that you bore a mark of my siren lineage, and I thought someone else was about to be imprisoned. If you don't want to talk, then never mind." She rolled her eyes dramatically, seeming disinclined to converse with him, and retreated back into her water bubble. "Oh, so it's not that you have ulterior motives?" HBT stood up, swaying in front of the water bubble, and poked at it. "Hey, is anyone home? Open up. Don't hide in there and stay silent. I know you're in there. Are you there? Are you there?" After being harassed for a while, FLMI finally responded. She pressed her face against the surface of the bubble, glaring at HBT, and spat out a flurry of bubbles. "Blub blub. You're so annoying." Unfortunately, the well-educated siren was clearly less easily swayed than the hungry dragon lady. She resolutely refused to take the bait. Well, education certainly makes a difference. After being pestered, FLMI opted not to engage further and chose to retreat entirely. She hardened the surface of the bubble to a matte finish, making it impervious to further disturbance, unilaterally severing the connection between them. Alas, the bond has faded indeed. HBT sighed sadly, rubbing his eyes, turning away as if unwilling to let tears fall. Yet, in truth, he smiled to himself, secretly relieved. It was clear now that I merely found him bothersome, not for any other reason. It seemed she, like WL and the NGTN, could only vaguely sense something but could not identify its true nature. One must admit, though the mischievous deity may be unreliable, the abilities provided were indeed remarkable. With one potential source of concern alleviated, HBT felt a sense of relief. However, it seemed that the pursuit of the siren would not proceed as smoothly as with the dragon lady. A mind well used is not easily deceived. Merely enticing her with food likely wouldn't suffice. He needed to contemplate alternative strategies. Thus, the question arose, what would appeal to a siren? Seafood? Handcrafted items? Fish catches? Perhaps fish should be avoided, as he had no desire to see them for quite some time. If she was unwilling to engage with him, it would be futile to persist, better to adopt a strategy of feigned disinterest for the time being. As time passes, there will inevitably come a moment when she can no longer restrain herself. Herbert pondered this as he bid farewell to Philaimai, grasping his weathered lantern once more as he traversed the barrier leading to the next area. "I'm back," he declared, in the abyss of darkness. Herbert opened his eyes to the familiar, oppressive darkness, a constant, chilling void. Yet there was a subtle difference this time. No longer did he feel that the path beneath his feet was uniform. Instead, he possessed an acute sense of direction. Remarkably, it was effective. Herbert had not intended to return to the abyss of darkness before the Archbishop had repaired the formation, but a unique ability had altered his plans. Within the Queen of the Sea Serpent's affection, there existed a blessing that granted him the gift of never losing his way. With this capability, he would no longer tread aimlessly in the dark. He set down his lantern, relying solely on the light emitted by the stigmata to protect him, and boldly strode forward. Unafraid, soon he distinctly sensed his body subtly veering to the right. It was not his subconscious that was influencing him, nor was it twisting his form. Rather, it was the ground beneath his feet that was shifting. "Isn't this a bit unfair? You are taking advantage of the fact that I cannot fly," he mused. Although he could simply run faster than the terrain could change, that would feel somewhat beneath him. After walking in silence for a while, he addressed the darkness with a faint voice. "I know you are watching me and altering the path beneath me. If this is how you wish to play, it becomes rather tedious, does it not? Master Siphon and I, there are two creatures imprisoned on this level, yet only one is qualified to influence the abyss of darkness. The Forbidden Scholar, the Shadow Mage, the Silencer, Siphon and I more. According to the records, this dark elf mage is reclusive by nature, reluctant to engage with others. Only her vast knowledge could enable her to seize the opportunity to forcibly alter the structure of the ceiling formation. However, knowing who orchestrates events from the shadows is of little use. Herbert still found himself unable to reach that place. Thus, he chose to halt his steps, standing still as he stated, "The last time, I was outmatched, and so I left without begging for a meeting. But this time, I am no longer under your influence. If you persist in this manner, it seems rather childish, does it not? You understand that we will eventually meet, do you not? Must you continue to play this game? If you wish to escalate matters, I can certainly make it uncomfortable for you." Herbert shook his head, resigned, and raised his right hand, snapping his fingers lightly. Just like this. Snap. As the sound echoed, the previously serene darkness suddenly erupted with a sharp, grating noise. Crack. Though it lasted but a moment before silence returned. Herbert had achieved his objective. He smiled, shrugged, and candidly remarked, "Indeed, I cannot fully control the ceiling formation at present, but neither can you. If you can seize control, why can I not do the same? If you wish to avoid being provoked by me each time, perhaps you should cease your concealment. Let us meet, and I shall no longer disturb you today. What say you?" No response came from the darkness. Yet Herbert knew Siphon and I had heard him, for the ground beneath his feet ceased its transformations. Excellent. Surprised by this unexpected cooperation, Herbert continued forward with purpose. As anticipated, free from interference. He swiftly located the prison cell holding the captive. However, the scene before him differed somewhat from his expectations. Herbert gazed at the black iron coffin before him, tilting his head in contemplation as he raised a hand and rapped gently on the lid. Thud thud. The coffin produced a hollow sound, suggesting it was entirely empty. Empty? Is it truly vacant? Herbert mused, inhaling deeply as he leaned closer to the coffin, whispering, "Is anyone there?" Click. At his call, a faint sound suddenly emanated from within the coffin. Click. "Greetings, Master the Grave. I am your grave digger. In the abyss of darkness." An eerie sound echoed from within the coffin. Click. It resembled a gentle tapping, as if someone were softly knocking or perhaps scratching with polished nails. Within the coffin, there was indeed a presence, a living one. At that moment, the surrounding atmosphere intensified, and Herbert could not help but raise an eyebrow, gasping in surprise. "Ah, there are. Zongzi," he whispered, trembling in trepidation. Oh no, encountering a Zongzi while raiding a tomb. Herbert yearned to flee, but, of course, that was not an option. Inside the coffin lay a creature of life, or perhaps it could be classified as a being of death. Who truly knows how to categorize vampires? At this juncture, Herbert could discern that the coffin before him belonged to the second prisoner held within the abyss of darkness. It was evident that Siphon and I who covertly manipulated the paths of the abyss, was unwilling to confront him. She had yielded, albeit not entirely. She had merely acquiesced to a small extent. Siffin chose not to face anyone directly, instead pushing her fellow occupant forward as a shield. The Bloodfallen, the parricide, the bloodthirsty prince, Eliza Fate, a notorious anomaly. Imprisoned solely due to her title as a vampire princess, with no notable accomplishments in the human realm. Herbert gazed at the Gothic-style black iron coffin, reflecting on its implications. A vampire princess, the very title evokes a sense of fantasy. It conjured images of tales like awakening the bloodline princess who slept for 3 centuries in the dungeon, or how I became impossible to be a hero after captivating the vampire prince. Regardless of the plausibility of their content, those titles were long enough to pique anyone's interest. He was curious to see what such an extended title might encompass. Click. Surely, the narrative would not unfold as absurdly as in those novels. He wondered what her personality might be like. Would she be easily deceived or difficult to converse with? Click. What if she were as reclusive as Siffin? Wouldn't that make navigating this layer exceedingly challenging? Click, click. Herbert pondered for a moment, suddenly struck by an idea, and turned to the unmoving coffin, tilting his head in confusion. Why is she taking so long? I've waited for her, and she still hasn't emerged. Could it be shyness? After silently observing for a while, once the coffin fell silent, Herbert finally grasped an important realization. This vampire did not seem unwilling to emerge. Rather, she genuinely could not. Was she too weak? Thud thud. Herbert rapped on the coffin again, tentatively inquiring, "Do you need assistance?" The response was a series of frantic taps. Click, click, click. The urgency conveyed through the rhythm indicated that the occupant was indeed in distress. Though the vampire remained silent, Herbert could almost hear the desperate cries for help echoing in his mind. Well then, judging by the current situation, it seemed their initial encounter would not possess the legendary flair typical of fantastical tales. However, from another perspective, it is indeed quite legendary. Have you ever witnessed the male protagonist assisting the female protagonist in digging a grave? Greetings, fair maiden. I'm your gravedigger. Herbert genuinely intended to lend a helping hand. Yet new dilemmas soon arose. Speaking of which, how on earth am I supposed to assist you? He gazed upon the black iron coffin, over 3 meters long and at least 2 meters wide, then glanced at his own slender arms and legs, his lips twitching slightly. Should I push, or pull, or perhaps lift? Dear friend, is this coffin a sliding lid or a flip-top? Herbert toiled for quite some time, finally managing to budge the coffin lid ever so slightly, revealing a minuscule gap. The crevice was indeed tiny, scarcely a few millimeters wide, just enough to barely insert blade. Herbert hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from using his sword as a crowbar, deeming such an action excessively extravagant. I shall wait to procure a true sword of physics instead. Just as Herbert prepared to depart in search of better equipment, the long silent vampire finally spoke. Blood. Give me blood. The frail voice wafted through the coffin's crevice, sending shivers down Herbert's spine. Help me drop the blood, give me. An ancient being, trapped within the coffin, softly called out, seeking a modicum of assistance from those in the outside world. Help me. Drip blood onto me. Save me. I shall repay you. The woman's voice was ageless, lingering in the air with a hoarse rasp, akin to 2 sheets of sandpaper grinding together, sending chills deep into one's soul. Yet, simultaneously, that voice seemed to possess an uncanny enchantment, compelling Herbert to act upon her words. Draw your sword. Drip the blood into the coffin. The vampire did not articulate her desires explicitly, yet these 3 commands echoed incessantly within Herbert's mind, enticing him. Gradually, all expression faded from Herbert's face, his gaze becoming vacant and devoid of light. He raised his hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it from its sheath. The vampire appeared to sense the external commotion, realizing the critical moment had arrived, and intensified her pleas. Kulme, come help me. Good child, hurry. The occupant of the coffin let out a gasp of astonishment, for the mortal had indeed approached the coffin as she had envisioned. Yet instead of following her instructions to cut his wrist, he thrust the sword into the gap of the coffin. Clang! The sharp blade pierced directly into her chest. Cough! In an unexpected turn, the scant blood remaining within her was expelled from her mouth, only to be hastily drawn back by Eliza. My blood! The already weakened vampire grew even more feeble, her mind swirling with confusion. No, how'd he manage that? Unable to contain herself, the vampire inquired urgently, "What are you doing?" To this, Herbert smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Did you not require blood? Am I not assisting you? Damn it, I wanted your blood. Not for you to help me like this." Until this moment, Eliza had never doubted her hypnotic abilities, merely considering the mortal's thought process to be somewhat peculiar. Yet, Herbert had no intention of continuing the charade. "Let us cooperate. The performance has grown tiresome," he directly stated. "Miss Vampire, do you know? We could have communicated effectively. Yet you chose to provoke me." Herbert's second most detestable thing was when others attempted to manipulate his mind, second only to being crushed. "This is intolerable." As Eliza hesitated, Herbert remarked indifferently, "By the way, did you not desire my blood? Very well, I shall provide it." Herbert firmly grasped the blade wedged in the gap. Swoosh! Herbert's sword, razor sharp, could effortlessly slice through wrought iron, let alone his own fragile flesh. With a decisive squeeze, his palm was cleaved open, blood flowing swiftly along the blade and into the coffin. Hiss! Herbert's expression contorted slightly in pain as he bit down hard on his molars. These cunning people, each one more treacherous than the last. They either sought to bite me or drown me, and now they wish to drink my blood. Not a single soul among them is virtuous. This is utterly excessive. You have forced my hand. Since you lack compassion, do not expect mercy in return. Blood, I shall give you." Herbert's expression twisted with the sharp pain coursing through his palm, yet he did not cry out. Instead, he forced a smile through gritted teeth, saying, "Please, do not hesitate to accept my generosity." Generosity? Eliza was perplexed by the youth's thoughts. "What do you mean? You give me blood. How could I ever be grateful?" In truth, she found herself uncertain about the current situation, questioning whether Herbert had broken free from her hypnosis or if he was merely half awake, aware of the predicament, yet still compelled to comply with her commands. The contemplation lasted only a few fleeting seconds before Eliza lost her composure. Blood, long-awaited blood. She had been parched for over a millennium, and now she finally caught the scent of blood once more. Inhale. She could hardly focus on anything else, her mind consumed by a singular thought. To lick it up? Never mind. I shall consume it first. Lick. The moment Eliza's tongue made contact with the blood, she gasped in delight, nearly biting her own tongue off. Rich, sweet, exquisite. The blood seemed to burst with 1,000 flavors within her mouth. Eliza had never tasted such blood before. Never. She had never imagined that after such a prolonged thirst, her first sip would possess such unparalleled quality. She trembled involuntarily, releasing a long, blissful sigh. Ah, this is simply sublime. The sensation was overwhelmingly delightful, until suddenly, Eliza felt a peculiar sting on her tongue, akin to being seared. No, this is indeed being burned. Swoosh! Eliza abruptly opened her mouth to let out a wail. Damn it! What is wrong with your blood? My tongue. It was not merely her tongue. Her entire mouth, throat, and stomach felt an intense burning sensation at that moment. She even suspected that what she had just consumed was not blood, but rather high-concentration holy water. Wait a moment. Is this holy water? You guessed correctly. Upon hearing her scream, Herbert could no longer contain his laughter, chuckling as he wrapped his left hand with a torn sleeve. Eliza writhed in agony, howling, "But I didn't detect the scent of holy water. You are a paladin? Congratulations, you have mastered the art of quick responses." At that moment, the stigmata on Herbert's hand gleamed, attesting to the transformation of what he had just done into holy water. For a holy knight, holy water is an essential tool in the battle against dark creatures. The source of holy water is generally categorized into two types: that which is uniformly produced by divine churches, and that which is crafted independently by certain clergy members. The holy water produced by temples boasts advantages such as high yield, consistent efficacy, and affordability, and is also sold to ordinary adventurers. In contrast, the holy water made by clergy varies significantly in quality due to the differing qualities of the materials used. Herbert, lacking both the holy water and the necessary materials for its creation, possesses an unparalleled advantage that others cannot match. As a knight who has sworn the oath of purity, his blood is equivalent to the highest grade of pure blood, rendering it a rare magical material. Holy water made from this pure blood is of the utmost concentration and superior quality. Thus, Herbert's remark, "Please, do not hesitate to take my blood," was laced with malevolence. Leaning closer to the coffin, he whispered, "Miss Eliza, feel the baptism from the holy light. Experience the corruption of the holy light. If this had been Eliza at her prime, such a small quantity of holy water would have posed no threat, easily countered. Yet, regrettably, Eliza is no longer the formidable being capable of slaying another prince. She is now exceedingly frail. The blood she ingests from Herbert behaves like a lethal toxin, rapidly contaminating the remnants of her own blood. Realizing she could not continue in this manner, she knew she had to act decisively. In desperation, she struck her chest and expelled a stream of blood that spattered against the coffin's wall. Though this blood radiated a semblance of holy light, it quickly dissolved, emitting a repugnant odor. Despite forcing out that blood, Eliza's vitality diminished further, leaving her in an even weaker state than before. At this juncture, Eliza had utterly failed, gaining no advantage and losing the remnants of her resources in the process, a complete loss. Hearing a sound, Eliza instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade the impending attack. However, this time, she was mistaken. After successfully ambushing Eliza once, Herbert did not resort to the same tactic. He withdrew his sword and, midway, pried open the gap, widening it to 2 fingers' breadth. Peering through the expanded crevice, Eliza hesitated, but ultimately pressed her eyes closer to see beyond the coffin. In the dark, a white-haired youth radiating a gentle glow, wielding a bloodied longsword, smiled and winked at her, exclaiming, "Lady Eliza, we finally meet." Eliza narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Herbert warily, prepared for his next move. Yet Herbert did not attack. Instead, he gazed at the crimson eyes visible through the gap, smiled gracefully, and bowed slightly towards the coffin. "We have been engaged in such a delightful conversation, yet I have not introduced myself," he said, his expression warm and his eyes filled with tenderness, as if nothing untoward had transpired. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Herbert, a humble paladin. I hope we can coexist amicably in the future." As dusk fell in a secluded corner, a frail figure clad in black robes hunched over, trembling and gasping heavily, accompanied by a slick sound. His movements grew increasingly frantic and violent. Just as his soul and body were on the verge of reaching their climax, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Is anyone there?" Alarmed, he thought, "Oh no, is that directed at me?" Herbert, with a stony expression and twitching lips, glanced down at the battered grass carp on the ground. Upon exiting the alien prison, he had barely taken a few steps before noticing the disarray in the shadows nearby. "This makes it the 3rd time, doesn't it? Honestly, I'm at a loss for words. Brother, do we have a connection? I never sought you out, yet here you are again. Are you secretly infatuated with me? This is quite the hidden affection. Truly, you ought to be more discreet. I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Be cautious, or the Fish Lovers Association might come knocking." Could he be one of them, unable to control his passion? Herbert internally lamented for a while, observing the nearly unrecognizable grass carp, when suddenly his brow furrowed. The condition of the fish indicated that this brother's plight might be diverging from his initial expectations. It seemed his state was deteriorating. Perhaps he was succumbing to madness? After the first encounter, the grass carp had still retained some life. The second had suffered greatly, but survived long enough to die afterward. Yet by the 3rd time, the fish had met a gruesome end, its head twisted off, reduced to a hollow vessel. The manner of this brother's release of pent-up frustration was growing increasingly brutal, and his desires were spiraling out of control. Presently, he was merely venting his frustrations on fish. Would he soon extend his predation to other creatures? Fortunately, there were no cats or dogs in the monastery, or Herbert would be concerned for those innocent little animals. In contrast, the safety of the other inhabitants of the monastery was not something a novice like him needed to fret over. The monks were either martial artists or paladins, possessing considerable strength and formidable protective capabilities. As for the nuns, they were even less of a concern, as they typically acted in groups, and their individual combat abilities were on par with the others. The Mist Monastery boasted no ordinary nuns. All were combat nuns who could engage in battle. Yes, all of them. Among the combat nuns, there was not a single weak woman. Each could don heavy armor, casting spells with one hand while wielding flails or crushing hammers with the other, embodying ferocity. These sisters belonged either to the Mist Knights as battle nuns or served as punitive nuns in the tribunal. Each was more brutal and bloodthirsty than the last. As Herbert contemplated this, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Wait a moment. The small animals are safe, the monks are safe, and the nuns are safe. There must be someone who is not safe. So, Who might that unfortunate soul be? It's me. Herbert's lips twitched, his body tensed, and he felt an urge to flee. I'm the one who needs to worry the most. It is indeed accurate and reasonable. Herbert is the weakest among them all, with modest strength, noble lineage, and, most importantly, possessing an exquisite appearance. He is the quintessential victim. Oh no, now it seems the threat is directed at me. As the saying goes, one does not understand the pain of a knife until it pierces their own flesh. The thrill of watching chaos is never too much. Now, as someone prepares to stab him from behind, Herbert can no longer remain calm. Goodness, there is a pervert here. S. expression turned grave as he resolutely made the decision to report. It was imperative to report. Brother Chow Yu, I refrained from reporting you out of respect for your interests, treating it as if nothing had transpired. However, since you have now reached this critical juncture, do not blame me for taking decisive action. With determination, moved swiftly, disregarding all else, and hurried to the court. Your Honor, save me. Yet, upon its hurried arrival at the court, intending to report the blasphemous incident to Bishop Jingji, he unexpectedly discovered that he was already too late. The court, usually eerily quiet, was now teeming with people, hundreds of monks and nuns gathered in the grand hall. Wondered why he had not encountered any monks on his way. It turned out they had all assembled here. Just as he contemplated engaging them in conversation, he sensed that something was amiss. Many faces wore expressions of distress, and even the typically taciturn monks could not restrain themselves from whispering among one another. What had transpired? There was no need for to inquire, for as he approached the center of the hall, he beheld the answer. A stone coffin lay before him. Someone had died. The deceased's visage was shrouded in a white cloth, for which crimson blood seeped, yet from the exposed hands and feet, it appeared to be a young monk, approximately 30 years of age. His eyes narrowed. In that moment, an intense chill crawled up his spine like a creeping dread, causing his heart to skip a beat. An inexplicable and powerful instinct arose within him, suggesting that this incident might be intricately linked to Brother Chow Yu. Was it he who had committed this act? It seemed that this fellow was not only driven by lust, but also by murder. Perhaps the gruesome scene before him struck a familiar chord, allowing to rapidly regain his composure and analyze the situation. Had the deceased been silenced for witnessing the blasphemy? Gulp. Silently swallowed, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. If he had emerged a little earlier today, would he now be lying beside the deceased? No. If he had encountered him each time beforehand, would he have been silenced long ago? Just as pondered this, someone spoke up, breaking the silence. Dear friends, we have lost a comrade. At that moment, Bishop Jingji was absent, and a middle-aged punitive nun took charge of the situation. Her expression was sorrowful, and her mournful voice echoed throughout the court. He was a devout monk, a warrior willing to dedicate his life to justice and righteousness. We are all deeply enraged by his unfortunate demise. As she spoke, the punitive nun's voice rose in intensity, passionately declaring, "But, dear comrades, mere anger is insufficient. We must identify the murderer. We shall avenge him." Her resolute proclamation served as a rallying cry, prompting the assembled multitude to echo in unison, "Revenge." As the crowd's furious shouts filled the air, the temperature in the courtroom plummeted, evoking an involuntary shiver. At that moment, suddenly sensed something amiss as he glanced around, noticing that those beside him had silently distanced themselves. A peculiar vacuum had formed around him, with pairs of cold, inscrutable eyes fixed upon him. Blinked, abruptly realizing the gravity of the situation. This was directed at him. The circumstances were becoming increasingly dire. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, felt a tightening sensation in his back and slightly pursed his lips. Doubt, suspicion, and even outright hostility were directed solely at him. He could rationally understand their behavior. As a newcomer who had only arrived a month prior and had yet to fully integrate into the Misty Monastery, was perceived as an outsider. Moreover, he was a noble from the kingdom, a reclusive individual with little interaction with others. Thus, in the wake of a murder, who among the gathered would be the most suspect? Indeed, it was none other than himself. Hence, comprehended their suspicions and hostility. Yet, this understanding was purely intellectual. Emotionally, he could not accept the unjust treatment as a suspect. He had committed no crime. It was not me. Why must I be subjected to this treatment? By what right? Furthermore, he had been forced into this situation due to wrongful imprisonment. Having experienced it once, could he endure a second time? Moreover, although recognized the importance of cooperating with the investigation, he could not naively trust others. In the kingdom, it had been one thing. Despite being wrongfully imprisoned, no one dared to inflict punishment upon him. But here, the great memory restoration technique was not exclusive to a past life. Coercion had always been a universal tradition. What good people could there be in the court? Would these enraged judges truly care about his noble status? Certainly not. These individuals would rather wrongfully execute than let a culprit escape. At most, they would provide high-level restorative healing afterward, but what use was that? Just because one could be restored to their original state did not mean that the suffering endured could be easily brushed aside. Wounds might eventually heal, but the scars would never completely vanish. A certain student from Yasa Shi University, initially seeking romance, had been tortured to the point of becoming a white-haired specter, forever altering his temperament. Now that he had already become a white-haired individual, there was no need for him to tread this path again. Therefore, resolved not to show weakness at this moment, and certainly not to cooperate with the investigation, with his mind made up, S' expression subtly shifted, and he let out a soft snort. Oomph. His demeanor remained calm as water. His gaze turned disdainful, and the corners of his mouth curled upward, meeting the crowd's scrutiny with an air of composure. Yet, did not take the initiative to question. He knew that at this juncture, he need not make the first move. Someone would inevitably lose their composure and confront him, the suspect. Sure enough, it did not take long for an angry voice to shatter the silence of the hall. What are you waiting for? A tall, bald nun stepped forward, glaring at, her right hand clenched tightly as she gritted her teeth. Why have you not apprehended this murderer? All eyes turned to her, and while some clearly harbored intentions, they hesitated upon witnessing the middle-aged punitive nun's lack of response. The middle-aged punitive nun did not immediately heed the bald nun's incitement to act against. Instead, she slowly inquired, "Why do you believe he is the murderer?" "I do not think his strength is sufficient to harm Frank." Upon hearing this, some monks furrowed their brows slightly. Indeed, it seemed his strength was insufficient. Because he is a blasphemer, the bald nun remained steadfast in her conviction, boldly declaring, "That day, I saw him emerge from the kitchen. He must have done something to those." Gao Yu blinked, sensing that the situation was veering off course. Wait, could it be that I have become the scapegoat? Child, that truly was not my doing. Before Herbert could offer any explanation, another monk, upon hearing Grasscarp, changed his expression and hesitated before raising his hand, slowly stating, "Well, I once discovered traces of desecration near the Weeping Well, and he passed by there that day." Both of them had vaguely sensed some signs of desecration, but refrained from reporting it, fearing they might alert the perpetrator, as they had no concrete evidence to substantiate their claims. Coincidentally, Herbert had been present on all those occasions. This was dire. Clarity was slipping away. Just as Herbert was about to speak, his pupils suddenly contracted. A wave of malevolence surged towards him, even more intense than before. When the term desecrator was uttered, the previously calming demeanor of the monks shattered, revealing their fierce, blood-stained fangs. Countless ominous gazes from all corners of the grand hall fell upon him, as if ready to leap forth and render judgment upon him. Just as Herbert had initially assessed, the ascetic monks bore no burden in eradicating potential heretics. Even if the accused was a young boy who had shared their meals and lodgings for a full month, capable of calling them by name, it mattered not. Heresy was to be met with lethal force. The urgency of eliminating heresy outweighed the pursuit of the true culprit. The swelling malevolence nearly consumed Herbert. A single misstep could plunge him into an abyss. Yet, in that moment, he found an unexpected calm. As he regained composure, he even felt an urge to smile. Herbert remained silent, surveying the surroundings, making tranquil eye contact with the monks. Some met his gaze, while many instinctively averted their eyes. After surveying the room, he turned his attention to the leading punitive monk, noting her consistently serene expression. The punitive nun, seeing him look her way, calmly inquired, "Herbert, do you have anything to explain?" Herbert nodded slightly, but then shook his head. Rather than offering an explanation to the punitive nun, he turned to the two monks who had reported him, asking in a remarkably calm tone, "Sister Yuanka, Brother Jeffers, may I interpret your previous remarks as a challenge to my purity?" Explanation? What explanation? Counteraction Principle 1. Do not attempt to prove oneself. Do not be drawn into the opponent's rhythm. Without waiting for their response, Herbert unwrapped the bandage from his left hand, lifting it high, revealing the blood that had yet to completely dry. In the next moment, radiant golden light erupted from the back of his hand, the dazzling stigmata piercing the eyes of all present. Was that the stigmata of purity? It was not until this moment that some monks realized the oath Herbert had taken. The oath of purity. If Herbert were indeed a desecrator, then what was this genuine stigmata? Surely, it could not be an illusion? Amidst the ensuing uproar, everyone heard Herbert's second question. He asked, "So, are you questioning the divinity that bestows protection upon me?" Counteraction Principle 2. Only attack, never defend, unmatched in this world. I suspect you have fallen. A crime has occurred, and, as the prime suspect, must Herbert explain himself against such wrongful accusations? Logically, one would think so. However, there are many ways to explain. To cooperate honestly and proactively provide evidence is one method, and the most prudent approach. Yet Herbert would not choose that path. He neither needed nor could afford to plead for others' belief in him. Such an act would be too humble, too passive, entirely surrendering his fate to the whims of others. There are far too many who do not care to know how many bowls of noodles Liozzi consumed. They merely wish to see Liozzi disembowel himself. With so many secrets, Herbert could never relinquish control to others. He could not gamble. The ascetic monks may have been in the right, yet not all harbored benevolent intentions. Thus, Herbert chose to take the initiative. You doubt me? Very well. I shall prove my innocence to you. Therefore, he raised his hand. When the symbol of purity, the stigmata, shone in the hall of judgment, all skepticism and accusations would inevitably be dispelled. There were words Herbert refrained from uttering, but all could discern the mockery hidden within his calm, piercing gaze. Come, behold. Open your eyes wide and see. Witness whether I am indeed the desecrator you claim. Especially combined with his final calm inquiry, the impact was staggering, plunging the entire hall into uproar. But this was not the end. One must not grow complacent when in the lead. To strike decisively to conclude the matter is the true path. Important truths should be reiterated thrice. Strike, strike, strike. Herbert gazed at the two accusers, their expressions frozen due to the stigmata, and pressed on with further inquiries. Are you implying that he has also become a fallen deity? Herbert maintained a serious expression, fixating on the two, and solemnly declared, if that is the case, then I suspect you have been seduced by the evil deity. I suspect you have fallen. And this was the true trump card. Since you intend to wrong me, do not blame me for being heavy-handed. You doubt my purity. Thus, I shall directly question the purity of your faith. Since ancient times, only magic can combat magic. So let us engage in this magical duel. Yawanka, Jeffers, suddenly accused of being fallen. The two panicked and hastily attempted to defend themselves. Wait, what nonsense are you spouting? I have not been seduced, nor have I fallen. Yet regardless of their protestations, Herbert remained silent, merely observing them as though scrutinizing fallen beings. Herbert made his stance clear. Your doubts about me are inconsequential. I do not care, but questioning the divinity that blesses me is intolerable. The previously agitated hall fell into complete silence, save for the echoing voices of the two defending themselves, growing increasingly anxious and tense. Wait, you must believe me. I truly have not been seduced. Why? Why will you not help us explain? Expressions shifted among the onlookers, many diverting their gazes, ignoring their words, attempting to conceal themselves. The truth speaks for itself. Could there truly be a paladin, favored by the divine, yet bound by an oath, secretly a desecrator? Such a notion is impossible. Furthermore, even harboring such suspicion is a profound insult to the divine. This is the true desecration. Therefore, the truth no longer requires any further proof. Herbert is innocent. He is wronged. As for Yawanka and the others, most monks continued to believe they had merely misidentified a good person and had not turned into the fallen beings Herbert described. There may have been some misunderstanding. However, it was evident that the accused did not intend to let them off so easily. Ultimately, the majority turned their gaze toward the high platform where the punishing nun stood, hoping that Father Kaplan could preside over the current turmoil. In this world, where the number of goddesses slightly outnumbers their male counterparts, women are also permitted to serve as priests. From the beginning to the end, Kaplan observed silently, her expression remaining inscrutable. Finally, when Ivanka and her companion realized the crux of the matter, and, along with the others, looked to her. She slowly shook her head and spoke with an air of indifference. Fellow compatriots, Herbert has already proven his purity. He is not a blasphemer, and this matter need not be further debated. She decisively concluded the discussion, bringing finality to the issue. Then, Kaplan turned her attention to the visibly anxious pair and inquired gently, "And you, Ivanka and Jeffers, do you have anything to explain?" The same words echoed. The same tranquility pervaded the atmosphere, yet the identities of those being questioned had subtly shifted. At this point, both individuals had calmed somewhat, understanding that acceptance would not come easily, yet they could only muster the courage to explain. "Father, I am truly innocent. I did not mean to cast doubt upon him. It is just that he was indeed present there. I am in the same boat. Please, you must believe us." Kaplan regarded them earnestly, her eyes shimmering with a golden light. After a moment of scrutiny, she nodded. "Indeed, I see no signs of deceit. The punishing nuns of the tribunal possess a unique ability akin to a permanent spell that detects lies." Upon hearing her words, Ivanka and Jeffers felt a surge of relief. But Kaplan swiftly changed her tone, continuing, "However, we cannot be overly lenient. Both of you shall first go to the atonement pool for purification. If it is proven that you have not fallen, you may then proceed to the interrogation chamber, where I will personally oversee your examination." The expressions of the two turned to shock at her words, their hard-won smiles twisting into grimaces. A visit to the atonement pool, followed by an interrogation at the tribunal, especially under the direct scrutiny of the priestess, meant they were undoubtedly in for a severe ordeal. After announcing the fate of the two unfortunate souls, Kaplan unabashedly turned to Herbert and asked, "Herbert, are you satisfied with this resolution?" Upon hearing this, the previously assertive youth immediately lowered his head and respectfully replied, "I shall comply with the priestess's arrangements." Kaplan did not inquire whether he accepted the situation, but rather sought his satisfaction, which was tantamount to directly asking if he had calmed down. In essence, the punishment of Ivanka and Jeffers served as compensation for Herbert's slander. The priestess had shown considerable grace by resolving the matter on the spot, rather than initiating an internal investigation and asking him to await further notice. Herbert had no choice but to respond favorably. Naturally, he would not disclose his original thoughts to anyone. In truth, he had not contemplated too deeply. He merely wished to confine the two troublemakers for a while. Well, never mind, he had gained. Under the auspices of Father Kaplan, the farce unfolded swiftly and concluded even more quickly. In no more than a few minutes, the two who had maliciously reported Herbert were escorted to the atonement pool. There, they would endure 12 hours of scrutiny until they had recounted all their transgressions. Merely this aspect was sufficient to drive them to despair, let alone the subsequent interrogation, which would be the true punishment. Not only would they face physical torment, but they would also endure psychological distress. The punishing nuns of the tribunal, fondly referred to as sisters, prefer to call this ordeal a baptism. With the farce concluded, Herbert remained in the grand hall, standing tall and straight as he calmly faced the various gazes of the surrounding monks. Internally, however, he was not as composed as he appeared. This time, he had successfully cleared his name and left a profoundly impressive mark on the hearts of others. But what about next time? Could he rely on mere rhetoric to extricate himself again? Herbert sighed inwardly. Strength is paramount. If he possessed sufficient power, adversaries would not dare to challenge him so easily. He needed to reflect further. If he were strong enough, he would not have to seek refuge at the tribunal. It was imperative to find ways to enhance his abilities, at the very least to ensure his self-preservation. The urgency of strengthening his power weighed heavily on Herbert. He must devise a strategy to conquer the third level of the lightless abyss and find an opportunity to converse earnestly with the dark elf grand sorcerer. "Friend, it is one thing to be reclusive and avoid my presence, but do not obstruct my passage to the next level. Let me through." Herbert's eagerness to enter the fourth region of the alien prison stemmed from the fact that it housed the very environmental conditions he currently needed. The fourth region, the lava hell. In that searing realm filled with flames, he should be able to swiftly enhance his physical strength through the Dragon King's heritage. How could he coax her out of her lair? The method of luring with food was likely futile. Who knew what the dark elves enjoyed eating? As Herbert pondered, he instinctively reached to stroke his chin, only to inadvertently stretch the muscles in his palm, causing the still healing wound to reopen. With a sharp intake of breath, he raised his brow, forcibly suppressing the urge to wince. At that moment, A drop of gleaming blood fell from his palm onto the ground. Upon contact with the floor, that drop of blood caused the previously dark surface of the grand hall to undergo a transformation. From that droplet emanated a luminous circle with a diameter of 1 meter, revealing vibrant and intricately patterned designs upon the ground. Did he use holy water? The monks affiliated with the tribunal were not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. They had witnessed similar changes when they purified the hall with holy water during their monthly rituals. Only under the illumination of holy light could the grand hall reveal its true form. Is that holy blood? Kaplan noted this detail, aware of more than the others, her brow furrowing as she inquired of Herbert, "Herbert, have you willingly produced holy blood today?" "Indeed," Herbert replied calmly, nodding as he picked up a rag to re-wrap his hand. "I was attacked by a prisoner in the alien prison and was compelled to use holy blood for self-defense." He recounted his harrowing experience in an unusually placid tone, though in reality it had not been particularly arduous or perilous, merely a wretched vampire, starved to the point of becoming an emaciated corpse. Nothing worth mentioning. Herbert dismissed the gravity of the situation, yet others were unaware of the truth. In an instant, all gazes turned to him with reverence. To the monks of the monastery, prisoners confined within the alien prison were deemed formidable and exceedingly dangerous entities. The fact that Herbert managed to escape their clutches, albeit at a cost, was nothing short of remarkable. Kaplan possessed a deeper understanding of the circumstances within, knowing that as long as the warden did not act recklessly, there would generally be no harm aside from psychological trauma. She furrowed her brow, perplexed, and asked, "Why not utilize holy water from the temple?" Holy water could serve as a source of income for the Church of the Deities when sold to various adventurers. Yet within the monastery, it was the least valuable of commodities. Not only can everyone freely access it, but in certain rituals, holy water is even used as a source for cleansing, making it hardly more precious than ordinary water. Was I originally entitled to use it? Herbert smiled lightly, shrugged his shoulders, and casually remarked, "No one had informed me of this matter before. I am unsure if I possess the right to partake." The monks fell silent once again, this time regarding Herbert with a newfound sympathy and admiration. No one was a fool. They all understood the underlying meaning of Herbert's words. He was being targeted. If he could not even use holy water, one could only imagine the restrictions placed upon him regarding other resources. In light of the previous circumstances, Herbert's image in the eyes of the monks gradually became clearer. He resembled a proud swan, disdainful of the need to explain himself despite the doubts cast upon him, only retaliating when absolutely necessary. He preferred to suffer in silence rather than bow his head, willing to harm himself and break his own wings to create holy blood from his own flesh, rather than resorting to theft. Kaplan's previously calm demeanor finally shifted, revealing a hint of anger. She turned to a nun whose head was bowed low and understood the reason behind it. Among the monks, some harbored malice towards Herbert due to his past identity. Although no one overtly expressed it, a portion of them was indeed covertly ostracizing him. Kaplan gazed deeply at the nun until her shoulders began to tremble slightly, before retracting her gaze. Instead of confronting the issue directly, she descended from the platform and approached Herbert, gently taking his hand. A warm light emanated, and Herbert felt an unbearable itch in his palm, as if flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. After a few breaths, when Kaplan unwound the blood-soaked cloth he had carelessly wrapped around his wound, it had indeed healed completely. The punitive nun released Herbert's hand, lightly patting his shoulder as she spoke slowly. "From now on, you may access any resources you require from the temple." "Thank you, esteemed priestess." Moments later, Herbert departed the tribunal alongside the other monks. Earlier, he had discreetly shared the matter concerning the grass carp with Kaplan, but she had shown little reaction. Kaplan only mentioned that the presiding judge was already aware of the situation and advised him not to worry or speak of it to others. Her overly calm response left Herbert feeling uncertain. He did not wish to speculate whether the higher-ups were testing him or engaging in some other game. His sole concern was for his delicate body, not wanting to preserve a dark history of selling hooks in the future. Thus, after much contemplation, Herbert resolved to take matters into his own hands. That night, for the sake of his own safety, he refrained from returning to his room. Instead, he ventured to another location. "What are you doing?" "Huh, can't you tell?" Herbert, clad in a nightgown, turned to Valentina, who bore a peculiar expression, and smiled. "I came to sleep with you." "What?" Valentina replied, perplexed. In a scene forebodingly illuminated by flickering candlelight, the woman and the boy locked eyes before gradually drawing closer. With a swift motion, the woman seized the boy's collar and asked in a low voice, "What do you intend to do?" "What do you mean? Didn't I already say? I came to sleep with you. Is that unwelcome? What exactly do you want to do? Afraid of the darkness? Concerned that you might feel lonely? So I came to keep you company in the middle of the night. How about that? Am I not a good friend?" In response, the boy, restrained by his collar, shrugged in innocence, stating that he was merely acting as a warden to accompany the prisoner during the night. The main service he provided was companionship, eating, drinking, chatting. As for whether he could offer more intimate companionship, that would entail an additional fee. Naturally, no one would believe Herbert's nonsensical excuses, including himself, as he doubted such words could deceive Miss Dragon. Valentina narrowed her eyes and released her grip, setting the relentless paladin free. She leaned against the railing, cautiously observing the nonchalantly relaxed white-haired boy as he casually leaned against the railing. While she could not be considered particularly clever, having been cast out of her parents' nest at an early age, she had survived to this point through her own means. It was not merely luck. She relied on her innate instincts to evade danger and turn misfortune into fortune. When faced with lethal threats, she would flee. When there was no imminent danger, she would advance, driven by a brutal principle. As long as you cannot kill me, I will ensure your demise. However, this instinct was not infallible and sometimes led her astray. For instance, when she first encountered the Fog Archpriest, Valentina had not sensed any mortal threat. She had initially thought him just another old man. After numerous failed attempts to shoo him away, she had grown frustrated and wished to unleash her dragon breath upon him. Then she was soundly defeated. In the face of genuine power, Valentina found herself utterly powerless, reduced to a mere punching bag. Yet it cannot be said that her instincts had failed her entirely, for in the end, she had not perished. The Fog Archpriest had no intent to kill. The injuries she sustained were merely painful, yet not life-threatening. After receiving a thorough beating, the poor dragon miss found herself locked away in a foreign prison, serving as a mere doorstop. Regardless of the circumstances, one could question whether her instincts were accurate. Were they effective? She was alive. However, sometimes, living was far more distressing than dying. Imprisoned in a foreign dungeon, she found herself wishing for death, unable even to find sustenance. What remained was the option to either sleep or delve into her own abilities. Although Valentina had been confined in this sunless cell, seemingly languishing, she had been relentlessly honing her capabilities. This was not only to avoid repeating past mistakes, but also because there was simply nothing else to occupy her time. That day, Valentina initiated a conversation with Herbert, driven by a peculiar intuition that speaking to him might lead to new opportunities. Now, however, she detected the scent of deception emanating from Herbert. Something was amiss. He must be hiding something from her. Therefore, what is the truth? What do you truly wish to say to me? Valentina fixed her gaze intently on Herbert, unwavering even when he turned to look back at her. "Hey, you must confess everything to me today." Seeing her steadfastness, Herbert realized that he could not maintain his silence any longer. With a reluctant sigh, he shook his head and said, "TSK, this is precisely why I dislike perceptive little ones." "Very well, since you insist, I shall tell you." He emphasized seriously, "I must declare, this is only because you pressured me into it. Do not blame me later. I had originally intended to wait for a more suitable atmosphere before broaching the subject." Huh? Upon witnessing his demeanor, a disquieting premonition surged within Valentina. "Wait, hold on." Without hesitation, HBT turned around and grasped the hand of WLND Ying, who was attempting to withdraw. "WLND Ying, ever since the day we met, there has been something in my heart that I wish to express to you." The handsome youth gazed deeply into her pale gray eyes, his expression tinged with a hint of awkwardness, which ultimately transformed into unwavering determination. "I am uncertain whether this request might offend you, but I truly cannot endure this solitude any longer." WLND-ing, what are you planning to do? At that moment, WLND-ing could still forcibly retract her hand, yet she hesitated, knowing such an action would hurt HBT. Little did she realize that in a battle of masters, a fleeting moment of hesitation could lead to defeat. Taking a deep breath, HBT firmly held on a WLND-ing's delicate hand, preventing her from escaping. "Though this may seem ill-timed, I sincerely hope you will grant me this somewhat audacious request." In that instant, Time appeared to slow for WL and Ying. She could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of her own heartbeat. Thump, thump. Having lived a solitary life and never having been close to men, WL&D Ying had never encountered such a scenario. Gazing into those enchanting eyes and feeling the warmth of his hand, combined with the alluring scent that perpetually captivated her, her mind became utterly befuddled. Watch out, you. Words failed her. Her thoughts turned to a chaotic muddle. What was he trying to convey? Was he confessing his love? Should she accept his proposal? They hardly knew each other well enough. Did they? It shouldn't be the case. No. Although the situation was peculiar, and despite WL&D Ying's lack of cleverness, she was not so naive as to surrender herself merely due to a few charming words. She was not that foolish after all. The foundation of their relationship was far too fragile. Just as WL&D Ying resolved to decline HBTS advances, she heard the latter part of his statement. Could you allow me to touch your tail? The words were out, and she had to reject him swiftly. Although you are quite handsome and smell delightful, we cannot, can we? What? WL&D Ying froze mid-sentence, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at the suitor before her. Wait, something feels amiss. HBT, slightly embarrassed, released one of her hands and scratched his head, clearing his throat. Ahem. What I meant was, could you let me touch your tail? In that instant, all romantic undertones vanished, and WL&D Ying's mind grew startlingly clear. She fixed her gaze on HBT, slowly repeating, Your tail? Yes. I have always been curious about what a dragon's tail looks like. HBT exclaimed, shaking her hand excitedly. You must have a half-human, half-dragon form, right? Could you transform for me? WL&D Ying's expression gradually contorted, yet HBT continued. Though this may be somewhat intrusive, my curiosity is overwhelming. Your tail. As WL&D Ying lowered her head, she recalled HBT's earlier words, which had hinted at an inappropriate request. Something he had long desired since their first meeting. Indeed, he had never specified what that request entailed. Perhaps it was I who had overthought it all. Was it all my fault? With a mental snap, her suppressed anger surged forth in an explosive eruption. HBT. The enraged dragoness revealed her true form, glaring fiercely at the boy who was playfully covering his ears. How dare you toy with me? You scoundrel, you dare to mock me? Anticipating the consequences of his reckless provocation, HBT had already retreated, but even so, he found himself in a rather awkward position. The proximity between them intensified the reverberation of her wrath, leaving him momentarily dazed. This was the price of his mischief. Yet if given another chance, he would not hesitate to indulge in such folly again, for the thrill of it was undeniably delightful. If you want tea, let me touch it. Then so be it. Why are you so agitated? HBT teased, casting a flirtatious glance her way. So what do you think? Are you feeling a little flutter in your heart? I believe my performance was quite commendable. You, WL&D Ying exclaimed. This guy truly did it on purpose. You wretched fellow, aren't you supposed to be a paladin? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? WL&D Ying's defenses crumbled completely, and she vigorously shook the railing, practically wishing to dismantle the door and pounce upon this insufferable boy, biting down on the railing in frustration. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at HBT. Cursed be you. You truly deserve it. In response, HBT remained unperturbed, even escalating his antics. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the furious dragoness within her cage, he bellowed, Transform. Hand over your tail. In the depths of the prison, HBT sighed, reflecting on how little this fellow understood the heart of a man. Having hastily retreated to the second area, he rubbed his ears, shaking his head in exasperation. What is the big deal about a tail? Let me touch it, and it won't cost you a thing. How stingy. After his audacious proclamation, the mischievous deity, who had been an amused spectator, finally spoke up. Why did you provoke her in the first place? And NSH observed for a while, at a loss for words. Previously, HBT had seemingly collected two monster materials with ease, leading her to assume he had opted to sell himself for those resources, only reluctant to admit it due to pride. But now, it was evident that her assumptions were completely misguided. He had truly done nothing of the sort, and NSH could hardly fathom that HBT had taken such a bold approach, not through sweet nothings or remarkable skill, but through sheer provocation. What kind of methodology is this? Even a malevolent deity was astonished. Yet, in the face of her skepticism, HBT scoffed dismissively. You misunderstand. I haven't provoked her at all. This is what I call proactive interaction. Do you understand? To strike is to show affection. To scold is to express love. She has lowered her defenses so significantly. She must have deep feelings for me now. Are you not concerned that she will hold a grudge against you later? Why worry? HBT blinked, smiling brightly, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Did you not notice? Although WLND was quite emotional this time, she didn't utter a single curse. What does that signify? This signifies that although she is furious, her anger has not yet reached a boiling point, and she remains steadfast in adhering to our agreement. Her earlier outburst, though seemingly wild, was in fact a manifestation of embarrassment rather than rage, a mere veil to conceal her true feelings. Herbert reflected on the crimson blush he had observed on Valentina's cheek and could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. What she truly needs now is not to berate me, but rather time to cool off. My continued presence is merely a source of unnecessary trouble. Thus, I opted to depart voluntarily. Niansha remained silent, deep in thought, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I understand now. After all you've said, you merely wish to validate your decision to flee? Indeed. Herbert shrugged and continued onward. Regardless, I possess the means to soothe her anger. There is no need for you to meddle further. A little dragon. After all, either it goes hungry for a few meals or is fed a bit more. There will always be a moment for it to calm down. A little hungry dragon? That should be easy to manage. As Herbert meandered closer to the heart of the deep water prison, his expression shifted abruptly. He heard a faint yet melodious voice. La 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 Philaimai, unaware of anyone intruding upon her space, sat with her eyes closed atop a water sphere. Her iridescent tail gently swaying as she softly sang ancient ballads in a peculiar tone. La la la. Do you need me to translate? No need, Herbert replied, shaking his head, entranced by the ethereal beauty of her silhouette. I understand this song. Philaimai is narrating the tale of the sea, witch queen, and the human prince. He listened intently, reliving the dream he had once experienced. After a considerable time, the song drew to a close, but Philaimai did not finish the entire piece. She abruptly halted at the last line. May you? Philaimai opened her eyes, shaking her head with a hint of regret, murmuring to herself, what a pity. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. What a beautiful performance. Philaimai turned sharply, her eyes wide with shock as she beheld Herbert approaching. She gasped, How did you get here? In the deep water prison, the mermaid emitted a piercing wail, swiftly diving back into the water sphere. Splash! Water erupted from the confines of the prison, forming a jet that splashed directly onto Herbert's face. The torrent was swift, leaving Herbert, an inexperienced newcomer, no time to evade. He was drenched in the warm, slightly salty water, devoid of the distinct fishy scent of the sea. Cough, cough. He spat out the water that had inadvertently entered his mouth, wiping his face with a sigh of exasperation. What is this about? I merely complimented you. Is this excessive deluge truly necessary as a response? Just as Herbert was about to speak, a thought crossed his mind. Could this water, in a sense, be considered the mermaid's bathwater? Fish soup? The notion made Herbert gag slightly. He did not possess such a peculiar predilection to view this as a benefit. Meanwhile, unlike Herbert, who felt somewhat nauseated, Philaimai, hiding within the water sphere, was on the verge of despair. She gazed at the uninvited guest, her expression filled with desperation. When did you arrive? No. How did you get in here? The door wasn't locked, so why can't I be here? Herbert dried his face and, wiping his mouth, responded with conviction. Besides, I am the warden. This is a prison cell, so why shouldn't I be allowed to enter? But you shouldn't be here at this hour. Philaimai felt utterly dreadful, believing she could sing in solitude during the night without anyone overhearing, only to find this intruder appearing unexpectedly. The shame of being overheard was eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Oh no, he heard me. It's over. He's going to die. What? Philaimai suddenly froze, staring in bewilderment at the boy, whose demeanor appeared unchanged. Wait, it seems. There's no sign of alteration? Something fell off. She blinked rapidly and slowly emerged from the water sphere, squinting to scrutinize him closely. Wait a moment. Why does he seem completely unchanged? There are no signs of decay, nor does he seem to have lost his sanity. Philaimai, perplexed, furrowed her brow, abandoning her pretense. She emerged fully from the water, bending forward to bridge the gap between them. "Let me see closely." Herbert asked, "What are you doing? What's so interesting about me?" Noticing the odd intensity of Philimai's gaze, Herbert initially froze, then glanced down at his chest. The white silk robe, soaked and somewhat transparent from the water, clung to his physique, accentuating the contours of his muscles. Holy moly, this is the embodiment of a woman's gaze. My friends, who understands this? I have encountered a siren. Wait, what are you looking at? Herbert could no longer maintain his composure, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself, swiftly turning away with a wary expression. "I was merely joking, and now you truly desire my body? Are you serious?" Philimai, bewildered, thought, has he finally reacted? Watching Herbert's sudden response, she initially believed her song had finally affected him. However, she soon realized from his actions and suspicious gaze that something was amiss. "Wait, you misunderstood. That was not my intention." Realizing her actions could lead to misunderstandings, the siren shook her head vigorously, attempting to assert her innocence. "I was not peeking at your body. Truly, I wasn't. I have never felt so embarrassed in my life. What am I even trying to explain?" Yet Herbert remained unconvinced, snorting, "You certainly weren't spying. You were brazenly staring. Your eyes nearly popped out." "I wasn't. I didn't. Stop saying such things." Philimai protested, tears of frustration welling in her eyes as the exposed voyeur retreated under the onslaught of the victim's strong defense. "What is this situation?" Just as Philimai conceded defeat, Herbert abruptly shifted his stance, delivering a powerful retort. "Didn't he look? Why not look? Your aversion suggests you find my body unappealing. Perhaps even hold me in contempt? Since you have employed the feminine essence, do not blame me for retaliating with the masculine fist. My friend, this punch embodies 2 decades of mastery. Can you withstand it?" The unaccustomed Philimai was momentarily bewildered by this punch that transcended dimensions. Philimai exclaimed, "What are you looking down upon? I do not hold you in contempt. Why should I even explain myself to you?" "No, wait." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Philimai abruptly emerged from the water sphere, forcefully interrupting the opponent's incantation. Stop. Before you ramble on, tell me how you are unscathed." What do you mean unscathed?" Herbert blinked, tilting his head in confusion. "Should I be experiencing something? You saw it, didn't you? I was merely jesting. I wasn't truly afraid of your gaze. Do you wish to see more?" As he posed the question, Herbert generously feigned the act of undressing. Hey, don't take it off." Philimai turned her head away, eyes shut tight, shouting, "Did you not hear me sing just now?" "Of course I did. I told you from the beginning, didn't I? So what are you actually saying?" Herbert scratched his head in bewilderment, unsure of her sudden agitation. Remembering his earlier question, he naturally inquired, "By the way, why didn't you finish the last line of that song? Is there some special significance?" "You know the song. You truly heard it," Philimai replied, her expression turning melancholic upon receiving this affirmation, and she slowly slipped back into the water sphere. Bubbles arose as she pondered. "He truly remains unaffected. There truly exists someone who is immune to my song. Philimai, are you genuinely all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" She inquired anxiously, fearing Herbert might exhibit some adverse reaction. "Really, I am fine, I assure you. Trust me." Herbert, feeling somewhat exasperated by her incessant questioning, surrendered. "Miss Philimai, this is the 13th time you have asked. I'm really okay. If there were any issues, I would certainly inform you. Not only would I tell you, but I would also seize the opportunity to tease you. I should have thought of that earlier. What a missed opportunity. Yet, here we are, and I cannot shamelessly use this as an excuse to seek benefits, can I?" Herbert maintained a serious demeanor, absurdly declaring, "Wait, I suddenly realize I have sustained grave injuries. I must touch your tail to heal." The audacity of his words was astounding. "Indeed, I have contracted a terminal condition that can only be cured by touching the tail of a sea nymph." Upon saying this, Herbert nodded solemnly, as if truly convinced of his plight. Philimai stared, perplexed. Then after a moment, she burst into laughter, feeling an inexplicable lightness. "Ha! You are quite the amusing little fellow." She laughed so heartily that her tail splashed against the water, sending waves in all directions. After a prolonged bout of laughter, she wiped the tears of joy from her eyes and nodded toward the boy, who was suppressing his expression. "You truly wish to touch my tail, do you? Very well. I shall indulge you." Unexpectedly, she did not refuse, but rather boldly extended her tail from the water sphere, presenting it directly to Herbert. Here, go ahead and touch it, but do not be overly excessive. Herbert gazed at the vividly colored fishtail, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is truly permissible. She's far more generous than that Valentina. With the tail now within reach, Herbert graciously accepted this unexpected offering. He wiped his hands on his clothes and promptly grasped it. Sleek. That was the most immediate sensation. It felt incredibly smooth and soft, with a faint coolness reminiscent of touching a slippery, chilled jelly or encountering a refreshing spring. Yet, surprisingly, the tail was quite dry, as though it possessed a hydrophobic coating. Wow. As he gently caressed it, Herbert's expression grew languid. This feels delightful. If I could cuddle with it while sleeping, summer nights would be exceptionally blissful. However, just as Herbert prepared to further explore the texture, the fish tail swiftly retracted. Ah, the tail has escaped. He raised his hand, grasping helplessly at the direction it had retreated. Come back. I cannot bear this alone. Herbert pouted, begrudgingly muttering, Why did you take it away? I had not finished my examination. No, this time you're not allowed to touch it again. Philimai's face flushed a peculiar shade of crimson, turning her head shyly as she murmured, Your technique is rather peculiar. In truth, she was uncertain why she had acquiesced to this odd request. Yet she felt that allowing him to touch it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, he might be the only person in this world who could listen to her song without adverse effects. However, the moment Herbert began to touch, Philimai instantly regretted it. The sensation was simply too strange. Though he was indeed touching her tail, it felt as if his touch were exploring other areas of her body. His gentle caresses and meticulous observations traced along every delicate scale, gliding softly. The peculiar sensations rendered her body languid, and she barely managed to suppress a soft sigh. It was only when she could no longer contain herself that she forcibly withdrew her tail. No, I cannot continue. If this goes on, I fear I might truly become strange. This time is not acceptable. Oh, all right. I shall wait until next time to touch. Herbert seized upon the loophole in Philimai's words, promptly declaring, It is settled. Next time, allow me to properly explore your tail. Philimai moved her lips, initially intending to refuse, but for reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably consenting to Herbert's proposal. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she had become somewhat enamored with the previous sensations and was eager to continue exploring. Philimai shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the distracting thoughts from her mind. Never mind, I will address these matters later. She suppressed her tumultuous emotions and forcefully redirected the conversation. How did you suddenly appear? Is it not midnight? Ha! I just had a whimsical notion and wanted to see what you all were doing at this hour. Would I be disturbing your rest? Herbert refrained from revealing the truth. After all, the abstract reasoning for protecting the hook from harm was challenging to elucidate to others. Philimai certainly did not anticipate this. After listening, she shook her head, declaring that sleep had long become inconsequential to her, especially considering that here, the distinction between night and day was virtually non-existent. Her words were spoken lightly, yet they caused Herbert's lips to twitch ever so slightly. Indeed, for prisoners like them, what significance did the passage of day and night hold? They remained ensnared within the confines of this prison regardless. Herbert pondered ways to provide comfort, yet Philimai seemed indifferent, shyly inquiring, Will you come again? Perhaps, he mused. Why do you ask? Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage to say, I will sing next time. Would you like to hear? Would he refuse? Would he? Of course he would not. Herbert smiled, accepting the mermaid's invitation without hesitation. It would be my honor to hear such exquisite melodies. He observed Philimai visibly relax and remarked, When the time comes, please sing a few more songs for me. He had let her slip away. Arriving too late, he found that she had descended into utter depravity. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Bishop Jinjia gazed down at the viscous fluid and blood upon the ground, slowly shaking his head. Where had he gone? The misty mountains? Yet what the judge did not know was that just as he pondered, a frail figure, trembling, pressed a hand against the door of the third commandment. Creak. It is worth mentioning that the third commandment is also colloquially known within the monastery as the otherworldly prison. Herbert strolled slowly through the darkness. This time, for reasons unknown, Safani did not intervene, and he was not in a hurry to seek her out. He meandered through the shadows, quietly conversing with a malevolent deity in his mind. Niansha, does Philimai's song possess any special power? Does it harm ordinary listeners? Herbert was not so dull as to overlook that Fulamai's excitement was linked to her voice. It should have some effect, right? At least it doesn't affect me. I find it quite beautiful. Well, I will refrain from questioning you further. You may go about your business. Recalling Fulamai's panicked expression when she first discovered herself, he raised an eyebrow, remembering her title, The Wail of Death. Song and death, surely there was a connection. Did her voice wield a fatal effect? Did many succumb to it, perishing outright? If that were the case, what a deathly rock sea siren she was. Yet, if that were true, did Fulamai genuinely wish to annihilate those ports? Was there something unspeakable behind it all? Herbert pondered, believing his path toward Fulamai was becoming clearer. Their relationship had evolved from initial mild hostility to a state of neutrality, bordering on friendship. With further effort, perhaps he could delve into the truth of the matter and draw even closer. Just as Herbert was lost in contemplation, Niansha suddenly interjected, her tone teasing, "Oh, speaking of which, your relationship seems quite good." The girl even took the initiative to invite you to hear her sing again. Herbert's thoughts were interrupted, his right eyelid twitching. He sensed that her sudden outburst was not a good omen. What is going on? Are you jealous of her? He retorted, his brows raised in suspicion. Speak. Are you feeling defensive? Jealous? Oh, my charming ally. You do have a sense of humor. The trickster deity scoffed, dismissing the notion as absurd. I would love for you to grow closer to them, preferably engage in deep conversations, and gain strength to release me soon. What could I possibly be jealous of? Truly, what a joke. You better be. Herbert scoffed, having gradually learned the nuances of conversing with Niansha over the past few days. This self-proclaimed great evil deity was prone to intermittent madness, rambling nonsensically, making it difficult to discern truth from artifice. The bad news was that interacting with her was exhausting, requiring constant vigilance. Without sufficient wits, one might easily fall into the traps woven within her words, becoming yet another unfortunate plaything in the hands of a wicked woman. The good news was that he was of a similar ilk, not one to be underestimated. They were akin to counterparts, and his madness was no less potent than Niansha's. In their shared talent for absurdity, they were evenly matched, like the offspring of potatoes meeting the likes of sweet potatoes and yams, a true contest of equals. One could not help but marvel at this extraordinarily well-matched dynamic. After engaging in banter for a while, Herbert realized he could not extract any useful information and decided to retreat, awaiting another opportunity for battle. In passing, he carelessly remarked, "By the way, I genuinely wish to hear your song." This statement was not particularly thought out. It was merely a casual courtesy born of the moment. Yet, unexpectedly, it seemed to breach the fortified defenses of the loquacious Niansha, rendering her momentarily silent. "You wish to hear me sing?" After a brief silence, Niansha chuckled softly, then responded meaningfully, "If you wish to listen, I could sing, but it might lead to the demise of many. So, do you wish to hear it now?" Herbert's brow furrowed slightly, sensing he had inadvertently touched upon a critical point. However, simultaneously, a nagging sense of impending doom cautioned him to tread carefully. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a moment's hesitation, Herbert opted for a more cautious approach, avoiding a direct response and instead diverting the topic. "Well, if you're not singing for anyone else, just in my mind, it shouldn't harm anyone, right? Just me listening. I'm not broadcasting." That is hard to say. The deity's laughter was subtle, instilling Herbert with a sense of unease. No further probing was prudent. He decided it best to wait for another opportunity. Yet, unwilling to retreat entirely, he boldly asserted, "You should be the one to initiate the singing next time. I mean, as a deity, you ought to be more proactive. Don't always wait for me to ask, don't you think?" Herbert transformed into a warrior, using his charm to turn the tables on the deity. "You, dear comrade, must learn to offer emotional value." One could not help but marvel at the efficacy of magic. How naive you are," was successfully amused by him, her mood returning to normal as she playfully remarked, "Hee, you are indeed humorous. Choosing you was the right decision. Indeed, I find myself to be quite amusing as well." Herbert secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had navigated through this challenge. Subsequently, feeling relaxed, he casually chuckled, "Of course, you can only choose me. After all, what have you turned the others into? A once noble monk has been transformed into a grass fish of sorts. How cruel! Alas, the dark god, alas." However, to Herbert's surprise, upon hearing his words, gave him a questioning look. Herbert suddenly realized something was amiss, halting abruptly and widening his eyes. That monk was not the one you bewitched. Was he? What are you talking about? What did I ever enchant anyone besides you? Herbert was taken aback. Meanwhile, Valentina, who had been sulking, suddenly changed her expression. She wrinkled her nose, muttering curiously, "How strange. Where's that fishy smell coming from?" The Mist Monastery's third regulation office, also known as the Alien Prison, is a special cell designed to confine dangerous alien seals. The entire office is divided into 9 major areas, each governed by its own unique sealing laws. The second area is the deep water prison, the third is the lightless pit, and the fourth is the lava hell, among others. The first area, where Valentina is held, appears to lack any distinctive features, resembling an ordinary cell. Yet this is merely its facade. Its true name is the Endless Maze. This half-plane is the largest in area compared to the surrounding sections, encompassing the sum of the latter areas. It perpetually alters the routes of the prison cells, effectively eliminating any possibility for prisoners to escape. One could say that once one enters the Endless Maze, the chance of departure is virtually non-existent. Herbert, however, traversed through it unimpeded, entirely due to his identity as the warden. He simply walked forward. Encountering dead ends was inconsequential, as the path would automatically extend before him, conjuring a straight road to his destination. Thus, to leave this place, there exists but one secret. Do not stop. Of course, this secret does not apply to everyone. For those who inadvertently wander into this place, the constantly shifting terrain, which bears high similarity, offers no discernible pattern. One must either possess the ability to obliterate all obstacles and force their way through, or navigate the maze patiently, perhaps encountering luck to find the right path. Alternatively, one might arrive well prepared. A figure, their face concealed beneath a black hood, approached a wall and pressed their slick, clammy palm against their visage. With a grotesque sound, their body became pliable, collapsing to the ground, and within a few breaths, transformed into a pool of dark liquid with a fishy scent. This slime-like liquid bore no trace of its original form, yet it exuded a peculiar vitality. It writhed, adhering to the wall, seeping through the cracks, and re-emerging from the other side, coalescing into a singular mass. The wall remained unscathed, save for a blood-like streak on the ground where the two surfaces met. Though this entire sequence appeared slow, the actual process was remarkably swift, traversing through a wall in under 10 seconds. After confirming the initial success, the liquid's movement accelerated, resembling a sprint as it lunged toward the next wall. "Oh, so there is that," remarked, reflecting on Herbert's astonishment. "You humans truly are not picky. Even fish do not escape your appetite." "Hold on, do not generalize." Herbert protested against her sweeping accusation. "It is he who is indiscriminate, not everyone. Not all partake, nor do all possess the skill to prepare. Do not paint everyone with the same brush." "Heh," scoffed, disregarding his protest and countering. "Aren't you just as indiscriminate? Clearly, you have a soft spot for them. That is different. I have a fondness for their kind. It is a pursuit of that forbidden thrill." Herbert huffed, not perceiving any double standards in his words, boldly declaring, "I simply appreciate their appearance. No more pretenses. I have laid my cards on the table. I like what is beautiful. So what? I am a savage. I do not find myself attracted to any hideous creature. If one were to appear, I would not even spare them a glance." "Really?" "Absolutely." "Then tell me, if there were a creature with a soft, fluffy tail, would you be interested? That is a bonus. Cough, we could discuss that separately." "Heh, it seems I have chosen a worthy ally. Your shamelessness truly delights me." Despite veiled mockery, Herbert remained unfazed. It was simply the way of things. Each situation must be evaluated on its own merits. What universal formula could apply to every circumstance? Yet, if he was not bewitched by her, then did he truly fall of his own accord? Having felt influence, he instinctively attributed all the sacrilegious events occurring within the Mist Monastery to her doing. Naturally, he perceived that desecrator as a pitiful soul led astray by the dark god, descending into depravity with respect to the fish. His previous leniency towards him was partly due to empathy, not wishing to burden a fellow traveler. But now, upon reflection, wait. This fellow was not part of his crew. Did he genuinely have an affinity for fish? Well, respect him. Though I do not comprehend, I wish him well. In conclusion, I hope you and your next fish wife find happiness and health. Just do not appear before me again. Herbert increasingly felt that his decision to seek refuge in the alien prison tonight had been remarkably astute, akin to divine intervention. He reveled in the surrounding darkness, experiencing a sense of returning home, exhaling deeply. With these prisons as protection, no one could harm him. He could not even think of harming others, let alone inflicting harm. He could not even lay eyes on them. Well, since you still wish to avoid me, I shall await another opportunity. Herbert shook his head, declaring his exploration of darkness a failure once more. He had wandered for quite some time, circling around the vampire, unable to find the path to the next level. Indeed, while Safani had not altered the ground, she had successfully concealed herself from view. Even if he were not lost, he still required a path beneath his feet. Can you locate her position? I cannot, alas, I'm still too weak. Oh, very well then. Forget it. I shall go and see if the vampire maiden has become more docile, and then return to converse with Missy Long. Just as Herbert was preparing to head back, the mischievous and seemingly innocent evil deity suddenly let out a soft gasp. Oh, Herbert snorted in annoyance. What now? I was wondering if the fallen one you mentioned is covered in slime and emanates a fishy odor. That seems to be the case, yes? Herbert's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to glance at the darkness behind him, which appeared utterly unremarkable. Could it be? He is charging towards you. What the hell? You are truly going to make a move on me. Has he really come after me? Do not approach. Give me your blood. Upon realizing his current predicament, Herbert's expression shifted drastically. This is bad. A pervert. How did he manage to enter here? Herbert felt a chilling sensation creep up his back, involuntarily tightening his muscles. No, do not panic. Remain calm. This is my domain. I am the warden, possessing control over the sealing array. But the control of the sealing array has been usurped. This is dire. Frankly speaking, if the adversary were merely a maniac, Herbert would not be in such a frenzy. Death is a certainty, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain. Worst case, one dies. It is not as if he has not faced death before. However, being defiled is an entirely different matter. This is what truly terrifies Herbert. After all, this entity does not even spare fish. Is he likely to show mercy to this white-haired beauty? Clearly not. Furthermore, one must consider the nature of this place. An abbey, the priest and a young boy are classic themes enhanced by the setting. The worst part is that even if Herbert were to take his own life, it is highly likely that someone would seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Having perused various bizarre documents in his previous life, he has long since abandoned any illusions about the depravity of others, let alone the dead. There are places where even baboons and lizards are not spared. It is all too overwhelming, my friend. But why is he here in the dead of night? Surely he is not truly coveting my body. Despite his panic, Herbert has not lost his reason and has sensed something amiss. The alien prison is an exceedingly perilous place. Apart from the warden and the archbishop, anyone else entering will be deemed a prisoner. There is no benefit in voluntarily courting danger. Moreover, even if he genuinely intended to harm him, he would not be so impulsive, would he? What hidden motives lie behind this? Herbert pondered for a moment, but quickly cast aside these distractions. The reasons do not matter. Regardless of the adversary's intentions or objectives, he cannot afford to hesitate any longer. Run. Herbert took off at a sprint, dashing through the darkness. First, he must find a place to hide. Lockers, wooden crates, thickets, damn, there's not a single place to conceal oneself. As Herbert frantically searched for a hiding spot, Nyan Nasha casually remarked, "He is rushing towards you. Be cautious." Who are you aligned with? Herbert ground his teeth, silently screaming. Are you so pleased to see me in danger? Really? Oh, I've always been indifferent. Even if you were defiled, it won't change my opinion of you. She replied, besides, you are a man. You won't suffer. You say that so easily. Herbert, weary of arguing with her, commanded, stop merely observing. Lend me some assistance. How long until he catches up? Ha! Since you insist, I shall reluctantly help you. Nyanasha teased with a laugh and complied. Let me see. Approximately 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Herbert calculated the distances to various locations and made a resolute decision. He turned left and dashed towards the black iron coffin. The distance between him and his pursuer was dangerously close, and Herbert, disregarding concealment, shouted, Eliza, save me. The moment has come for your assistance. 3 minutes. Herbert reached the black iron coffin that housed the vampire and without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to it. Bang! The weakened and slumbering Eliza was startled awake, her eyes flying open. What is happening? Has someone come to break me out? Or is someone attacking? Confused, Eliza did not respond immediately while outside. Herbert hastily struck the coffin again. Bang, 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 bang. Wake up, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. How can you sleep at your age? Hurry up and come out. The black iron coffin was already loud enough when knocked, and being inside it, Eliza felt her head ringing. It's so noisy, Eliza shouted, angrily banging on the interior of the coffin, her tone quite irritable. What do you want? The last time, not only did she fail to gain any advantage, but she was also heavily tainted, nearly suffering a severe setback. From the gaps in the coffin, a pair of blood-red eyes, ablaze like fiery flames, glared menacingly at the youth outside. To be honest, the scene was rather eerie and unsettling. However, what was even more bizarre than the imagery were the words uttered by the human boy. He said, "Less chatter. Give me your blood." Eliza, I don't care what you intend to do. Wait, what did you just say? A large question mark immediately appeared in her blood-red eyes. Blood? You? You want my blood? Yes. Hand over your blood. No. He is echoing my own words. Perhaps overwhelmed by the shock, the initially dazed vampire suddenly regained composure, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Herbert. What do you intend to do? Although Eliza was unsure of Herbert's intentions, she instinctively sensed something was amiss. It is entirely normal for a vampire to request blood from a human to satisfy hunger and physiological needs. However, for a human to forcibly demand blood from a vampire is exceedingly strange. What is this fellow plotting? Does he wish to become a vampire? Eliza scrutinized Herbert skeptically, unable to fathom why he would desire to transform into a vampire. A cleric wishing to descend into vampiric depravity? That seems rather off, does it not? Nevertheless, what does it matter to me? This is a rare opportunity. Holy Knight, no matter your intentions, I can offer you my blood, but you must provide your own blood in exchange. Eliza fixed her gaze on Herbert, speaking in a low tone. I will give you a drop of blood, but you must give me 100 drops in return. Herbert nodded. I can give you a maximum of 3 drops. Eliza was immediately taken aback, her anger flaring. 3 drops? Are you out of your mind? That is my precious blood. At the very least, I require 50 drops. I understand the notion of negotiation, but what does it mean to merely slash at my heels? 5 drops, no more. Although Herbert was internally anxious, he projected an unwavering demeanor, showing no signs of compromise. He even issued a threat. Think wisely, this is our first transaction. If you refuse, do not expect to negotiate again in the future. Miss Vampire, surely you do not wish to face a future devoid of blood? Absolutely not. That is far too little. Even if it is your blood, I need at least 10 drops to recover. Let be 10 drops, you give them to me first, and I shall return the favor later. Deal. You must not renege. Although Eliza's heart was laden with reluctance, she ultimately had no choice but to concede. Yet, as she bowed her head, a smile crept upon her lips. How wonderful. I have no choice. I am simply too famished, especially after savoring Herbert's blood. That tantalizing flavor continued to torment her very soul. The sacred blood, imbued with a burning sensation, ravaged her body, yet it seemed to possess an addictive allure, unlocking a new door within her heart. She vaguely sensed the awakening of a peculiar craving within her, though she was hesitant to acknowledge it, let alone articulate her desire to once again experience such torment. She dared not broach the subject of sacred blood with Herbert, fearful that he might catch on to her yearning. No, it is fine. Humanity is treacherous. This fellow will undoubtedly breach our agreement, and I shall manage to drink the sacred blood later. Yes, that is it. Just let me have one more sip, just one. Otherwise, Eliza chuckled sinisterly within, extending her slender fingers from the coffin, squeezing out a drop of blood that shimmered like a ruby. Herbert collected that drop into a crystal vial that had previously contained holy water, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. The legendary vampire's material is now in my possession. Having witnessed the entire bargaining process, Nasha could not help but exclaim, so this is how you deceive others for materials. Mind your own business. Besides, this is a legitimate transaction. Although Herbert and Eliza appeared to have spent a considerable amount of time negotiating, in reality, only 5 minutes had elapsed since his arrival and securing the precious blood. Only 2 minutes remain. However, before Herbert could consume the blood, he heard Nasha's reminder. He is already here. So soon. Herbert's gaze sharpened, and just as he prepared to swallow the blood without hesitation, his expression suddenly shifted. A figure intruded upon his light, and he clearly saw the blasphemer who had occupied his time. Herbert instinctively raised his sword to strike, but his movement halted mid-air. The appearance of the adversary before him was vastly different from what he had envisioned. "What is this?" The blasphemer's visage offered little to comment on, appearing merely as an ordinary monk. His gaunt, pallid face bore a somewhat rigid expression, exuding a foul stench mingled with the scent of fish. The true peculiarity lay beneath his neck. It was as if his upper body had been torn apart by some colossal beast, leaving gaping wounds, his chest hollowed out, with blood and organs gruesomely obliterated. Not only was his upper half in such a state, but his lower body was equally horrific. The left leg was somewhat intact, merely shattered into 3 segments, held together by thin strips of flesh. The right leg, however, was entirely devoid of flesh, reduced to a darkened bone, supporting his staggering form as he trudged forward. With each step he took, pieces of his flesh fell away, disintegrating into dust before even touching the ground. What on earth had he endured? Most strikingly, despite standing merely a meter away, Herbert saw no reflection of himself in the blasphemer's pale eyes. The blasphemer completely disregarded Herbert, continuing forward into the unseen darkness. As the blasphemer passed by Herbert, he let out a slow breath, inwardly questioning, "Is this what you meant by coming at me? This is not my fault. You just happened to be in his path, so naturally, he is headed towards you." "Well then," Herbert rolled his eyes vigorously. "What the hell? I wondered why you seemed so unconcerned, failing to worry about my well-being. It turns out that there was no need for concern at all. Thus, you were already aware that he posed no threat to me." Of course, the malevolent deity responded with pride. "Even I would not abandon an ally to perish. Yet, you did not disclose the truth to me." "True, your reaction was simply too entertaining." Alas, the events had unfolded in such a tumultuous manner that Herbert found himself too weary to remain angry with the damned deity. The matter at hand needed resolution before addressing grievances. So, what precisely is the situation with this fellow? He is already dead. What remains in this body is merely an obsession, compelling him to move forward. Nasha recognized that she had thoroughly offended Herbert this time, refraining from further provocation. She began to provide a clear explanation, or rather, several days ago, when other souls occupied his body, the original him had already perished. Possessed by another? Herbert raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment before resolutely following the blasphemer. His curiosity piqued about this being's destination and the nature of his obsession. Thus, they continued their quiet march through the darkness, one trailing the other, until the blasphemer finally halted before a wall, his flesh nearly faded away. "Where is this?" Just as Herbert began to sense something, the blasphemer spoke. "Where are you?" His voice layered, a raspy sound that echoed through the shadows. "Great mage, why do you refuse to meet me?" He was indeed seeking Safani. Herbert narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword tightly, aiming the tip of the blasphemer's nape, ready to strike should he make any sudden moves. Just as Herbert hesitated, a weary sigh echoed from the darkness ahead. "Alas, it has been so long. Why must you come seeking me now?" It was a raspy voice, tinged with a hint of complaint. "Please, spare him, for a dead man. There's no need for you to take action yourself." In the next moment, Herbert distinctly sensed the pathway leading to another cage within the abyss of darkness. The previously reclusive Safani boldly revealed her position. "Well done. It is truly a case of heartfelt efforts yielding no flowers, while unintentional actions blossom unexpectedly." Herbert squinted, sheathing his sword, and silently followed in the wake of the blasphemer, moving forward alongside it. The experiences of this night were indeed unpredictable. The first half was spent conversing with a famished dragon, while the latter half involved splashing about with a mermaid princess. Just as dawn approached, he encountered fervent enthusiasts of fish, ultimately being invited by the elder sister elf into her chamber for a game of cards. What a fulfilling night it had been. Although the journey had been tumultuous, the outcome was satisfactory, as he had succeeded in meeting Safani. He found himself quite intrigued by this prisoner who vied for control over the Wugong Jiyu. You might question the strength of Valentina. No, her power is formidable, ranking among the most destructive of all prisoners. And what a frame's lack of depth. On the contrary, she possesses the royal bloodline of the sea demon, endowed with an abundance of esoteric knowledge. Yet both succumbed before the sealing formation, exhibiting little in terms of resistance. As fellow captives, why does this dark elf archmage possess the strength to resist, even to turn the tables? What accounts for the disparity among them? Is it talent, experience, or perhaps wisdom? Perhaps it is simply the case that disparities exist even among prisoners. In the oppressive silence of darkness, only Herbert's breath and the subtle sounds of bones clashing could be heard. As time slipped away, the power enveloping the blasphemer intensified, and the flesh vanished with increasing rapidity. In less than 10 minutes, everything had completely disappeared, leaving behind a mere skeleton that knew only to walk. Herbert initially wondered where it had sustained its injuries. However, recalling the path this blasphemer took before arriving in the 3rd District, he speculated about the origins of its grievous wounds and the corrosive force it bore. First, it had been struck by Valentina, and then it had heard Frame's song, correct? One responsible for murder and arson, the other for obliterating evidence. What a splendid collaboration. How terrifying these two women are. You both did splendidly. Were it not for their intervention, he would have had to face the blasphemer in a one-on-one duel, and it was quite likely he would not have prevailed. However, he had not anticipated that Frame's voice would wield such dreadfully potent effects. Indeed, the average person would be ill-fated to endure it. Herbert felt a pang of melancholy, understanding why Frame had been so exhilarated after confirming his safety. Even if others were fortunate enough to hear it, they would likely perish before the song's conclusion, turning to dust halfway through. Over the years, he might have been her sole audience. Moreover, the sea demon was a race inherently fond of song, using their melodies to lure passing ships and to communicate with their kin. She must have been holding back for quite some time, hadn't she? As the blasphemer staggered, seemingly tripped, its body swayed forward, producing a disquieting crack. Just as Herbert pondered how much longer the blasphemer could endure, its halted form suddenly quivered violently. With a resounding crash, the entire skeletal structure collapsed, scattered into a disarray of bones. The darkened bones appear to have decayed over many years, with only a faint spark of vitality lingering in the skull, as dim blue-violet flames flickered within its hollow eye sockets. Moer, Ren, the blasphemer attempted to speak, but no sound emerged from its moving jaws. It could no longer produce words, nor could it rely on sheer will to press forward. This arduous journey ultimately could proceed no further. The flickering light in its eye sockets slowly dimmed, extinguishing completely within mere breaths. At that moment, someone gently lifted it. I know not who you are, or what you seek to accomplish by intruding here. By principle, it is my duty as the warden to expel you. Herbert observed the suddenly ignited soul flame, nodded, and without ceremony, tucked the skull under his arm as one might a basketball. However, given your role in the demise of this body, I shall reluctantly lend you a hand. Come, I shall take you to meet her. Herbert had some recollection of this blasphemer, or rather, the Grasscar practitioner. His origins were tied to certain noble families within the kingdom, serving as a pawn placed within the monastery, subtly undermining him since his arrival. Witnessing its transformation into a heap of bones stirred no emotions within Herbert. He felt neither sorrow nor amusement. How splendid! Without the burden of an anchor slowing him down, Herbert surged forward, striding confidently through the darkness. He harbored no concerns that Safani would set a trap to ensnare him. On one hand, he believed Safani was not so foolish. Moreover, if she truly possessed the capability to end his life, why wait until now? Surely she would have acted long ago. On the other hand, his dear ally, Niansha, though often whimsical, would not remain passive should trouble arise. Regardless of her intentions, she would certainly cause a stir. As he continued onward, Herbert suddenly beheld a glimmer of light. Wait, light? This was the Wugong Ji, which should harbor no illumination. His brow furrowed, yet his pace did not falter as he quickly discerned the source of the glow. It was not the flickering light of candles nor the brilliance of magical artifacts, but rather faint luminescence emanating from bioluminescent plants. In this shadowy realm, the glowing flora resembled a myriad of twinkling eyes amidst the darkness. He seemed to have stepped into an underground garden, or perhaps the kingdom of luminescent plants. Vines cascaded from above, with slender tendrils adorned with nodes radiating a gentle blue light at intervals. Beneath his feet lay vibrant green grass, accompanied by various small mushrooms emitting a spectrum of colors. Suddenly, Herbert found himself enveloped within a forest. At the path's end, he beheld a colossal tree exuding an ethereal blue luminescence. As he approached, the trunk of the giant tree gradually split open, revealing a quaint wooden door. Thus, dark elves too are elves? They all seem to favor residing in trees. This is quite characteristic of elves. As Herbert admired the enchanting surroundings and prepared to enter, he blinked, suddenly struck by an amusing thought. You have adorned your dwelling so extravagantly, yet you allow your companion to cower within a dilapidated coffin? Well done. Is anyone home? He called, rapping on the door. Before he could continue his jest, the wooden door swung open automatically. The room was not significantly brighter than the outside, still illuminated by the luminous flora growing in various corners. He entered slowly, his gaze sweeping across the arrangement of the space. A vast table cluttered with an assortment of jars and bottles, filled with liquids of diverse hues, some containing mysterious biological organs, stood prominently. There were grotesque specimens, a massive eye stalk exuding an eerie aura, withered and shriveled limbs, 5 interconnected red stomachs, and an eye with 3 pupils. Ordinarily, one would expect Herbert to feel a chill run down his spine at such a sight, to be filled with trepidation, perhaps even undergo a round of psychological evaluation. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no fear. Rather, he found a peculiar satisfaction in the scene before him. Was this correct? As he questioned the state of his own mind, the culprit surfaced unbidden. Her taste is rather exquisite. Ah, it is because of you. Aha, the mystery is solved. It is this ghastly thing that is distorting my aesthetic sensibilities. What is wrong? Don't you find these items delightful? They are all quite valuable. Moreover, the methods of preservation are remarkably sophisticated. All valuable? Herbert stared at the 3-pupiled eye for a while, and upon realizing it was gazing back at him, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Very well, perhaps I am unworthy. I simply lack an appreciation for beauty. He forcibly averted his gaze and continued to observe the room as decor. Aside from the expansive research table, the space contained only a small round table and 2 chairs woven from vines, one of which was freshly crafted, with tender leaves still intact. Overall, it resembled a workspace that also catered to daily living, yet conspicuously absent was a place for rest. Does she not sleep? A hint of confusion seemed to linger in his mind. A slightly husky female voice echoed behind Herbert, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. Why had she moved there? He had been meticulous in his observation upon entering, yet failed to notice her presence. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to behold the dark elf sorceress for the first time. Oh, Master Safani? Indeed, a pleasure to meet you, Warden Herbert. In Herbert's rigid perception, dark elves were generally less attractive than their fair-skinned counterparts. After all, he held little interest in the darker complexion. Merely this trait was a detractor. Yet he now discovered he was mistaken. The color mattered not. Beauty could transcend such trivialities. He simply had yet to encounter a dark-skinned beauty that captivated him. Safani appeared to be around 26 or 27, lacking youthful naivete but not quite reaching maturity. Her features were exquisitely refined, and even her slightly dusky skin did not detract from her allure. Rather, it imparted a distinctive charm. Her blue-purple hair was meticulously braided, adorned with golden ornaments dangling from her earlobes, and golden patterns were etched upon her cheeks. Among all the prisoners he had encountered, Safani's condition was the most exquisite, hardly resembling a captive. Furthermore, she exuded a unique aura, a coldness born from the pinnacle of intellect. Despite standing before him, gazing into her golden eyes imparted a sense of distance, as if she were not truly present. An unmasked indifference repelled one from her. As Herbert locked eyes with Safani, he felt no fear. Instead, he smiled and extended the skull towards her. Here, your delivery. Safani shook her head, declining to take it. Instead, gesturing for him to place it on the wooden table. She settled into the vine chair and softly said, Warden, please take a seat. Upon sitting, Herbert noticed the chair's branches subtly moved, automatically conforming to his back, allowing him to sit in utmost comfort. An ergonomic chair? A living vine seat is indeed the epitome of comfort. Herbert reclined contentedly, entirely at ease, and queried, So, who is this? My kin. Perhaps a death soldier dispatched by a certain family to convey a message to me. Safani elegantly flicked her fingers before the skull, and a wisp of ethereal spirit, about the height of her palm, was drawn forth. The spirit was dim, vaguely revealing itself as a dark elf maiden of around 18 or 19, her lips moving incessantly, as if urgently conveying a message to Safani. Yet, Safani's expression remained unchanged throughout. She listened calmly for a moment before reaching out and crushing the lingering soul within her palm. Herbert raised an eyebrow, perplexed. I say, she came to seek you, and this is how you treat her? Is this how you repay those who come find you? Such cruelty? Safani shook her head, replying slowly, I am liberating her. She has long since departed from this world, forced to exist through the power of forbidden existence. Her soul has been utterly tainted by lust. Now that her task is complete, if I do not act thus, she would only face the fate of becoming a plaything for that deity. Upon hearing the name lust, Herbert understood the situation, realizing why that particular being had transformed into such a state. Ah, so it is because of him, the god of lust, one of the most powerful evil deities in this world, presiding over all forms of depravity, sin, and desire. Compared to the likes of Nian, an entity of obscure origins and uncertain power, this one was a bona fide mad god, truly a figure of insanity. To become a follower of him is to gain access to forbidden, tremendous power, yet one can never escape his grasp. He excels in leading mortals to corruption, relishing in transforming his followers into mindless beings driven solely by carnal urges, regardless of the number of partners or whether they are human. Her task was to relay a message to me. My sister has assassinated our matriarch, thereby becoming the new head of the family. Some elders are dissatisfied and intend to send someone to rescue me, hoping I will cooperate when the time comes. Safani recounted this dispassionately, as if discussing the affairs of others. Herbert interjected, Wait, you just divulged that information to me? Is that permissible? He found it somewhat odd and chuckled. I am your warden. After all, shouldn't you show a modicum of respect for my profession? Are you truly unafraid I might report this? No issue. You may deal with those individuals as you see fit. Safani idly toyed with the frail spirit, stating coolly, because I have no intention of accepting their rescue. Oh, you do not wish to leave here? Herbert blinked. This was indeed peculiar. What prisoner does not yearn for freedom? Surely, it is not because the inhabitants here speak so charmingly and are all exceptional individuals. Safani replied indifferently, I hold no interest in power. Since I can continue my research here, I have no reason to leave. Returning to my family would only invite their disruptions. This is the reason? It sounded rather reasonable. Speaking of which, you are more talkative than I had anticipated. Safani calmly shook her head, her tone laced with disdain. I merely refuse to engage in discourse with those mundane beings. It does not imply that I lack the ability to communicate with others. Oh, I see. Sighed, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, Since you are so loquacious, why not show a bit more sincerity and warmth? When will you cease to be an avatar and come see me in person? He flicked a leaf, which he had been fiddling with, towards Sifin, the soft foliage passing through her form and landing gently on the ground behind her. Herbert smiled and winked at the dark elf, reclining fully against the chair's backrest, propping his legs up as he leisurely inquired, How does it feel, O Grand Mage? The treehouse was enveloped in silence, the only sounds being the subtle noises of the various organs contained within jars. The rhythmic beating of a heart, the peristaltic movements of stomach, the tremors of an eye, the breath of gills, and the creaking of the rocking chair contributed to a cacophony. The irritating creaks pierced the tranquil atmosphere, drilling into Sifin's ears. The aloof elf's eyes quivered slightly as she finally lifted her gaze to meet that of the relaxed white-haired youth. His beauty rivaled that of any elf, with crystalline light gray eyes and pure white hair that seemed to radiate blessings, clad in a semi-dry, translucent silk nightgown. Compared to the warden overseeing the prison, he appeared more akin to a dashing nobleman at a lavish ball. Coupled with his mischievous smile, it seemed to suggest a roguish charm, as if he were the type to twirl with noble women on the dance floor or be whisked away to secluded corners for intimate conversations. Was he truly a paladin? Although Sifin found herself puzzled, the revelation of his ability to see through her disguise was far more disconcerting. With his prowess, he should not have been able to penetrate her ruse. What had gone awry? Despite the exposure, Sifin's demeanor remained largely unchanged. She did not vehemently deny it, nor did she exhibit signs of distress, maintaining her aloof elegance. She nodded slightly to Herbert, saying, You have indeed surprised me. How did you come to this conclusion? How to put it? Intuition. Herbert tilted his head, raising an eyebrow, and teasingly remarked, I just have this feeling that a woman as beautiful as you must possess a knack for deception. Sifin did not laugh, but furrowed her brow, retorting, "Are you implying that all dark elves are deceitful tricksters?" Herbert replied, No, I certainly do not harbor any racial prejudices. Please do not misconstrue my words." He wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he added, "What I meant to say was that I find you quite stunning. That is not the point. Even in this otherworldly realm, why would one be so sensitive?" Siffin protested, "I am not. I have never persecuted your kind. Is that so?" Siffin's brow twitched as she shook her head. "No, even if you truly believed that, it is of no consequence. Dark elves are indeed adept at deception and trickery. This trait is ingrained in our very essence. You are correct. I am that type of person, skilled at misleading others." Herbert found himself at a loss for words, sensing that the conversation was becoming increasingly difficult. What was with this sister? Was she truly that inept at conversation? Clearing his throat, he forced the topic to shift, asserting, "Of course, intuition is one aspect, but what truly led me to my conclusion was your behavior." He raised his chin, indicating the lifeless skull on the table. "The most significant flaw lies here. When I handed it to you earlier, you refused to take it, did you not?" He observed the contemplative expression on Siffin's face and continued, "This was clearly your kin. It was merely a skull, yet you were too afraid to even touch it." After stating this, Herbert's gaze swept over the eerie organs scattered throughout the room, his smile conveying an unspoken understanding. "You are afraid? The one who should be fearful is me, is it not? Of course, there is another possibility. You may possess a severe aversion to filth and refuse to touch items that I, a tainted being, have handled. Yet, I prefer to trust my intuition that you are not truly present here, but rather an extraordinarily vivid illusion, and the facts have validated my suspicions. I have placed my bet wisely." Herbert contentedly stretched his neck, seeking a more comfortable position as he reclined. His demeanor radiated the arrogance of one who felt victorious. "Since I have already discerned your ruse, there is no need for you to continue acting. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing Herbert's explanation, Siffin pondered for a moment before slowly rising and nodding at him. "You are correct. In that case, I invite you to follow me, for my true form awaits upstairs, and I cannot disengage myself at this moment." Without waiting for Herbert's reply, she walked directly towards what appeared to be an empty wall. As she approached, the bark of the wall began to crack open, revealing a dark passage. Herbert squinted as he observed the staircase adorned with glowing vines, then glanced up into the abyss of darkness above. "Shall we proceed?" At this point, he had only circled the periphery of the prison. Venturing further would certainly pose a risk. Siffin glanced back at the entrance of the passage, her silence speaking volumes as she regarded him. "Do you not wish to meet my true self? Will you not follow?" Naturally, there was no objection. Herbert rose with a cheerful demeanor and followed her footsteps, believing there was no reason to abandon the pursuit at this juncture. "I am quite curious to see what lies beneath your facade." Siffin acknowledged his compliance with a nod and proceeded to lead the way through the lengthy, profound passage. Shortly after Herbert began ascending with Siffin, the silent Nasha could no longer contain herself and inquired, "Hey, how did you figure it out? I certainly did not inform you, and was eagerly anticipating when you would catch on." Herbert narrowed his eyes, contemplating, "Did you intentionally leave half your words unspoken? Are you intentionally stirring trouble?" "Of course," Nasha replied without a hint of shame, laughing, "but I am genuinely curious about how you noticed. Surely your reasoning extends beyond the explanations you provided her?" "Indeed, aside from what I just mentioned, there's another crucial point. Her reaction upon seeing me was far too subdued." Herbert calmly articulated a rather self-absorbed rationale. "According to your assertion, all magical creatures should inexplicably feel fondness towards me. If not affection, at least some semblance of goodwill." Yet her demeanor was excessively calm, almost cold, as if she were not alive. "Was there anything else?" Nasha inquired. "It was the scent." Nasha responded with disbelief. You cannot be serious." "The aroma? The deity of harmony first appeared perplexed, then hesitant, and finally puzzled, before tentatively asking, "Did you mean the scent? Do you mean to say, you smelled it?" "No." Herbert rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "I mean the scent on my body. You are the real scent-obsessed pervert. Your entire family is, judging by the reactions of Valentina and the others. It seemed that I was emitting a captivating fragrance, which we might as well refer to as a lure. A natural charm, combined with an enticing aroma, created a synergy that I found hard to believe would elicit no response from her. These two attributes did not simply add together. They had the potential to transform quantity into quality, delivering a powerful visual and olfactory impact on the monster girls meeting me for the first time. Whether one describes Herbert as brimming with confidence from acquired knowledge or as naively narcissistic, he remained utterly assured. No monster girl could resist a fair-haired youth. While they might not immediately lust after my form, they certainly would not display such aloofness. Oh, you're right. The allure of these two characteristics is indeed significant. Moreover, after finishing his statement, Herbert instinctively inhaled gently, yet he detected no trace of aroma from the figure before him. She truly was devoid of scent, cough. Just disregard what I said. Oh no, this is rather awkward, isn't it? At that moment, the deity of harmony was surprisingly silent. After a prolonged silence, it earnestly advised, I think you might be a bit peculiar. Perhaps you should consider seeing a doctor? Go away. Herbert huffed irritably. If I were to see a doctor, would you care to guess what my primary affliction is? It's you. Herbert was poised to continue the argument, yet he squinted at that moment. The staircase had reached its end. Ahead, the manifestation had silently dissipated, leaving behind a partially ajar wooden door that merely required a gentle push to open. Herbert hesitated for 3 seconds, then scoffed mockingly. What a time to play at mystery. Now that we've reached this point, you still resort to such trivial tricks? Do you think I would back down now? With a snort, he strode forward, pushed the door open, and entered confidently. Creak. Hello. I'll come to see you, However, the instant he stepped into the room, Herbert's expression shifted dramatically. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils. The air was thick with the repugnant odor of rotting flesh. A potent, even searing stench surged through his nose, mouth, ears, and eyes, inundating his body. Herbert could even faintly hear a sinister, corrosive sound. Unsure of which part of him had been tainted, struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a sight akin to a slaughterhouse. No, a slaughterhouse was far too civilized. It resembled a charnel house. Various decaying corpses lay strewn across the ground, some grotesquely stitched together. Crimson tendrils entwined around the bodies, grinding them as if in a macabre feast. When the world is this, a paternal lair, a wave of nausea surged within Herbert, compelling him to retch. Yet just as he was about to succumb to the urge to vomit, the stigmata on his hand glimmered softly. A warm current surged through his body, and all discomfort vanished in an instant. Herbert's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the fragmented corpses remained in view, he could no longer perceive the foul stench. Or rather, he had inhaled those odors but felt no impact whatsoever. Maintaining the purity of his body was indeed a form of innocence. How remarkably practical. If this discovery could be extrapolated, did it imply that he might be immune to toxins? Praise the vow of purity. My friends, this is truly formidable, isn't it? Herbert mused, then resumed his advance, stepping over the scattered remnants of flesh, moving toward the center of the charnel house. At the heart of this decaying realm lay a sanctified space, featuring a massive wooden platform, or rather, an operating table. And upon that table, lying bare from the waist up, was none other than the recently encountered Safani. Lord Herbert, you have arrived. Safani did not rise, her tendrils gently gliding across her back, exuding a green liquid to meld the severed flesh seamlessly, leaving no trace of injury. At that moment, Herbert was reminded of her title, the Forbidden Scholar. This sister truly indulges in such morbid research. Yehid. Herbert responded casually, approaching the operating table to scrutinize the essence of this captive. Though her manifestation bore the same visage as before, notable differences were evident. The first thing that struck him was her skin tone. While she still exhibited the dark hue of a dark elf, her complexion was significantly lighter, revealing a peculiar wheatish tone. Moreover, and most importantly, she appeared much younger, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, presenting an appearance of youthful immaturity. Herbert blinked, unable to restrain his curiosity. Lady Safani, what has happened to you? Are you trying to appear younger? No, maintaining your youth? Safani, well aware of his implication, responded nonchalantly. It was merely an accident resulting from an experiment. The incarnation you encountered earlier was my original appearance. Oh, I was just a bit surprised. Regardless of the form, your beauty remains unchanged. Safani draped herself in a garment, shielding her skin, and scrutinized the visitor who had ventured into this space for the first time. As for you, you continue to astonish me. Safani observed Herbert, who remained remarkably composed, shaking her head. No one has ever managed to maintain such calmness upon witnessing this. She understood all too well the grim spectacle that lay within her laboratory, recognizing how challenging it was for Herbert to remain unperturbed. She gazed at Herbert, unable to contain her admiration. Lord Herbert, your courage and resolve truly command my respect. Herbert blinked in response, then comprehended, offering a slight smile and shaking his head. This is nothing. Most researchers who dedicate themselves to the pursuit of truth are deserving of respect, even if, at times, their studies may seem, well, somewhat unsettling. As long as they do not harm others or cross the true boundaries, they do not appear evil in my eyes. Herbert squinted at Safani, who, despite being surrounded by corpses, exuded no hint of malevolence. Would you not agree? In the depths of darkness, where outsiders cannot perceive, there exists a space brimming with stitched monstrosities, contorted limbs, and grotesque flesh. Within this realm, describable only by terms of decay, corruption, and malevolence, two figures meander leisurely, incongruous with their surroundings. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of unreality. The white-haired youth, with a gentle smile, is shrouded in a veil of ethereal light, rendering him impervious to any profane touch. The noxious fog parts before him, and the tainted black blood avoids his feet, only to return to its previous state once he passes. In stark contrast, the dark elf exudes an entirely different aura. Despite being the architect of this chaos, her presence feels out of place in this environment. This sensation is peculiar, extreme purity, even transcendent. Her form bears no trace of the abominations around her. Unarmed, she strides through the mist, her bare feet treading upon the cadavers and blood, untouched by the filth. The corrosive vapors cannot mar her skin, akin to mere water vapor. She steps directly upon the decaying flesh and shattered bones, yet her delicate soles remain untainted by blood or gore. Rising from the mire unblemished, like a pristine lotus, she embodies the essence of both the white and black lotus. Indeed, she resembles a flower birthed from the very distortion of flesh. In a scene that could only be described as a hellish nightmare, the two figures maintain an air of tranquility, conversing with ease, seemingly oblivious to their horrific surroundings. You are unlike most humans I have encountered. They tend to regard me as a malevolent creature, and even those learned in the arcane deem me a madman after discovering the nature of my research, remarked Siphon, who led the way with a hint of melancholy. No, it is not just humans. Everyone we have met seems to view me differently. Even in the shadowy realms, the majority of dark beings perceive me as a fearsome entity. Even among my kin, those who derive pleasure from inflicting suffering upon others fail to comprehend my thoughts, dismissing my pursuits as mere rituals to appease dark deities. Humph, scoffed the dark elf sorceress, her disdain evident. Such a notion is utterly foolish. It hardly warrants my explanation. Regardless of who they are, even those who superficially claim to understand my work cannot grasp its essence. I have procured these materials at great expense. Even if I refrained from purchasing them, others would still seek to acquire them and engage adventurers in their pursuit. Why must I alone be deemed wicked? Am I condemned for being a dark elf? Siphon's expression grew cooler as she huffed softly. I comprehend. My methods and thoughts will inevitably be misunderstood and rejected by many, and their opinions matter not to me. I do not require their validation. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of meaningful communication or the impact of Herbert's demeanor, Siphon, usually reticent, found herself unexpectedly loquacious, sharing her thoughts at length. Herbert, in turn, embraced the role of an attentive listener, quietly absorbing her words while occasionally offering gentle prompts to encourage her to continue. Indeed, I understand you. The pursuit of knowledge is inherently solitary. To be misunderstood is the fate of the genius. As long as you possess clarity within, why seek the approval of others? Herbert interjected, recognizing that Siphon's facade of indifference belied a deeper sensitivity. Did she truly disregard the opinions of others, as she professed? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Had she been unconcerned, she would not have reiterated her feelings so frequently. Human nature tends to reveal that the more one values something internally, the more one feigns indifference externally. In this manner, even if one ultimately fails to attain their desires, they can nonchalantly declare, I did not care for this at all. Within Siffin burned a fervent passion for her research, a flame concealed by the relentless denial and hostility she faced from others. Her long-standing experiences had rendered her somewhat reclusive, hiding her fire and reluctant to share it with anyone. Yet, Herbert's presence and understanding offered her a chance to vent her pent-up emotions, akin to tossing a bundle of dry wood and dousing it with gasoline upon a dwindling campfire. The flames erupted, uncontrollable and fierce. Herbert observed Siffin's profile, nodding inwardly. Though her countenance remained composed, her true expression conveyed a rich tapestry of emotions, discernible in the subtleties of her features. A cool lotus? No, it was a flame ensconced within paper. Never before has anyone acknowledged my research upon our first encounter, Siffin remarked, her passionate demeanor gradually calming. She halted, turning to face the youth beside her. Realizing the extent of her previous outpouring, she fell silent for a moment before continuing. Lord Herbert, I appreciate your willingness to listen. Oh, it is nothing, Herbert replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. Lady Siffin, you need not express gratitude. I am genuinely intrigued by your past. Aside from his intentions regarding Siffin, Herbert harbored a profound curiosity about the Dark Elf. He yearned to unravel the experiences that had led her down such a drastic path of flesh and blood. To those who deemed flesh weak, believing ascendance could only be achieved through machinery, psychic energy, or genetic alteration, Siffin stood as their staunch adversary. She firmly believed that the human body could surpass its inherent limits through persistent breakthroughs, reaching heights comparable to divinity. Yes, to Herbert, this so-called fallen elf, taboo scholar, and shadow sorceress was far less complex. Enough with the convolutions. To put it plainly, you were simply a master of body refinement, a grand sorceress, impervious in form, practicing martial arts. Was that not entirely reasonable? Indeed, it was exceedingly reasonable. After an engaging conversation, Herbert felt that his relationship with Siffin had successfully shifted from antagonism to camaraderie. By the way, Lady Siffin, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. With the opportune moment at hand, Herbert seized the opportunity to voice his request. Regarding the plan to assist you in escaping, might you consider it? Siffin's brows furrowed in confusion as she stared at Herbert. What are you saying? You want me to escape? But aren't you the warden? If the prisoner does not wish to flee, why must you compel them? Yes, but also no, was acutely aware that his words would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. Shaking his head, he proactively clarified, I indeed wish for you to respond to them, but I do not intend for you to accompany them in truth. To be more forthright, I hope you can defect from them and become our informant. The priest's expression brightened as he extended an invitation to the Dark Elf. I desire to convey some false intelligence through you, thereby ensnaring them. This is what one might call entrapment. At this moment, S. words were starkly candid, bordering on harsh. I wish for your assistance in persecuting your kin. To be frank, such a statement sounded profoundly unsettling. It hardly resembled the words of a virtuous individual. Rather, they echoed the sentiments of a villain devoid of principles. The roles of these two individuals appeared to have been reversed. It was as if were the knight captured and tormented by the villain, gradually being led down a path of corruption by the manipulative. At this juncture, even a most aloof elf could no longer maintain composure. Confusion adorned her face as her brows furrowed deeply, gazing at him in bewilderment. Is this truly the case? You wish for me to betray them? Why would you do such a thing? Search for answers in his countenance. Yet, there was no need for her to guess. Revealed the answer himself. Because I wish to assist you. The handsome paladin gazed at the elf with unwavering intensity, declaring, and this is an opportunity. I am the warden responsible for overseeing all prisoners within the third sanctum. However, my duties extend beyond mere supervision. My true responsibility lies in educating you. With sincerity etched on his face, continued, the suppression and sealing have never been the ultimate goal. They are merely a reluctant means. The true aim of the monastery is to guide you back to righteousness. His words were heartfelt and genuine, reminiscent of a scoundrel deceiving an innocent maiden, yet this time, he did not utter a falsehood. This was indeed the reality. If mere confinement were the objective, the role of the warden would be redundant, as the sealing arrays sufficed without the need for an additional overseer. The true purpose of the warden was singular, to educate these misguided prisoners of a different race. And now, this was the method chosen by. Observing the contemplative, he pressed on, of course, I understand that you are not inherently malevolent. However, it is of no use for me to comprehend this alone. In the eyes of outsiders, you are perceived as equally wicked and dangerous as the rest. The monks have long since lost faith in you, convinced of your depravity, and no one will question the righteousness of this belief or exert effort to investigate further. But I am different, he continued, stepping closer to, his gaze fixed intently upon her eyes. Especially after our interactions, I have become increasingly convinced that perhaps you are not the monstrous prisoner they claim you to be. This statement was no fabrication. Among the 4 prisoners he had encountered, aside from a certain disgraceful vampire, the other 3 differed significantly from his preconceived notions of evil. They might be exceedingly perilous, yet they were not necessarily wicked. You are capable of change and deserve better treatment. Step closer still. I want to help you. One more step. Please, allow me to assist you. At this moment, he was nearly upon, overwhelmed by his presence, instinctively took a step back, averting her gaze. What exactly do you intend to do? She asked. Eyes sparkled with a fleeting smile upon witnessing her compromise. Good, I've hooked you. He ceased to press her further and confidently proclaimed, I wish to demonstrate this to them. For that, we must produce tangible results, not mere verbal alterations, but concrete actions. And they shall be your results. Upon reaching this point, finally grasped intentions, he sought to have her submit a declaration of allegiance to the monastery, using the blood of those individuals to validate her moral descent. This approach was straightforward and required no significant effort on her part. It sounded quite appealing. However, S' expression remained cold, and she did not hesitate to retort. Do you truly believe I would betray them? Do you think it is as simple as you suggest? To this, S' reply was even more direct. Why not? Could only blink in confusion. Without a hint of hesitation, he continued, since they have already betrayed you, why can you not betray them in return? They have forgotten you for centuries, only recalling you amidst familial strife. Do they truly harbor goodwill? It is impossible. As a noble, I'm all too familiar with such machinations. He scoffed, shaking his head. They merely intend to utilize you as a tool in their struggles. Discarding you once you are deemed worthless, in essence, was merely a pawn in their grand game. Moreover, although accustomed to solitude, was this truly an environment conducive to your research? Are the materials sufficient? Even if they are now, they will eventually run out, and new discoveries will emerge from the outside world. Can you truly endure a lack of progress in your studies? He endeavored to appeal to reason before tugging at her emotions. Furthermore, as you once mentioned, the blood of dark elves flows within your veins. Betrayal is not an unacceptable notion for you. If that is the case, what is there left to ponder? I implore you to assist me. Grant me the opportunity to aid you. He continued, rather than trust those who have never understood you, who have consistently belittled your research and ignored your kin. Why not choose me? Gazed at with a smile, then bowed gracefully, extending his hand in a manner reminiscent of a gentleman inviting a lady to dance at a ball. So consider this an appeal on my behalf. Please betray your family. Ultimately, he had expressed all that needed to be said. How to proceed would depend on her own deliberations. With a smile, winked at and gently remarked, I understand that this proposition may come as a shock, and you may not be able to accept it immediately, but fear not, we have time. You may contemplate this further. In the end, despite earnest demeanor and the allure of his offer, chose not to accept his invitation on the spot. She expressed a need to deliberate, for such a decision would undoubtedly sever ties with her past self and her blood relations. A matter of such magnitude should not be treated with frivolity. Expressed his understanding and did not pressure her to make an immediate decision, willing to wait for her to ponder deeply before providing an answer. Moreover, he was concerned about Siphonie's embarrassment and thoughtfully refrained from further entanglement, decisively choosing to depart and grant her the time she needed. Let this visit conclude here. I shall take my leave now. Please reflect on it, he said casually. As he turned and walked towards the treehouse, he waved his hand behind him, adding, No need to see me off. Siphon and I remained silent, standing quietly at the door, watching him step by step into the forest. Upon entering the luminous forest, Herbert's demeanor remained unchanged, his pace leisurely, as if he were strolling through the woods at night. It was only after he had completely exited the forest and returned to darkness that he paused, squinting as he slowly exhaled. He let out a sigh of relief and nodded silently, a profound smile creeping upon his face. In his mind, the voice of the mischievous deity chimed in at the right moment. It seems your charming scheme has faltered. Your allure appears insufficient. She simply did not accept your invitation. Herbert scoffed lightly, unperturbed, responding with ease. As long as there is no outright rejection in the moment, it is already a form of success, with at least a 70% chance of being interpreted as agreement. When she consents, it is merely a matter of time. Herbert believed that this self-proclaimed mischievous deity, Sieshun, truly did not comprehend the intricacies involved. I had practically pointed a finger at her, urging her to rebel, yet she merely stated her need to consider, he mused. Would you deem this exchange a failure or success? Sienna fell silent, realizing that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Noticing the deity's quietude, Herbert refrained from pressing further, chuckling lightly as he shook his head. Teasing allies is permissible, but must be done with moderation. Know when to withdraw. Do not push them to their limits. Regarding his initial encounter with Siffin and I, Herbert felt generally satisfied. In his view, as long as she did not physically eject him during his speech, it was fundamentally a success. Allowing Siffin and I time to contemplate was merely providing her a graceful exit, preventing any undue embarrassment. No one would perceive someone capable of betraying their kin as an easy target. Even if such a person existed, they would not wish to present themselves in that light. You truly do not understand human nature, he remarked. Sienna replied, humph. The mischievous deity had intended to bypass this topic, but upon hearing his words, a hint of displeasure surfaced, and she retorted, I say, my dear ally, I may not grasp human hearts, but do you truly understand the hearts of women? Oh, pray tell. Herbert blinked, amused by her inquiry. Do you possess some profound insight? Indeed, although Herbert could not see Sienna's expression, he could sense her pride through her tone. She might consent to your invitation, but do you not think the process seems rather simplistic? Herbert raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping her implication. You believe Siffin and I is too agreeable? Too accommodating? Do you not? Sienna's voice took on an unusual seriousness as she addressed him directly. Herbert, no legendary figure is uncomplicated. You cannot fathom the arduous path to becoming a legend. It is impossible for anyone to achieve such status effortlessly. Whether it be the seemingly taciturn little sprite, the melodious fish, or the apparently easy-to-bully little bat. None of them are as simple as they appear. No formidable individual is naive. Sienna continued, but Herbert abruptly interjected, I see your point. But what of my Valentina? Why do you not mention her? What of our Valentina? When speaking of legends, why is she excluded? Is she not a legendary figure? I ask you, is she not a legendary figure? You shall not cast Valentina in a negative light. She may be a bit naive, a little foolish, and somewhat greedy, but must she be treated differently? Our Valentina Protection Association does not accept such double standards. Do you imply that I am deceiving you? The deity's tone grew irritable, as if on the verge of an explosion. No, I actually concur with you. Herbert shrugged, a light-hearted smile easing the tension. I am well aware of what you speak. Not only these legendary figures, but even ordinary individuals do not fall easily. The dynamics of human interaction and relationships are not akin to a strategy game. It is not as simple as making the right choices to win unconditional love. Humans are complex beings, not so easily swayed, unless through coercive hypnosis. There will be no scenario where a mere display of dominance compels bystanders to bow. The external conditions and unique abilities Herbert possessed merely lowered the threshold considerably, hastening the process. However, Sienna, you overlooked one crucial point. Does Siffin and I possess a choice? Choice. Indeed, choice. Herbert strolled through the seemingly endless darkness, relishing the tranquility. In the outside world, she would hardly acknowledge me, viewing me as a fool to ignore. Yet here, in the third commandment, she is merely a prisoner, and I am the sole warden willing to extend a hand. If she does not wish to remain unchanged, her only option is to collaborate with me. A subtle smile graced Herbert's lips, his light-colored eyes gleaming with mirth. Therefore, it is not that Siffin and I is overly agreeable, nor that Fu Lei Mei and others are excessively compliant. It is simply that they have no alternative. From the outset, the identities of Herbert and the prisoners have been inherently unequal. The monster girls may possess formidable strength, hold esteemed positions in the outside world, or be wealthy beyond measure. But in his presence, they are merely prisoners. He, on the other hand, is the warden governing all matters within the prison. The alien prison has remained tranquil for far too long. Although these prisoners do not voice it, they all yearn for change, regardless of whether that change is for better or worse. They simply desire transformation. Herbert's audacity to interact with them in such a flippant and sometimes overly confident manner stems from this understanding. Yes, pure workplace harassment. Moreover, many times rather than flirting, he is testing boundaries, playfully probing their tolerance levels repeatedly. He believes, aside from Valentina, who is genuinely oblivious, the others have a vague awareness of this dynamic. Ultimately, they're all merely engaging in a fade. Everyone shares an unspoken understanding, collectively choosing not to expose the truth. Is genuine affection exchanged for genuine affection? No, it is more akin to a heart of malice for a heart of malice. Herbert chuckled lightly, feeling neither overly optimistic nor utterly despairing about the situation before him. It can only come gradually. I have no desire to harm them, nor any reason to do so. They will eventually understand this. I treat them with sincere intentions, and the extent to which I receive sincerity in return will depend on our future interactions. I possess considerable confidence in myself. What about you? The malevolent deity fell silent for a moment before offering a gentle smile. I have always believed in you. Huh, you are deceiving me. Indeed I am. In the treehouse, after Herbert's departure, Stefani maintained her demeanor from before he left, quietly gazing at the bioluminescent forest. After a long while, she shook her head in contemplation, unable to suppress her thoughts. What a peculiar individual, so unlike a cleric. Then another voice took up her words, continuing, did he see through it again? It was the same tone, devoid of fluctuation. Within the treehouse, a second Stefani emerged. This newly manifested Stefani was not merely an illusory projection. She appeared identical to the original. She picked up the skull that Herbert had left behind, inspecting it with evident disdain. Utterly worthless and already defiled by him. As she released her grip, the skull crumbled into powder, devoured by the ground. This is also a manifestation. A master of flesh and blood would certainly be capable of crafting a corporeal avatar. The two Stefanis simultaneously began to move, multitasking as they resumed their interrupted research. Should a confident, audacious paladin, unbound by dogma, collaborate with him? They engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, as if two distinct individuals were conversing. Indeed, the hidden experimental materials were nearly depleted. Fresh blood and flesh from other races were also required. However, there was no urgency. They could wait a little longer, anticipating his next voluntary visit. Meanwhile, as the two Stefanis conversed, the upper level of the treehouse, now resembling a grotesque charnel house, began to transform. The wooden walls writhed, splitting open wide mouths that swallowed all remnants of flesh and blood. In a short time, the bizarre space was rendered pristine, devoid of any traces of its former gruesomeness. Once tranquility returned, a third Stefani appeared, standing where Herbert had once lingered, gently inhaling the air. But what I truly desire is his flesh and blood. Stefani furrowed her brow, tilting her head in confusion, and inhaled the lingering essence once more. Huh, what is it about him that draws me in? She licked her lips, her gaze shimmering with a dangerous glint. Is it his lineage? Or perhaps, after much effort, the path to the fourth area remained unopened. On his way back, Herbert sighed in exasperation, muttering under his breath. I forgot. In the midst of confronting Stefani, too many unforeseen events transpired, and I became solely focused on discussing her betrayal. Pushing this matter aside, is it too strange to bring it up now? Nevertheless, the greatest crisis had been resolved by Tsaoyu, and no one was fixated on his hook any longer, so there was no need to rush. As he passed by the black iron coffin, a muffled voice emanated from within. Hey, Paladin, you still owe me 10 drops of blood. We had an agreement, no backing out. A pair of crimson eyes glimmered through the coffin's slats, a gaze filled with longing fixated on Herbert, occasionally glancing at the back of his hand, leaving one to wonder what thoughts were brewing. Herbert remained silent, tilting his head to observe the vampire, wedged within the coffin, forced to survive in the narrow confines, and involuntarily recalled what he had witnessed in the treehouse. The abode of the dark elf archmage, while not opulent, was undeniably quite comfortable, excluding the blood-soaked lair on the top floor. And look at you. Both of us are entrenched in the same shadowy abyss. Yet they reside in a grand villa while you are confined to a coffin? What a disgrace. He gazed at Eliza, shaking his head and letting out a long sigh. Alas, Eliza, taken aback by this sudden reaction, was left bewildered, unsure of his meaning. What does your sudden sigh imply? Are you attempting to back out? She exclaimed, growing anxious. Hey, I provided everything up front. You cannot deny your debt. Upon hearing this, Herbert raised an eyebrow, the words he had on the tip of his tongue slipping away. He offered Eliza a slight smile, nodding politely, then strode away without uttering another word, leaving her with an elegant silhouette. "You cannot do this." The distressed vampire, now utterly frantic, shouted after his retreating figure. "Hey, paladin, aren't you a paladin? You disgrace of a paladin." Hearing the vampire's desperate curses as he walked away, Herbert took a deep breath and mused. Her reactions are truly amusing. How quickly she becomes flustered. "Are you certain you are sincere with him?" "Of course." Herbert chuckled lightly, responding with an air of certainty. "I genuinely tease her, and in return, I receive her heartfelt reprimands. Is that not a form of sincerity exchanged for sincerity? Family, this is indeed quite genuine." At this moment, as Herbert delightedly teased the fool, he remained oblivious to the impending turn of fate that would soon render him unable to smile. At that very moment, Bishop Shielding stood before the alien prison, frowning at the residual slime on the ground. So, the fallen one ultimately concealed itself here? Valentina, roused from her slumber by a booming shout, jolted awake, her body tensing as she rolled over, landing on all fours like a great cat. "Huh." She arched her back high, her hair becoming disheveled, baring her slightly pointed white teeth while emitting a menacing growl. Her already large eyes widened further, the crimson irises narrowing into slits as she scanned her surroundings. "Who is it?" Upon meeting the gaze of the white-haired youth smiling outside the bars, she froze. "Good morning." Valentina blinked in confusion, shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel the remnants of sleep. Herbert, observing her demeanor, felt quite surprised. Previously, he had always perceived Valentina as a friendly animal akin to humans. However, her recent display mirrored that of a certain orange cat that adored napping atop his vehicle. The way she initially reacted with surprise before becoming dazed, simply identical. "So, are you a large dog or an orange cat at heart?" Valentina stared at Herbert in a daze before her expression shifted to one of sharp intensity. Oof. She recalled the instances when Herbert had teased and mocked her. "What do you want now?" She shot him an annoyed glare, then haughtily turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "I do not wish to engage with you." However, despite Valentina's outward display of wariness, she had internally resolved not to stoop to this fellow's level. She had indeed been somewhat angered, needing a substantial amount of food to placate her. Yet not long ago, she fortuitously encountered a peculiar slime that had somehow found its way to the front of her cell. After delivering a few casual blows to the unfortunate creature, her pent-up frustrations were released, and her mood significantly improved. Indeed, lying around in slumber was not truly living. Only through battle could one genuinely feel alive. Combat was exhilarating. Although she ultimately allowed that creature to escape, the long-awaited confrontation invigorated her spirit. Even upon seeing Herbert, she found herself less irate, still basking in the afterglow of the skirmish. Fighting was truly delightful. "Valentina, I have come to express my gratitude." Upon hearing Herbert's words, Valentina's ears perked up. The usually aloof young dragon was genuinely curious at this moment. "Thank me? For what? If it were not for your assistance in overcoming danger, I fear I would have met a grim fate. It was you who saved me." The young dragon's ears twitched, and she turned half her body towards him, though her face stubbornly remained fixed on the wall. "Danger? I saved you? What are you talking about?" I merely wish to inquire about your intentions." "I will not be fooled again." After a moment of internal conflict, Valentina could no longer contain her curiosity and slowly turned her head back. She scrutinized the youth, examining him from head to toe, finding no signs of injury. "Are you attempting to deceive me with such words?" "Why would I deceive you?" Herbert, sensing he had piqued her interest, chuckled heartily, his expression earnest as he questioned, "What benefit would I gain from misleading you? If there were no advantage, why would I deceive you? Benefit? I do not know. There should be none," Valentina replied, her gaze fixed skeptically upon Herbert as she murmured uncertainly, "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you would find joy in deceiving me." Herbert responded with a perplexed expression, "This is a grave misunderstanding, Miss Valentina." He sighed, exasperated, and spread his hands in defeat. "How could you perceive me in such a manner? Am I truly that sort of person? Am I?" She retorted playfully. "Oh, how fortuitous." "I indeed am." Herbert inwardly groaned, struggling to maintain his composure. It was a challenge to keep his expression neutral when faced with the perceptive young dragon. Although he nearly had his true nature uncovered, Herbert would never concede to such a revelation. Acknowledgement was out of the question. It would never happen in his lifetime. Enough of this nonsense. I am well aware of my own character. Valentina, realizing this unproductive topic would yield no resolution, rolled her eyes and brusquely inquired, "So, what precisely do you want from me?" "I have already stated, you saved me, and I am here to express my gratitude." Herbert cleared his throat and began to narrate an exhilarating tale. The gist of the story was about a dashing yet frail jailer named Xiao Shuai, who one day faced the sinister intentions of a demon named Sang Biao. However, Sang Biao's nefarious plot was thwarted when a jealous inmate named Xiao Mei encountered him and, in a fit of rage, struck him down with 3 powerful blows. Thus, his evil scheme was foiled, and Xiao Shuai preserved his innocence. Concluding the tale on a triumphant note. Congratulations. A joyous ending for all. And now, to express my gratitude for your valiant intervention, I intend to fulfill one of your wishes. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall grant it, Herbert declared grandly, gesturing with flair. "Speak. What is your dream?" Valentina blinked rapidly, momentarily taken aback. Huh. She was certainly not confused about who Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, or Sang Biao were. She understood that part. At most, she was a bit naive, but certainly not foolish. Yet, what caught Valentina's attention was the notion that the slime had posed a danger. Could it be? Noticing her hesitation, Herbert assumed she felt unsatisfied and added with determination, "Additionally, I plan to present you with a banner. It will read, Guardian of the Home, Loyal Sentinel, humanity's best friend, the prison's finest inmate." How does that sound? Does it not suit your character splendidly? Who has been loyal to you? Valentina shot a glare at Herbert, who sheepishly promised to remove the words about loyalty before she huffed in response. That is more acceptable. However, why does it still feel somewhat off? By the way, what exactly is a banner? All right, just tell me what you would like to eat, and I shall do my utmost to satisfy your desires. As Herbert and Valentina discussed potential rewards, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet and plummeted into the shadows surrounding him. Swoosh. Food. Let me think, Valentina twitched her nose and looked up, only to find Herbert's presence had vanished. She scanned her surroundings in confusion, asking, "Where is he? Such a large person. And he just disappeared? Someone has invaded the premises." Name? Herbert Albert. Age? 18. Are you suspecting me? Herbert regarded the expressionless cardinal before him, his lips twitching slightly. What on earth was happening? Observing the rusty nails embedded in the cardinal's attire, he was uncertain whether to deem this individual avant-garde or simply unconventional. Nevertheless, how rock and roll. Yet, do you not practice sanitation? Those nails appear quite corroded. While his mind raced with these whimsical thoughts, Herbert maintained an outward calm, at least attempting to appear composed. He had never encountered this cardinal before, but could easily identify him from the characters in his mind. Cardinal Rusty Nail, leader of the Mist Knights, a legendary paladin renowned for his coldness and brutal methods. Why had he sought me out, and not through the usual channels, but rather through direct force? Was this a case of preemptive action? Are you part of the disciplinary committee? Even so, you cannot act without substantiation. I have shed blood for the monastery. I have contributed to the subjugation of alien prisons. You cannot apprehend me without valid proof. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, as Herbert dared not voice them aloud. My Lord Knight Commander, I assure you I am not a heretic. I fail to comprehend why you harbor suspicions against me. He gazed intently at Cardinal Rusty Nail, his tone grave as he continued. Moreover, is the Chief Justice aware of your actions? Herbert was the warden of the tribunal, directly overseen by Chief Justice Thorn Cardinal. It stands to reason that even if he were to encounter difficulties, the presiding judge would have taken him directly to the interrogation room for an extensive memory recovery session. What is the meaning of a knight commander orchestrating this spectacle? Well, he remains unaware. The Bishop of Rusty Nails did not even raise an eyebrow, casually stating, but he is not currently within the confines of the monastery, and you will not be able to find him. Herbert felt a sinking sensation in his heart upon hearing this news. Very well. No powerful figure is here to rescue me. Clink, clink. Herbert gently shifted, only to discover that the chains binding his wrists behind him had somehow been undone. Unlocked. Just as Herbert pondered the reason behind this, the Bishop of Rusty Nails, who had remained silent for a considerable time, spoke up. Why did you stay in the third commandment office last night? Herbert suppressed his growing confusion and retorted, Is there an issue with that? I have checked, and there are no provisions in the canon forbidding the warden from spending the night in the office. The commandment does not prohibit it, yet such an act is perilous. The Bishop of Rusty Nails fixed his gaze upon Herbert, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable hue, and inquired, Why would you willingly take such a risk? Why do you ask? I should inform you, I am concerned about the hooks. No, that is not it. Herbert suddenly grasped the situation, transforming his defense into a counter-question. My Lord Knight Commander, is there anything that is devoid of peril for a paladin? The Bishop of Rusty Nails raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the youth before him. This seemingly frail paladin exhibited an expression of calm determination, devoid of any negative emotions. There was neither fear nor indignation at being forcibly confined, only a serene tranquility that suggested a dispassionate acceptance of life and death. Is there anything safe in our battles against the followers of the malevolent gods, in guarding humanity from dangerous monstrosities, or in resisting the insidious encroachment of evil? My Lord Knight Commander, from the moment I swore my oath, I understood our duties. We are the sword that pierces evil and the shield that protects the weak. Neither sword nor shield should know fear. At the conclusion of his words, Herbert recalled a phrase that had left a profound impression on him, and he uttered it solemnly. We are guardians, yet we are also a band of pitiful souls constantly battling against danger and madness. It should be said like that, right? I believe I am not mistaken. My days are fraught with the peril of monstrous foes and the chaotic machinations of the mad gods, and I endure much hardship. Upon uttering his final words, the Bishop of Rusty Nails' eyes widened suddenly, before he fell into silence. He lowered his head, pondering for a long while, and finally exhaled slowly, shaking his head as he hoarsely mused, Pitiful souls, indeed? Unlike Herbert's casual citation of the phrase, the bishop felt a deep resonance with it. You speak true. We are indeed a band of pitiful souls, unaware of when we might be consumed and corrupted by evil. He raised his head, nodded at Herbert, and asked, What a blasphemer! The bishop's demeanor regained its calm, and he no longer broached the subject of Herbert's status as a blasphemer. Herbert suddenly sensed something amiss. It did not seem as though he had gained the bishop's trust through his words. Rather, it felt like he had never been truly suspected from the very beginning. Then why did you abduct me? I am not inclined to play this game. He is dead. Although he longed to retort, Herbert complied with the inquiry. He was destroyed by the fury, and his soul was dissolved by the end-time bard, ultimately falling into the lightless abyss. Despite omitting some critical details, Herbert spoke nothing but the truth. Realizing that the Bishop of Rusty Nails bore no ill will towards him, his mind began to race with possibilities. Could this be an opportunity for negotiation, perhaps an additional form of compensation? After all, I was wrongfully detained. Without hesitating, Herbert decided to take the plunge. He would strive for it. Regardless of the outcome, he would give a try. My Lord Knight Commander, I owe my survival to their assistance. I am genuinely grateful to them. My duty is to guide them, hoping they can turn from their misdeeds, and this assistance serves as a quintessential testament to that. Herbert took a deep breath, infusing his voice with a hint of pleading. Thus, I wish to submit a request to you, to the monastery, to grant them a form of reward, as encouragement for their commendable actions. Unexpectedly, the Bishop of Rusty Nails did not immediately refuse after a prolonged silence, but instead countered, What do you wish to offer them? He did not decline. There is room for negotiation. Herbert inhaled deeply, understanding that they had reached a pivotal moment in their conversation. He suppressed his surging emotions, striving to maintain an outward calm, and solemnly stated, I hope to allow them a temporary reprieve from the Third Commandment Office, permitting them to go outside for some fresh air. My Lord Presiding Judge, Sister Kaplan reported to Bishop Thorns, who had just returned to the monastery. Herbert has been taken away by the Bishop of Rusty Nails. Taken away? Is that not bad? Bishop Thorns' expression shifted, and he exclaimed angrily, Damn it, that scoundrel is resorting to underhanded tactics against me. This is terrible. Someone has infiltrated the sanctum. The olive branch of the Knight Order, the Mist Knights, being the most formidable combat unit of the monastery, established their base in the Mist Mountains, situated beyond the monastery's confines. Some members of the Knight Order venture forth on missions, serving as the sword against evil, while others remain at the monastery. alternating shifts to maintain security or training within the Mist Mountains. They either engage in combat deep within the mountains against ferocious beasts or endure rigorous techniques to refine their physical and mental fortitude. They do not harm their own bodies. Yet their process of honing their minds and physiques could only be described as asceticism. And now, Herbert is about to become one of them. Following the Bishop of Rusty Nails, he ascended the city wall, gazing down at the members of the Knight Order training below, his brows furrowing repeatedly. Herbert watched as a middle-aged paladin thrust the tip of his sword into his forearm before withdrawing it, and began practicing slashing with the bloodied arm. Self-mutilation? No, this was not mere self-harm. He was simultaneously using divine magic to heal the wounds on his body as he slashed. He even felt it was insufficient, driving the sword into his calf and beginning to practice with a staggering gait. So, is this a practice for combat after sustaining injuries? Ouch! He turned his head, witnessing two monks facing each other in a horse stance, alternating kicks toward each other's groin. Slap! Oof! Slap! Ow! Slap! Ha! Each kick was delivered with considerable force, their eyes wide with fury, expressions suggesting they wished to devour one another whole. Beneath the blazing sun, dust swirled around their groins, veins bulging on their temples, their bodies trembling as if shaken by a sieve. So this is training the Golden Bell Shield? Or rather, enhancing their resistance to critical strikes? Ouch! Herbert felt a phantom pain in his groin, unable to bear the sight, and shifted his gaze once more. On one side, a martial monk boldly challenged 10 holy knights, who were on the verge of being kicked into a state of utter disarray. Remarkable, this young man. On another side, a silver-haired knight planted his sword firmly before him, gripping the hilt with one hand, relying solely on his arm's strength to support his entire weight. Astounding, this elder. In another corner, Herbert surveyed the scene with an expression of profound astonishment, exhaling deeply and shaking his head in disbelief. To think that within this modest monastery, there existed so many hidden talents. The training ground of the knightly order bestowed upon Herbert a surreal sense of grandeur, as if it were a grand stage where audacity was met with opportunity. Here, one might lack strength, but one must never lack vitality. Is this truly Florida? Just as he was baring his teeth in astonishment, the rusted bishop spoke. Herbert, you know well that your request is unrealistic. Regardless of whether the heretics have genuinely changed as you claim, the inherent danger they pose remains unchanged. I cannot acquiesce to your request. Herbert nodded silently, fully aware of the implausibility of his demand, which could even be deemed fanciful. The safety of his side could not be guaranteed. Even if he believed they had reformed, others would surely not share his conviction. When the moment arrived, would Valentina and her companions truly behave themselves? It was a matter fraught with uncertainty. One should not test the jaws of a ravenous beast, nor should one reach for cooked ingredients while a mother is busy in the kitchen. Do not frolic on the edge of danger unless you can bear the consequences. However, Herbert did not succumb to disappointment at the refusal, for it was evident that the rusted bishop had not finished speaking. After a brief silence, the rusted bishop continued, "Yet, it is not entirely impossible. If you can undoubtedly suppress them, no one will hinder your efforts." He turned back, his expression solemn as he gazed at the young man before him. "So, Herbert, do you know what you need most at this moment? It is power." With such clear words from across the way, Herbert wasted no time in kneeling on one knee, earnestly imploring, "I beseech you, my Lord Knight Commander, to guide me on how to proceed." The rusted bishop regarded the understanding youth with satisfaction, nodding before speaking in a gravelly voice. "Good. You are astute. Upon realizing my lack of malice toward you, you have discerned my intentions. Indeed, I do wish for you to become a member of the knightly order." Herbert, with his head bowed, raised an eyebrow in surprise at the knight commander's words. Had he truly perceived this already? This rusted bishop was not as lacking in understanding of human nature as he seemed. As a nobleman, you know how to communicate with others, which is commendable. Oftentimes, the monks are overly rigid in their dealings and lack the ability to connect with others. The cardinal's lips curled in a smirk, causing the rivets above to gently collide and emit a faint hum. Nobles view us as heartless madmen, fearing we might eradicate them alongside evil. At times, even commoners regard us as mere tools of the nobility, apprehensive of our high fees. The rusted bishop's gaze fell upon the monks training in the yard, and with a silent shake of his head and a sigh, he painfully closed his eyes. "I cannot bear to look." Their lack, is precisely the smoothness you possess. The rusted bishop turned back, once again nodding with satisfaction at the silver-haired youth, stating, "But mere charm is insufficient. You require formidable strength." He extended his hand in invitation. "Abandon your work at the tribunal and join the knightly order. I shall personally train you. I will not squander your talent, allowing you to become a true holy knight capable of safeguarding justice." Herbert did not respond immediately. Frankly, the rusted bishop's proposal was quite appealing. He indeed required a systematic means to bolster his strength. However, to abandon his work at the tribunal? Herbert furrowed his brow, feeling as if he were being coerced into renouncing his principles. "You are putting me in a difficult position." Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the door behind him was forcefully flung open, and a robust figure charged in, unceremoniously placing himself between the two. "Herbert!" The booming voice of the Thorn Bishop echoed throughout the training ground, capturing everyone's attention. All present heard a desperate roar. "Do not agree to anything he says. Malcolm, you treacherous noble. I knew I could not trust your promises." The Thorn Bishop's furious shout was filled with passionate anger and sorrowful lament, akin to a heartbroken spouse who nearly witnessed their partner elope with another. How utterly tragic. The Thorn Bishop was furious. How foolish of me. Truly, how could I have believed the empty words of this detestable noble, thinking he would not secretly try to steal away my apprentice? By the heavens, he is attempting to undermine me. His imposing figure completely concealed Herbert from view, shielding him from the greedy gaze of his rival. He arrived rather swiftly. Upon seeing his colleague's arrival, the rusted bishop knew that today his endeavor was doomed to fail. With a huff, he coolly remarked, "Do not create a ruckus here." "Create a ruckus, you say?" The Thorn Bishop, infuriated, laughed sarcastically, his eyes rolling in exasperation, though obscured by his crown, rendering his expression harmless. "I know what you intend. You simply wish for Herbert to join your knightly order. Such a dream. I will never consent. Impossible, absolutely impossible." The knight commander retorted calmly. "You know full well that he is not suited for the tribunal. Remaining at the third commandment will only waste his talent, which constitutes a violation of the law. You are committing a crime." "I am committing a crime?" "Excellent." The chief judge was utterly incensed by this assertion, nodding vigorously as he gritted his teeth. "I cannot be bothered to debate with a noble like you. Let us go directly to the archbishop. We shall see how he dismisses your claims." With that, he kicked open the already wobbly door and swiftly made his way back to the monastery. What would a muscle-bound simpleton like the archbishop care about this matter? The rusted bishop scoffed before turning to the trainees in the yard, his voice dripping with menace. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing?" In an instant, every smile vanished from their faces, and they resumed their training with focused intensity, movements more precise and expressions even more earnest than before. The sounds of training intensified, punctuated by sharp strikes and harsh kicks. As the admonition rang clear, "Be mindful not to truly harm one another," the rusted bishop observed their performance with keen eyes, snorting in discontent before melting into the shadows beneath his feet, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. Herbert blinked, gazing down at the shadow beneath his feet, then glanced around at the others who had already begun their solemn practice. Nothing stirred. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. "I haven't even boarded the carriage yet. Aren't you all competing for my attention? Why have you left me, the protagonist, here? What were the two of you doing?" Before the sacred seal, a figure clad in a flowing red robe stood at the entrance, blocking the two bishops who sought to enter the sanctum in search of the archbishop. The ample red cloak concealed her features, revealing only subtle undulations that hinted at her femininity. Her face was entirely shrouded in the shadow of her hood, with no skin exposed. She was none other than the third cardinal of the Mist Monastery, known as the Keeper or Ash Cardinal. "Do you two understand the gravity of your actions?" The voice of the Ash Cardinal was extraordinarily gentle, almost benevolent in tone. Yet, to the ears of the two bishops, it resonated like a haunting wail from the depths of hell. "Your Excellency." The two, who had been quite assertive moments ago, now appeared particularly docile, respectfully lowering their heads. "This is bad. We can't avoid bowing." This figure was shrouded in much more mystery than either of them, having resided in the Mist Monastery for centuries. There were even rumors that she was a contemporary of the archbishop. She had witnessed the rise of these two bishops from their humble beginnings as a fallen noble and a destitute monk. It was reminiscent of encountering the principal after a day at work, a jolt of trepidation coursing through one's heart. You two quarreling does not surprise me. But you must be mindful of the occasion and your status. The Ash Cardinal's demeanor remained composed and gentle, akin to a motherly figure admonishing two wayward children. This is the sacred seal, the most significant location within the entire monastery. The rule prohibits more than 2 individuals from entering simultaneously. Have you forgotten? The power of the desecrated prayer statues has been particularly active of late, which is why the Archbishop summoned me to guard alongside you. If you have matters to discuss, I can convey them. The judge's lips moved awkwardly as he cleared his throat twice, murmuring, we have nothing to inquire about. Nothing at all. The Ash Cardinal slightly raised her gaze to the imposing figure of the man who, even while bowing, towered over her. She inquired softly, then what brings you two here? Oh. The judge realized the gravity of the situation, but fortunately, the Knight Commander took over the conversation, respectfully stating, Your Excellency, the matter is as follows. He refrained from embellishing the story and succinctly recounted the entire situation, including Herbert's request for freedom and his own demands, laying everything bare without reservation. Your Excellency, we cannot waste his talent. After listening, the Ash Cardinal nodded, and upon confirming that the judge had no further additions, she stepped through the door. Moments later, she reappeared before the two, announcing, The Archbishop has responded. Herbert may join the Knight Order, but this must not interfere with his existing responsibilities at the Third Commandery. He shall serve both the Tribunal and the Knight Order. The rusted nail Cardinal's eyes brightened, and he lowered his head in respect. He had long anticipated this outcome, having hoped for it all along. Meanwhile, the Thorn Cardinal's expression was far more nuanced. He held many arguments he wished to present, but ultimately said nothing, bowing his head as well. With matters having reached this point, compromise was the only recourse. The Ash Cardinal regarded the two with a nod before continuing. Furthermore, regarding Herbert's assertion that the heretics have been behaving well, the Archbishop has consented to grant a certain reward. However, the matter of venturing outside is temporarily off the table due to excessive risks. Yet, we can expand their operational area within the lower prison. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. No, you cannot kill me. A feeble, frantic voice echoed nearby, startling Herbert, who was still somewhat dazed. He intended to discover the source of the cries, but soon realized that the voice was emanating from his own lips. He was the one pleading desperately, attempting to flee from the terrifying presence pursuing him. Have I become a victim this time? Just as Herbert pondered this, he emitted another pitiful wail. I am your father. With a mix of hatred and fear, he screamed that name, Eliza. After the two bishops had departed in a huff, Herbert, left behind, waited for a while before giving up on his anticipation. Wait? I could wait until the flowers wither, and still not see anything. No more waiting. After exchanging pleasantries with the good brothers of the Knight Order at the training ground, he returned to the monastery under the guidance of Sister Kaplan, who had been waiting outside. The sister had come with the judge to recruit individuals, but did not leave with him. Instead, she remained behind, clearly wanted to speak with Herbert. Indeed, on their way back, she casually recounted the experiences of Ivanka and her partner in the interrogation room. Herbert was initially curious, but halfway through, he waved his hand, signaling her to cease. Although they were of the same faction, an interrogation was still an interrogation, and the methods employed were unlikely to be lenient, especially in a world where healing miracles existed, making the horrors of interrogation all the more pronounced. The specifics were such that one could only describe them as heartbreaking, leaving listeners in tears. Herbert, understanding the unspoken sentiments, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was sufficient. Let's leave it at that. We're all colleagues here. I don't mind, though he did not wish to delve further into the distressing details. It was more so because he genuinely did not care about the fates of those two individuals. Whether they suffered or managed to escape the interrogation was of little consequence to him. In the end, he had achieved his own objectives. Let's leave it at that. One should exercise mercy when possible. Although Sister Kaplan merely nodded without saying a word, Herbert sensed a touch of warmth in her gaze directed towards him. His favor had increased. Upon returning to the monastery, Herbert disregarded everything else and, having been deprived of sleep, took a long-awaited rest until he finally awakened around dinner time. Such a night-and-day reversal for a day or two was manageable, but it was unsustainable in the long run. He feared he might die unexpectedly at any moment. Herbert did not wish for an untimely demise. He had many aspirations yet to fulfill in this lifetime. He still needed to enhance his strength. With sufficient power, he would require less sleep. Analyzing the abilities he had acquired thus far, Bear understood that his immediate priority was to continue collecting materials from the monster girls. Compared to the arduous training endured by the good brothers of the Night Order, the powers gained through monster materials were far quicker and more potent. Some may argue that abilities acquired in such a manner were superficial, lacking the merit of hard-earned skills. Yet to Bear, this seemed akin to a fool's errand. The spiritual mountains were distant. Why forsake the near for the far? Since a shortcut was available, why deliberately take the long route? Was it amusing to torment oneself? If so, a slight cough will suffice. Herbert does not dwell on trifles. He is indifferent to the origins of one's abilities. What truly matters is the power firmly grasped in one's hands. If he were prone to such preoccupations, he would never have chosen to become a companion of Ninsh, having been undone long ago by the mischievous deity. Thus, after clarifying the situation, Herbert once again delved into the alien prison after finishing his dinner, swallowing a mixture of blood obtained from YLSH and his own. Gulp. Subsequently, Herbert's consciousness awakened in a scene reminiscent of a father-daughter chase. It is still through the victim's perspective. How exhilarating. After all, none of this is real. Having experienced similar events several times before, Herbert approached the unfolding drama with the mindset of an audience member. What a splendid performance. The setting is a chilling, ancient castle beneath a darkened sky, littered with blood and corpses. The characters are father and daughter. The conflict revolves around patricide. The perpetrator is the vampire YLSH, confined within a coffin, while the victim claims to be her father, whom we might refer to as Prince FT. Although aware of YLSH's title as the patricide, he has always been in the dark regarding her reasons for slaying her father. Now, it is evidently an opportune moment to uncover the truth. Hang in there, dear father. Endure a little longer to reveal more information. Herbert silently cheered for Prince FT, hoping he would muster his strength. Unfortunately, the curtain call was imminent. Prince FT had reached the end of his road. He was too weak, lacking the strength to transform or vaporize, and could only run on his feeble legs, one of which was broken. Run? Where could you possibly flee? YLSH's voice dripped with unrestrained delight and mockery. She did not pursue him vigorously, but followed like a shadow, relishing the sight of her father's desperate escape. Like a beast toying with its prey, she leisurely observed his frantic flight. No, you beast. I am your father. How could you? After fleeing for a while, Prince FT stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Thud. He fell heavily, struggling to rise and continue, but the pursuer had already lost interest. Well, I have seen enough of your futile escape. This is the end. With a hint of disinterest, YLSH stepped on Prince FT's back, her sharp heel piercing through his body and into his already still heart. Cough. Prince FT coughed up a mouthful of black blood, enduring excruciating pain as he turned to look back, only to see a swirling mass of blood-tinged black mist. She did not even deign to reveal her true form before him. I am your father. Prince FT was bewildered, unable to comprehend how events had led to this point. What gone awry? In response, only a cold sneer echoed from the black mist. Father? YLSH mocked. You don't genuinely believe that by forcibly granting blood to transform us into vampires, a blood connection would arise between us? Absurd. Prince FT fell silent. He understood all too well how tenuous his bond with the children he had bestowed life upon truly was. Ultimately, he ceased to plead for mercy and instead issued a curse in a low voice. You are guilty, forever burdened with the sin of patricide, never to escape it. Before his curse could be completed, a flash of bloodlight passed, and his head was severed from his neck, rolling upon the ground. Guilt? Everyone bears sin. Including me, including you. We are all guilty. If I am guilty, let the gods punish me. Finally, after Prince FT's head had rolled several times, Herbert finalement buet YLSH's visage. Beneath the full moon, the silver-haired girl with blood-red eyes bathed in the silvery moonlight, her lips curling into a slightly deranged smile. Her blood-red cloak billowing in the wind. What left the deepest impression on him was not anything else but the smile upon her lips. Madness. Delight. She reveled in the experience. YLSH scoffed, incessantly uttering blasphemous words. But they are not worthy. No one has the right to punish me. So, is that YLSH's true nature? Herbert opened his eyes, touched his neck, and confirming that his head was still intact, silently exhaled in relief. Phew, thank goodness. My head remains. I must say, this truly is a vivid viewing experience. When Prince FT was beheaded by YLSH, Herbert genuinely felt as though his own head had rolled away. It rolled several times on the ground, nearly causing him to faint. Really now, what kind of Louis XVI experience is this? After a brief lament about the overly realistic sensation, Herbert squinted, recalling the YLSH he had witnessed in this memory. To be honest, he harbored some skepticism. Could she truly be the vampire he knew? Well, it is not prejudice, but it is quite challenging to connect her with that mediocre vampire. What was YLSH like in Prince FT's memories? Mad, arrogant, cold, cruel. She fulfilled Herbert's fantasies of a wicked and powerful vampire. And what of the YLSH he knew? Sneaky, prone to emotional breakdowns, and prone to whimpering. She satisfied Herbert's notions of a mediocre vampire. Without the hints provided, who could associate these two individuals? However, it is fortunate that the industry had foresight, with various types of vampires already established. From the ultra-poor vampire to the one who pauses for 5 seconds before moving heavy objects downstairs, to the one who drinks their own nosebleeds, to the gun-toting vampire with a sinister laugh. Therefore, even if YLSH were to embarrass herself, Herbert would not find it surprising. On the other hand, if the YLSH in that memory is indeed the same as the one he knows, what could have transpired in her life to transform her into this current state? Child, what have you encountered? He shook his head, sighing in resignation. So, what exactly has turned her into this ghostly figure? Is it the fault of the Time Minister? Oh, you were awake? Lost in thought. Herbert was caught off guard by this remark and reflexively responded, The surgery was successful? I have become a girl? You wish to change? And Sage paused upon hearing this, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Well, I do not recommend it, if you truly desire it. I could assist you. Never mind, disregard what I said. I was merely a bit muddled from sleep. Herbert replied calmly, attempting to shift the topic, and inquired, What abilities have I acquired? Let us just consider it that way then. Nyanisha let out a meaningful hum, surprisingly refraining from further inquiries, as if nothing had transpired, and proceeded to explain. Your luck remains quite favorable. That little bat bestowed upon you is indeed the ancient blood of a vampire. Though somewhat diluted, it is undeniably the essence of the progenitor of vampires, capable of refining some remarkable abilities. Progenitor's blood? It sounds quite delightful. Herbert, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, What do you have? Please bring it forth at once. At that moment, Nyanasha suddenly chuckled mysteriously and spoke softly, It is rather inconvenient to explain, so I shall have you experience it firsthand. Herbert inquired, Wait, what is he up to? Hold on. Thud thud. Herbert was about to speak when he suddenly felt his heart pounding violently. In that moment, he sensed the blood rushing through his veins, and his entire body temperature surged dramatically. What is this? Herbert's body swayed momentarily, and instinctively he took a step forward, resulting in an unexpected leap that nearly caused him to collide with the ceiling of the single room. What? Startled, Herbert raised his hand to shield himself just before impact, then swiftly descended back to the ground. Rather than crashing heavily, he adeptly executed a motion to dissipate the force, producing only a faint sound, a soft thud. Within moments, he promptly adjusted his entire being, acclimating to the discomfort that accompanied his sudden surge in physical prowess. Herbert lifted his hands, noticing a slight reddening of his skin, as if it had been scorched. Furthermore, he could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat echoing in the chamber. Thud, 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 thud. His heart beats robustly and powerfully. At the opportune moment, SH's voice sounded, cheerfully inquiring, Can you feel it? This is the first ability you have acquired, known as Fei Shui. It is a rare power among vampires that enhances the temperature of the blood, thereby increasing its flow rate and ultimately stimulating physical capabilities, potentially doubling them. For vampires, whose hearts no longer beat, this ability is incomprehensible to many. The duration of this enhancement depends on the limits of one's physique. The greater the physical strength, the longer the effect can be sustained. You might be able to maintain it for approximately 3 minutes now, wouldn't you say? Do not be self-deprecating. 3 minutes is indeed a considerable duration. However, in response to NINSH's malicious interpretation, HBT harbored a different perspective. He shook his head and stated solemnly, No, this ability should not be referred to as boiling blood. This is level 2. Indeed, accelerating the flow of blood and fortifying the body's strength align perfectly. It turns out I am destined to become the man who will be the pirate king. I have already become a man. The next step is to seek a grandiose, wave-riding pirate king. What are you rambling about? Herbert cleared his throat lightly and then inquired, isn't this an ability exclusive to vampires? Will be discovered? To outsiders, it may merely appear as a unique form of frenzied ability. At most, they would only speculate that you possess the bloodline of a barbarian. The capacity for berserk transformation is not uncommon in this world. As Nina Shah aptly remarked, in this day and age, who does not have a few methods to temporarily enhance their physical prowess? No one would be so idle and bored as to deliberately study him. Now, please do not keep me in suspense. What other abilities does he possess? Other than that, it is rather limited, merely offering a slight enhancement in night vision, a modest improvement in hematopoietic capacity, and a minor boost in recovery. Indeed, when compared to the fervent blood abilities, these enhancements can only be deemed supplementary. Might there be any adverse effects associated with them? As for the side effects, I regret to inform you that you may soon find yourself with little time left for slumber. The voice of Sieshun dripped with a hint of schadenfreude as it mockingly remarked, vampires are insomniacs, and you, having acquired their abilities, shall be similarly affected. Gradually, your sleep will diminish, ultimately leading to a state of complete wakefulness, where you can only restore your energy through means other than sleep. In response to this rather somber announcement, Herbert blinked in confusion and inquired, is this not a benefit? 5833, he first let out a thunderous shout of triumph, only to quickly realize the predicament he was in, blinking in surprise. Ah, this seems no different from before. Nevertheless, he managed to resolve his current dilemma of insufficient time through an unexpected stroke of fortune. Consequently, he gained at least 1/3 more time in his day, ample enough for him to train with the knights during daylight and then engage in heartfelt conversations with the monster girls in the evening. Regarding his forthcoming allegiance, Herbert had already been informed by Kaplan in the cafeteria. He was to serve both the knights and the tribunal, effectively functioning as two entities in one. It was akin to being a servant to two masters, one might say. However, Herbert himself did not harbor any aversion to this arrangement and readily accepted this rather unreasonable work schedule, albeit he had no grounds to refuse. Yet, the essence of voluntary participation and coercion is distinctly different. Since resistance was futile, he could only embrace it. After all, it was merely a job. Who hasn't juggled two positions at some point? Indeed, the remuneration for labor should be doubled according to labor laws. However, it seems that such regulations may hold little relevance in this world. Friends, the instruments of law are ineffective in another realm. There was no alternative. He could only grasp the weapon of discipline. Herbert sighed contemplatively as he stepped out from the randomly selected single room, making his way towards the direction of Valentina. The walls before him parted in succession, swiftly revealing a straight path. Indeed, upon returning to the alien prison, Herbert sensed an enhanced mastery over the ceiling formations. Perhaps it was akin to the promise bestowed by the Archbishop, granting him the authority to reward well-behaved prisoners by expanding their range of movement within this level. Within the endless labyrinth of the first tier, this signified that Herbert could merge several cells, creating a larger confinement space. Moreover, should he so desire, he could fashion a mobile cage that would follow Valentina as she moved. This also implied that Valentina could now traverse the entire endless maze with a newfound freedom. She could go wherever her heart desired, as long as she is not allowed to witness the true gates. Herbert himself is incapable of doing so due to insufficient authority. When he contemplated leaving, the prison gate would randomly manifest, sensing his thoughts. Even he could not directly summon the door beside Valentina. This perhaps served as the last layer of insurance to prevent the warden from being swayed by the prisoners and aiding them in their escape. Moments later, Herbert observed Valentina staring blankly at the ceiling. Before he could speak, Miss Hungry Dragon wrinkled her nose and pouted, "You rascal. You've clearly been here for a while, yet chose to hide away." She had long detected the delightful aroma emanating from Herbert, and had been waiting here in a daze for quite some time. What a vexatious fellow, leaving one in suspense. "Hee, I was pondering some matters and made you wait," he said, as he presented the prepared meal to Valentina, waiting for her to begin before clearing his throat. While you eat, let me share something with you." "Oh," she replied, chewing. Herbert gazed at Valentina, whose cheeks were constantly moving, ignoring the sheen of grease on her lips, and earnestly declared, "Valentina, you know I have always regarded you as family." Valentina reacted with skepticism. Hungry dragon, are you trying to deceive me again? Thus, I have argued fervently with the higher-ups on your behalf and secured a splendid reward. They have agreed to expand your cell, allowing you to regain your true form. How exhilarating is that? Herbert, undeterred by her dubious expression, spoke with fervor and passion. Moreover, if you continue to behave well in the future, you may even expand your activities within this area. Who says rewards must be given all at once? No one. So, hey, there is plenty of room for maneuver, especially since I am the sole employee juggling multiple roles in the entire third regulation office. I handle procurement, approvals, and operations. He chuckled. Who can claim I am in the wrong? However, Valentina's response was unexpectedly tranquil, even slightly disdainful, as she frowned. Regain my true form? No way. Chum, you don't wish to revert to your true form? Herbert was taken aback, unable to comprehend why such an enticing offer left his family hesitating. When not putting in enough effort at work, I would consider it, but if I revert to my true form, I would become ravenous much faster. I already struggle with hunger. In human form, I can endure a bit longer, but in dragon form, if I don't sleep, I will be hungry in no time. No way. You must transform. At that moment, Herbert, realizing the crux of the issue, revealed his true colors, abandoning all pretense, and exclaimed, just once, "Let me see your true form. Allow me a glimpse." Valentina, however, displayed even greater resistance, shaking her head vigorously. "No, don't even think about it. You cannot touch my tail." As Herbert and Valentina engaged in their playful banter, a group appeared outside the Mist Mountains under the cover of night. Their banner depicted their family crest, a golden shield crossed by a pair of long swords, with a pair of outstretched silver wings enveloping the sword and shield. This noble emblem belonged to the Duke of the Silver Wing of the Frost Crystal Kingdom. The night was deep, and they did not recklessly advance into the fog-laden Mist Mountains, but chose to set up camp instead. They bore a securely wrapped package and 2 letters. One letter bore the Silver Wing crest, a response from the Duke to his dear second son. The other bore a more ornate emblem, depicting a dragon exhaling frost, the royal emblem of the Frost Crystal Kingdom, representing the royal status of the letter S sender. Furthermore, within this letter was a name that might leave Herbert slightly dazed. Philia Olivia, the most cherished little princess of the Frost Crystal Kingdom. She was also the source of the unjust treatment Herbert endured, forcing him into the Mist Monastery and compelling him to swear his innocence. As dawn broke, Herbert emerged from the third regulation office and encountered Brother Jeffers, who was waiting at the door. "Your Grace, a party has come seeking you." Jeffers, recently liberated from interrogation, appeared somewhat haggard, as though he had been skinned alive, yet there was an odd sense of relief about him. He regarded the puzzled Herbert with respect and quietly stated, "They claim to be servants of the Albert family." That was quick. Herbert's first thought upon hearing this news was how he had sent a money transfer notification letter to the Duke of Silver Wing 3 days prior and had now received a response along with a package. While letters could be magically transmitted over great distances directly to the monastery, these living individuals could not. Even if they could reach the nearest major city via a teleportation array, they would still need to traverse the perilous Mist Mountains on foot for at least 2.5 days to arrive at the monastery. This implied that less than half a day after the Duke received the letter, they had already assembled and set off. They had traversed mountains and valleys to reach him. Does that move you? Not at all. Herbert found their actions peculiar. Why the rush? I haven't pressured you at all. After a moment of contemplation, a second thought followed. His dear father was indeed in a hurry. Reflecting on the orchestrator behind this hasty march, Herbert couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. What are you doing, striving so hard to mend our relationship? Yet I am curious. Are you worried I am not faring well in the monastery? Or do you fear I might change my mind and wish to return, attempting to placate me with this? For a father who had been indifferent to him for a month since he arrived at the monastery, Herbert placed a question mark on this issue. Well, considering this package, I shall tentatively regard it as the former. With these thoughts in mind, Herbert followed Jeffers to the guest room, where he met the awaited visitors. A towering warrior, over 2 meters tall, with brownish-yellow curly hair and a neatly trimmed beard, stood before him. Upon seeing Herbert, he straightened up, knelt on one knee, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness." Herbert regarded the man's face for half a second, recalling his name from memory, and nodded. Blake, it has indeed been a long time. Blake Jones, a finely trained warrior of the Albert family, under 40 years of age, had already reached the early stages of high-tier axe warrior strength. For a long time, he had served as the bodyguard to the Duke's heir. It could be said that Herbert had grown up under his watchful eye. Blake raised his head, his gaze falling upon the golden patterns on the back of Herbert's hand, and with complex emotions, he softly remarked, "Your Highness, you truly have become." Well, as you can see, Herbert was acutely aware of what weighed upon his mind, and with a composed gesture, he raised his hand to reveal the stigmata, stating calmly, "I have sworn an oath and become a paladin." If the lady were still here, upon learning this, she might not be pleased. Blake, after inadvertently speaking out of turn, hurriedly lowered his gaze, fearful of touching upon Herbert's wounds. It is of no consequence. When a mention of his mother arose, Herbert's response was somewhat subdued, as fleeting memories crossed his mind. The sorrow of his mother's passing indeed grieved him. Even now, he could feel the echoes of that pain and loneliness. However, with a decade having elapsed, he had grown accustomed to this suffering. Shaking his head gently, he sought to divert the conversation, asking, by the way, "What brings you here so unexpectedly? Do you wish to become a monk as well?" Raising an eyebrow, he recalled some amusing past events, teasingly remarking, "I remember you once claimed you wanted to marry 3 wives. Cough, cough. Your Highness, you yist." Blake, caught off guard by the mention of this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his gaze falling upon the impassive figure of Brother Jeffers behind Herbert. Mustering his courage, he stammered, "Those were merely idle boasts. I was just exaggerating. How could you take it seriously? Is that so?" Herbert chuckled lightly, responding with a languid tone, "I had actually considered arranging something for you in the future, but it seems that will no longer be necessary." "Your Highness, I'm quite capable," Blake exclaimed, his flustered demeanor evident. Coughing again, Brother Jeffers could no longer endure the exchange and politely excused himself. "Your Highness, now that you have met, I shall take my leave." "Thank you, Brother Jeffers. Please mind your duties." Once the outsider departed, Blake's expression softened slightly as he carefully scrutinized Herbert before murmuring, "Your Highness, seeing you unharmed brings me relief." He had initially thought Herbert would endure great hardship in the monastery, yet it seemed he had smoothly integrated into this place. Unharmed. Upon hearing that word, Herbert felt a chuckle rising within him and shook his head, saying, "Perhaps that is how it appears to you. If only you knew what I have endured, you would not consider me unharmed. If you were aware of my experiences, you would not bear such a countenance. You know nothing. You all know nothing. Unharmed. Ha! How dare you use such a trivial term? Am I truly unharmed? Do you think that after being wrongfully imprisoned, coerced into a monastery, and ostracized to serve as a jailer, I would feel at ease after all that? Well, yes. I cannot honestly say I am unharmed. Rather, I am living quite well. My days are spent either persuading the monsters under my jurisdiction with my authority or being courted by 2 superiors for promotion within their respective departments. Do you understand my joy? You cannot comprehend it, for my happiness is beyond your imagination." Blake, of course, was unaware of the true thoughts swirling within Herbert's mind. Upon hearing these words, he merely felt that Herbert was putting on a brave face while secretly suffering in the monastery. A pang of sympathy struck him, especially after recalling the peculiar demeanor of the Duke of Silverwing at that time. However, as a retainer, there were certain words he could not utter, nor did he possess the right to say them. Ultimately, Blake could only murmur, "Your Highness, you have endured much." In the midst of Blake's inner turmoil, Herbert observed his reactions quietly, forming suspicions about the Duke's attitude towards him, which likely was not favorable. He shook his head and calmly stated, "There is no need to dwell on such matters. Let us speak of more pressing issues." Blake was unaware that his expression had betrayed much, and he adjusted his demeanor, producing 2 letters from his breast pocket, presenting them with both hands. "Your Highness, we have been commissioned to deliver the Duke's reply and a personal letter from Her Highness the Princess." The letter from Philia? Herbert's brow furrowed slightly as he grasped the missive sealed with the frost crystal royal emblem, eager to open it. "Your Highness, please wait," Blake interjected anxiously, blocking his approach. "The princess instructed that you read it alone. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Herbert's voice turned cold, his expression becoming impassive, with only indifference remaining in his gaze. "Warrior, remember your place. Are you a retainer of Silverwing or of Frost Crystal?" Under Herbert's light gray gaze, Blake felt a wave of unease wash over him, instinctively stepping back. What is this? No, Your Highness, I. He attempted to clarify, but ultimately bowed his head, speaking respectfully, I am but a feather of Silverwing. Very well. Blake felt a sense of confusion, for in his recollections, Herbert had never been like this. Was this truly the same Herbert he had known? Polished, courteous, and possessing a fondness for the arts over martial prowess. He was the epitome of an elegant, noble air. Even towards those like them, he was gentle and amicable, never displaying any hint of aristocratic arrogance. Yet now, even though Herbert was not glaring at him, the intimidation conveyed in that single glance far surpassed the pressure exerted by many of his peers. He felt as though he had encountered a formidable dragon. What could have instilled such a terrifying aura in His Highness? What had he endured here? Meanwhile, upon opening the letter, Herbert merely glanced through it before closing it again. His gaze lowered, he remained silent for a moment before instructing Blake. I am aware of the situation. You may withdraw now. Ensure that you and the others rest well in the guest quarters. There is no rush to return. Blake nodded. Pleased to comply, yes. Herbert recalled something and added, by the way, the grass fish soup at the monastery is quite good. Make sure to enjoy it over the next few nights. Drink plenty to warm yourselves. Huh? Blake blinked, nodding earnestly. Oh, very well. Thank you, Your Highness. Now go. After Blake departed, Herbert stood in place, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gently tapped the letter with his finger, murmuring softly, Philia. Just moments ago, upon opening the letter, Herbert had overlooked the rest, his eyes immediately drawn to the closing lines. At the letter's end, he found a passage that read, Herbert, I hope you can attend my coming-of-age ball. Regarding this invitation, one phrase echoed repeatedly in Herbert's mind. Is this some sort of jest? As night fell, Herbert, unusually, did not visit the third precinct to converse with the monster girls, but instead sat silently at his desk. In that moment, he felt a wave of reflection, beginning to understand why Ninasia had previously remarked that sleeplessness was not a reward, but a punishment. To remain perpetually awake was undoubtedly a gift, extending the hours for work and study. However, when one truly desires to momentarily empty their mind, yet finds themselves unable to sleep, it indeed transforms into a torment. The night punishes every waking soul. There is no escape, no descent into oblivion, no respite. This agony intertwines and, under the veil of night, expands, gradually consuming one's entire spirit. This condition is commonly referred to as the deep night. An alert mind remains perpetually engaged in active contemplation, incessantly replaying the myriad past events one wishes to forget. Each mistake made, every ill-spoken word, and the actions left unaddressed. Allow me to offer a word of caution. During such moments, refrain from posting anything on social media. Otherwise, you may find yourself by dawn, crafting an elaborate narrative with your toes and receiving nicknames such as Sentimental Brother or Intoxicated Brother from others. Do not inquire how I know this. I merely have a friend who has experienced it. Indeed, Herbert perused 2 letters and unwrapped the package containing the magical artifact. The response from the Silverwing Duke was rather mundane, even bordering on formulaic. It simply conveyed paternal greetings and encouraged Herbert to diligently refine himself within the monastery, lest he tarnish the Albert family name. Beyond that, there was nothing more. The words, while not harsh, bore a certain stiffness, imbued with an alien sense of detachment akin to that of a stranger. After finishing, Herbert casually cast it aside, utterly indifferent. As for the magical artifact, the Ring of Suffering, its effects not only perfectly aligned with Herbert's requirements, but also endowed him with additional abilities. It could not only protect against others' mental control, but also suppress his own emotional fluctuations, allowing for a calm mindset. This was a high-tier magical item, not far from legendary status, indicating that considerable thought went into its preparation. However, there was a significant flaw in its appearance. It resembled a black silk collar, yet no matter how Herbert looked at it, it seemed more akin to a choker. What does this imply? Herbert chose not to ponder any deeper meanings behind his elder's taste. He simply deemed it lacking. He had no intention of wearing it himself, yet neither would he discard it, for he had someone in mind who would suit it perfectly. Indeed, there was a very fitting candidate among the dragon selections. Who could it be? It was quite a puzzle. Had Blake only brought these items, Herbert would not have felt lost, but they had also delivered another handwritten letter. In this letter, Philia engaged him in a tone he found remarkably familiar. She began by expressing sympathy and regret regarding Herbert's previous tribulations, clarifying that she was not in the royal city at the time of the incident and had no connection to the maid in question, suggesting that someone might have impersonated her identity. Following this, she inquired meticulously about the details of Herbert's life in the monastery, showing concern for his various circumstances. She even offered to assist him with any financial troubles, encouraging him to reach out if he needed anything. It was only at the conclusion of the letter that Philia extended a heartfelt invitation, hoping he could attend her coming-of-age ball in 2 months. It was already too late. In stark contrast to the silver-winged duke's cold demeanor, Philia's letter radiated warmth and humanity, her choice of words exceedingly gentle and considerate. Yet, Herbert felt an odd dissonance. A peculiar sensation lodged in his throat, as if something were amiss. He could not quite discern the source of this unease. Ultimately, attempting to gauge another's sincerity through a mere letter proved to be a formidable challenge. In a fleeting moment, Herbert sensed a gentle breeze sweep through the room, causing the candle's flame to flicker. Then, after a prolonged silence, the malevolent deity finally spoke. "My ally, I can sense your confusion. Are you wrestling with uncertainty? A little, perhaps." Herbert furrowed his brow momentarily but then relaxed, calmly replying, "It's manageable, just a smidgen. Are you curious? Of course, after all, you're my most significant ally." The malevolent deity chuckled, seemingly unconcerned with Herbert's faint sorrow. "So, tell me, what is your relationship with the author of that letter?" It was pure curiosity. Herbert smirked slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated. How should I define it? Relative, acquaintance, friend, confidant, something along those lines? Is that all? Surely, there's more. The mischievous deity, sensing gossip, relentlessly probed. Was she a former lover? How blunt? Herbert raised an eyebrow and pondered, uncertainly stating, "I suppose I had feelings for her once?" Not entirely sure. Why the uncertainty? The naive heart of the young man. How could he grasp it? Herbert had always thought he harbored no feelings for Philia, especially after the events that transpired. He should have been resigned to that reality. Yet, upon reading her letter, the emotional stirrings within him exceeded his expectations. It dawned on him that he might have genuinely cared for this woman. Thus, the great malevolent deity has already told you that love is a curse. The deity remarked gleefully, "Indeed, you're cursed by love, which is why you feel such anguish." Nonsense. Herbert huffed in irritation, rolling his eyes. Besides, why do you concern yourself with my matters so closely? Are you even listening? If you interrupt me again, I shall cease to speak. All right. I shall remain silent. Please continue. I did indeed have feelings for Philia. After all, in terms of both beauty and character, she was exceptional. Beautiful, gentle, considerate, and well-mannered. Philia consistently embodied the ideal image of a noble lady. One could say that such a near-perfect princess would inspire no unfounded aversion, if she were truly as she appeared. Yet, those sentiments were not purely romantic. They resembled more a fondness and trust for a friend. Herbert continuously dissected his innermost feelings, reflecting on the emotional journey of his first half of life. I had simply grown accustomed to her presence and had envisioned a future where we would be together. The naive, noble youth had never considered otherwise, accepting it as a predetermined future. Thus, when that incident occurred, do you know what my predominant emotion was? Sadness? It was anger. Herbert's countenance remained calm, yet his eyes flickered with a fiery intensity, a long-suppressed wrath. Why refuse to believe in me? Why betray me so? Why ensnare me? As the one who endured it all, how could Herbert not feel anger? Then, what do you intend to do? The voice of the malevolent deity was soft, imbued with an enchanting allure that stirred the boy's inner fury, pushing him further into a frenzy. Yet, just as the flames of his rage were poised to reach their zenith, Herbert's demeanor underwent a sudden transformation. What to do? Or rather, what not to do? Herbert's abrupt shift left Nilasha perplexed, prompting her to inquire, "You are already forgiving her? I wasn't aware that you possessed such a magnanimous nature." Forgiveness? What grounds do I have for forgiveness? I would never simply pardon her. Herbert scoffed, holding the letter close to the candlelight, allowing it to be scorched. Regardless of whether she is truly as innocent as she claims, whether she is genuinely unaware, or whether she is involved, my stance remains unchanged. At this juncture, does she believe that a mere letter and a few airy explanations could rectify everything? It is far too late for that. With a crisp sound, The flames licked the letter, gradually consuming it. The rising firelight cast a crimson hue upon Herbert's face, illuminating the depths of his eyes. The wounds may eventually heal, yet the scars and pain left in their wake will endure eternally. The flames blazed brighter, ultimately singeing Herbert's fingertips. However, he did not flinch, slowly cradling the flames within his palm before finally clenching it tightly. He extinguished the fire, opening his hand to let a few crushed remnants of ash fall. After the flames had ravaged, all that remained were mere traces of residue. The boy's gaze fell low, observing the ashes as he quietly murmured, "It is already far too late. Even if you truly wish to make amends, it is beyond redemption now. Where were you when it mattered?" Nilasha fell silent for a moment before asking, "So, you intend to leave her hanging?" "That need not be the case," I shall respond. Herbert withdrew a sheet of paper and began to write swiftly, his strokes fluid and neat, the content flowing effortlessly without a hitch. Nilasha interjected, "Huh? But did you not just say you would not forgive her? Why then are you writing a response?" The letter appeared to be a perfectly normal reply, devoid of any hint of anger. To this, Herbert replied, "That may be so, but business is business, and Philia still holds value." She inquired. "She is quite wealthy." "As a most favored little princess of the kingdom, coupled with her mother's possession of a mage tower in the north. Her personal wealth surpasses even that of the royal treasury. In short, she is a little heiress." In response to Nilasha's speechless gaze, Herbert stated matter-of-factly, "We have been friends for many years. Now that she has taken the initiative to reach out, how could I possibly refuse her goodwill? Rejecting her kindness would be rather ungracious, wouldn't it? Let her pay a bit of interest first, sending me something worthwhile, not some collar that I have no use for. Why hesitate when one can benefit from such an opportunity?" Nilasha regarded her ally, who seemed oblivious to any impropriety, hesitated briefly, and finally sighed. "Well, I suppose that is reasonable." Herbert's carefree and unperturbed demeanor left even the malevolent deity speechless. "As long as you are content. By the way, Nilasha, there is something else I must tell you." While writing, Herbert casually remarked, "I currently detest any disturbances to my thoughts, any manipulation of my emotions. Let today's events serve as a warning." In an instant, the voice of the malevolent deity vanished completely. The room fell silent, save for the rustling sound of the pen gliding across the paper. After a considerable pause, Nilasha cleared her throat twice, somewhat awkwardly stating, "All right, this time it was indeed my fault." This night, Herbert's emotions were unusually fragmented. The cause lay, in part, in the late hours' emotional turmoil, which nearly transformed him into a melancholic youth. On the other hand, it was the handiwork of the mischievous deity. Nilasha had meddled. She had intentionally stirred Herbert's thoughts, coaxing him to express those repressed feelings that he could not voice in ordinary circumstances with a sense of ease. Yet simultaneously, she had sought to redirect Herbert's anger towards her desired outcome. Although the latter ultimately faltered at the last moment, such manipulation was indeed real. As her provocations became increasingly evident, how could Herbert fail to notice? Nilasha, in a rare moment of admitting her misstep, then lamented with a hint of grievance. "But I merely saw you in turmoil and wished to assist you. It was not mere gossip. Well, at least not entirely due to gossip. Gossip accounts for perhaps 60%, no, 50 to 40%. Only 60%. It was precisely because of this understanding that he chose not to hold it against her this time." Herbert shook his head and said calmly, "However, my ally, please remember, there will truly be no next time. Even if the intentions are benevolent, I cannot fully acquiesce." Nilasha, you truly do not comprehend human sentiments. In this world, there are too many actions taken in the name of benevolence that yield no gratitude from those involved. Herbert paused, a hint of resignation in his voice as he added, "But given that you did not harbor malice this time, I am willing to teach you. In the future, during such instances, you may consult me first, informing me in advance, but you must never act directly against me. I reiterate one last time, I am your ally, not your servant, puppet, or disciple. Do you understand?" Is that not permissible?" The malevolent deity clearly seemed disappointed, murmuring with a tinge of sadness, "Why can't it all be encompassed? How stingy." Ahem. All right. This time it is indeed my mistake. I shall not repeat it." Nilasha coughed twice, ultimately yielding. Once more, after a considerable period, when Herbert completed his response to Philia, Nilasha tentatively inquired, "Will you attend the meeting?" "Attend the meeting?" Herbert fell silent for a moment upon hearing the question, then shook his head. We'll see when the time comes. After all, there are still 2 months left. There is no rush to contemplate it now. There is indeed time. There is no need to hasten into considering such distant matters. Focusing on the present tasks is paramount. Strengthening one's abilities and overcoming the magical creatures are the true priorities. You will go. Huh? How can you be so certain of that? Nilash's confident whisper caused Herbert to snort, but just as he casually retorted, his eyes widened in surprise. No. That remark did not resonate within his mind, but rather echoed from behind him. Herbert swiftly turned around, eager to behold the true form of the malevolent deity. Let me see your true visage. However, to his dismay, behind him lay only the bare wall and the shadow cast by the candlelight. Oh ho, what are you doing? Is your neck uncomfortable? Nilash's voice was relaxed, as though she had done nothing at all. Herbert narrowed his eyes, slowly turning back, shaking his head with a smile as he replied, nothing. He resolutely abandoned the idea of engaging in a game of 1, 2, 3 wooden man with a malevolent deity. Herbert understood that as long as INSH did not wish for him to perceive her, there was no conceivable method for him to do so, regardless of his efforts. Conversely, if she desired to reveal herself, even if he wished to avert his gaze, she would undoubtedly manifest before him. This understanding lingered unspoken between the two. Behind him, the deity's voice was laced with a teasing mockery. You will certainly go. Silence followed. Observing the boy whose inner turmoil belied his outward calm, secretly amused. Herbert, my dear ally, you will indeed go. After all, how could someone as proud and vengeful as you possibly let go of an opportunity for retribution? After a moment of laughter, she suddenly inquired, by the way, are you feeling sleepy? Sleepy? Perhaps, but after all this discourse, I truly cannot sense any fatigue. Herbert attempted a yawn, yet regrettably found no trace of drowsiness. Insomnia had claimed him. Then, he heard a light, triumphant chuckle from behind. Well then, as a compensation for having offended my dear ally earlier, let me assist you. Assist me? How? Just as he pondered, his left hand suddenly rose uncontrollably, slowly descending. Wait, what are you doing? Before Herbert could protest, her palm gently pressed against his forehead. Simultaneously, a voice, sultry and tender, echoed in his ear, do not resist, just sleep peacefully. Following that, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness abruptly ceased. He fell into slumber. Herbert dreamt he found himself in a realm of pure white. He languidly reclined on the ground, passively emptying his mind. No, rather, he rested upon a soft object. This elasticity felt akin to a thigh, a knee pillow, but whose leg might it be? Herbert attempted to contemplate this, then decisively chose to abandon the thought. It was far too warm here. His mind refused to function. So he relinquished his struggle and slowly closed his eyes in the dream. In a daze, he heard a gentle melody drifting from above. He could not decipher its meaning, yet he instinctively recognized it as a remarkably tender lullaby. The following morning, invigorated, Herbert arrived at the 3rd precept office, raising the bitter ring of condemnation before the still drowsy Valentina, proclaiming loudly, "Put this on for me." Valentina replied with a puzzled expression. My dear, you must trust me. This is truly a remarkable item. Observe the design, the material, the texture. It's undeniably a fine treasure. Herbert persistently enticed her, endeavoring to persuade Valentina to accept his heartfelt offering. Just accept it. Don't resist. It's for the child. However, Valentina, already somewhat wary, displayed little interest, glancing at it before returning her gaze. Humph. With a soft snort, she continued to chew her food. Chew, chew, chew. Did he think such an item could sway her? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't want it. She chewed contentedly, entirely oblivious to the fact that she had already been won over by the food. Chew, 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 chew. After a lengthy, earnest appeal, Herbert, seeing her refusal to relent, could only shake his head in resignation. Sigh. He exhaled softly, helplessly handling the bitter ring of condemnation, caressing the large gem embedded within. Setting aside other considerations, just look at this magnificent gem. Isn't it exquisite? A gem? Valentina's chewing suddenly halted, her gaze involuntarily drawn to it. It was indeed a gem, a sapphire of remarkably high purity and exquisite cut, perhaps due to never having possessed a proper dragon's lair. Her affinity for treasures was not as pronounced as that of other dragons. Those shiny objects, while appealing, could not be carried around. Yet deep down, her dragon lineage surely still craved such treasures. Swallowing hard, she attempted to discreetly turn her head away. However, having previously made a firm declaration, Valentina was now resolute in maintaining her proud stance. Dragons never bow their heads. A faint sound caught her ear, causing Valentina to twitch, and she stealthily glanced back to see Herbert placing the bitter ring of condemnation on the railing before her. I said no. Valentina hesitated, but ultimately muttered sullenly. Take it away, quickly. Please take it away. Otherwise, I fear I may falter. The more she gazed at it, the more her heart felt as though it were bleeding. I want to take it. If you want to discard it, you can do so yourself, haha. Herbert chuckled lightly, turning to depart without looking back. Since I have gifted it to you, there is no reason to reclaim it. Well then, you enjoy your meal. I shall check on the other inmates. Herbert left. Valentina could ascertain this. His scent dissipated from the vicinity. Feeling somewhat guilty, she furtively glanced around before slowly shifting herself closer to the bitter ring of condemnation. It's mine. She instinctively reached out to grasp it, but then suddenly recalled something, halting her hand mid-motion. Hesitating, Valentina gently blew on her palm, releasing a small flame. Hiss! The fire dissipated, leaving her fair hand unharmed, even cleansing it of any grease. If Herbert were to witness this moment, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Dear family, my little pup has finally learned to wash his hands after meals. After cleansing her hands, Valentina cautiously lifted the bitter ring of condemnation with her fingers. Gazing at the magical artifact and its sapphire, her smile gradually softened, and she nuzzled the gem with her cheek, grinning foolishly. Hee, my treasure, my precious. As a solitary dragon, shunned by her kin, this marked her first genuine possession of a treasure that belonged solely to her. More importantly, this treasure was not seized from another, but rather given to her willingly. Prior to this, she had never received a gift from anyone, of course. The offerings from the lowly magical creatures she had coerced with her dragon's might did not count. She had never harbored hopes of receiving gifts from others. Valentina had always been alone and would remain so. She had accepted this truth and had no intention of resisting it. The strong are perpetually solitary, which is entirely natural. Yet now, in her darkest and most desolate moment, a figure emerged before her, expressing a desire for friendship. He brought her sustenance, engaged her in conversation, shared laughter, and presented her with gifts. Would I continue to feel lonely? Valentina pondered. Yet, in this fleeting moment, she yearned for a future that would not mirror her past solitude. If fate permitted, Valentina wished to never part with this somewhat exasperating yet perpetually joyous companion. At this instant, Valentina suddenly recalled words once spoken by her former sorceress subordinate. Was it to receive a gift is to return the favor? No, that did not seem quite right. Her untainted mind, untouched by the enlightenment of knowledge, felt momentarily befuddled as she endeavored to recall the words of that individual. Was it an eye for an eye? No, that also seemed incorrect. How'd it go? Meanwhile, Herbert had indeed exited the endless labyrinth. However, this time he did not find himself in the deep-water prison. Instead, he meandered a bit longer within the maze before arriving at an unfamiliar grand door. Hesitating briefly, Herbert pushed the door open and stepped into a pitch-black expanse. In the darkness, Herbert silently chuckled, nodding in delight. I was right. The third conclave, Zone 3, the abyss of lightlessness. Indeed, the endless labyrinth was far more complex than merely shifting scenery. Upon receiving the Archbishop's approval, Herbert was endowed with the abilities of the Monster Girls. However, this was not merely a singular enhancement. It granted him access to higher privileges. His warden authority had significantly increased. If all privileges were categorized into 9 levels, he had ascended from level 3 to approximately level 5. His power now surpassed the halfway mark, allowing him discretion in decision-making without leading to catastrophic consequences. He had been promoted from a lowly laborer to a mid-level manager. This 5th-level management authority not only enabled him to easily alter the specifications of prison cells, but also bestowed additional functionalities. Most other abilities required further exploration on Herbert's part, but the most immediate and practical one allowed him to transition directly from the endless labyrinth to any of the top 5 zones. Indeed, This ability was the Door of Portals. Although Herbert had acquired the capability to open doors for teleportation within the Third Conclave, this power was not fully realized. His privileges were still insufficient. He only possessed access to the first 5 levels and had to first enter one of those layers to effectuate the teleportation. Otherwise, he could only stand outside the door, helplessly staring. It was somewhat inconvenient. I must activate the coordinates before teleporting. Is this a game dungeon? Do I also need to light a campfire? Herbert lamented silently, unable to restrain his inner complaints. What about my fire maiden? My wooden companion? My sorceress? Not the one who changes forms. Not through the sorceress's path. Furthermore, from Herbert's testing results, he could derive an unexpected conclusion. The 9.5 subdimensions of the Third Conclave were not arranged in a stacked manner from top to bottom, as he had previously believed. Instead, the endless labyrinth, as the central dimension, was surrounded by 8 smaller dimensions. This meant that when his privileges were sufficiently elevated in the future, he could directly enter the 9th zone. Contemplating these matters, Herbert continued his wandering in the darkness, his gaze sweeping over the previously inscrutable void. He realized that after acquiring night vision, the scenery had dramatically transformed. It was not devoid of substance. The ground was adorned with various intricate patterns, the walls illustrated with grand murals, and even the ceiling boasted exquisite arched vaults, painted in vibrant hues. In other words, should this place be illuminated, it would resemble a royal ballroom more than a prison cell. Herbert was quite familiar with such ballroom designs, having often frequented the Frost Crystal Royal Ballroom, where he twirled with ladies from various noble families. But why would this space be designed in such a manner? Herbert felt a wave of confusion wash over him, uncertain as to why the monastery would craft a prison in this way. To show leniency to the prisoners? To encourage their reform through humane treatment? After pondering for a while, Herbert strolled to the black iron coffin. As he circled around, he noticed that the black iron coffin was situated precisely in the center of the abyss of lightlessness. Moreover, the coffin was perfectly embedded in the recess, not relocated from elsewhere. Observing this scene, a peculiar thought suddenly crossed Herbert's mind. Could this place originally have been Eliza's home? The more he contemplated this idea, the more plausible it seemed. He scrutinized the surrounding patterns, comparing them to memories of the palace he had seen in Prince Fate's recollections. Indeed, there were striking similarities. So, was she operating from home? Oh, it is community correction. But wait, what kind of community correction involves relocating prisoners along with their homes into a prison? Realizing this, Herbert gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is too tyrannical. How excessive. Even I, an ally, cannot bear to witness this." He shook his head, reflecting, "This is truly outrageous." Suddenly, a soft click echoed from within the coffin, and a pair of eyes emerged from the crevice, gazing at Herbert with an ethereal intensity. "Outrageous? Who are you calling outrageous?" Eliza, gritting her teeth in frustration, glared at the white-haired youth outside the coffin, indignantly retorting, "Who could surpass your audacity? As a holy knight, you shamelessly refuse to acknowledge your transgressions and bully others. This is utterly intolerable." The thought alone made Eliza's heart bleed. Drip, drip. Before Herbert could respond, he was drawn to the peculiar sound, tilting his head in curiosity. Where's that sound of water coming from? Whose pipes are leaking? Mind your own business. Eliza huffed in irritation, pouting, "It's all your fault, you wretched paladin, for breaking your promise." She pressed her hand against her chest, attempting to staunch the blood that seeped forth. Yes, her heart was physically bleeding, due to her extreme weakness. The wound Herbert had inflicted upon her chest had yet to fully heal. In her fury, the surge of blood would force out a few more drops of vital essence from her heart. Unlike others whose girlfriends merely suffered from flat tire, she was literally losing blood. Witnessing her vexation, Herbert chuckled, shaking his head. "Oh, come now, let us not put it that way. Where have I failed to keep my promise? Am I not here to fulfill it? I never said I wouldn't give it to you. I merely delayed it, Tad. Yes, it was just a minor cash flow issue, requiring my colleagues to temporarily navigate this challenge alongside the company." "Really?" Upon hearing his words, Yillis's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, yet a hint of skepticism lingered as she gazed at him, saying, "You must not go back on your word this time. Can I truly deceive you?" Herbert replied, his expression turning serious as he stated, "I am a paladin, a man who never utters lies. I have lived my life with integrity, never altering my name or my character, and I have never spoken a single untruth." I do not deceive even the fiercest of fire dragons. So how could I deceive you? A mere bat spirit? Yelisa squinted, remaining silent for a while before reluctantly nodding. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Although doubts still lingered in her heart, the item was in another's possession, leaving no room for further questioning. What if he became impatient and withheld it? She had capitulated, yet at that moment, Herbert grew somewhat silent, regarding her with a curious gaze. What did this mean? What was wrong? Were you reconsidering? No, Herbert shook his head, his lips twitching, and finally sighed in a tone of lamentation. It appears quite unlike her. The contrast between the Yelisa of his blood memories, who was so fierce and magnificent, and this pitiful little demoness was staggering. Time truly is a merciless blade. Sigh. Yelisa thought, perplexed by his sighing. What was this fellow's intention? Was he deliberately provoking her? Just as she was about to inquire further, Herbert had already pierced his finger, extending it toward the coffin's crevice, casually saying, "Here, 10 drops, you take it yourself." Without any complaint, Yelisa's gaze fixated solely on his fair, jade-like finger. Blood. Genuine blood. Yet, just before she could make her move, a wave of suspicion washed over her as she questioned, "Is it real?" "Of course. If you waste any more time, I shall take it back," Herbert retorted, exasperated, feigning to withdraw his finger. Yelisa panicked instantly, attempting to bite, but the narrow crevice offered no room for her mouth. In a moment of desperation, the starving Yelisa extended her tongue, attempting to catch the falling droplets of blood. My blood. At that very instant, Herbert's thoughts were consumed by a singular notion. If he were to close the coffin lid now, would she weep for a prolonged duration? Yet what would be the cost? Ultimately, Herbert chose to act with humanity. Despite his inner regret, he refrained from pushing the lid back down to trap Yelisa's tongue. Instead, he moved his finger forward, ensuring the blood would land upon her tongue's tip. She was making such an effort. It was only fair to grant her this small indulgence. After all, Yelisa's blood would indeed provide him with certain abilities. There was no need to renege on this matter. Drip. As the first drop of blood fell onto her tongue, Yelisa's entire being trembled. This flavor, this essence, she could no longer concern herself with anything else, pressing herself against the crevice, straining to lengthen her tongue in a desperate attempt to encircle Herbert's finger. However, the distance was too great, and she could not reach it. After several failed attempts, in her fervor, she disregarded all semblance of dignity and began to plead, "Give it to me. Please, I beg you, bestow upon me your blood. I shall do anything afterward." Herbert was taken aback by her frenzied demeanor, his brows twitching as he barely managed to refrain from retreating. His blood seemed to have become a catalyst, plunging Yelisa into an almost frenzied state. This is an opportunity. Herbert keenly sensed the potential in this moment. He understood that if he could bestow his blood upon Yelisa now, her favor toward him would undoubtedly soar. This was splendid. Moreover, the remaining 9 drops were precisely what he was obligated to provide her, making it even more fortuitous, an unearned boon. However, he did not act immediately. Providing assistance in times of need is far more valuable than merely embellishing a fortunate circumstance. Instead, he waved his finger before her eyes, ensuring her gaze began to glaze over, and only when she appeared on the verge of losing her composure did he bring it closer to her lips. All right, but do not consume too much. Since he had chosen to aid her, he would do so thoroughly. Herbert thrust his finger into Yelisa's mouth. The interior was not warm. It was certainly not cold, merely cool to the touch. Quite pleasant, actually. While Herbert enjoyed this sensation, Yelisa had succumbed to utter madness. Her crimson eyes widened as she fervently sucked on Herbert's finger, as if striving to extract every drop of blood from his very being. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Accompanied by a surge of intense stimulation coursing through her body, her heart raced violently, pumping blood wildly. Her cry was a chaotic blend of excitement, exhilaration, and sheer madness, echoing through the air. Boom! The entire black iron coffin shook violently, a wave of sanguine energy erupting from the crevice, propelling Herbert backward by 2 steps. Wow, what a commotion! Herbert blinked in astonishment at the trembling coffin. The sound grew louder, more astonishing, gradually radiating from the center to envelop the entire area. Boom! 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 Amidst the heart-stopping tremors, a pale hand suddenly shot forth from the crevice, seizing the heavy black iron coffin lid. With a screeching sound of friction, the immense lid was effortlessly pushed aside. Creak! Then, a striking silver gleam emerged from the widened gap, illuminating the darkness. She has emerged. Her head has appeared. As that exquisitely crafted head emerged from the coffin, Herbert nodded in appreciation. Indeed, silvery hair and crimson eyes, just as he remembered. Her skin, slightly pale, now bore a faint blush, her lips curled in a smile, radiating joy and intoxication. Ha ha ha! This beautiful, yet slightly mad visage is identical to that of the family slayer from my memories. After admiring her for a moment, Herbert suddenly blinked. Why was she only revealing her head? Why did her body not emerge as well? Hesitantly, he inquired, "Are you not coming out?" In response to Herbert's question, Yelisa fell silent, her expression momentarily faltering as she raised her neck. With the sound of chains clanking from within the coffin, Herbert's eyes widened as he beheld the black iron chains binding her neck. "I wish to emerge as well, but..." Yelisa's expression twitched as she strained her neck upward, helplessly stating, "This is already my limit." She had believed that after regaining some of her strength, she could successfully escape from this wretched coffin. Yet, to her dismay, the cursed chain could not be severed. Although her current situation was vastly improved, she could only manage to protrude her head from the coffin. Herbert surveyed the scene before him, somewhat speechless. Coffin, woman, head, vampire, darkness. These keywords combined created an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film set. It felt excessively risky. "Then he began but paused, suddenly pondered an intriguingly thought-provoking question. After a moment of hesitation, he could not suppress his curiosity and tentatively inquired, "Are you currently crouching inside the coffin?" The coffin stood at just over a meter tall, and she was visible only by her head. What position could YLSH possibly be in within? The philosophical depth of this inquiry was akin to asking whether 3 moles underground were, in fact, 3 muscular men huddled together. As the party in question, YLSH initially fell into a long silence before letting out a weary sigh and nodding. Indeed, she wished to ask, what else could I possibly be? Beyond this position, what else could it be? The two exchanged an awkward gaze for a moment, before Herbert finally broke the silence. He nodded and extended his hand towards the vampire prince, who was merely ahead. "Well then, since you have recovered, please settle the payment." "Huh? What payment?" YLSH blinked in confusion, turning her head. "Of course, your blood. Or are you denying your debt?" Herbert deliberately wiggled his somewhat withered finger in front of her and slowly stated, "The blood you just consumed was far more than 10 drops. YLSH recalled her earlier actions with some embarrassment, pursing her lips and muttering defiantly, "Fine, I'll give you 1 more drop, you stingy person." "1 drop? 10 drops. Herbert smiled subtly, saying with a meaningful tone, "Who told you this time it's still a 10-to-1 ratio?" YLSH fumed, "What? You are cheating. Despicable. Are you still a paladin?" Herbert smirked with pride and remarked, "I don't care. It wasn't I who drained your blood, so stop the nonsense and pay up. Do you not understand the value of the phrase eat first, pay later in tourist areas?" At that very moment, within the treehouse, SFN furrowed her brow tightly, impatiently tapping the table. How much longer would he waste time? Why was he not coming? "Can you answer me a question, you despicable fellow? You don't understand. Only magic can counteract magic. Thus, only the wisest paladins cannot be deceived by evil vampires. But now it is you who is deceiving me." "Oh, is that so?" Herbert observed YLSH's expressive face and found that engaging in this face-to-face dialogue was quite entertaining. At least she had a human-like appearance, vastly superior to that of the coffin-shaped mimicry he had encountered before. He raised an eyebrow and shook his head, chuckling, "It was you who approached to drain my blood. How could I be the one harming you? Surely, you do not mean to say that I was intentionally enticing you to drink my blood? You are." YLSH truly wished to shout this in rebuttal, yet she recognized her own lack of grounds. She had indeed drained his blood, and quite a bit more than necessary. At this moment, she was at a loss for words. Even if she had a point, it could not be articulated, especially since she was in the wrong. Ultimately, under the pressure of this unscrupulous merchant, YLSH reluctantly agreed to his harsh terms. "Fine. I will accept your terms this time, but I can only give you 2 more drops. No more, or I shall revert to my previous state." Simultaneously, she presented her own stipulation. She would concede only 2 drops. Beyond that, she would not comply. Although Herbert's blood was exceedingly delicious and provided her with considerable strength, it was still far too little for a body that had withered for centuries. At this moment, it could at best account for 1% of her deficiency, which was merely a drop in the bucket. Therefore, even now, YLSH's chest wound had not fully healed, remaining in a state where her heart felt as though it were bleeding with joy. Occasionally, a few drops of blood would escape, only to be sorrowfully drawn back before touching the ground. Ah, how delightful indeed. Only 2 drops? That puts me in quite a predicament. Herbert feigned a troubled expression, shaking his head before finally biting the bullet and exclaiming, "Well, considering how long we have known each other, let us settle for this." It seemed as though he had suffered a great loss. YLSH retorted, "What are you talking about? Have we known each other for long? We are quite familiar. Then it shall be 10 drops, no negotiation. Very familiar. Quite familiar indeed. We are old friends, old friends." YLSH chuckled dryly while rolling her eyes at Herbert, gritting her teeth. "You really cannot take a joke." This despicable paladin. Infuriated, YLSH pressed her chest, carefully squeezing out 2 drops of essence. Herbert gladly accepted them, entirely unconcerned about where this essence had originated. Do not ask. It is best to remain uninvolved in the affairs of female vampires. Oftentimes, a little ignorance can lead to a better life. Knowledge can indeed be a curse. For instance, when you're unaware that breathing can actually become manual transmission, or that swallowing saliva is also a skill, or that your eyes can always see your nose. Such trivial knowledge can bring happiness. Do not let knowledge taint your mind. You must continue to find happiness. After obtaining 2 drops of essence through a mutually recognized fair transaction, Herbert recalled a matter that piqued his curiosity. Initially, he had no intention of asking, preferring to remain blissfully ignorant, but subsequent events compelled him to change his mind. "By the way, Miss YLSH, I have a question I would like to ask you, if I may." YLSH was momentarily taken aback before her eyes brightened, darkly stating, "A question? Sure, but you must offer blood in exchange." Finally, an opportunity had presented itself. Herbert immediately nodded, agreed. "How many drops of blood will it cost for a satisfactory answer?" "Huh." His overly agreeable response made YLSH's heart race. Having learned her lesson from past experiences, she proudly declared, "You ask first. I will state my price after you finish." She was fully prepared. As soon as Herbert posed the question, she would provide an immediate answer, then demand an exorbitant price that he could never afford. You think you're the only one who can extort others? I shall make you taste the pain I just experienced." Just as YLSH reveled in her brilliant plan, she heard Herbert's question. "What is it like to personally kill your own father?" The smile on her fair face vanished in an instant, and her crimson eyes trembled momentarily before fixing intently on the person before her. She narrowed her eyes, casting a dangerous gaze at Herbert, and slowly asked, "You know about that matter?" In that instant, YLSH emanated the same aura that Herbert had once witnessed in his memories: danger, malevolence, and madness. Herbert nodded gently. Indeed, this was the powerful vampire he had glimpsed in his memories, if only one could overlook the minor detail that she was currently squatting in the coffin. "Where did you learn that?" Eliza's voice was hoarse as she slowly inquired. "Who told you? Who informed me?" Herbert did not respond in kind. Instead, he gazed earnestly into her crimson eyes without flinching and softly asked, "What did it feel like? After you seized his life and severed your connection, what sensations enveloped you? Was it fulfillment or emptiness? At that moment, what did you truly feel?" Eliza furrowed her brows, narrowing her eyes as she stared at Herbert for a prolonged period. Once she confirmed he was not jesting or attempting to repulse her with a question, she let out a resigned sigh. "You indeed are quite audacious." She contemplated rebuking this boundaryless individual, yet curiously, she sensed no malice from him. On the contrary, she perceived a profound confusion concealed within him, much like the turmoil she experienced before taking action herself. After a moment's hesitation and a deep sigh, Eliza began to respond. "Allow me to clarify. The person you refer to is not my father. My parents perished at his hands. He is merely an ancient creature who transformed me from human to monster. That being is certainly not my father." Eliza was perplexed. She could not fathom why she felt inclined to answer Herbert's offensive inquiry, or why she genuinely began to recall the circumstances of that time. Perhaps it was because she saw her own reflection in him. "Initially, I did not kill him outright. I merely inflicted severe wounds upon him and allowed him to flee in despair within the castle." Her expression remained indifferent as she recounted the events. "Subsequently, I slaughtered all his servants, guests, and male favorites within the castle. I drained each of their blood, letting the tainted liquid saturate every corner of the castle. After this was accomplished, I found that nearly broken man hiding in his self-proclaimed sanctuary, curled up amidst a pile of sprouting potatoes. Eliza scoffed mockingly. Isn't it absurd? He, too, is a monster, one who ruthlessly took our family from us and ruled the territory with terror and bloodshed for centuries. Yet, when confronted by a more powerful, more ferocious, and terrifying monster, he becomes so timid and harmless. It is utterly ludicrous. At the moment I discovered him, I felt not joy but rather a profound sense of tedium. Her expression turned cold as she continued. After that, I lost interest in playing hide and seek with him. After allowing him to escape for a while, I ended his life. Upon concluding this rather uninteresting tale, Eliza lifted her gaze to the contemplative youth before her and calmly stated, "Thus, if you wish to inquire how I felt when I killed him, I can only tell you it was boredom." With that, Eliza's response came to an end. Herbert ceased his questioning, and she did not offer any further persuasion. She was unaware of why Herbert had posed such a question or what treatment he had endured. She would not inquire, nor was there any need to. Their relationship had not yet reached such depths. Eliza's willingness to respond stemmed merely from a moment of shared empathy, a fleeting softening of her heart. As for how Herbert would choose, whether to become a parasite like her or to show mercy, it held no bearing on her. After a brief silence, Herbert nodded and softly remarked, "Miss Eliza, I thank you for your willingness to answer my inquiry. I believe I have found my answer." Eliza remained silent, and then let out a light huff, boldly declaring, "Spare me the formalities. Now, hand over your blood." The previously heavy atmosphere dissipated as Eliza raised her head, loudly demanding her recompense. "Blood. Give me 10 drops. No, 50 drops, 100 drops. She unabashedly raised the stakes, unabashedly inflating the price of blood. "The tides have turned, lad. Now, it's my turn to make you squirm." The more she thought of this, the more satisfied Eliza felt, unable to suppress her laughter. "Ha ha ha, kek. She emitted her peculiar cackling laughter, exuding a sense of triumph as she proclaimed, "I desire not only ordinary blood, but also the holy blood you once produced." "You seek holy blood?" Herbert blinked in confusion, tilting his head in bewilderment. "Are you dissatisfied with your current state?" Herbert was not surprised by Eliza's sudden escalation of demands. He had anticipated it. In fact, his proposal for this transaction was intended to allow her a slight profit. A continuous string of losses would not entice anyone. A mix of wins and losses would instill a sense of confidence in her, drawing her in. However, her current demand for holy blood caught him off guard. "Hey, the Greens are eager for the poison. How novel." He mused, though it wasn't entirely unprecedented. The subject had been widely reported in past news. "You do not understand." Eliza, fully immersed in her excitement, tossed her silvery hair triumphantly and exclaimed, "The flavors of the two are entirely distinct. Your blood is exquisitely delicious, but the holy blood possesses a unique essence. Upon consumption, it feels as though one has downed an entire bottle of potent liquor. There is even a sensation akin to being pricked by needles." As she recalled the sensations, a peculiar flush crept across her face, and she shifted uncomfortably. That feeling, it was exhilarating. "I was far too weak then to withstand your holy blood's effects, but now I have recovered significantly and shall no longer fear it." Emerging from her reverie of delightful memories, she fixed her enchanting gaze upon him and insisted, "Give it to me. Quickly, offer me your blood." Herbert blinked, hesitating not a moment longer. After all, the preparation of holy blood was not arduous, and since she had requested it, he would oblige. He drew his sword and sliced his palm, the sacred mark glowing as drops of radiant blood fell. As Eliza opened her mouth wide to catch the falling droplets, her expression brimming with excitement and greed, Herbert narrowed his eyes. This is not good. Her demeanor made him want to shove something peculiar into her mouth. Regrettably, he had not brought any pepper. Perhaps next time? Just as Herbert pondered this and prepared various spices, he suddenly noticed that Eliza's condition seemed quite off. Hiss, ha hiss, ha. Her complexion flushed, her blood-red eyes trembled incessantly, her tongue flickering, and a sheen of sweat formed on her forehead. That look, indeed, appeared to be. It was akin to the first time he indulged in the subtly spicy red oil hot pot, accompanied by a dip in clear water. Much like a dear friend from the old Guangzhou's. Ha! This is precisely the sensation. Refreshing. ISNT it, my friend. What are you doing? Are you using me as a spice here? Herbert felt a peculiar sense of offense, retracting his hand immediately. Yet even after withdrawing, Yilisha remained there, hissing and gasping for a considerable while. Moments later, Herbert, gazing at the radiant Yilisha, posed one final query. Have you ever felt regret? Regret? Yilisha raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she declared, I never regret. Herbert nodded in understanding, reflecting, Indeed, not only do you not regret, but no one can judge or punish you. I comprehend that. Yes, not even the gods. Yilisha? Her proud demeanor crumbled in an instant, and upon hearing those words, Yilisha became visibly flustered, hurriedly questioning, How on earth do you know this? Who told you? Just as Yilisha, caught off guard, pressed Herbert for the source of his knowledge, a figure appeared between them. So-called friendliness, Lord Herbert. The mature embodiment of Suvani emerged beside the black iron coffin, obstructing the flustered Yilisha behind her, gazing intently into Herbert's eyes as she softly spoke. My lord, I have found the answer regarding that matter. Oh ho! Upon witnessing her arrival, Herbert couldn't help but chuckle internally. Heh, you truly couldn't wait. Herbert had intentionally refrained from seeking Suvani directly upon his arrival in the Abyss of Light, opting instead to engage in idle chatter with Yilisha, with the intent of prompting her to reveal herself. This round of banter, he emerged victorious. Following this minor triumph, Herbert nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall come find you now. We will discuss this face to face. Excellent. I shall await your arrival. Suvani maintained her icy demeanor, bowing respectfully to Herbert before her form dissipated. Throughout, she had entirely disregarded the embarrassing vampire behind her, ignoring her existence, even refusing to offer a mere greeting. Herbert cast a sympathetic glance at Yilisha, shaking his head. You, alas, have indeed been looked down upon. Yilisha, of course, noticed Suvani's attitude, yet she had no time to dwell on the other's rudeness at this moment, for there were far more pressing matters to clarify. Hey, don't ignore me. Where did you learn all of that? After centuries, hearing her once formidable and deranged proclamations again made Yilisha feel as if countless ants were crawling all over her. This is intolerable. Ah, damn it. How could you know? How could you possibly know that phrase? Herbert, listening to her anguished cries, couldn't suppress a sigh, turning away as laughter escaped him. Hith, hith, hith. Upon hearing his chuckle, Yilisha felt even worse, struggling to climb out of the coffin, only to be yanked back by the chains, causing the entire black iron box to vibrate violently. Boom, boom, boom. Herbert took a moment to relish her distress before turning away with nonchalance. Take your time with the coffin. I shan't disturb you for now. You, come back here. Herbert paused momentarily, glancing back at the head of the vampire peeking out from the coffin, winking at her and softly stating, No one has the right to punish me. Upon hearing this, Yilisha felt as if struck by lightning, her heart sinking entirely as she trembled and shouted, You, get out, never come back. After returning to the endless maze via the door of portals, Herbert opened the door leading to the Abyss of Light and directly arrived at Suvani's treehouse. After several attempts, Herbert had grown increasingly familiar with high-level operational permissions, finding the process ever more convenient. After meeting the young Suvani on the first floor of the treehouse, they exchanged no superfluous words. I have agreed to your proposal. I shall betray my family. Excellent. I appreciate your trust in me. Suvani's expression remained calm, entirely unfazed by the gravity of her treachery, while Herbert felt more at ease, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The dark elf handed Herbert a polygonal crystal. What is this? This is a special token of my family. Please ensure it reaches the shadow realm. Simply discard it, and my kin will understand my intentions. After appraising it, Herbert accepted it without hesitation. Very well. Naturally, he did not fully trust Suvani, maintaining a cautious approach, believing only half of what she said. Suvani was a master of blood and flesh. He dared not be careless, fearing she might conceal something within the crystal, potentially orchestrating some form of bodily regeneration outside. He planned to have Nyanisha appraise it before presenting it to the higher echelons of the monastery. According to your predictions, when might your kin return? Within a month. If I am not mistaken, it should coincide with the next blood moon. If it's the blood moon, that would be in 3 weeks. In this world, a blood moon occurs periodically every month. During the blood moon, the power of the moon goddess wanes significantly, the suppression of evil forces diminishes, and dark beings are greatly enhanced under its light. A compelling testament to this is that the day Herbert was targeted by the harmonious god was indeed a blood moon. What a dreadful day that was, sigh. Subsequently, the two discussed potential personnel configurations, and after confirming there were virtually no oversights, Herbert nodded and stood. However, he did not depart. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Savani's eyes and declared, "I intend to enter the fourth zone." Moreover, this is not a request, but a notification. Upon reaching the treehouse, he had discovered that the door leading to the fourth zone was situated within the treehouse's mezzanine. Savani occupied the center of the formation, employing special methods to siphon power from it. Previously, Herbert had found himself at a loss against Savani, but now, with his fifth-level permissions, he could forcibly open the door to the fourth zone. He was not tearing their relationship apart outright. Rather, he was merely maintaining a semblance of civility. Naturally, Savani understood the implications of Herbert's words, promptly rising to lead him toward the revealed barrier. This is certainly not an issue, but, Lord Herbert, please exercise utmost caution regarding the two within. They are not as amicable as we are. I'm well aware of that. Amicable? During our first encounter, which of you could genuinely be deemed friendly? Just as they were about to depart, Herbert suddenly recalled something and retrieved a letter from his pocket. By the way, could you take a look at this letter for me? What is it? It is from my father. Herbert's gaze bore a peculiar expression as he handed the letter to Savani. I am uncertain if it truly conceals a secret, but if it does, I believe you might know how to decipher it. Herbert had no expertise in cryptography and couldn't hope to self-learn it in a short time. Rather than expending time and energy deciphering matters on one's own, it would be more prudent to seek out professionals who possess the requisite knowledge. Very well. I shall assist you in examining this. Savani took the letter, glanced at it briefly, and then tucked it away. She turned to observe Highboat's silhouette and softly inquired, "So, do you hope there's a secret concealed within?" Highboat halted his steps, refraining from turning around, squinting as he let out a soft sigh. Who knows? Shaking his head, he lifted his leg and stepped forward into the barrier ahead. In the next instant, Highboat found himself in a realm forged entirely of molten lava, a purgatory. The 3rd Regulation Office, 4th District, Lava Hell. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a sudden jolt gripped his heart, compelling him to raise his head abruptly. He beheld a colossal sphere of lava hurtling directly towards him. Goodness, such fervor! Look at this sphere, so large and round. Observe the flames, so red and bright. Is this thing not heading straight for my head? The answer is yes. A crisis. Ever since the awakening of his memories, Highboat has felt the most pressing life and death crisis he has ever encountered. No matter how perilous the dark deity, it had never compelled him to take his own life. Even the fire dragon, in all its fury, had never launched an attack against him. The siren's song, no matter how enchanting, had failed to affect him. Yet now, what others could not achieve, this massive sphere of lava could. The searing flames would not only fail to incinerate Highboat, but could also render him stronger. However, a lava mass exceeding 3 meters in diameter could easily crush him, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh, casting him back into the realm of the two-dimensional. This is the sheer violence of pure mass. Indeed, when magic proves ineffective, it is the classic mechanics that ultimately prevail. In that fleeting moment, Highboat contemplated these thoughts and then realized what he must do above all else: run. There was no time to manipulate the sealing array, and the portal to the endless labyrinth required time to reopen. Thus, he was left with but one option: run swiftly. No matter what, he must first evade this onslaught. As the life and death crisis loomed, the sacred mark and magic runes etched upon the back of his hand simultaneously ignited, infusing his soul with 2 powerful forces, compelling Highboat's consciousness into a forced calmness, an absolute tranquility and extreme coldness. In this state, Highboat opened his mouth wide, inhaling deeply, drawing in a significant volume of scalding air laced with the pungent scent of sulfur into his lungs. His blood boiled. Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, his heart began to pound violently. The blood within him ignited, his pupils dilated, and the flow of the world around him seemed to slow. Charge! He leaned forward, lowered his center of gravity, and with a sudden surge of strength, propelled himself forward like an arrow. His boots melted slightly under the intense heat, sinking momentarily into the semi-solid lava, but he managed to extricate them just before being entirely engulfed. Highboat raced forward, sprinting across the deadly tongues of flame. 1 step, 2 steps. 3 steps. Top, 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 top. In less than 2 seconds, Highboat leapt 5 paces, covering dozens of meters across the uneven, scalding lava. Finally, he leaped forward in a diving motion. Just as he took off, a tremendous noise and a terrifying impact erupted behind him. Boom! As the lava sphere crashed into the ground, a massive fountain of magma exploded from the impact site. The orange-red lava erupted like fireworks, shooting outwards in all directions, soaring high before cascading back down. The ground was gouged out, creating a vast depression, while the surrounding lava rippled in waves, spreading outward. No, what Highboat was standing upon was not a dry surface, but rather a pool of lava with only a slightly solidified crust. Upon landing, Highboat rolled awkwardly several times, finally dissipating his momentum before standing up quickly. Haha. Highboat gazed at the slowly sinking lava sphere behind him, exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness, that was a close call. Highboat acknowledged that he had been somewhat careless. Valentina was too compliant. Philimai had been cooperative since her initial probing, and Eliza was merely a minor nuisance not worth considering. The only one he found somewhat inscrutable, Safani, was not of a combative nature, choosing collaboration over conflict. To be fair, Highboat's initial progress through the first 3 districts had been rather smooth. Such unimpeded success had indeed led Highboat to a degree of complacency, fostering some erroneous perceptions. He subconsciously believed that all the magical creatures and prisoners would be as easily managed as they had been. Yet the current circumstances starkly revealed the brutal truth. They might not be evil, but they were undeniably dangerous. Extremely dangerous. He had narrowly escaped this time, barely evading the lethal radius. Had he ventured any closer, the tremendous impact could have left him gravely injured, were it not for his boiling blood and explosive capabilities. This time could have truly spelled disaster for him. Even if he did not perish, he would have certainly been left severely battered. This distance of several dozen meters may seem insignificant, but if Chao Zijian had possessed his present strength back then, he would not have been composing poetry, but rather sprinting away in an instant. After catching his breath, Highboat exited the state of extreme rationality, his emotions gradually returning. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "Who was so lacking in civic duty?" Highboat bellowed at the source of the lava sphere. "Who threw that? Step forward if you dare. Friends, do you wish to kill me? What enmity do you harbor against me? To spring such a surprise upon me, without any warning, is truly audacious." Highboat could not restrain his ire, but soon fell silent. What do you really want? For he suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed to notice that it seemed no one was paying him any heed. Never had anyone. He was entirely an outsider who had stumbled into this chaotic scene. In the distance, a colossal lava giant, standing over 30 meters tall, emerged from the lava pool, furiously lifting a chunk of molten rock and hurling it towards the distant bronze castle. Whoosh! Its arms swung like a massive catapult, the thrown lava soaring over hundreds of meters, crashing heavily onto the gigantic bronze fortress. Boom! The molten giant struck the wall with a thunderous roar, causing the entire castle to tremble. Yet the result was merely this. The bronze fortress stood resolute. Under the immense impact, the lava sphere, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, shattered instantly, scattering into fragments of various sizes that flew in all directions. The piece that had just fallen before him appeared to be one of the larger fragments. Thus, was that merely a stray shot? When the city gate caught fire, it harmed the innocent. Highboat once again felt the weight of his own insignificance. As Herbert hesitated between approaching them or seeking a place to immerse himself, a curious whisper reached his ears. "Oh, is someone else arriving? Is there a new warden?" Upon noticing Herbert's countenance, the speaker was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "No, wait, it's still the same one." Herbert pondered, how frequently do they change wardens here? Realizing the inappropriateness of his tone, the individual quickly cleared his throat and enticingly urged, "Oh, it's just the warden. Come, ignore that fool. Join me in my castle. Hurry." After a moment of silence, Herbert resolutely turned away, asserting, "Do not disturb. I have no appointments." Are you peeping?" Herbert firmly rejected the invitation, choosing to completely disregard the seductive murmur that lingered in his ears. He understood, well, that those who approach him with such eagerness are certainly not of good intent. The ones who would extend such an invitation are likely to be ill-intentioned. for there are no virtuous souls within this realm. It is no exaggeration to say that the two prisoners confined in the lava hell epitomize the essence of evil among all captives. One is a demon who secretly incites slaves to revolt, leading them to untimely deaths amid chaos. The other is a devil who orchestrated multiple royal bloodbaths, resulting in the downfall of several kingdoms. The former caused the direct demise of over 100,000 slaves during a bloody suppression, with many innocent bystanders also perishing in the aftermath. The latter plunged various kingdoms into turmoil, indirectly displacing countless citizens over a decade, with similarly staggering casualties. Neither of them is to be trifled with. The one who had just issued an invitation was evidently the notorious fiend Paladin. This devil delights in enticing persecuted nobles to take up arms against their kin, orchestrating events that are nothing short of madness, such as the Night of No Light, the Bloody Wedding, and the Executioner's Festival, all meticulously arranged by her. This is a perilous individual. Upon realizing that his own strength was insufficient for self-preservation, Herbert decided to first enhance his capabilities before engaging in any chaotic endeavors. His primary purpose for being here is singular: to harness the flames of this place to augment his own power. As for how to subdue and reform these individuals, that is a consideration for another time. Though he covets the monstrous materials of these two, he understands the importance of survival first and foremost. One cannot squander life on fleeting desires. However, a new dilemma arose. How should he immerse himself completely in the fiery depths? Observing his own boots, now nearly consumed by the heat, he shifted his unscathed toes in the lava. It was warm and quite comfortable. Indeed, he was fireproof, but his clothing was not. Must he strip entirely to enter the molten depths? He was not shy. He had previously bared himself in bathhouses without hesitation. Yet this was not a bathhouse. There were onlookers. With a conflicted furrow in his brow, he finally mustered the courage to remove his shirt. As his hands moved to his belt, he suddenly realized something. The voice that had incessantly whispered temptations in his ear had disappeared. Thoughtfully, he turned toward the bronze fortress and mused. You were watching, weren't you? No response was forthcoming. Paladin refused to answer this provocative inquiry. Yet this silence spoke volumes. Herbert's body tensed, clutching his torso in indignation. He retorted, that reaction confirms it. You were indeed peeping. After a prolonged silence, Paladin finally responded, her voice echoing from the bronze fortress, infused with exasperation. Aw, be quiet. You're driving me insane. I wasn't peeking at you. Why would I want to look at you? It's you who chose to undress in front of me. Ultimately, Herbert made his way to the bronze fortress, not for any other purpose but to clarify to Paladin that he was not a pervert. He nodded politely toward the devil elegantly perched upon her lava throne and spoke softly, Lady Paladin, it has been a while since our last encounter. I had no idea you were so concerned about my physique. It truly leaves me flabbergasted. Paladin rolled her eyes, covering her forehead in exasperation. Go away. Why did you actually come here? This blood-stained devil possessed a striking beauty. Her pale skin, in stark contrast to her raven-black hair, framed sharp horns that protruded from her head. Her figure was breathtakingly voluptuous, with a slender waist that accentuated her ample bosom and curvaceous hips, creating a mesmerizing silhouette. Her violet eyes resembled enigmatic whirlpools, exuding both cunning and allure, now rendered speechless in response to Herbert's next remark. But please, do not misconstrue my intentions. I'm not attempting to seduce you. Sighing, Paladin regretted initiating conversation with this individual, wondering why she had provoked his presence. It was perplexing. He had seemed so easily manipulable when following that old man. How had he transformed into such a formidable presence in just a few days? You may not realize it, but I am, in fact, a paladin of the ascetic order. Herbert observed Paladin's incredulous expression with amusement, and with utmost seriousness he continued. My intention in doing so was to utilize the volcanic terrain here to strengthen my will and body. This explanation had been carefully prepared. In this world, training methods varied immensely, with different schools, professions, and even families employing their unique approaches. Some endure prolonged immersion in icy waters to suppress rage. Others repeatedly poison themselves to build toxin resistance, while some train through relentless physical assaults to enhance their resilience. In essence, it is a flourishing tapestry of methods. Regardless of their eccentricities, as long as they prove effective, they hold value. Among them, The ascetic order's paladins are notably extreme, often subjecting themselves to rigorous trials, much like the notorious brothers of the Mist Knights. As for whether he is truly a member of the K11SH, who would care? Who would dare to expose him? When one ventures into the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Thus, regarding your act of peeping, I hope you can restrain yourself in the future and refrain from such behavior. KLIT was beset with questions. Ultimately unable to contain herself, she emphatically asserted, "I shall say this one last time. I did not look. I did not. You must be a devil, right?" The initial conversation with MGU11OG was anything but harmonious. She was rather uncooperative, perhaps due to shyness. How could I possibly feel shy over such matters? Sighing in exasperation, rubbed her temples, feeling a touch of a headache. "Oh, HBT," inquired with surprise. "Can you read minds?" "Wow, that's impressive." "Of course not. But perhaps you should take a look at your own expression. You have written everything you wish to say upon your face." Squinted, gazing uncertainly at the paladin before her. Ever since she first observed, she had been scrutinizing him intently, analyzing every motion and savoring each word he spoke. She was convinced that no mortal could escape her gaze. Yet now, she found herself doubting her own judgment. Was this newly appointed warden truly a paladin? Aside from his upright appearance and the striking purity that radiated from him, she discerned no qualities that matched such a title. Cunning, deceitful, ambitious, confident, and even arrogant, he resembled not a paladin, but rather an exceptional devil contractor. He audaciously dared to come to the QingTingbol to meet her, completely disregarding her intangible allure. Most importantly, he possessed an air of nobility that even charred garments could not conceal. Yes, a young noble, ambitious and unwilling to accept his fate, who had suffered persecution. He was utterly perfect. Individuals like were precisely the kind of people favored. They were the most susceptible to temptation, the easiest to lead astray. They stood already on the precipice of an abyss. With a gentle push from behind, they would plummet into the depths below. No, there was no need to push. Merely whispering a few words and offering them an ephemeral hope would suffice to entice them to leap willingly. This was undoubtedly the case. Yet, the person before her imparted a different sensation too. Despite appearing rife with flaws, there was an impression that any premature action would ensnare her in his trap. Was he truly as he appeared? No, it was better if he were different. The uniqueness made it all the more challenging. Lightly licked her crimson lips, feeling the stirrings of excitement that had long been absent. As an adept hunter, her greatest delight lay in pursuing more exceptional prey. The individual before her was a perfect challenge. She felt an insatiable urge to lead him astray. And as scrutinized, he too was observing her. What was that saying? When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. Analyzed the devil lady, quietly assessing her, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. This one would be difficult to reform. He sensed an unsettling malice. More profound than that sinister depth was the purity of her malevolence. It was not the madness of one who had been persecuted. Rather, it was her inherent nature. Her essence was fundamentally wicked. There was no trace of remorse or burden from past sins upon her, only a sense of boredom. Now, however, that boredom had faded. She had found a new target. Who could this target possibly be? It was truly difficult to guess. So soon, she had set her sights on him, intending to lead him to his downfall. Am I truly so alluring? Panicked? Not in the slightest. Remained unfazed, his inner calm unbroken. The more lice there are, the less it itches. There were many who gazed at him. Who was he, after all? Not to mention that unrestrained evil deity who lacked any decorum. Would he tolerate such occurrences? Absolutely not. While he might generally watch with indifference, when it came to having his foundation undermined, he would not remain idle. You should first engage in a battle with NINSH. The victor between you two shall be the only one entitled to covet me. Furthermore, the notion of leading astray was inherently flawed. He was already a fallen one, having made a pact with the evil deity. How could he fall further? Surely, he could not descend into virtue. After all, he was a paladin who had made a sacred oath. How could he descend into goodness? He could not descend into evil either. Thus, in this regard, he was invincible. The current situation was quite amusing. Believed she had the upper hand and could easily subdue. Conversely, felt himself to be invulnerable, unafraid of anything. In that moment, both of these scheming individuals felt they held the advantage. They exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts in harmony. Suddenly, a piercing roar interrupted their gaze, as flames and tremors caused the entire fortress to shake. Raise an eyebrow, recognizing that the demon was once again engaging in her stone-throwing antics. He inquired, "What is she doing?" If this were effective, it would be one thing, but given the circumstances, it is clearly futile. Why throw this if it serves no purpose? Ah, she is simply going mad, scoffed disdainfully. Demons, such wretched creatures, can lose their sanity for 50 years out of 100. One simply becomes accustomed to it. Demons and devils have always been at odds, unable to tolerate each other's presence. Demons view devils as hypocritical weaklings, while devils see demons as brainless fools. They have battled for millennia without resolution. Surmised confidently that imprisoning these two together was the greatest punishment the monastery could impose upon them. Going mad? Narrowed his eyes, pondering this assertion with skepticism. When he arrived alongside the archbishop, the devil lady had been among the few prisoners who appeared quite normal and communicable. How could she suddenly go mad with no provocation? This was a sealed chamber, leaving only one suspect present. Did you provoke her? Me? Blinked, snorting lightly as she casually replied, "Well, sort of. She was bored and threw things at me, so I simply recited prayers in her ear." Reciting prayers? Here, look. This is a scripture I managed to obtain from a legendary monk, purportedly for the purpose of exorcising souls. After flipping through the scripture and confirming its authenticity, could not help but exclaim, "Wow, you must be a devil. Do you not feel discomfort in reading this? It is truly counterproductive, causing harm to others without benefit to oneself. One might say that inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy results in 800 inflicted upon oneself, correct?" Indeed. Kalidi humps with satisfaction, then returns to the main topic. "Very well. Let us not concern ourselves with her any longer. Herbert, I have a question for you." The devil's violet eyes fixate upon the youth, her crimson lips parting as she softly inquires, "Do you yearn for power?" "What did you say?" "In the hellish inferno." Deep within the eerie fortress forged of bronze, the devil gazes intently at the boy, whispering sweetly, "Young one, noble blood flows through your veins, destined for a life of privilege, yet you suffer unjust treatment. Are you not furious about this? Do you not feel disillusioned by this unjust world?" The devil's voice is soft and seductive, like a siren's song, weaving into the boy's ears, slowly seeping into his heart like honey. The young paladin narrows his eyes, cautiously pressing his palm against the hilt of his sword, responding, "What exactly are you saying? I do not comprehend your words." Though unspoken, his guarded posture betrays his tension and unease. His feet grip the ground with slight force, shifting his weight, while his heartbeat quickens, muscles tensing. "Oh, you truly do not understand?" Kalidi observes these subtle reactions, inwardly amused, and replies nonchalantly, "There are only you and me here. There is no need to conceal your thoughts. Do not deny it, nor disguise it. I can scent the resentment that clings to you, that enticing aroma." She licks her flame-like red lips, seemingly delighted as she inhales deeply, satisfied. Yes, it is indeed a very pure malevolence, quite irresistible. Someone harbors hatred towards you, desires to persecute you, or perhaps they have already taken action. Am I correct? Kalidi smiles confidently, looking down from her throne at the young boy with white hair, whose expression continues to shift. Perhaps. However, those events are already in the past. The young paladin seems unwilling to revisit that wound, frowning in annoyance as he solemnly states, "Moreover, these matters have nothing to do with you. You are merely an evil prisoner confined here." "No, you are mistaken," the devil immediately retorts, shaking her head. "This is very relevant to me because I can offer you power, the power of vengeance. With this strength, you can restore those twisted fates. You can make those who once tormented you kneel at your feet, allowing you to wield life and death over them." She effortlessly swirls the wine in her glass, observing the boy intently as she murmurs, "Besides, have those events truly passed? Have you genuinely moved on?" The boy's pupils constrict suddenly, his entire demeanor becoming more vigilant. The devil raises an eyebrow playfully, asking with interest, "After all, if you have truly let go as you claim, why do you comprehend what I am referring to?" "I have said nothing. Do not pretend, young man. Deep down, you remember all too well." The boy's hand, pressed against the hilt, trembles slightly before he forcefully pushes it back down. He suddenly looks up, glaring at the devil in a mix of rage and embarrassment, exclaiming, "Even if I have not forgotten, what of it? Do you think you can deceive me? Do you believe I am unaware of your deeds? How many have you seduced? How many innocent lives have you shattered? Do you need me to remind you why you are imprisoned here? Clang! The sword is drawn, and the young paladin resolutely points its blade towards the devil. Do not attempt to deceive me again. It is futile. I shall never bow to you. Observing the boy's steadfast demeanor, the devil bursts into laughter. Hith hith. She gracefully rises from her throne, descending the steps with a captivating gait, her fiery form swaying with each movement. Kaleides stands before the boy, softly questioning, "Is that so?" Although they appear face to face, so close that they can almost smell each other, an insurmountable invisible barrier remains between them. The warden may enter, but the prisoner cannot escape. She leans forward, allowing the sharp tip of the sword to press against her chest, ready to pierce her heart with a mere slight force. Do you long for authenticity? Do you wish to truly live? Her violet eyes fixate on the boy, who instinctively tenses, gently blowing a fragrant breath. If there is even the slightest dissatisfaction in your heart, you should not reject me now. A seductive breeze caresses his face, causing the young man's complexion to flush, and he instinctively bends slightly forward. Clenching his teeth, he glares at the devil, resolutely refusing to retreat, and then, in a weary whisper, mutters, "What exactly can you offer me?" Hith hith. Kaleides chuckles. A pleased, triumphant smile graces her lips. Compared to her initial determination, the boy's attitude has softened. He begins to waver. His convictions are faltering. Willpower is a potent force, capable of creating miracles in critical moments. Yet at the same time, it is exceedingly fragile. Willpower is akin to a dam that withstands the chaos of the outside world, able to bear much in ordinary times. But once a breach appears, it will soon collapse. And now, that breach has manifested. Thus, it depends on what you desire. Kaleides suppresses her excitement, smiling leisurely. Unparalleled wisdom, extraordinary strength, endless wealth? Do not worry about being discovered. As long as you do not speak, no one else in this world will know. Moreover, I am confined in this place, unable to inform anyone else. She gazes at the paladin, aware that her seduction is just a step away from success. Just a little more. Speak. What do you wish for me to grant you? Speak. Voice your greatest desire. Allow me to corrupt you entirely. Just one more step, and you shall become my slave. After a prolonged silence, the young paladin finally releases his clenched fist, exhaling deeply, shaking his head wearily. Sigh. He slowly raises his gaze, meeting the devil-esque concealed excitement with an expressionless face, and states, "I wish for you to recognize reality." The devil, what? Huh? What did you say? Such familiar words. Yet this time, they emanate from the devil herself. She gazes in confusion at the paladin, whose demeanor has inexplicably shifted, a sense of foreboding surging within her. Then, she observes the white-haired youth disdainfully curl his lip, muttering, "Come on, your tricks are really outdated." Huh? Kaleides is momentarily taken aback. What did he just say? He said my tricks are outdated. Outdated? She squinted her eyes in confusion, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Wait a moment, this feeling. Kaleides' expression turned icy as she cast a chilling gaze upon the youth before her, fixating on the disdainful smirk at the corner of his lips. Were you deceiving me with your earlier reaction? Miss Kaleides, do not feign such discontent. It was you who deceived me first. Herbert shrugged casually, replying, "If that's the case, is it not entirely reasonable for me to deceive you in return? It is merely self-defense." He observed the devil's fluctuating demeanor, settling back into his chair, and added languidly, "Tell me, have you been confined here for so long that you have forgotten the world outside continues to evolve? Regarding your earlier remarks, not even a 3-year-old child will be deceived by you, let alone myself." Herbert reclined comfortably, while the devil stood glumly, her posture reminiscent of how she had once looked down upon him from her throne, attempting to toy with his psyche. In that moment, it was as if time had circled back. Miss Devil, the roles of offense and defense have shifted. Yet Kaleides was too absorbed in the implications of Herbert's words to care about the slight she had suffered. No, it cannot be. She refused to believe it. How could her proud, masterful techniques, which had ensnared countless hearts, have no effect on him? No, not even fool a child. How could this be? Impossible, utterly impossible. She could tolerate many things, but this was intolerable. It was a challenge to her professional prowess. After witnessing her reaction, Herbert blinked, uncertainly asking, Are you genuinely under the impression that your terms are enticing? What do you mean? Calliope narrowed her eyes and coldly retorted, Are you attempting to insult me? Well, not exactly. Herbert was not deliberately insulting her. He genuinely believed her skills were rather juvenile. After listening for a while, his only thoughts, aside from maintaining the act, were that her legs were quite long, her chest ample, and her complexion fair. As for other matters like revenge, twisted fates, or noble bloodlines, he truly did not care. They held no allure for him. In Herbert's view, Calliope's entire approach was merely a formulaic template, creating a sort of path dependence. Upon encountering this type of target, she simply applied the template to ensnare him, without engaging her intellect. Oh dear sister, your meager skills in seduction pale in comparison to Nyanisha, the old comrade. You wouldn't even be worthy of carrying her shoes. Huh, mediocre. One could only describe it as having moved a mere clown to tears. I find myself at a loss to determine whether to label you arrogant or foolish. You are fully aware that I may not be akin to those you encountered before, yet you still resort to the same old rhetoric without thinking. Herbert shook his head in dismay, adopting the demeanor of a mentor guiding a younger counterpart, stating, One must not allow knowledge to stagnate. Adaptability is essential, for it differs from person to person. Furthermore, seduction should merely enhance one's allure, not serve as a decisive weapon. After all, it is far too trivial for grand matters. Oh, and you must also consider various factors. One cannot solely rely on the reactions exhibited by the other party. What if they are merely feigning? Then it would all be in vain. As Herbert continued to gesture and impart wisdom, Calliope's expression grew darker, nearly eclipsing even the visage of Stephanie. She acknowledged her oversight this time and had indeed gleaned some techniques from Herbert. However, the attitude he displayed was intolerable to her, causing her considerable discomfort. I am a devil. I am a seducer. What gives you the right to adopt such an attitude? Calliope remained silent, yet her expression conveyed her indignation. You see, you still do not comprehend. Herbert smiled, gazing at the devil who reveled in manipulating hearts but found herself ensnared by another. Countering, Calliope, do you not realize by now? You are no longer the legendary seducer of the outside world. Now you're merely a prisoner with no future. Come to terms with reality. The one who must bow their head is you. He tenderly yet ruthlessly tore away her final veil of modesty. No matter how great your powers, you are simply a captive. I wish to harness your strength, and only then do you have the opportunity to be of use. But if I choose otherwise, you are rendered worthless. Embrace this harsh truth, O devil. Thus, it should never have been you posing the question. It should have been I inquiring of you. The young paladin crossed his legs, gently asking the devil, Do you long for freedom? Do you wish to remain in this torment indefinitely? Do you desire to be perpetually tormented by the loathed demon? As the devil fell into a pained silence, he slowly rose, approached her, opened his arms, and smiled softly, whispering, Submit to me. I will assist you in resolving these issues. What was that phrase again? Ah, yes. I will make you feel truly alive. He chuckled, knowing full well the devil would not submit. This was their first formal confrontation. It was no trivial matter to fall into despair. After enduring such humiliation, Calliope retreated deep within the bronze fortress, refusing to engage in further communication with Herbert. My pride has been wounded. Oomph. Meanwhile, Herbert, buoyed by his triumph, felt invincible and boldly turned his gaze to another prisoner within the chamber. After launching molten fireballs for a solid half-hour, the demon finally ceased, entering a state of quietude. Herbert gazed at the now tranquil lava giant, feeling an urge to test the waters. Why not give it a try? I wish to see just how perilous she can be when engulfed in chaos. The skies cleared. The rain ceased, and he felt emboldened. A test is in order. Fire and heat cannot harm me, which is my greatest advantage. Having gained experience, as long as I prepare a portal, I can escape in times of peril. Let us give it a shot. If it fails, I'll withdraw. Very well, it's settled. However, in less than 5 minutes, the fearless youth quickly grasped the reality of the situation. The critique of weapons will always fall short of the critique by weapons themselves. It must be classic mechanics. Oh no. Boom. Wait, hold on. Boom. No, that was wrong. Boom. 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 Humans are fragile. 34, I remember now. I finally recalled. I must return the favor. Clap. The hungry dragon within the endless maze clapped its hands, marveling at its own wisdom. To think I could still remember. Truly, I am remarkable. When receiving gifts from others, one must reciprocate. Yes, that is correct. However, after the initial excitement, Valentina fell into silence once more. She suddenly recalled the individual who had imparted these teachings to her, Wendy, a frail human who had been ostracized by her family due to her awakening of sorceress talents in childhood, ultimately choosing to wander alone. In her own words, her gifts were remarkable, as she unconsciously awakened her sorcerer's abilities at the tender age of 5. This should have been a blessing. However, her family, being ordinary individuals and among the most conservative of believers, could neither comprehend nor accept this power, perceiving Wendy as a monster and subjecting her to blatant discrimination and prolonged abuse. After enduring a decade of torment, Wendy resolutely departed from that nightmarish place. Having set a great fire in her wake, she sought out a dragon, having once read in a book that some researchers believe the lineage of sorcerers originated from dragons. Should one become a servant to a dragon, they would bestow even greater powers upon the sorcerer. After another decade of wandering and experiencing numerous hardships, she finally discovered a slumbering dragon atop a sheer precipice. A colossal beast exuding a terrifying aura. However, Wendy had overlooked a crucial detail. Trespassing into the dragon's territory was tantamount to provocation. Awakened by the unfamiliar scent, the dragon instinctively sought to crush the intruder beneath its claws. Wendy clumsily attempted to flee, but was swiftly cornered by the dragon's tail. Yet at the last moment, the dragon halted its assault. Perhaps due to a shared essence between them, Valentina chose not to slay her, merely fanning her away with a sweep of her wings. Undeterred by her narrow escape, Wendy ascended the mountain time and again, persistently imploring Valentina to accept her as a servant. Valentina, however, consistently rebuffed her, sending her tumbling down the mountainside. Initially, Wendy would return within a day, but as time passed, it stretched to 2, then 3 days. Ultimately, on the 18th day, battered and bruised, she ascended the peak for the 8th time, and the soft-hearted dragon did not drive her away this time. The dragon allowed Wendy to remain by her side for the first time. Wendy found a sanctuary, while Valentina gained her first servant. Thus, they spent 30 years together. During this time, Valentina largely remained in slumber, and each time she awoke, the surroundings would exhibit notable changes. In the blink of an eye, once pristine objects became rusted, and the mountain top grew increasingly magnificent, adorned with unfamiliar artifacts. These included peculiar dragon totems, mysterious ores of unknown origin, and constructed stairways. Most notably, when he had transformed, she was no longer the same as in the beginning. She had aged, not yet entirely decrepit, but the passage of time had etched visible marks upon her face. Although they bore a resemblance, they were ultimately distinct. Valentina was a powerful dragon, while Wendy was merely a fragile human. Humans are exceedingly vulnerable. They can perish with alarming ease, through injury, illness, famine, war, and age. Even without external influences, they fade with the relentless march of time. How might one render humanity immortal? Yet, deep down, she already understood the answer. Ultimately, all things must confront death. Whether human or dragon, mortal or divine, all shall perish. She comprehended this truth. However, Valentina was unwilling to accept Wendy's swift departure. She longed for more time. In recognition of Wendy's years of devotion, Valentina made an exception and allowed her to become a member of her kin, assisting in transforming her bloodline into that of a dragon sorcerer. She succeeded. Wendy regained her youth, returning to her former appearance. She acquired formidable strength, the power to breathe fire, and an imposing presence. Although her future growth would progress at a pace akin to that of dragons, she would also enjoy a significantly extended lifespan. Valentina believed this to be sufficient. Indeed, it should have been. Yet later, when Valentina awoke from her dreams, she was met with the sight of a battered Wendy collapsed beside her. She lay in a pool of blood, her body marred with numerous wounds, her heart utterly shattered. Wendy's injuries were too grave. Merely surviving until Valentina's awakening was a feat, leaving no opportunity for salvage. She could only utter, "My Lady Valentina, I have disappointed you. I could not accompany you through this millennium," before her eyes closed forever. Valentina understood. Humanity is frail. They are remarkably resilient, yet profoundly delicate. A mere touch can usher in death. Wendy forsook her master, her soul returning to the embrace of the chaotic sea, just as she had once approached Valentina in solitude. Subsequently, the memories grew hazy. Valentina recalled unleashing a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating the Lord's castle forged of iron, along with the detritus within. No, not just one, but four. Those 4 cities, havens for the wicked, were entirely consumed by her magical flames, leaving no one who dared to harm Wendy or her servant unscathed. All were reduced to ash. Although this ultimately led to her being captured and punished by that wretched old man, Valentina harbored no regrets for her actions. She only lamented not fleeing the moment she laid eyes on that old fool. Just then, as Valentina sulked in her reflections, a grand door abruptly manifested before the railing. "Oh, why are you only now returning?" With a thud, a bloodied figure burst through the door, crashing heavily at her feet. Herbert, the once charming, humorous, and noble youth now lay before her like a ragged cloth, torn apart. Valentina's breath hitched. Past and present, 2 entirely disparate figures began to merge, ultimately coalescing into one. In that instant, a string within Valentina snapped once more. "You dare harm him? Who did this? I demand to know, who did this?" The sapphire upon the of bitter restraint transformed into a vivid crimson, emitting a piercing sound, signaling that the wearer's spirit had reached its threshold. Herbert, with his vertical pupils ablaze, exuded fury as Valentina, nearly consumed by rage, stammered, "There's no need to be agitated. These are merely superficial wounds, mostly my own blood." This has escalated. He sought to leave temporarily, allowing Valentina a moment to regain her composure, but she held his collar tightly, denying him any chance of escape. "Lead the way." Valentina's voice was hoarse, her anger surging, mingled with a tinge of regret that Herbert could scarcely comprehend. "Valentina, please calm down," he began, but with a forceful stamp of her foot, the entire space trembled, interrupting his words. The furious dragon glared at him, almost lamenting as it roared, "Lead the way." In the depths of the lava hell, a lava giant stood amidst a pool of molten rock, its upper body towering like a mountain, composed of searing magma and rock radiating an oppressive heat. The lava giant stared blankly at its palm, bewildered as to where that little creature had vanished. In the next moment, it abruptly looked up to the sky, where a shimmering portal flickered briefly. The monstrous beast descended. A terrifying dragon, stretching 100 meters long, plummeted from the heavens. It flapped its enormous, resilient wings, stirring up a sweltering current of air, its scales glinting with a metallic sheen under the glow of the lava, akin to flowing flames. The dragon's eyes burned like 2 blazing infernos, fixed intently on the lava giant. A mad roar echoed throughout the space. "Dare you harm him?" Without hesitation or further discourse, the battle erupted with a thunderous clash. The lava giant unflinchingly hurled a molten ball towards the dragon. With undiminished speed, the dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the molten sphere like a surging tide. The cannonball-like orb melted at an astonishing rate upon contact with the flames, reducing to a quarter of its size, landing harmlessly atop the dragon's head. The lava giant raised its massive arm, the magma within swirling restlessly under extreme heat, attempting to shield itself from the dragon's flames. The flames collided with the magma, producing a deafening roar, and sparks flew into the sky. "Roar!" The lava giant bellowed in rage, charging toward the dragon, each step creating deep fissures in the ground. As it approached, it swung its colossal fist, the wind howling in its wake, crashing down toward the dragon. In the next instant, the 2 fearsome beasts collided. Boom! The impact resonated as the dragon skillfully twisted its body after the clash, tracing a graceful arc through the air, effortlessly evading the lethal strike. After a swift circle, the dragon dove once more, its sharp claws glinting dangerously in the sunlight. This time, its claws accurately targeted the lava giant's head. The lava giant attempted to block with its other arm, but the dragon's might was overwhelming. Its claws plunged deep into the giant's cranium, spilling forth scalding magma. The lava giant shook its head in agony, its footing faltering as the dragon savagely bit down, swallowing a piece of it whole. Crack! Yet in the next moment, the lava-formed head rapidly regenerated. It was merely a construct of gathered matter, not its fatal weakness. Roar! Roar! The lava giant and the frenzied dragon danced and roared amidst the lava pool. Hidden within the bronze fortress, the demon observed everything, her earlier frustration giving way to applause and cheers. "Yes, yes, do it. Smash her head." Boom! Seizing the moment while the lava giant was recovering, the dragon soared behind it, unleashing another powerful blast of flames that scorched its back, turning its body a fiery red. As its form was significantly diminished, a pair of razor-sharp claws pierced the giant's chest, the dragon's wings flapping furiously, pulling it inch by inch from the lava pool. With a sizzling eruption of molten rock, the lava giant was indeed pulled out as if uprooted from the earth. It struggled in midair, attempting to retaliate, but was repeatedly struck down by the dragon's claws. Finally, after ascending several hundred meters, the dragon altered its course. No longer rising, it dove downward with the giant in tow. Whoosh! It did not slow down, but crashed into the lava pool, smashing the lava giant upon the surface. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the lava giant could no longer sustain itself, its massive form unable to coalesce. The dragon ascended from the lava pool, soaring high into the sky, issuing a triumphant roar. Roar! Its silhouette, reflected in the lava pool, appeared exceedingly majestic, its dark red scales glimmering with resplendent light. However, witnessing this scene, the previously jubilant demon fell silent. For Kaleido suddenly realized that the dragon's power seemed remarkably extraordinary. The demon, mad as she was, possessed undeniable strength. Even if she intervened personally, she could not contend with that dragon. Yet now, that dragon had the demon pinned to the ground. Moreover, it appeared that the dragon's intent was to avenge Herbert. Valentina. Herbert, looking somewhat disheveled, stood atop the bronze fortress, addressing the circling dragon in the sky softly. Are you done? Once you've vented, return. A grand portal materialized in midair, revealing the ever-changing scenes of an endless labyrinth beyond. The dragon narrowed its eyes, gazing down at the diminutive human attempting to command her. After witnessing the majesty of the great Valentina, could you not discern the situation? Yet Herbert, somewhat helpless, shook his head, speaking gently. Be good, listen. Return first, and I will join you shortly. Kaleido exclaimed, what are you saying? How could such a proud and powerful being be swayed by such a trivial remark? Humph. As if in response, the dragon rolled its eyes at his words and, with a thunderous grunt, surprisingly turned and entered the portal without a backward glance. Click! Once the dragon had entirely disappeared into the portal, Herbert released his hand, shaking his head in resignation, muttering to himself, this creature is as loyal as a dog, yet its temperament is akin to that of a cat, quick to explode. A splendid dragon, truly a mix of both. Kaleido? Ignoring the demon's speechless gaze behind him, Herbert turned his attention to the center of the lava pool's deep pit. There, where the lava giant's heart once resided, a massive crystalline core emerged. Within the slowly fracturing core lay a petite figure in a state of unconsciousness. At last, we meet again, Herbert murmured softly, his gaze lowered. Miss Demon, in the searing lava, a form that could only be described as diminutive slowly surfaced, floating in a molten pool that was about to solidify. This was the true form of the demon prisoner. The lava giant was merely a manifestation she had forcibly controlled from the lava. In stark contrast to her previous terrifying and violent incarnation, she had pink hair cascading down, devoid of the demon's horns and wings, her youthful visage appearing utterly harmless. It was impossible to associate the frenzied stone thrower with this innocent, slumbering countenance. She is indeed quite petite. This little demoness is remarkably small. Herbert is referring to her height, which appears to be just over 1.5 meters. After being accustomed to various formidable larger women, encountering a diminutive and delicate monster girl has left Herbert both surprised and somewhat disoriented. What a stark contrast! No, Herbert's gaze swept up and down, lingering on certain aspects with regret before he sighed and remarked, what a minor discrepancy. A demoness of modest proportions. At this moment, the demoness could not respond to his teasing. Having been subdued and thoroughly beaten by Valentina after her manic outburst, she had succumbed to a deep slumber. It can be said that the demoness, with the assistance of the dragon lady, has entered a profound state of sleep. Demon sleeping, demon good. Dragon assisting, dragon good. In summary, everyone is a good person. Moreover, Herbert's assertion that Valentina was helping is not entirely a jest. To be fair, Valentina genuinely provided assistance, as the demoness did not wish to lose control. As Herbert previously noted, the demoness is among the few prisoners who have expressed goodwill towards him. Heterodox, demon, instigator, abyssal sage, Flora. In the perception of the world, demons have long been synonymous with madness and bloodshed. They embody chaos, malevolence, endless slaughter, an abundance of blood and fire. However, demons also possess formidable power and a prolific capacity for reproduction, making them seemingly impossible to eradicate. Yet, the disorderly chaos suggests the potential for some form of order within. Flora is one such exception. Among the countless mindless demons, she stands out as a uniquely intelligent individual. Compared to other demons, she exhibits remarkable calmness, earning her the distinction of a rare sage. She is a being capable of chronicling the history of her kind, hence the title, Abyssal Sage. As a succubus, Flora discerned early on what she truly needed to do when her strength was still limited. She did not attempt to align herself with powerful demons to become their attendant or intermediary, as that would only render her a plaything, consumed with jealousy and intrigue among her kin. Such a path would be devoid of meaning and utterly foolish. Instead, she sought every means to distance herself from the abyss, retreating into the mortal realm to hide. For centuries, she wandered the earthly realm, adopting countless different identities and seeking knowledge from innumerable mortals. Acquiring a vast array of technical skills, she even attempted to return to the abyss to impart this knowledge to her brethren, but regrettably, those whose minds have been eroded by chaos were unable to comprehend her actions. Instead, they perceived Flora's endeavors as evidence of her corruption by humanity. Compared to the time-consuming and laborious technological pursuits, her fellow succubi preferred to study the refined arts of seduction and manipulation. Nevertheless, even such a singular individual as Flora occasionally finds herself ensnared by her chaotic nature, succumbing intermittently to the will of the abyss and entering a state of unconscious fury. Unlike other succubi who indiscriminately attack living beings during their frenzied episodes, Flora's rage manifests in a distinctly different manner. She unleashes her suppressed chaotic tendencies at a specific moment, driven solely by a desire for destruction. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Thus, she hurls molten projectiles at the bronze fortress, instinctively yearning to obliterate all that lies before her. Yet, even in her state of chaos, Flora retains a sliver of awareness. For instance, when Herbert recklessly provoked the lava giant, had Flora's consciousness not stirred at a critical moment, her current predicament would likely be even more dire. Therefore, if one were to assess the outcome, Herbert's reckless endeavor could be deemed a success. Regardless of the process, he ultimately succeeded in prompting Flora to escape her chaotic state prematurely. Enough of the pleasantries. Let's simply inquire whether he succeeded. Did he not? As the sound of click-clacking heels approached, Cretia could no longer contain her curiosity and made her presence known before Herbert. Not long ago, she believed Herbert to be merely a boastful individual. However, it now appears that his capabilities extend beyond mere words. He truly poses a threat to her safety. If she were to face that dragon instead, the outcome would undoubtedly be predictable. Clearing her throat, she initiated the conversation. Ahem, Herbert, you have surprised me. Perhaps I truly underestimated you. Herbert did not respond, but instead turned away and commanded, do not disturb Flora any further. When she awakens, explain to her what has transpired. It seemed the Demoness would not awaken soon, and he could not linger here indefinitely. He would defer any discussion until their next encounter. Upon hearing these curt words, Cretia narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Herbert's retreating figure, and ominously remarked, are you certain you want me to handle this? She will not heed my words. Do you truly believe she will listen to me? Herbert turned his head and shook it gently, replying coolly, how you convey understanding to her is your concern, and this is my first test for you. Do not disappoint me. A test? Cretia's eyes grew more dangerous as she gritted her teeth. Mind your words, mortal. I never claimed I would submit to you. Is that so? Herbert scoffed, shrugging nonchalantly as he raised his hands. You are free to disregard my instructions. With that, he paid no further heed to the irate Demoness, summoning a portal and vanishing through it. With a click, the haughty figure disappeared, leaving only the Demoness standing silently within the bronze fortress. After a long moment, an exasperated growl echoed from within the fortress. Damn mortal! Upon returning to the endless labyrinth, Herbert did not immediately seek out Valentina, but instead pushed open another door, entering the deep-water prison. Truth be told, he felt a surge of anxiety, unprepared to confront Valentina just yet. This situation was somewhat awkward. Herbert had initially acted on a whim, intending to provoke danger without truly wishing for harm, believing he had sufficient backing to avoid severe risk. In reality, he had suffered minimal injury. It merely appeared more grievous than it was. However, the dragon lady had evidently misinterpreted the situation, becoming exceedingly agitated upon being provoked. The concern of others, even for someone as thick-skinned as Herbert, made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He decided to take a moment to collect himself and wait until she had calmed down before addressing the matter. Valentina was currently in an agitated state, and it would be prudent to avoid her wrath. It may be shameful to evade, but it was undeniably effective. "Herbert, you seem somewhat troubled," came the gentle voice of the sea which, flowing like water, prompting Herbert to turn his gaze towards her. "Philimai, can you perceive it?" "Ha, of course, after all. You have no intention to conceal it." Philimai did not inquire of Herbert why he had not visited her in recent days, refraining from such juvenile and pretentious questions. Firstly, Herbert bore no obligation to visit her daily. Secondly, for a legendary sea demon with a lifespan spanning thousands of years, her perception of time diverges significantly from that of humans. The disparity in the measurement of lifetimes renders a few days insufficient to induce feelings of loneliness in her. Furthermore, even among sea demons, she is notably solitary, having long since acclimatized to solitude due to her cursed endowment. "You appear to be wounded," Philimai observed, her gaze falling upon the charred and tattered portions of Herbert's attire, casually sweeping her eyes over the exposed skin beneath. Cough. Before Herbert could notice her scrutiny, she cleared her throat and feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "Is this related to the commotion earlier?" Her clumsy attempt at distraction proved effective, successfully diverting Herbert's attention. "Can one feel it here as well?" Herbert blinked, surprised by the poor soundproofing between the areas. "Is this place as small and near the university town?" "I merely caught a faint echo of a disturbance." Philimai raised her hand, conjuring a small orb of water from the sphere, lightly tapping its surface, which rippled in response. Sea demons possess an acute sensitivity to sound, their perception of vibrations unmatched by others. "So what exactly transpired? Is it accurate to say there was a brawl in the prison? How should I explain to you, as a warden, that I brought inmates from one area to assault those in another? Regardless, it feels as though I'm abusing my authority." While Herbert contemplated how to elucidate the situation, Philimai's focus lay elsewhere. She leaned out of the water's surface, curious, and asked, "Are other areas housing multiple individuals together?" "Indeed, some are housed together. Do you envy them?" Herbert blinked, slightly perplexed. "You are quite peculiar, dissatisfied with a private room. You prefer to share with others. This is not a university dormitory where one must cultivate camaraderie with roommates. Are you not concerned about incompatible personalities?" Philimai dismissed such worries, stating ultimately, "Having another soul with a shared predicament can alleviate some loneliness, don't you think?" Alleviate loneliness? Herbert recalled the scenes he had witnessed in the abyss of shadows and the lava hell and shook his head. "Nay, do not believe such notions. It is one thing to ponder, but the harsh reality reveals itself only through experience. The vampires and dark elves were fine, having no connection, akin to solitary rooms. However, the demons and devils were different. They were never lonely, constantly tormenting one another. A magical assault, a physical blow, their interactions fully realized." He sighed, remarking, "Being alone can be rather pleasant. Take Valentina, for instance. Aside from a bit of hunger, she experiences no troubles." "Is that so?" "Perhaps," Philimai replied, blinking, seemingly sensing something from his wistful demeanor, and silently nodded. "By the way, did you encounter a fallen one a few days ago?" Are you referring to that demon slug who appeared as though partially devoured by a giant whale?" Herbert responded, "Yes, indeed." Both exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain if they spoke of the same individual. "We must be referring to the same person, correct?" When Herbert had seen the creature, it had already resumed its human form. He had not witnessed its slime-like appearance. Regardless, it should be the same individual. It matters not. "In any case, did you lay hand upon him?" Plop. Upon hearing this, the mermaid promptly retreated into her water sphere, revealing only her head, somewhat flustered. "Has he perished?" Herbert inquired. Noting her silence, he surmised the unfortunate fate of that individual. Philimai protested, somewhat aggrieved, "But this time, it truly is not my fault. He entered while I was singing, and then hurriedly slipped away. I had no intention of harming him." Philimai felt unjustly accused. "This is evidently your fault. Why is there no one guarding the prison? It is one thing for the warden to come and go freely, but how can outsiders be allowed in? No, madam, please calm yourself. The situation is not as you assume. I did not come to place blame upon you. I care not. You lot are the true murderers. Herbert hesitated, finally explaining, in truth, you have not erred. Rather, you have achieved something noteworthy. He swiftly recounted the tale he had previously shared with Valentina, yet before he could finish, the monastery's reward was interrupted by a splash. The mermaid, who had previously shrunken on herself, suddenly leapt from the water sphere, soaring high before gracefully landing back atop it. Philaimai sat triumphantly upon the water sphere, her head held high, humming cheerfully, her iridescent tail swaying. Observing Herbert's dazed expression, she waved her hand, imperiously declaring, continue your tale. Do not stop. I am listening. Inadvertently, the mermaid, who had performed a good deed through a twist of fate, felt immensely proud. Upon realizing her innocence, she promptly reversed her stance, adamantly denying that she had accidentally slain the grotesque sea slug, asserting instead that it was a deliberate act upon recognizing him as a villain. Indeed, all was not mere happenstance or coincidence. It was my meticulous design. As for her attempt to alter her testimony, Herbert could only nod silently in support, affirming, yes, yes, indeed, just as you say. Her joy was all that mattered. The actual truth would remain unexamined. She could proclaim her version as she pleased. After all, deceiving peers was acceptable, as long as they cooperated in the performance. It was crucial not to genuinely deceive oneself. However, no matter Herbert's internal musings and critiques, Philaimai was genuinely elated at that moment. Although she had unwittingly performed a trivial act of kindness, it bore profound significance for her. For someone who had perpetually engaged in unconscious malevolence, inflicting harm upon others, this was nearly a form of redemption. It dawned upon her that her power need not always bring devastation to others. Philaimai was ecstatic. Thus, even if she recognized that this was not her true intention, she pressed on, insisting that this was indeed her good deed. Gradually, Herbert began to discern the profound implications of this event for Philaimai. Rather than exposing her clumsy charade, he opted to go along with her narrative, formally commending her for her actions. Her activities within the depths of the watery prison have expanded, allowing her to manipulate a greater volume of water by diminishing the ceiling array's repression of the water element. Ultimately, Herbert also encouraged her to engage in more benevolent acts in the future. After accomplishing all this, Herbert voluntarily departed from the watery prison, leaving the space solely for Philaimai, allowing her to relish this rare moment of joy and peace. Upon returning to the Wuwang Jiyu, he teleported directly to Safani's treehouse. In contrast to Philaimai's inquiries, Safani's reaction to his injuries was markedly subdued. She merely tossed him a soothing ointment after a cursory glance. As I mentioned, they're far less amiable than I am. However, they did warmly welcome me at first and quickly became friendly. Herbert chuckled lightly, but regrettably, the dark elf did not grasp his dry humor and gazed at him earnestly, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Explain? Such a task is unnecessary. Having to explain a joke is less preferable than facing death itself. Cough. Herbert helplessly waved his hand, bypassing the topic and awkwardly inquiring, by the way, did you glean anything from that letter? A noticeable fluctuation of emotions appeared on Safani's face as she stared at Herbert, as if he were a fool, then glanced at the hourglass on the desk. The implications were unmistakable. Are you jesting with me? My Lord Herbert, from the time you left to your return. Scarcely an hour has passed. Herbert uttered the words and realized the insufficiency of time. However, having chosen to engage in this awkward conversation, he felt compelled to press on. Isn't there enough time? Safani squinted at Herbert for a considerable moment, then shook her head, saying, you seem somewhat agitated. The Herbert she remembered would not pose such a rudimentary question, not a doppelganger, nor an imitation. The person before her was indeed the warden she recognized. Thus, the only reasonable explanation was that he had encountered something that unsettled him, distracting his focus. Is it that obvious? How could you even notice? Herbert pouted, sighed deeply, and began to twirl a leaf he plucked from a vine, ultimately conceding that his demeanor was amiss. Valentina's unexpected and direct confrontation had genuinely taken him by surprise. Saying to not think about it sounds simple, yet achieving a tranquil mind is far from easy. To speak candidly, Herbert now felt a tinge of fear. This fear, however, did not stem from Valentina's alien heritage, nor from the awe inspired by witnessing a dragon's true form. Rather, it was an instinctive evasion of her emotional intensity. Herbert could face others' malice with equanimity, as he had long grown accustomed to that sensation, even experiencing a slight thrill upon encountering it. A twisted excitement akin to, oh, let me see which rascal seeks to harm me. Yet when malice was replaced by goodwill, he found himself at a loss. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had rarely, if ever, encountered such direct and fervent kindness. At the moment when Valentina's fury erupted due to his injuries, Herbert felt as though he were staring directly into the sun. He beheld an overwhelming, unmasked emotion, brilliant yet somewhat tempestuous, akin to a blazing fire. It radiated warmth akin to the sun's rays upon all, yet asked for nothing in return. It was precisely because of its selflessness that such a fiery sentiment became all the more difficult to withstand. Given Valentina's intellect, would she seek to gain something through such an action? Unlikely. With her reasoning, what could she desire? Perhaps merely a few extra morsels of meat from him. However, if she sought nothing at all, why would she act in such a manner? The answer to this question instilled a sense of trepidation in Herbert. He yearned for the warmth of affection, but feared the potential harm it could bring. Why do I feel like a dragon enthusiast? Herbert vigorously shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. Why ponder so much? Really, this is not like me. Regardless of the circumstances, do I not deserve this? Enough of this avoidance. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it. With his thoughts finally settling, Herbert exhaled deeply, and when he opened his eyes once more, his gray gaze was devoid of confusion. He lacked confidence, nor had he ever felt unworthy of love. It was merely the abruptness of the situation that triggered his instinctive resistance. It seems you have come to a realization, Safani nodded. She had been silently observing Herbert, noting how his emotions had been swiftly digested and suppressed, reverting to the familiar demeanor she recognized. Then please proceed. I shall attempt to assist you in deciphering that letter. Indeed. When Herbert bid farewell to Safani and returned to the endless maze to face his destiny, what awaited him was not the scenario he had envisioned. Not angry inquiries, nor direct assaults, nor even the cold indifference of standoff. At this moment, the protagonist who had troubled him for quite some time lay comfortably curled on the ground, blissfully lost in slumber. Herbert, this is not right. Such tales of love do not unfold this way. Where are the misunderstandings, arguments, reconciliations, and tensions? Why is there nothing at all? Herbert gazed at the peacefully sleeping woman, unable to suppress a weary sigh. Ah, indeed, this is the Valentina I know, perfectly aligning with my preconceived notions of her. The dragon's character remains intact. She is merely seated. Upon reflection, although this unfolding may initially appear absurd, it subtly reveals a thread of reason. After an extended bout of conflict, Valentina, too, must be fatigued. It is entirely normal for her to choose rest after such exertion. No, it is definitely not the case that this creature is so carefree that she can sleep at such a time. Perhaps. Herbert regarded her with a mixture of affection and pity for a moment, choosing not to awaken her, but rather sitting against the railing. He lowered his gaze upon Valentina's serene form, reminiscing about their shared moments. Initially, she had displayed a ferocious and tempestuous demeanor, seemingly the most formidable of adversaries. Yet even then, she had revealed her goodwill through subtle details, prompting him to question his first impressions. Was she truly as she appeared on the surface? Through subsequent encounters, Herbert's inquiries affirmed his suspicions. She was merely a lovable dragon. What malice could she harbor? He had to admit that he genuinely enjoyed the nature of his interactions with Valentina. Unlike others, she never engaged in schemes or manipulations, allowing him to feel secure from hidden agendas. The experience was both lighthearted and delightful. Closed his eyes, shook his head, and let out a sigh filled with contemplation. Alas, is that truly the case? He was momentarily stunned, for he suddenly realized that the rhythmic sound of breathing beside him had abruptly ceased. Herbert fell silent. Some individuals, at this very moment, were acutely aware of everything, yet were reluctant to confront the truth. However, evasion serves no purpose. After a brief hesitation, Herbert finally opened his eyes slowly, only to behold a pair of wide, crimson eyes staring intently at him. What a scene befitting a horror film. Hi. Good morning. Big one. With a sudden whoosh, the world spun around him. Bam! Herbert was yanked off the ground and found himself wedged between the railings. Hiss! Take it easy. Beneath the terror of the overwhelming force, Herbert was powerless to struggle and could only helplessly plead, "Let me go first." Valentina, who held him tightly, pouted, her displeasure evident, and huffed, "I want to let go. After all, it's not every day I manage to catch you. Oomph. If you keep holding me like this, I can't get inside." Huh? Upon hearing this, Valentina instinctively released her grip, allowing Herbert to escape her clutches. "Are you serious?" Cough. Cough. "You really are strong." Now free from her grasp, Herbert sighed softly, shaking his head, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "I must be insane." Not wishing to keep Valentina waiting, he stepped through the railings and resolutely entered the cage. Then, he was embraced by a ferocious beast with an overwhelming grip. Crack, crack, crack. The ominous sound of his bones echoed, and Herbert felt as if he had been struck by a heavy truck. Strictly speaking, it wasn't that exaggerated. The sensation was slightly less intense than that, but it was indeed not far off. Had he not spent some time in the lava hell, enhancing his physical resilience, he might have already been in pieces. Yet, looking at Valentina, whose face was etched with anxiety, as if fearing the loss of something precious, he found it impossible to be angry. They exchanged no words, simply holding each other in silence for a while. "Valentina, be quiet. Are you scared?" "Not scared. Is that the truth?" "You be quiet." Herbert shook his head, choosing not to press further. There was no need for additional questions. Her reaction spoke volumes, requiring no further elaboration. Some matters do not require many words. After a while, Herbert suddenly sensed Valentina sniffing at him, her nose twitching. "I see you're truly hungry." Gulp. "I am indeed hungry." After a moment of playful banter, Herbert shook his head and finally spoke softly, "Valentina, I will not die." Without hesitation, Herbert raised his arms and gently returned the embrace. Valentina shuddered slightly, instinctively attempting to push him away, but she quickly withdrew her hands, allowing him to hold her. Embracing this formidable being capable of destroying kingdoms, Herbert made his vow. "Although I may currently seem weak to you, I will not perish easily. Regardless of what you have lost in the past, I will not depart from you as they did." Though he did not voice this sentiment directly, he believed Valentina could grasp his meaning. Crack, crack, crack. After releasing her hold, Valentina tightened her embrace again, half convinced, murmuring, "You promise?" "I promise." Herbert noticed how Miss Hungry Dragon's ears twitched sensitively as he spoke, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Leaning closer, he whispered softly in her ear, "Valentina, I promise you, I will live for a long, long time." When Herbert finally extricated himself from the dragon's clutches and exited the alien prison, two figures were already waiting at the entrance. "Sir Knight Commander." Herbert remained composed, first nodding at Bishop Rusty Nail, then approaching Bishop Thorn, slightly bowing and respectfully stating, "Your Honor, the judge." The imposing judge did not nod, but stood before him like a wall, looking down at him coldly, and questioned, "Do you know what you have done?" "I do." Herbert straightened up, meeting his gaze with calmness, and declared, "I forcibly exercised my authority, allowing the prisoners from District 1 to cross into District 4 and engage in combat." He was aware that the matter would inevitably come to light. He had considered this from the moment he prompted Valentina to cross over, understanding it would be impossible to conceal. Ironically, the presence of only these two bishops before him was somewhat unexpected. The attitude of the higher-ups in the monastery seemed more favorable than he had anticipated. Upon hearing his candid admission, the judge's demeanor softened slightly as he nodded slowly and inquired, "Why did you do this?" Herbert replied calmly, "It is part of my attempt to educate the prisoners. The fact that a Fury would act in protection of me when my life was in danger is a testament to my success in that endeavor, which would have been unimaginable in the past." After he finished explaining, both bishops fell silent, their thoughts unclear. Herbert made no effort to elaborate further, standing quietly. After a moment of silence, Bishop Rusty Nail broke the stillness. "Let us go. The Grand Bishop wishes to see you." In the heart of the monastery, as the three passed through the central square, Herbert heard Blake's cries, or rather, screams. At that moment, Blake was being pinned to the ground by two even more robust chastisement nuns, attempting to struggle, yet fearing to provoke the others. He could only endure their weight while loudly calling out. Herbert instinctively turned his head for a glance, then immediately averted his gaze. Maintaining a composed demeanor, as if he had seen nothing. Blake? I don't know him. What an embarrassing sight on the ground. I certainly do not know him. Your Highness Herbert. Yet, despite his attempts to ignore it, Blake's keen eyes spotted him, and his cries grew even more desperate. His trembling excitement resembled that of someone who had just been humiliated, especially given his current posture, which indeed invited speculation. Since his name had been called, Herbert could no longer feign ignorance. Frowning slightly, he turned to the judge. Your Honor, may I address this matter? Go ahead. After receiving the Thorn Bishop's permission, Herbert approached Blake without acknowledging his frantic gaze, instead directly asking the two nuns, Ladies, may I inquire what has transpired? What has my vassal done? Herbert's vassal? One of the nuns rose, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Herbert, speaking in a low tone. Do you know what he has done? Please enlighten me. They actually brought blasphemous items into the monastery. Blasphemous items? Contraband? Upon hearing this term, HBT's mind uncontrollably conjured up a phrase. Was it the little yellow book? Yet, observing the furious demeanor of the two nuns, it seemed they had brought something rather scandalous, far exceeding mere literature. Could it possibly be counterfeit? Yet that did not align, for were not the guards all men? Oh, men could partake as well. Such a revelation? HBT blinked in astonishment, casting a surprised glance at Bielik, not expecting this thick-browed, big-eyed fellow to be such a passionate man. Noticing HBT's peculiar gaze, Bielik was at a loss as to what he was contemplating, vigorously shaking his head and fervently insisting. No. We truly have nothing. We are completely in the dark. We do not know how that item ended up in our package. In response, HBT nodded gently. Yes, please continue. I am listening. Understand. Every patient who arrives at our department claims it was an accident, whether it was slipping during a bath, while eating, or in the midst of sleep. It is all comprehensible. We believe you. We have all undergone professional training. Unless compelled, we would not laugh. Just as HBT pondered on the humor of proctology, the second nun spoke up, indignantly declaring, They have concealed the talisman of the Northern Witch, intending to spy on the convent. Oh, that cannot be true. The intrigue and abstract nature of the situation suddenly diminished. However, the mention of a Northern Witch piqued HBT's curiosity. Furrowing his brows, he gazed into Bielik's eyes and slowly inquired, Are you aware of this matter? Of course not. Bielik replied resolutely, Your Highness, please believe me. I truly do not know. I can swear to the divine. That item is definitely not on the inventory list. HBT scrutinized him for a moment before addressing the chastising nun. I do not sense deceit from him. Do you too? Neither do I. The chastising nun hesitated momentarily, yet answered truthfully. But even so, we cannot let him off easily. I understand, and I do not wish for you to make an exception. HBT smiled, refraining from pleading for them, instead stating, Rather, I hope that in consideration of the Alberti family, you will conduct your inquiries with the utmost rigor. If you deem it necessary to send them all to the tribunal, I can assure you that the Alberti family will raise no objections regarding this matter. His eyes gleamed with sincerity as he bowed respectfully to the two, saying, Please administer justice fairly and uphold the honor of the Alberti family. Bielik was taken aback, initially believing HBT had come to plead for himself, only to be astonished by his selfless decision to cast them into the fire. Your Highness, what are you doing? I must protest. We must protest. The two nuns were also somewhat intimidated by his fervor, becoming hesitant. The situation could be grave or trivial, but subjecting them all to the tribunal would clearly indicate malicious intent, a severe provocation. The tribunal? That may not be necessary. The two nuns exchanged glances, then looked at the two expressionless cardinals behind HBT, seemingly coming to an understanding, shaking their heads at him. No, truly, that is unnecessary. However, please ensure you discipline them well and prevent such incidents in the future. Should there be a next time, we will strictly adhere to the scriptures. HBT regarded them with a hint of regret, but ultimately acquiesced, nodding. Since you both say so, I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Alberti family. The two chastising nuns rose in acknowledgement, offering him a slight nod before turning decisively to leave. After their departure, HBT silently gazed at the still prostrated Bielik, saying coolly, Rise, what are you pretending for? Bielik quietly stood up, not brushing off the dust from his attire, and humbly kept his head bowed before HBT. Your Highness, I. He was acutely aware that had HBT not intervened, they would have likely faced a dire fate today. Any leads? HBT began to inquire, but interrupted him. Bielik, you have but one chance, the first and the last. This opportunity would be bestowed only once. Whether he seized it was entirely up to Bielik. This time, Bielik remained silent for a considerable duration before lowering his head and softly murmuring. The one responsible for loading and unloading the cargo, GM, was once part of the Royal City Guards. After injuring his right hand, he became a guard for the Alberte family. Good. HBT nodded calmly, patting his shoulder, and said placidly, You may return now. Cooperate with the monks to ensure everyone is thoroughly checked. Apart from that, do nothing else. Yes, Your Highness. In the shadows, the Royal City Guards, the Northern Witch. How relentless they are in pursuing me. HBT mused, reflecting on the details he had gleaned from Bielik, unable to suppress a chuckle. The scenario had grown intriguing. Someone had been unable to resist taking the bait. HBT had long anticipated that his cleverly crafted letter would indeed attract the attention of those who had been watching him, drawing their gaze closer. However, he had not expected their patience to be so thin, to the extent of daring to reach into the misty convent. Who had the audacity to plant eyes within the Royal City Guards and orchestrate his premature insertion into the Duke's household as an informant? The internal affairs of the Shuang-Ing royal family were perhaps more chaotic than he had imagined. As for that talisman, it was even more intriguing. The Northern Witch, formerly known as the Northern Witch Mutual Aid Alliance, was also referred to by some as the Witches' Society. The northern region is an expansive area, blanketed in ice and snow, characterized by perilous terrains, towering snowy mountains, deep frigid valleys, and mysterious glacial lakes. Once, the northern region was among the most advanced territories of ancient magical civilization, but following a catastrophic divine war long ago, its magical kingdom was largely obliterated, leaving only fragmented ruins that transformed into a desolate no-man's land. Due to its harsh environment, few ordinary humans ventured there, rendering it an ideal refuge for persecuted witches. Unlike ordinary witches, most witches were wild sorceresses and warlocks possessing non-human traits, having faced persecution due to the awakening of their innate abilities. Eventually, under the advocacy of several legendary witches, the wandering witches banded together to form the Witches' Society. The initial purpose of this alliance was to protect them from external persecution while sharing the magical resources of the North and exchanging magical techniques. However, as the Mutual Aid Society grew, it gradually evolved into a formidable magical organization. Though the name remained unchanged, it began to include some male sorcerers and warlocks beyond witches, complicating their factions. If HBT recalled correctly, FILY's mother had once been a member of the Northern Witch Alliance and was one of its 12 leaders, voluntarily stepping down after giving birth to FILY, passing her position to another. If viewed from this perspective, the identity of a mastermind behind the initial framing of HBT seems increasingly clear. It is closely tied to the Shuangjing royal family and the Northern Witch, thus narrowing down the potential suspects. So, my dear friend FILY, what role do you and those behind you play in this unfolding narrative? HBT does not hastily conclude that FILY is the true instigator. There are still too few clues and more evidence is required for substantiation. Nonetheless, her suspicion is undeniably substantial. However, HBT remains unperturbed. Once he returns to Shuangjing City, the truth will inevitably be revealed. At present, he must ponder how to confront the imminent crisis. The two bishops show no interest in matters concerning Bielik. Such trivialities are beneath their consideration. After HBT's return, they continue onward, silently guiding him toward the sanctuary of the archbishop. The Shidiying bishop is known for his cold and taciturn demeanor, while the JNGZH bishop remains inexplicably silent. Has a relative come to visit? Following the two bishops, HBT navigates the cloister for half an hour before finally passing through a grand portal, descending a lengthy staircase into the underground of the abbey. The subterranean space is surprisingly expansive, resembling a vast air raid shelter, yet it is not cold. Remnants of an unimaginable power linger in the air. At the foot of the staircase, HBT beholds an enormous stone door that appears to rise from the void, seemingly an ordinary door yet to be installed. Before this door stands a third bishop, draped in crimson robes. The guardian. HBT bows in unison with the other two bishops, harboring a curiosity about this enigmatic figure. What exactly does the guardian guard within the abbey? Is he the young man? The guardian's gaze transcends the others, settling upon HBT with an air of inquisitiveness. Indeed, the she-being bishop nods, stepping aside to reveal HBT. Young man, come forth. The guardian chuckles lightly, reflecting, it has been many years since that old man took such an interest in a youth. Old man? You are not referring to the archbishop, are you? HBT blinks, hesitant to delve deeper into his thoughts, obediently stepping forward to stand before the guardian, bowing respectfully. This figure is more powerful and ancient than the other two bishops. It is prudent to remain compliant. Compliant indeed. The guardian seems amused by HBT's demeanor, chuckling softly and shaking his head. Young man, there is no need for tension. Relax a little. Do you know why he wishes to meet you? I have a vague idea. HBT replies, nodding as if it were common knowledge, because I have engaged in somewhat transgressive conduct. Merely somewhat transgressive? The guardian smiles with a hint of teasing. If that is merely a slight transgression, what then constitutes a true breach? HBT hesitates, uncertain, forcing the release of all prisoners. The guardian's obscured expression stares at HBT for a moment, then bursts into an uncontrolled laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing you, young one, are truly delightful. The guardian's laughter causes his entire robe to quiver, joyfully shaking his head. Now, I am curious. What do you intend to say upon meeting him? The berserker can be controlled. HBT responds candidly, adding, though only I can manage her. She is under my care. So, do you believe you can successfully control her? Complete control may still be beyond my reach. HBT hesitates, but opts for honesty. However, my presence can impose certain constraints. As long as her life and mine are not at risk, she will heed my commands. Just that? For now. HBT gazes earnestly at the guardian. After all, I have only been in contact with her for just over a week. Ah, indeed. The guardian observes the self-assured HBT, recognizing the astounding brevity of their acquaintance. It has been less than 10 days. Yes, HBT's interaction with WLND has not exceeded 10 days. In this brief span, to transform a legendary pinnacle of a raging dragon into a creature that comprehends commands, or rather, an enforcer, is no small feat. Even training a dog would usually take longer, let alone a dragon. HBT's speed is undoubtedly remarkable, regardless of the methods employed. Achieving such results is a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. He is a remarkably gifted young man. The Huzh Bishop regards HBT with increasing satisfaction, nodding gently. She is unconcerned with HBT's outward humility, his noble lineage, or his currently diminished strength. What she values is solely his potential. Attitude can be feigned, birthright can be disregarded, and strength can be augmented. Yet, talent is an immutable truth. Either one possesses it or one does not. In just 10 days, HBT has already displayed enough aptitude to reach legendary heights in the future, if not beyond. Should he manage to exert the same control over other magical beings as he does over the Berserker, his future power will undoubtedly be formidable. The Guardian, having witnessed much throughout the ages, finds HBT to be a rare curiosity among countless encounters. To what heights will you ascend? The Guardian muses about HBT's future, envisioning a myriad of fragmented scenes, some frenzied, some mundane, some bloody, some beautiful. Some images clash, while others weave a cohesive narrative. Will he emerge as a solitary hero, defending against external threats? Or will he become a master of myriad magical beings, branded a demon lord by those who oppose him? Perhaps he will raise his sword against the heavens, becoming a blasphemer against the divine. Ultimately, all visions fade, leaving only the young, fragile, white-haired boy before him. Ah, but need not be so complicated. She chuckles lightly, clapping her hands invitingly. HBT, would you like to visit me here in the future? What? HBT is taken aback, suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu, as if he has encountered this scene before. Where could it have been? The Huzh Bishop, seeing his bewilderment, remains patient and clarifies. I have a fondness for capable young people and often extend my assistance to help them progress further. Indeed, regardless of how one gazes upon the river of fate, seeking the tributary that foretells the future pales in comparison to witnessing it unfold firsthand. The Huzh Bishop intends to offer HBT a small measure of assistance, extending an olive branch. Come, join the Secret Institute. Each of the three crimson-robed bishops oversees their respective institutions, and the guardian is responsible for the secret institute. The secret institute has long since become a mere shadow of its former self, with only the guardian remaining and no other cultivators in sight. While Herbert had yet to respond, another individual present broke the silence. "Ah, Bishop Jinji? Not you too, guardian. Malcolm, that scoundrel, has come to take people from me. And now you are doing the same in front of me? Can't you do it behind my back? Even if it were to inform me of the outcome later. That would suffice. I truly cannot afford to offend you. I respect you, but you cannot bully me like this, doing it before my very eyes. How am I supposed to react?" The Bishop of Thorns felt a profound unwillingness, wanting to resist and attempt to keep Herbert with him. "Your Excellency, guardian, this matter. The scoundrel Malcolm betrayed us right then and there, bowing and declaring, 'There are no issues on the Night Order side. We will follow your arrangements.'" "Scoundrel! Traitor!" The Bishop of Thorns nearly choked with anger, inhaling deeply and speaking in a low voice. "The tribunal has no issues either." "Very well." Bishop of Ashes nodded in satisfaction, casting an approving glance at the Bishop of Thorns. Unfortunately, one of them was unreadable and the other was invisible to everyone else, making their exchange akin to a facially paralyzed individual winking at a blind person. The three leaders, after a brief exchange, swiftly finalized the matter. As for the wishes of those involved, they held no significance at all. Did anyone ask for your opinion? Would it even matter if they did? Herbert understood the rules of this game all too well and graciously accepted the Guardian's kind invitation. "Thank you, Your Excellency, Guardian. No need to thank me. Currently, it is just you and I in the Secret Institute, and there are no special rules, just one point you must be aware of." At this point, Herbert had successfully navigated the three main departments of the monastery, becoming a conduit for them all. This was truly exhilarating, akin to possessing the script of a leading lady in an adult film. Not just a conduit for others, but the one being connected by others. Wait, if that's the case, Herbert suddenly considered something as he listened to the Guardian elucidating the various rules of the Secret Institute. "Since I am now simultaneously affiliated with the Night Order, the Tribunal, and the Secret Institute, does that mean I have leveled up from a mere servant of two families to a genuine servant of three? The future seems increasingly bright and promising. I have a plethora of tomes here. Feel free to peruse any you desire. Just remember not to tell anyone else." Ahem. The Guardian continued speaking for a while before the Bishop of Rusty Nails finally cleared his throat, reminding, "Your Excellency, the Archbishop is still awaiting you." "All right, the old fellow wants to see you." The Guardian recalled and waved dismissively at the Bishop of Rusty Nails. Got it. All right, the person has been delivered. I understand your attitudes. You may leave now." If it were merely to escort Herbert, 2 cardinals were excessive. Even a single one was too many. They didn't even need to intervene personally. Any 2 penal nuns could easily bring Herbert along. The appearance of the 2 cardinals together subtly indicated their attitude towards Herbert. They were determined to protect this youth. "Thank you, Your Excellency." The 2 cardinals spoke no further, offering no advice to Herbert, and simply turned to depart. They had done all they could. The rest was up to Herbert himself. Herbert turned, bowing silently to the retreating figures. As they merely waited outside the 3rd discipline hall rather than rushing in to apprehend him, Herbert had already vaguely discerned their intentions. The Archbishop's stance remained unclear, yet the 2 were undoubtedly willing to place their trust in him. Even though their time together had been brief, they were still inclined to extend their faith. Herbert felt a surge of emotion within him. Especially after experiencing betrayal and suspicion in the past, this trust was even more touching. Yet, simultaneously, Herbert felt guilty about this trust, for he was truly a blasphemous, fallen, and indecent holy knight. You have misplaced your trust. You need not thank them. It is merely what they ought to do. As a strong individual, it is natural to protect the weak. The Guardian observed Herbert, deep in thought, and softly reassured him. There is no need to be anxious. The old man will not do anything to you. Just answer his questions truthfully. As long as you have no issues, he will not target you. The Bishop of Ashes gently pushed open the door, revealing a large stone door that slowly opened, allowing passage into the sacred space behind. "Go ahead." Herbert nodded silently, murmuring an acknowledgement as he stepped forward. "Understood. The pure shall remain pure." While that is true, the problem lies in the fact that I truly have issues. I am not clean. Carrying such a sense of helplessness, Herbert walked alone into the sealed sanctuary, the stone door gradually closing behind him. Upon entering, Herbert paused, exhaling deeply, his emotions gradually dissipating until they settled into tranquility. He walked slowly within the sanctuary, soon spotting the elderly man seated cross-legged with closed eyes. "Your Excellency, Archbishop." The elderly man slowly opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and gently instructed, "Please sit." "Yes." In the desolate silence of the sanctuary, the two sat calmly across from each other. Herbert appeared particularly composed, neither fearful nor excited. Regardless, since he had come this far, there was no possibility of turning back. Herbert gazed quietly at the Archbishop, observing this venerable figure clad in a simple burlap robe, the highest combat strength of the monastery. Referred to as a saint walking among men. Before such an existence, any clumsy disguise held no meaning. It was better to openly express one's thoughts. He was curious about just how powerful this being truly was. Herbert scrutinized the Archbishop, who was also silently observing him. However, it was not merely a superficial observation. Those deep, tranquil eyes seemed to see through everything, analyzing his soul beyond flesh and bone. It gave Herbert the feeling of being thoroughly exposed, inside and out. Ultimately, the Archbishop's gaze settled on the back of Herbert's hand. Just as Herbert thought the Archbishop had discerned something, the elderly man spoke. He asked, "How do you find life in the monastery?" Herbert squinted, somewhat perplexed by the Archbishop's intent. "Is this small talk?" "I'm adapting well." You do appear to be adjusting quite nicely." The Archbishop nodded, his expression kind as he remarked, "The trust of dragons, the lingering affection of sea monsters, the goodwill of vampires, the curiosity of dark elves, the resentment of demons. Within just a few days, so many causal connections have formed around you." Herbert was genuinely astonished, feeling as though even his undergarments had been seen through. "Speak. Are you monitoring me?" "My child, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no blame towards you. On the contrary, you have exceeded my expectations immensely." The Archbishop waved his hand and kindly inquired, "What is your perception of the Fury?" Herbert suppressed the turmoil within and responded in a deep voice, "No, Valentina is indeed dangerous, powerful and uncontrollable, but she is not inherently evil. She revels in combat, but does not delight in slaughter." He believed he would need to provide several examples of his interactions with Valentina to substantiate his claims. Yet, to his surprise, the Archbishop nodded in agreement and remarked, "I discern that in her from our first encounter. She may lack wisdom and experience in socializing, but her nature is not malevolent. With a little guidance, she can be steered onto the righteous path. Thus, I did not eliminate her on the spot, but instead brought her back to the monastery for restraint. However, her temperament is rather volatile, and your predecessors only perceived her ferocity, neglecting the goodness that resides within her essence. My child, I am pleased that you have noticed this." Herbert felt a bit bewildered. The Archbishop's words were indeed commendable, strikingly at odds with the monastery's doctrine of intolerance towards outsiders. Was the issue with him or with the Archbishop? The Archbishop gazed at the boy, whose expression grew increasingly peculiar, chuckling softly as he asked, "Do you trust her?" "I trust her," Herbert replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. "Even though she is a heretic? Even though she is an outsider?" Herbert met the Archbishop's gaze firmly and declared, "This trust transcends race and any other considerations. Valentina has chosen to trust me unreservedly, and thus I reciprocate that trust wholeheartedly. I neither wish nor will betray her faith." The Archbishop silently regarded Herbert for a moment, then chuckled and nodded. He turned his attention to the center of the sanctuary and asked, "Child, do you know what that is?" "What? Is there something there?" Herbert, perplexed, followed the Archbishop's gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld something that had not been there moments before. In the center of the sanctuary stood a half-human, half-stone statue of a young girl that had seemingly materialized out of thin air. Most strikingly, Herbert felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from the statue. Familiarity? He felt his throat grow parched and stammered. "What is that?" The Archbishop seemed oblivious to his distress, his focus unwavering upon the statue. Its official name is the Blasphemous Prayer Statue. It is a relic of saintly caliber, the most potent sealing artifact within the entire Mist Monastery. Long ago it bore another name, the Archbishop said, his eyes flickering with visions of ancient times. He shook his head and whispered, "The death of Saint Nanashi." It is widely known that in this world, there are two types of techniques that are exceedingly difficult to counter: the swift and slow blade, and a zero-frame initiation. The Archbishop's previous statement exemplified the quintessential nature of the swift and slow blade, laying an elaborate foundation before abruptly unleashing a powerful revelation. Herbert had indeed been caught off guard. He had been too negligent, for he had not anticipated such an abrupt revelation. Nanashi had previously asserted, with unwavering conviction, that her name would not attract attention, leading Herbert to unconsciously overlook the possibility that others might also be aware of it. Thus, when the Archbishop spoke, Herbert was genuinely startled, his expression shifting dramatically. Saint Nanashi? A saint? Are you referring to Joan of Arc, the Black Saint, or the White Saint? Herbert squinted at the indistinct visage of the statue, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. There was an exhilarating rush akin to encountering an online acquaintance in real life. Is that you, Xie? Is this your true visage without the beauty filter? Your complexion appears quite unrefined, rigid as stone, uneven and rough, lacking any smoothness. Thus, this entity should perhaps be referred to as the idol of Xie. Yet, despite Herbert's best efforts to distract himself, he could not quell the profound shock within. This was all too sudden. No one had warned him that he would be thrust directly into the depths of this revelation. However, just as Herbert felt overwhelmed, the Archbishop calmly reassured him, "Do not worry. This is a normal phenomenon." The Archbishop did not view Herbert's agitation as a problem. Rather, it aligned perfectly with his expectations. "You are still too weak. Merely gazing upon her will affect you. But fear not. As long as I am here, you will not lose control. I will not allow her to harm anyone." The Archbishop's voice was gentle and kind, exuding an aura of tranquility that belied any sense of threat, resembling a benevolent elder. However, mere amiability would not suffice to suppress the ferocity of those brutal magical creatures. Herbert inhaled deeply, striving to quell his outward anxiety, his mind becoming increasingly alert, and quietly inquired, "You mentioned a saint? Why have I never heard of such a figure?" Out of caution, a professional habit, and to effectively mitigate risks, to exploit loopholes, Herbert had diligently perused every available scripture over the previous 3 nights after awakening his memories. He had committed to memory various rules and historical anecdotes. Yet, even after scouring these numerous texts, he found no references to the name Nanashi. None whatsoever. He had even familiarized himself with texts from other divine churches. Yet no mention of Saint Nanashi had surfaced. Wait. Herbert narrowed his eyes, contemplating an alternative explanation. Aside from the possibility that Nanashi never existed, there remained the potential that someone had deliberately erased this name from history. As he pondered this notion, the Archbishop began his narration. In this world, aside from a few ancient deities, there are likely very few who still remember her. Even those who do may only recall her current reverence. The Archbishop gently waved his hand, and a hefty tome of ancient scriptures materialized before him, flipping through its pages autonomously. He squinted at the ever-changing, intricate text, adopting the gentle tone of an elder recounting tales by the hearth, and slowly spoke. Long ago, as the remnants of the age of dragons faded and the faith in deities had yet to fully ascend to dominion over the heavens, when the ancient gods began to awaken, a formidable being emerged in the mortal realm. No one knew her origin, nor from whence she came. It was as if she had suddenly manifested in the world, and all that was known was that she was a beautiful woman endowed with tremendous strength and a compassionate heart. The formidable warrior, known as Nishasha, possesses immense strength, opposing evil, rescuing the weak, vanquishing chaos, and upholding order, never having faced defeat or injury, granting liberation to those in need. She embodies compassion, treating all beings, regardless of race, gender, age, or strength, with equal regard, viewing them as children in need of salvation, offering them redemption. The deities perceive her as a threat, considering her yet another potential ally, seeking to ignite divine flames through the power of faith, a latent danger. The weak regard her as a beacon of hope, longing for her salvation. Regardless of strength or malevolence, all acknowledge her prowess, referring to her as the Saintess. As Herbert listened to the tales from the Archbishop, he felt his own spirit gradually calm and sync with the priest's soothing voice. Vivid, epic images unfolded before his eyes, transporting him to scenes of yore. No, this was not an illusion. He truly witnessed them. Upon closing his eyes, he beheld those clear visions. In these images, a woman of indiscernible visage emanated beauty and strength. She healed the injured, battled colossal beasts, faced entire armies alone, and distributed wealth to the impoverished. Her demeanor and actions indeed warranted the title of saintess. As the saintess saved more lives, a following began to gather behind her, humans and other races alike, harmoniously coexisting, all yearning to assist her in bringing an end to the tumultuous era. They hoped she would ignite divine flames, elevate the divine throne to the heavens, and become the most powerful deity. Yet Nishisha declined such requests. She had no desire to become a deity, unwilling to rise above all beings. Upon hearing this, Herbert began to harbor doubts. Was this saintess Nishisha truly related to the Nishisha he knew? Surely, it must be a mere coincidence of names. Indeed, it was undoubtedly just a case of sharing a name. The Nishisha he knew could not possibly embody such greatness. Later, she was betrayed. Among her followers, some forsook their initial ideals, seeking power by becoming the apostles of an ancient deity, harming their weaker companions. Herbert abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively asking, "Did she then fall to the traitors?" "No," the archbishop replied, shaking his head gently with the same calm demeanor. "She vanquished all the betrayers." In a tranquil sanctuary, the youth tilted his head in bewilderment. "Is that true? All of them?" "Indeed." Herbert gasped in disbelief, feeling as though he had wandered into the wrong narrative. "Dear saintess, is there a flaw in the script? Wasn't she supposed to be the epitome of compassion, using her benevolent heart to redeem those traitors, ultimately forgiving them? How could she choose to engage in such relentless combat instead of extending mercy?" The archbishop, recognizing Herbert's confusion, chuckled softly. "Child, you may have misunderstood. The saintess is indeed compassionate, yet she is not a fool. From the very beginning, she understood better than anyone that mere compassion cannot rescue the innocent from the clutches of evil. Only formidable strength can guide the wayward lambs to recognize their errors and lead them back to the path of righteousness." Herbert felt a burgeoning respect, just as the renowned burial mage, known for burying heaven, earth, and souls, once stated, "If the listener cannot comprehend the teachings, then the monk possesses some knowledge of martial arts. When one refuses to heed reason, a greater fist becomes the true logic." He understood. This saintess was not merely a mage, but a warrior, a classic one at that. Kindness must bear a sharp edge. Just as divine grace can be as vast as the sea, so too could divine wrath be as formidable as a prison. These may seem disparate, yet they are ultimately one and the same, both manifestations of divine suppression over mortals. The archbishop's explanation, though bordering on blasphemy regarding the essence of deities, resonated with Herbert. Whether it be grace or might, it ultimately serves as the means by which deities govern their followers. Rain or drought, all are gifts from the heavens. And what transpired afterward? What did the saintess do next? By this point, Herbert was genuinely intrigued by the unfolding tale. How could such a powerful saintess meet her demise? Surely, the deities would not strike her down directly? Later, the archbishop turned a page in the tome, continuing the narrative. After vanquishing all the betrayers, she incited the wrath of that ancient evil god, facing a frenzied assault from the cult of the malevolent deity. The dark god dispatched his minions, a divinely favored being of saintly strength, 3 epic-tier Holy Spirit priests, and 10 legendary holy knights. As he recounted this, the elder's voice grew somber, hinting at the calamity yet to unfold. Herbert fell into silence. This battle would undoubtedly be arduous. The might of these evil gods' apostles was formidable, their luxurious ensemble capable of easily obliterating a nation. Yet just as Herbert anticipated hearing of Nishisha's tragic defeat, the archbishop's tone shifted, lamenting, "This battle indeed plunged the saintess into a desperate struggle. She fought for 3 days and nights before vanquishing all those apostles, and ultimately pursued one for an entire day and night. That pace is considerably slower," Herbert remarked. Later, after eliminating these apostles, the saintess spent 3 additional years traversing the mortal realm, personally dismantling every temple of that evil god. Herbert was astonished. What? In the end, after uprooting all the foundations of the evil god, the saintess ventured alone into the divine realm, where the essence of the deity resided. Herbert exclaimed, "Stop right there." This Navi youth feels as though his mind is ablaze. It wasn't he, the evil god, who attacked her. Rather, she retaliated with lethal force against the evil god. Correct? What unparalleled warrior is this? Are all saintesses this formidable? The archbishop, understanding Herbert's astonishment, provided a comforting explanation. It was not as exaggerated as you might think. At that time, the ancient gods had only just awoken. They were inherently weak, and with their churches in the mortal realm dismantled, their authority was being nibbled away by the gods of faith, causing their strength to diminish once more. The gods of faith were also at play. Deities are inherently greedy. While they may not directly assist Nishasha, they would certainly seize the opportunity to strike at a fallen adversary and claim a share of the spoils. They would side with the victor. However, even in such a weakened state, the ancient god remained far more powerful than any saint, especially within the divine realm, where he possessed nearly boundless divine power. Under normal circumstances, a mortal would stand little chance of defeating him. No one believed Nishasha could succeed. Herbert, regaining his composure, sensed the story nearing its conclusion, inquired, and what happened in the end? Ultimately, the evil god fell, disappearing entirely from the world. His dominion was thoroughly divided among the deities, and even should he resurrect, he would never regain his former strength. The saintess Nanisha vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. The archbishop squinted, sighed softly, and waved his hand to close the tome. Both had met their demise. How did she accomplish such a feat? The act of slaying a deity as a mere mortal is fraught with difficulty, yet it is not impossible throughout history. The number of those who have slain gods exceeds the count of fingers on two hands. However, he had never heard of anyone perishing alongside a deity within the divine realm. The notion of In crossed his mind. While I did not witness that scene with my own eyes, I surmised that she must have assimilated herself with the divine realm upon entry, forcefully transforming into one of its denizens to engage in a violent struggle for dominion over the divine kingdom. With their essences intertwined, they became indistinguishable from one another, ultimately meeting their end after exhausting their divine powers. Thus, the grand tale of Saintess Nanisha reached its conclusion, and tranquility enveloped all. The visions before Herbert dissipated. Yet, he remained somewhat ensnared in the narrative, shaking his head and murmuring, "She possessed such formidable strength. Truly, it is astonishing." The archbishop sighed, feeling a deep resonance with the sentiment, and remarked, "Indeed, the saintess of that era, even when compared to myself now, was likely on par with my abilities, perhaps not significantly weaker." Herbert's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the elderly figure before him, blinking repeatedly, as if to grasp the meaning behind his words. "Are you suggesting that you surpass her in prowess?" At this moment, Herbert profoundly appreciated the weight of the title saint that the archbishop bore as a living embodiment of divinity. This was not mere hyperbole. Rather, it was a testament steeped in realism. But what happened next? After all you have recounted, how does this relate to the statue? Surely, you are not merely here to impart esoteric knowledge to me. Then came 3 centuries later, when the shattered divine realm of the ancient god emerged from the depths, its dissipating divine power cloaking an entire mountain range in mist, forever shrouded in resentment. The old man turned to gaze at the desecrated statue in the center of the sanctuary, his voice laden with nostalgia. Yes, the Saintess Nanisha has perished. Yet, she has not completely fallen. Alongside the mist-laden mountains, a sanctuary forged from the bones of various races appeared, within which stood a statue of a young girl, head bowed in prayer. Deities seldom fall entirely, especially those ancient gods born from the essence of the world. Death is not their end. They eternally await the opportune moment to resurrect. However, the resurrection scheme of the ancient god ultimately failed, as its power was entirely suppressed by that statue. In her final moments, the saintess transformed all of herself into this statue, perpetually restraining the deity, denying it the chance to return. The Misty Monastery was established for this very purpose. Inheriting the saintesses will to safeguard the seal, leaving no opportunity for this ancient god. The archbishop lifted his gaze to the sanctuary, which had long since lost its original bone-chilling visage, nodding slightly. Soon, very soon, we shall achieve complete success. Perhaps in a millennium, it shall fade away entirely, merging into the sea of chaos. Herbert furrowed his brow. Having listened to the epic tale, he was indeed profoundly moved, astonished by the extraordinary feats of that unparalleled woman. Yet, while the story resonated deeply, he sensed something amiss. Concurrently, a crucial thought took shape in his mind. Your Excellency, is there some hidden truth in this matter? The Archbishop squinted, scrutinizing the statue's posture, unable to discern any signs of pain or struggle. She most likely undertook this willingly. If the saintess could suppress the ancient god even after death, why did she not annihilate it entirely at that time? If I am not mistaken, the saintess held the upper hand in that confrontation. You are indeed astute to notice this. The old man nodded in approval, then shook his head with a sigh. As you surmised, the saintess ultimately subdued the ancient god, capable of completely assimilating and replacing it. Just one more step forward, and she could have seized everything from the ancient god, igniting the divine flame and ascending to the celestial throne. Yet she chose not to, refusing to become a deity. The saintess refrained from such an act, partly due to her steadfast unwillingness to ascend to divinity, and perhaps because of her boundless compassion. For this saintess, who loved all of creation, even the malevolent ancient god could be worthy of salvation. Herbert fell silent. Was this the moment the saintess softened, transforming into a nurturing figure? Yet, he could not fathom how one capable of breaching the divine realm would alter her convictions for such a trivial reason as a fleeting moment of compassion. Did she uncover some truth at the last moment? Child, do not dwell too long on this. As Herbert's mind wandered, the Archbishop's voice once again roused him from his reverie. This is her destiny. The saintess Nanisha, driven by a love that could be deemed a profound desire, willingly tread the path strewn with blood and thorns. She sought to save all beings, and in doing so, met her own end. This was her love, a love that could be described as tragically distorted. For her, love is redemption, both for the Savior and the saved. The instant these words reached Herbert's ears, he could not help but recall the mocking whispers of the harmonious God, tinged with anger and derision. Love is but a curse. The deity regarded the love of all beings as a curse, attributing all sins to it. This perspective starkly contrasted with that of Saintess Nanisha. Yet Herbert felt an uncanny connection between the two notions. They were of a shared essence, yet oppositional. Thus, since Saintess Nanisha had completely perished, what then of the harmonious god Nanisha that I know? Is she the reincarnation of the saintess, or a god who appropriated another's name? Or perhaps, are they both one and the same? Therefore, my dear ally, who are you truly? After a prolonged silence filled with contemplation, Herbert suppressed his thoughts, turning to the elderly figure who had remained quietly observant. Your Excellency, I find myself perplexed as to why you chose to share this tale with me. Did you not summon me to hold me accountable? Why then this storytelling? The Archbishop shook his head, not directly addressing the question, but instead inquired, Child, after hearing this story, what are your reflections? Reflections, indeed, were forthcoming. Herbert narrowed his eyes, aware that the pivotal moment had arrived, and his forthcoming response would shape the trajectory of all that was to come. After a brief pause, Herbert inhaled deeply, straightened his back, and met the old man's gaze with unwavering resolve. He articulated the heretical and fallen words that could never be uttered within the confines of the monastery. I believe that not all beings of darkness are inherently malevolent. They are of a different race, not heretics. This is blasphemy. They too can be trusted. He reiterated his stance once more. Among the vivid scenes you have shown me, one particular image has profoundly resonated within me. Among the followers behind the saint, there were not only humans, but also a multitude of magical creatures. Yet, instead of inflicting harm upon one another, they stood united, striving together in harmony. Thus, under the right circumstances, magical beings can indeed be harnessed and employed by us. This notion is deemed heretical, questioning the veracity of the sacred texts. Herbert is aware of the perilous nature of this assertion. A misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Nevertheless, he feels compelled to voice his thoughts. His heart pounds fiercely within his chest, adrenaline surging through him, propelling him into a state of exhilaration. Herbert is taking a gamble. His intuition suggests that the Archbishop, having shared so many stories, must have a significant message intended for him, one that is certainly extraordinary. Your Excellency, Archbishop, is my thought misguided? The sanctuary once again fell into an unbearable silence. After a long pause, during which Herbert began to doubt his gamble, the elderly man with white hair chuckled softly. With a nod of satisfaction, he spoke gently, Child, you are kind and brave. Your kindness leads you to ponder the plight of the magical entities, to empathize with the innocent among them. Your bravery compels you to risk severe punishment by asking me about this. At this juncture, the elder playfully inquired, Child, are you not afraid of being burned at the stake? I'm not afraid. Other forms of punishment, perhaps, but the stake? Huh, if that is the case, I truly fear nothing. Go ahead, burn me. The flames bring me joy. Herbert stood tall, his gaze unwavering, fists clenched, and declared solemnly, if my execution by fire can inspire others to reflect, I am willing to embrace the flames for the sake of the innocent who have suffered persecution. The sanctuary echoed with the resounding cry of the youth. He was prepared to sacrifice himself for the oppressed, merely to awaken the consciousness of others. This sentiment, though somewhat foolish, was undeniably admirable. The archbishop regarded the young man before him, his eyes subtly shifting. The truth rang clear, devoid of any falsehood. Throughout, this child had not uttered a single lie. The archbishop sensed no hesitation or fear in his words. They emanated from a place of genuine sincerity. The unwavering resolve to sacrifice oneself was indeed moving. Even a man of the archbishop's vast experience found himself touched. After a considerable time, he remarked, indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to the saint, Nyanisha, a profound connection. Both perceive humans and magical beings as equals, both willing to sacrifice themselves for others, both possessing boundless compassion. Do I really? Herbert stammered, feeling somewhat bashful under the archbishop's praise. He wished to clarify his previous words, but soon realized it was too late. Even if he were to explain that his declarations were exaggerated, the archbishop would not believe him. Let it be. Perhaps being misinterpreted as a hero is not such a bad thing after all. After the accolades, the archbishop doused Herbert with cold reality, stating, however, child, you currently stand far apart from her. If you truly aspire to be like her, do you comprehend the nature of this disparity? Disparity? Herbert pondered, instinctively replying, gender? It was certain he could never become a saintess. He would not be one in this lifetime, nor did he wish to be in the next. Furthermore, if this tale were to transform into a narrative about a saintess's monastery, it would be quite unfortunate. The consequences of his jest were predictable. The archbishop's contemplative mood was abruptly interrupted, his prepared words caught in his throat as he silently observed the white-haired youth. Though he had said nothing, it seemed as if everything had been conveyed. Child, do you realize what you are saying? Ahem, it is strength, Herbert said, clearing his throat awkwardly, his expression serious. Currently, I lack sufficient strength to convince others of my beliefs, nor can I ensure that magical beings will be subdued after committing misdeeds. The archbishop sighed wearily, continuing, indeed, you're still too weak. Although you possess certain thoughts, you lack the power to match them. Therefore, I intend to offer you a small measure of assistance. He gestured for Herbert to rise and pointed toward the desecrated statue in the center of the sanctuary. Child, approach the statue and place your palm upon hers. Huh? Herbert responded, taken aback. Truth be told, he yearned to approach the desecrated statue, for it represented his ultimate mission at the Mist Monastery, rescuing the harmonious deity, Nyanisha. However, Herbert was acutely aware of a harsh reality. As long as the archbishop remained in this space, he could not achieve that goal. Especially after hearing the stories shared by the archbishop and gaining a deeper understanding of his formidable power, Herbert completely dismissed the notion. He could not prevail. His heart was momentarily extinguished. He resolutely sealed his heart and tucked away that audacious idea. Perhaps it was best to wait for another time to challenge it. Yet now, the archbishop was actively encouraging him to touch it. Was he attempting to deceive him? Herbert swallowed hard, slowly rising but hesitatingly asking, Your Excellency, are you not leading me into danger? Fear not, child. While the desecrated statue suppresses the malevolent deity, it is not inherently dangerous. However, upon contact, it will bestow two forces, one representing the lingering blessing of the saintess, and the other, the curse of the malevolent deity. Isn't that still quite perilous for others? Herbert continued to feign concern, meticulously furrowing his brow. Then, seemingly resolute, he stepped forward with unwavering determination toward the statue. His steadfast silhouette conveyed a singular conviction. As long as he could attain the power to save the innocent, he would not mind the curse. Do not worry about the curse, the archbishop stated, his approving gaze following Herbert. Just as he was about to make contact, he chuckled softly. As long as I remain in this world, the curse of the malevolent deity shall not take effect. For I have proclaimed, I shall not allow him to harm anyone. With the Archbishop's words, a subtle transformation occurred within the sanctuary, as if certain rules had been altered. The magnitude of this change was so profound that even Herbert perceived it, feeling the shift in the laws. A decree? The power of spoken words? After marveling at the Archbishop's might, Herbert stood resolutely before the desecrated statue, unhesitatingly placing his hands upon its head. Trembli, o harmonios deci. This is the ultimate art of the protagonist, a seisai. Touch, head, kill. After the contact, a fierce burning sensation abruptly pierced his very soul. Hiss. Having forgotten such intense pain after being unharmed by flames and bathing in lava, Herbert now recalled it vividly. He felt as though his soul was being scorched and seared. Was it not promised that I would not be harmed? Behind him, the Archbishop observed Herbert's tormented expression with serene indifference, devoid of any fluctuation in his gaze. He watched silently as Herbert convulsed in agony, unable to withdraw his hand from the source of pain. After a brief moment, he nodded silently, feeling a sense of relief as he mused. Excellent. This child truly has not fallen prey to the corruption of the malevolent deity. Having guarded against the deity's encroachment for many years, the Archbishop was far from unprepared when faced with a contractee of the Dark God. He would not wrong any devout practitioner nor overlook any minion of the Dark God. Herbert's presence raised numerous suspicions, yet this was commonplace. Every individual harbors secrets. The Archbishop had no intention of delving into these matters, for he was not the leader of a nefarious cult, and would not engage in arbitrary acts of violation against others. Nevertheless, he possessed his own means of resolution. Instead of directly probing, the Archbishop opted to allow the lingering power of the Saintess to assess Herbert's purity. The desecration of the holy icon would reveal all. Should there be any trace of the Dark God's corruption upon Herbert, the Saintess's power would immediately suppress and obliterate him. Yet, the scene before him had proven otherwise. The Saintess's power not only spared Herbert, but was also fervently engaged in the transformation of his body and soul with unprecedented joy. Contemplating this, the Archbishop nodded in satisfaction, unable to suppress his exclamation. You truly are fated to be connected with her. Upon waking, Herbert found himself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. Have I traversed realms once more? No, the ornate patterns of this ceiling seem somewhat familiar. Child, you have awakened. A benevolent voice reached his ears as he gradually sat up to find the Archbishop seated nearby, gazing at him kindly. How do you feel now? Herbert instinctively raised his hand to scratch his head, but froze midway, squinting. What is this? Though he heard no sound, upon seeing his radiant arm, a voice echoed in his mind. Holy moly, what a dazzling arm! The golden stigmata that once adorned only the back of his hand now spread across his entire arm, and the previously faint divine power within him had swelled exponentially. Herbert sensed that if he were to offer his holy blood to Eliza, he could potentially incinerate that pesky vampire. This was no exaggeration. The enhancement he experienced was indeed extraordinary. If one were to categorize the power of the sacred oath by magical levels, it would be akin to leaping from the novice stage directly to the early advanced stage. Yet, before Herbert could revel in his newfound power, the stigmata on his arm dimmed and vanished, leaving an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. The side effects of advancing to a higher grade before completing elementary school had manifested. His fragile body could not support the strength he now possessed. Your Grace. The Archbishop, already well aware of his physical condition, calmly replied, Do not worry. The Saintess's blessing has elevated your oath power to the advanced stage, but your body remains at the novice level, thus it cannot bear such weight. Fear not, the oath power will nurture your body, and with the appropriate training, it will take approximately 6 months for you to fully adapt and maintain the early advanced level. To be fair, this was indeed a rapid progression. In merely half a year, Herbert would reach a level that many could only aspire to throughout their lives. For instance, Blake, who achieved the early advanced stage at the age of 40, was already a paragon among ordinary individuals. Now, Herbert was set to traverse the path Blake took over decades in just half a year. If he were to find out, he would likely weep in despair. Thank you. Your Grace, I understand. Despite his physical fatigue, Herbert was brimming with excitement and felt no regret about the impending 6 months. However, every individual possesses a unique constitution. For Herbert, this pace felt far from adequate. Wasn't it merely a matter of enhancing physical strength? This was his forte. 6 months? Just wait and see. I will accomplish this in a month, no, half a month, based on his previous trials in the lava hell. As long as he could ensure 3 hours of immersion daily, he could elevate his physical prowess to the early advanced stage within 2 weeks. He suppressed his laughter, yet a grin could not be contained. In this encounter with the Archbishop, Herbert had reaped substantial benefits, marking it as a fruitful experience. He comprehended the Archbishop's perspective on the monster maidens, gained his support, and no longer felt the need to tread cautiously. He also learned the story of the Saintess Nyanisha, deepening his understanding of her. Furthermore, he had touched upon Nyanisha's essence, resolving the lingering doubts regarding his own strength. How could he not be exhilarated? Thank you for your assistance, Your Grace. Do not mention it. It is your innate qualities that resonated with the residual consciousness of the Saintess, thus granting you her blessing. The Archbishop shook his head, closing his eyes to refocus on the desecrated holy icon. Very well, child, you may return now. The exchange with Herbert had brought the Archbishop great joy, not only eliminating a potential threat, but also confirming that the monastery would soon see the emergence of a legendary figure. By the way, should an opportunity arise for you to leave the monastery in the future, do not worry. Venture forth boldly. The elder spoke softly, eyes still shut. The monastery is a sanctuary, but it is also a cage. A bird confined within a cage can never soar like an eagle. The blood of silver wings flows within you, and you should not remain sheltered within a prison. Herbert's brow furrowed slightly, vaguely perceiving the underlying implication in the elder's words. Is he suggesting I should not hesitate to return to the royal capital to confront those individuals? Your Grace, I understand your meaning. Indeed, go forth. He did not inquire whether this would bring trouble to the monastery. Such a foolish question. What sort of trouble could possibly affect such a formidable being? Herbert bowed deeply to the elder, preparing to exit the sanctuary. However, just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly recalled something, turned back, and softly inquired, Your Grace, what are your thoughts on monsters? You have asked me so much. What is your answer? The elder, still facing away, did not open his eyes, but allowed a faint smile to play upon his lips as he teasingly replied, Child, have you never considered who brought back those monsters in the Discipline Institute? I am not as merciful as the Saintess, nor do I fret over such matters. Those who can be reformed shall remain. Those who cannot be taught shall be annihilated. It is as simple as that. A seemingly mundane statement caused Herbert to furrow his brow, sensing a palpable aura of malevolence. This formidable figure was certainly not one to show mercy. Moreover, whether it was merely Herbert's illusion or not, as he turned to gaze upon the center of the sanctuary, he felt a disquieting emptiness as if the sacred statue had been hollowed out, leaving behind nothing but a fragile shell. He pondered little on this and quietly exited the sanctuary. After briefly recounting the conversation to the sentinel, Herbert returned to his quarters before the onset of nightfall. He sat silently before his desk, fixating on the clock's hands, which had yet to reach midnight. Furrowing his brow and remaining silent for a while, he finally murmured to himself, Nyanisha, are you there? No response came. The stillness of the room was punctuated only by the soft ticking of the gears. Click, click, click. Herbert squinted in silence until he heard a delightful laughter behind him. You found me again. The malevolent deity appeared unusually before the twilight. This indicated that her power had been restored and had grown even stronger. Yet, rather than rejoicing, Herbert wore no smile. He did not turn around, but, watching the flickering candlelight, quietly inquired, How should I address you? Is it Saint Nyanisha or the malevolent god Nyanisha? He posed this question to his ally. So, are you still you? The response came in the form of a mocking chuckle. Who am I? Thank the great leader for the increase. 3. My dear ally. Do you truly believe that fellow's words? In a quiet chamber, the malevolent deity laughed unabashedly behind a mortal. Her melodious laughter brimmed with joy, tinged with a hint of playfulness, and subtly laced with mockery. Yet, no one knew who she was truly mocking at that moment. So, are you now doubting me? Do you believe I harbor ulterior motives against you? Do you think I would harm you? That truly saddens me. Boo-hoo. The malevolent deity whispered questions into the youth's ear, laced with curiosity and a faint sorrow that felt transparently feigned. However, the youth remained unaffected, his thoughts stable, responding calmly, No, I have long understood that you have schemes in secret. I have never cared. When they initially collaborated, It was evident that both harbored hidden agendas. This was a perfectly ordinary maneuver. Neonasha concealed her intentions, and Herbert did as well. In this world, who among them lacked secrets? Yet, the crux of the matter lay not there. Herbert shook his head calmly and stated, "Those are not revelations you need to share with me at this moment. What concerns me now is another matter. With whom am I collaborating? Even if you wish to deceive me in the future, you must tell me who is deceiving me. Right? Oh, how could I deceive you? Ha ha!" Neonasha exclaimed, feigning sadness. "You, instead of believing your ally, who genuinely wishes for your well-being, would rather trust an outsider plotting against you. How truly disheartening." Listening to that insincere lament, Herbert felt compelled to retort, "Well, could you calm down a bit? What else with the theatrics?" The malevolent deity keenly sensed the shift in his emotions, coldly inquiring, "What were you about to say?" "Cough, it's nothing, really nothing." Herbert coughed vigorously, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and calmly remarked, "Do not suggest that I would prefer to believe him over your foolish words. Compared to him, I would certainly rather place my trust in you. That is precisely why I am asking you directly, rather than furtively investigating during the day. I assent to it?" Indeed, as Herbert stated, he could have opted not to ask. He could have feigned ignorance, for from previous encounters, it was clear that Neonasha could not know of his dialogue with the Archbishop. He could have chosen to remain silent on the matter and discreetly investigated or even conspired against her in alliance with the Archbishop. Yet rather than doing so, Herbert chose to be forthright with Neonasha, laying the question bare. Moreover, he had no intention of delving deeper. He simply wished to know who she was. And that was all. "Is that all you wish to ask about me?" "Indeed, just this. I will not inquire further. Speak if you wish. Remain silent if you prefer." Herbert pouted and huffed. "I merely wished to avoid calling you by a false name for so long, only to find out it was a fade. That would be rather unsatisfactory. Is that truly all?" "Indeed." "Ha ha ha ha." Neonasha laughed once more, though the atmosphere in the room felt notably lighter than before. "Oh dear, I hadn't realized before how endearing you are." Herbert rolled his eyes, somewhat regretting his honesty with her. He should have pressed her harder. This mischievous deity truly blossomed with just a hint of sunlight. "Enough with the trivialities. Just tell me whether you are willing to share." The laughter of the malevolent deity faded, and the room fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, the candlelight on the desk flickered gently, and Herbert felt a cold finger unexpectedly rest upon the back of his neck, gently caressing up and down. She was right behind him. "Herbert, you are indeed quite greedy." Hee. Neonasha's voice was filled with playful mockery as she teased, such a fervent desire to uncover a woman's secret. "Surely, you understand what that implies for a man?" As Neonasha's demeanor shifted, Herbert found his own emotions calming, softly stating, "It signifies my wish to understand you, to know you more deeply than anyone else." "So, will you tell me?" the mortal asked earnestly, and thus the deity offered her response. "I have always been myself." Neonasha's voice was unprecedentedly gentle, softly swirling in Herbert's ear, seeping into his very being like honey flowing into his soul. "Herbert, you need not worry about me. The saint in the story has vanished in the flames of divine fire, and the ancient god has succumbed to the river of time. Ultimately, the only one remaining before your eyes is me. To put it in terms you can comprehend, I am both the saint and the ancient god. Both are me." Herbert fell silent. Indeed, it was the third scenario he had anticipated. The saint and the ancient god had both perished, yet neither had completely died. The remnants of both intertwined, forming a brand new entity. How had the saint achieved this? Neonasha did not elaborate, but merely remarked, "The will of mortals is no less robust than that of deities." Whose will prevailed remained unknown to Herbert. However, judging by Neonasha's consistent demeanor, it seemed that both held roughly equal sway. Thus, there emerged a self-proclaimed malevolent god who neither exhibited true malice nor complete benevolence, embodying a whimsical trickster. However, to be frank, one cannot discern any semblance of a saintly figure in you. It is rather uncharacteristic. Why is that? You have never encountered me in my role as the saint, and the image you hold is merely a figment of your imagination. Is it a prerequisite for a saint to be perpetually solemn, endlessly espousing compassion, and forever adorned with a gentle visage? My dear ally, such notions are starkly prejudiced. Prejudice, you say? Herbert wished to retort, but had to concede that he lacked the means to counter her assertion. Indeed, He had allowed his preconceived notions to cloud his judgment. Nevertheless, what is there to be troubled about? Ultimately, for you, does it truly matter whether I am he or she? After all, you have no connection to either. Yet I, on the other hand, share a profound bond with you. The nature of our relationship is far more intimate than others might presume, is it not? Nyanisha's voice dripped with sweetness, laced with a syrupy tenderness that stirred the imagination, evoking numerous provocative images. However, such tactics bore no weight with Herbert. He merely scoffed, dismissing her insinuative whispers. Empty promises spoken are but child's play. Sincerity must precede any claim. A true man would not be toyed with by a wicked woman. At the very least, it ought to be a matter of integrity, if not an exchange of wits. Are you feeling shy? I perceive that it is you who is blushing. Indeed, I find myself rather bashful at this moment. Nyanisha chuckled softly, regaining her previous demeanor, and continued, Herbert, henceforth, pay no heed to others' opinions, for I stand before you. You should unconditionally choose to trust me. Who are you to speak of standing before me? You have been lurking in the shadows, spying on me like a voyeur. Previously, you concealed your presence, yet now you brazenly reveal yourself behind me. Truly, you're growing increasingly dismissive of my presence. Is it not possible I have been by your side all along, but you are simply too feeble to perceive me? Suit yourself. What pretense? Just yesterday, you were the big sister who disconnected due to overindulgence in daylight. Do you not believe me? Very well, close your eyes. Are you serious? Close your eyes and obey. Then, Herbert felt a gentle breath upon his ear, followed by a playful pinch. No, it was a bite. He abruptly opened his eyes, glancing to his side, yet found nothing. He raised his hand to touch his ear, but felt no trace left behind. After being teased once more, Herbert could not help but exclaim, You truly ought to be damned. You deserve to be sealed away. After this brief skirmish, their relationship appeared unchanged on the surface, yet in truth, they had taken significant strides forward. Nyanisha would never have so openly stood behind Herbert, tracing her fingers across his back. Herbert, turn around and look at me. Don't touch me. Hey, I dare you to stop me if you can. It was somewhat bothersome. However, considering that Nyanisha's fingers were pleasantly cool, he chose to tolerate her antics for the time being. By the way, what is your current state? Have you achieved liberation? Not yet. Upon concluding their more pressing matters, they finally turned to trivial topics. The path to breaking free from the seal is no simple feat. However, my current state is indeed stronger than before. I never imagined he would allow you to touch my true form. To be fair, he is quite a good person. Indeed, the Archbishop deserves the highest praise. No one else's contributions could rival his. Not only did he enrich Herbert's understanding of the saint, but he also provided them both with the invaluable opportunity for a discreet exchange. To avoid arousing suspicion, I merely transferred a portion of my soul that did not contain the power of the laws, leaving the remainder to slumber within the sacred icon. By the way, when he permitted you to touch my hand, why did you choose to touch my head instead? Herbert remained silent, his gaze resolute as if he were pledging allegiance, seemingly deaf to her words, and continued to inquire about his power. Did you not hear me? I asked why you touched my head. Enough. You wish to know about my power, correct? Nyanisha queried with skepticism. Observing his disinclination to respond, she huffed softly and momentarily set aside the topic. Today, her mood was quite pleasant, and she decided to grant him this reprieve. In terms of power, I have regained approximately 1%. No, perhaps even less than 1/10,000th. To be honest, sister, cease your exaggeration. We are alone here. Can you not simply speak the truth? Must we not face each other with greater candor? Oh dear, you are truly lacking in charm, utterly devoid of romance. Nyanisha, undeterred by her unmasking, pouted in indignation, saying, Well, you wouldn't comprehend the specifics of my strength. You weakling demand too much. Can you not provide a rough estimate? On the whole, you might say that I can now exert power akin to that of a legendary being. Naturally, due to the risk of exposure to others, I would advise you to seek my assistance only in dire situations. Legendary power, you say? Herbert squinted thoughtfully for a moment, finding satisfaction in this revelation. In the battle between Valentina and Flora, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying capabilities of legendary strength. Although Miss Hungry Dragon had reached the pinnacle of legend, serving as an apex reference, it was evident that disparities existed even among those of legendary status. Nevertheless, Herbert remained confident that even with only the initial stages of legendary power, Nyanisha's abilities would not fall short. Not to mention the ancient god's command over power. The legendary Saint Nyanisha was more than capable of engaging in battles beyond her level due to her extensive combat experience. How then can we further restore your strength? Should we touch that sacred icon once more? That is unnecessary. Nyanisha understood far better than Herbert the immense strength of the Archbishop. Merely being fortunate enough to have touched it once was already a stroke of fate. The likelihood of another opportunity to defile the sacred image was exceedingly slim. Either Herbert must make a monumental contribution to the monastery, requesting another chance to touch it, or he must become a rotating cardinal overseeing the suppression, allowing him to indulge freely. Once again, I implore you to assist me in gathering some materials from the magical creatures. I am now capable of deriving greater strength from these materials, which in turn allows me to bestow upon you even more. Additionally, I can offer you a modicum of assistance in our everyday endeavors. As the words of N-I-N-S-H fell, a tendril of shadow coalesced from the darkness beneath HBT's feet, slithering up his calf and playfully swaying before his eyes. HBT squinted at the tendril, suddenly realizing a striking truth. Was it this entity that had touched me from behind moments ago? Hesitantly, he raised a finger and gently grasped the translucent tendril, shaking it up and down. It felt cool to the touch, with a slight elasticity. Aha! The mystery is unveiled. This cursed creature, this tentacled beast, was the one who dared to take liberties with me. N-I-N-S-H. Are you truly concealed within my shadow? Of course not. How could I possibly hide in such a place? I have always existed within your soul. Manipulating shadows is merely a manifestation of my powers. There is so much more I can do. For instance, the shadowy tendril melted away from his hand, transforming into a hand, a blade, and an axe, only to swiftly revert to its original form. As for the materials I require, the tendril slithered downwards, exploring HBT's leg before finally delving into his pocket. Wait, what are you doing? Before HBT could evade, the tendril rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a crisp, glistening leaf. This leaf had been idly plucked from a chair during his previous visit with SFNN, and he had unconsciously tucked it away. This will suffice. HBT replied with a hint of confusion. What were you so anxious about just now? I sense your heartbeat quicken. It's nothing. Mind your own business. Oh, with a resolute expression, HBT disregarded the deity's probing gaze, intently examining the leaf as if he had discovered a new continent. Are you saying this is a material from a magical creature? Indeed. Did you not notice? I truly did not. HBT raised his hand to extract the leaf from the tendril, but with a mere thought, the tendril automatically delivered the leaf into his palm. Suddenly, HBT grasped a realization and attempted to issue a mental command to the tendril. Sure enough, there was no need for words. A mere thought sufficed. And the tendril promptly executed the corresponding action. Its movements were swift and nimble, without the slightest hesitation, as if it were an extension of his own will. It felt as though he had gained a third arm. Contemplating this, the tendril's tip transformed into a hand, rhythmically moving its fingers in accordance with his thoughts. However, there was something oddly familiar about this. After some reflection, he finally connected the dots. Yes, it was the invisible hand. Since I can see it, you must be the visible hand. Well then, I can now play the part of a counterfeit sin of sloth. Nien esha, oblivious toha be tes musings. Declared proudly, are you not pleased? Hee, this is a small power I can now bestow upon you. As long as you wish for it, this shadowy tendril can become your third hand, allowing you to do as you please. Currently, it can only exert advanced powers, but, by the way, I can control others. This one is entirely yours. I shall not usurp your command. Once N-I-N-S-H finished speaking, 5 inky shadowy tendrils emerged from the darkness, thrusting themselves before HBT, one of them almost colliding with his mouth due to its fervor. In the dimly lit room, the sight of the handsome youth surrounded by 5 dark, thick, writhing tendrils was undeniably provocative. To be candid, if an outsider were to witness this scene, they would likely be overwhelmed by their imagination. Yet, HBT's focus was not on the suggestive tendrils, but rather on the leaf, scrutinizing it closely. Why would an I-N-S-H claim this leaf was a material from a magical creature? Could it be that the tree itself was a plant-based magical entity? At last, he noticed an anomaly at the base of the leaf stem. Instead of plant fibers, There were exceedingly fine, muscle-like striations at the fracture point. This was not a mere leaf. It was flesh and blood. Indeed. Thus, it was not merely the tree, but rather her essence. HBT's eyes narrowed, sensing that the unfolding of this situation exceeded his expectations. The grand tree that had been transformed into a treehouse was not merely a product of SFNN's planting of seeds, nor was it transplanted from elsewhere. Instead, it was an evolution of her own flesh and blood. Correct. As you surmise, that great tree is not a tree at all, but a creation of her own flesh. In a sense, the entire tree constitutes her body. Each time you enter the treehouse, you are, in fact, entering her very being. What a revelation. Akin to a song of SY. Ah, and SH mused, her astonishment differing from HBT's, as she marveled. That little one is no less adept at researching flesh transformations than some of the more sinister flesh entities. If she could advance her studies further, she might very well transform that entire flesh tree into her true form. Do I truly have to partake in this? HBT instinctively felt a sense of resistance. Fear not, there is nothing to dread. And SH comforted him with a smile. Moreover, I sense that it may endow you with some rather impressive abilities, especially in the realm of physical transformation, which is precisely what you require at this moment, is it not? HBT sighed, reluctantly nodding in agreement. This was indeed the ability he needed most at present. Therefore, open your mouth. HBT gazed at the leaf, raising an eyebrow, feeling an oddly delicate sensation as if he were becoming a cannibal. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. He had already consumed scales, blood, and hair. What was one more thing? There was no turning back. I truly owe you. With a resigned sense of determination, HBT opened his mouth and took a decisive bite of the leaf. As his teeth sank into the leaf, rather than the crisp snap of breaking a vegetable, he instead experienced an uncanny texture reminiscent of chewing jerky. It was crunchy, yet the flavor was not unpleasant. There were no hints of blood or other off-putting tastes. Only a subtle, vegetal aroma. This plant-based delicacy, this meat dish could only rate a 3 out of 10, at most 5. Just as HBT was savoring the taste and preparing to offer his critique, his consciousness was abruptly engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. This world was unlike any he had encountered before. HBT felt that his body remained unchanged, still his original self. However, an unsettling sensation washed over him as he realized he was surrounded by an eerie landscape composed entirely of scarlet flesh and blood. With each step he took, he could hear the ground breathe beneath him. Turning his head, he beheld a grotesque flower, composed of flesh and blood, opening its crimson eyes towards him. The entire world pulsated with life. What kind of bizarre place is this? Herbert wandered through this grotesque realm, intrigued by its structure. He uprooted the flower that had been fixated on him, casually dismantling its anatomy as he strolled. This piece of flesh is a tendon from the thigh. This one is a valve from the heart. And this sharp spike is a bone spur from the lumbar region. Herbert could not fathom why he possessed such obscure knowledge. Yet he effortlessly discerned the essence of the flesh before him. In mere moments, he completely disassembled the flower, playfully manipulating the remaining eyeball between his fingers. After a while, he dismantled 2 more flowers, gathering 3 eyeballs to juggle in his hands. Just as he was about to seek a 4th, an unsettling realization washed over him. He glanced down at the eyeballs in his hand, which stared back at him with equal bewilderment. Their 5 gazes met, leaving only confusion in their wake. Herbert exclaimed, "What is going on?" The 3 eyeballs replied, "Little brother, what is happening to you?" With a flick of his fingers, Herbert casually tossed the 3 eyeballs aside, watching as the ground of flesh consumed them, only to swiftly grow 3 new flowers in their place. It was a peculiar scene, yet Herbert felt no surprise. It seemed entirely natural, as though it were common knowledge in his mind. Narrowing his eyes, Herbert quietly analyzed, "This place feels off. My mind is far from healthy. Am I being distorted?" He scanned the ground and walls, rapidly deducing their composition with even greater speed than before. It was becoming increasingly rapid. A torrent of unfamiliar knowledge surged into his brain. The channels of cerebral matter, walls of stomach lining, bricks of diaphragm, and sphincter muscle. Is it truly appropriate to use sphincters as door frames? Simultaneously, as this knowledge flooded his mind, Herbert's psyche began to undergo a gradual transformation. It was evident that the longer he remained in this realm, the deeper the extent of his distortion would become. He was being assimilated by this world. An inexplicable force eroded his consciousness. Upon realizing this, Herbert ceased his aimless wandering. This world was vast, stretching endlessly, and continuing to walk served no purpose. He stepped into a nearby building, taking a seat on a chair assembled from various bones. Scapula, clavicle, sternum, ribs, vertebrae. As Herbert unconsciously analyzed the room as structure, he furrowed his brow, pondering under the silent gaze of the objects around him. What secrets lay within SFNS flesh? FILMIS scales held ancient tales of sirens. WLND and S hair contained the lineage of dragons. And the blood from YLSH bore her father's memories. So, SFN, what do your flesh and blood conceal? He had anticipated uncovering ancient legends of dark elves, or even their origins, but instead found himself in this strange world. Was there truly nothing here but flesh? Surely, I cannot be expected to seek out SHY in this place. Peripheral nerves, pituitary gland, pancreas, prostate. Ugh, how is this thing a prostate? Wait a moment. Herbert recoiled from the bizarre, fleshy handle, suddenly realizing the question he had unconsciously overlooked. This world was not devoid of substance. It was replete with knowledge. Exiting the room, he surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a squint. The once quiet world now seemed overwhelmingly cacophonous, the knowledge howling like a lament, screaming its own name. Knowledge pursued him. No. Herbert felt as though this influx of knowledge sought to batter his mind, attempting to slay him and ensnare him entirely within this realm, making him a part of it. After a moment of silence, Herbert bent down to remove his boots, his bare feet connecting with the muddy, decaying flesh. The slimy texture made him squint, urging him to don his boots once more. Yet soon, another sensation washed over him. He heard the pulse of the earth, the whispers of the flesh flowers, felt the breath of the buildings, and the gaze of the blood moon above was strikingly clear. Simultaneously, knowledge surged into Herbert's mind at an astonishing pace. But it was not enough. He unfastened his buttons, shedding his clothing, standing bare in the center of the world, and fell backward. Plop! His back met not a harsh impact, but sank into the soft flesh, gently enveloping him, consuming him whole. Herbert slowly descended, becoming one with this world. Knowledge flooded into his being at 10, 100, even 1,000 times the previous rate. He was merging with this realm. No, Herbert was allowing this world to merge with him. As a smile gradually spread across his flesh, Herbert abruptly opened his eyes and raised his right hand. Boom! A colossal hand of flesh erupted from the ground, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom, 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 accompanied by a deafening roar. A giant composed entirely of flesh emerged from the earth. It staggered, taking heavy steps, kneeling several times before finally standing tall. With each step, it absorbed the surrounding flesh, converting it into sustenance for its growth. The giant grew larger and faster, moving with increasing agility. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the earth-shattering thunder, it finally broke into a run. The giant's skin turned pale, and white hair sprouted and expanded, ultimately transforming into a handsome visage, identical to Herbert's own. As the last remnants of flesh completed Herbert's form, it rapidly morphed. Flesh grew and spread, transforming him into a colossal crimson dragon in mere moments. Roar! The dragon surged upward, powerfully leaping towards the blood moon above. Within moments, it soared beyond the horizon, reaching the blood moon, an orb several times larger than the dragon itself. Upon contact with the massive eye, the dragon fiercely swung its tail, striking the eye with great force. Ah, the god! Look! 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 I won't let you spy on me. Pop! The eye shattered instantly, scattering a multitude of brilliant light. The dragon basked in the blood-tinted golden rays, unleashing a primal roar in the flesh-laden world. Cough, cough! Herbert coughed twice, somewhat disoriented as he opened his mouth and wiggled his tongue. The experience of becoming another creature was remarkably unique, as was the sensation of directly tearing into an eye. In his final transformation within that fleshly world, Herbert assumed a form reminiscent of WLNDN, shattering the eye and consuming it entirely. You're awake. How do you feel? First glanced at the clock, realizing that in the real world, less than a minute had passed, and he could not help but shake his head. The disparity in the flow of time between the internal and external realms was indeed significant, and despite numerous encounters, he found it somewhat challenging to adapt. What abilities had he acquired? Shall I take a guess this time? Herbert raised an eyebrow, not refusing, and began to keenly sense the changes within his body. While his physical condition remained unchanged, he harbored a strong intuition that he had gained a deeper understanding of his own body. Primarily, it was a newfound mastery over his physique. He became acutely aware of every muscle and organ in his body, comprehending precisely how long they required rest and the necessary nutrients for further enhancement. Although he lacked a digital template to provide detailed data, the difference from a system was almost negligible. Armed with this knowledge, Herbert had become the true master of his body. Simultaneously, he could precisely control the movement of individual muscles, even adjusting their positions at will. However, the knowledge flooding into his mind likely encompassed more than just this. As he gazed at his palm, he experienced a fleeting sensation akin to possessing X-ray vision, enabling him to discern the position of bones, the direction of muscles, and the distribution of blood vessels. Indeed, this was a valuable skill for a nurse administering injections. Furthermore, he had developed an insight into the vulnerabilities of his flesh. This ability also meant that Herbert could discern precisely where to inflict a wound with the blade to cause maximum harm to his hand. The same principle applied to others. Much like a skilled butcher dissecting meat, an intimate understanding of the human form allowed him to achieve the greatest damage at minimal cost. After a moment of hesitation, Herbert drew his sword and lightly sliced his fingertip. The sharp edge glided through, and blood immediately seeped from the cut. Yet, as he gently wiped away the blood, no wound remained on his finger. In just a few breaths, the injury had healed. This regenerative ability, however, was not without its costs. As his flesh regenerated, Herbert felt a 1% depletion of energy within him. Utilizing his own energy to facilitate regeneration was indeed an extraordinary trade-off. In life and death situations, who would concern themselves with hunger? Every bit of recovery increased his chances of survival. Is that it? Is it over? The melodic voice of an I in SH caused Herbert to raise an eyebrow, hesitantly moving his fingers. As for the final aspect, he manipulated the flesh on his palm, attempting to alter its form. Intricate scale-like patterns emerged on the back of his hand, transforming toward the shape of a dragon's claw. But ultimately, it was merely a superficial change, not true dragon scales. Indeed, it was evident that while he possessed some ability to alter flesh, it was not as effortless as he had hoped. Of course, this is because you do not truly understand what a dragon is. In the realm of consciousness, Herbert felt he had the potential to transform into a dragon, yet in reality, he was merely forcing a superficial change. His understanding of a dragon's anatomy was far from sufficient. He had merely attempted to mold his flesh into a likeness based on his impression, while internally, he remained himself. His ability to fly was merely a result of sheer strength, not genuine flight, but rather a forceful leap. Upon recognizing the issue at hand, Herbert shifted his approach. If transforming into a dragon was unattainable, then he would manipulate his facial muscles while gazing into the mirror, quickly reshaping his visage to resemble that of Duke RBT. The resemblance between the two father and son was already striking, and after refining a few details, Herbert nearly beheld the youthful visage of the silver-winged Duke. With a turn of his head, he transformed his countenance into that of Bielik, subsequently altering it to resemble 3 or 4 others. Except for one servant whose appearance was vaguely remembered, the others were almost identical. I am a faceless man. You have noticed that while you lack a thorough understanding of dragons, you possess an exceptional knowledge of human anatomy. Indeed, this indicated that unless he could meticulously study a dragon in the future, he would have to acquire a wealth of knowledge to achieve such an understanding. In addition, his current fleshly power was insufficient for him to transform into creatures of significantly different forms, limiting him to humanoid beings of similar stature. However, Herbert, upon realizing this, was not disheartened. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. This ability, while possessing certain limitations, was still remarkable for its flawless disguise. What a gain! After reveling in his newfound capabilities, Herbert resolved to seize the moment and expand his achievements further. I still have 2 drops of vampire blood. Perhaps I should absorb them now. Yet, as he reached into his pocket, he discovered that the vial containing the precious blood had mysteriously vanished. Lifting his gaze, He spotted an eerily familiar empty glass bottle among the shadowy tendrils on his left. At that moment, the tendrils were retreating furtively, but upon noticing Herbert's gaze, they awkwardly halted, swaying side to side and gesturing at him. Ahem. Hi hi. Herbert narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke, N-I-N-S-H. What is it? Do you have a question for the great N-I-N-S-H? Rest assured, I shall answer you. Did you see my vampire blood? And no, I didn't. You truly did not see it? No. How could I possibly steal your monster materials? How could I? After her forced laughter, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Ahem. Was it tasty? TSK. The flavor was rather mediocre. You don't have to be so stingy. The mischievous deity, realizing the matter had been exposed, decided to abandon all pretense and defiantly remarked, After all, I was merely assisting you in extracting power. What's the difference? Although the taste was unremarkable, those 2 drops of blood indeed provided me with some strength. The vampire abilities you previously acquired have increased by about 20%. The more she spoke, the more fervent she became, convinced of her innocence. Yes, I am guiltless. Besides, I am a deity. What's wrong with taking a little of what you contributed? Just a tiny bit. I'm a god. Who can punish me? N-I-N-S-H exuded an air of triumph, feeling she had reached a pinnacle of victory. Meanwhile, Herbert's expression remained unchanged. He squinted at the empty bottle, opening his mouth softly. So, according to your words, N-I-N-S-H was mistaken. And Herbert's focus is not on this at all. He truly does not care whether or not he has indulged in infidelity. Regardless, those things were prepared for him, and the method of consumption is utterly inconsequential. What Herbert truly cares about is those materials. I could actually forego consuming them myself, correct? The young man gritted his teeth, feeling that his innocent soul had been greatly deceived. He recalled that during his recent consumption of the blood-flesh leaves, he had not used his own blood as he had before. You wretched, soul-stitching old thing, are you toying with me? N-I-N-S-H clearly became flustered, stammering an explanation. That, cough. I just regained a bit of strength. Before, it was indeed necessary, I swear. Upon hearing this tone from him, Herbert could hardly guess the truth and rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Sire, are you angry? The malevolent deity inquired cautiously, gently poking the young man's cheek with a tentacle. Poke, 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 no. Then what are you doing now? Poke, poke, poke. Herbert ignored the tentacle, allowing it to prod at his cheek as he wearily replied, I'm simply exhausted. I need a moment of peace. Having such a powerful yet unreliable ally was undeniably draining. Dear lady, how old are you? Can't you be a bit more dependable? Poke, poke, poke. After a while of poking, when she realized he was genuinely unresponsive, the mischievous deity quietly withdrew her tentacle, softly adding, You know, although blood is no longer needed as a medium, it is still advisable to consume the materials you acquire for the first time with your own mouth. It grants a more comprehensive strength. Got it. Herbert opened his eyes, speaking lethargically. I'll eat then. ISNT just eating? It won't kill me. So I'll eat to my heart's content. Additionally, as compensation for the harm you've caused me, I want you to help me sleep. Nianisash, the mischievous goddess, initially lacking in confidence, instantly regained her usual spirit upon hearing this, growing quite pleased. Oh, so that's your goal? Why did you say so earlier? My dear ally is quite the charming little one. Herbert rolled his eyes, too weary to counter such exasperating remarks, leaning heavily on his desk. So much had transpired that day, and he was indeed quite fatigued. To put it plainly, will you or 1TU? If you 1T, there are plenty of malevolent deities willing to help. I could just switch allegiances and find a new one. Don't rush, don't rush. Herbert felt a pair of cool arms gently encircle his neck from behind, and a soft whisper floated to his ear. I'll assist you right away, he. With a gentle breath against his ear, Herbert's consciousness fragmented once more, reappearing in that pure white space. This time, however, just before his descent, he experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. In a daze, he beheld a figure of pure white before him, as gentle as an angel and as lofty as a deity. It gazed at him with compassion, extending a hand toward the weary mortal. Gently grasping it, he was tenderly pulled closer. Come into my embrace. The following day, was it His Highness? Blake ultimately found Herbert at the Knightly Order's training grounds. At this moment, the youth he remembered as an art-loving, battle-averse boy was gripping a longsword, quietly facing off against a stern-looking middle-aged man. Your Highness, what are you up to? Blake had encountered this middle-aged man at the convent's entrance yesterday and recognized him as a formidable paladin, although he was reluctant to admit it. The man's strength was likely superior to that of Blake, the captain of the guard. Was His Highness seeking his counsel? Could it be? Had Herbert finally come to his senses and decided to learn combat skills? Blake felt a surge of excitement, considering it a major development. Herbert's reluctance to learn combat had always been a source of frustration for him, as he understood that art was merely superficial decoration and could not serve as a means of survival. In this world, to stand firm and not be harmed by others, one could only rely on their own strength. Just as Blake was feeling elated, the two figures in the arena sprang into action. In an instant, before Blake could fully comprehend, their blades clashed together. Clang! The two figures separated, the middle-aged paladin remaining still, while Herbert stumbled backward several paces. The outcome was clear. The technical disparity was vast. However, this result did not dishearten Blake. On the contrary, he stared at Herbert in astonishment. He had actually parried that strike. How'd he do it? Just a month ago, he was still a novice noble. Now he could withstand a blow from a high-ranking paladin? Was this a jest? As Blake prepared to approach Herbert for a detailed inquiry, he was halted by others nearby. I am a retainer of His Highness Herbert," he stammered. But the paladin merely shook his head, gesturing for him to look at the center of the arena. "Don't rush. It's not over yet. Not over." What more was there to wait for? As Blake pondered this, he saw Herbert's arms, holding the sword, illuminate with radiant golden light. Buzz! The resplendent golden glow flowed from his arms to the sword, transforming the blade into a shining golden hue. Herbert held the sword aloft, bathed in golden light, then swung it down forcefully. A brilliant golden sword energy sliced through the air. Curry stick, 95+1, holy slash. Hiss, what tremendous power. Amidst the gasps of those surrounding, the dazzling golden sword energy soared through the sky, fiercely charging toward the middle-aged paladin. Previously, while Herbert had been grandstanding, the paladin, Garen, had refrained from attacking. Such pure divine power. It was not surprising that Herbert could unleash the holy slash. This was the most fundamental ability of a paladin and the core of their damage. The holy slash is the quintessential skill of the paladin class, requiring minimal prerequisites, yet capable of unleashing tremendous power. It allows all of a paladin's attacks to inflict holy damage, with the effects varying depending on the oaths the paladin has taken. For instance, Garen had taken the Oath of Poverty, granting his holy slash significant enhancements against enemies like evil nobles and greedy merchants who profited through nefarious means. As for Herbert, having taken the Oath of Purity, his holy slash was designed to specifically target those with alluring attributes, such as succubi and incubi, dealing remarkable true damage to them. There were also the Oath of the Ancients, the Oath of the Crown, the Oath of Vengeance, and the Oath of Salvation. The oaths taken by paladins varied greatly, as did the enemies they were adept at countering. It may seem as though dedicated holy knights are specifically tasked with confronting designated foes, yet the reality is far more nuanced. Unless there exists a significant disparity in strength, holy knights are typically inclined to draw their swords and engage immediately upon witnessing malevolence, rather than overthinking the situation. Whether it takes 10 strikes to vanquish an adversary or merely 3, does the outcome truly differ? Not at all. As long as evil is ultimately eradicated, that is sufficient. Garen squinted at the boy's movements, slightly lowering his stance and tightening his grip on his longsword. From the very onset of this battle, Garen had cast aside any thoughts of underestimation, although the youth across from him displayed a certain inexperience in combat skills. Akin to a novice, his precise control over his own musculature astonished even this seasoned warrior. Ah, is this what they call genius? How unjust this world can be. When Herbert executed the sacred slash, his movements bore no extraneous details, perfectly mirroring the demonstration Garen had previously provided, executed with flawless precision. There was no need for repetitive practice or constant guidance. He merely glanced once and could replicate the action flawlessly. This level of bodily control was something even Garen, a veteran who had trained for decades, could not fully match. Garen gazed enviously at Herbert, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Such enviable talent. A genius is indeed a genius. Even if some time is squandered, it is never too late. The thought of Herbert's wasted years ignited a flicker of frustration within Garen, compelling him to condemn the foolish nobility, or the imbeciles of the Albert family thinking to squander such talent. Who would believe that a boy with such combat prowess was merely a noble lad who spent his days discussing art just a month prior? It is an utter waste. You allowed such a genius to pursue art? With such steady hands, he should be wielding a sword. Had Herbert taken up the blade sooner, even if he did not become a holy knight, he would undoubtedly have become an exceptional warrior. Garin ruminated on these thoughts as Herbert's sacred slash surged toward him. Yet, perhaps it was fortunate that Herbert had squandered that time, ultimately leading him to become a holy knight. For in comparison to his talent for holy knight heritage, his aptitude for bodily control was negligible. Garin raised his sword, his expression solemn as he also delivered a strike, exclaiming, "Sacred slash!" A blade of energy, wider and grander, surged forth, colliding with the golden blade of energy. In the next moment, the two energies met midair, their forces clashing and erupting in a tremendous roar, sending forth a wave of air. The powerful gust struck the faces of those present, causing their garments and hair to flutter, prompting them to instinctively shield themselves. Only Blake remained oblivious, enraptured by the scene, even as the dust battered his face, unable to regain his senses. Did that truly come from His Highness? Am I still dreaming? As Garin observed this spectacle, reflecting on the resplendent golden blade of energy, he could not help but sigh in astonishment. Such exaggerated favoritism. Before being informed by Bishop Xiao Ding, Garin could hardly have believed he would witness this moment. The last time he saw Herbert, he was merely a fledgling. Now, he could unleash power approaching that of a high-level warrior. Indeed, if not for Herbert's still developing mastery over his own strength, he might have already attained high-level status. The power of a holy knight primarily derives from two sources, the divine and oneself. The favor bestowed by the divine upon the holy knights influences their strength. After taking an oath, the deeper the divine blessings, the greater the power they can wield. The second factor depends on the holy knight's adherence to their vows. The more strictly they uphold their oaths, the stronger their conviction, the greater the power they can manifest. While it is undeniable that Herbert possesses an unwavering devotion to his sacred oath and maintains a strict adherence to both spiritual and physical purity in his daily life, his time as a holy knight is still too brief. Even if he practices his oath, time is required for it to take effect. Otherwise, could one truly claim to be a holy knight if they merely abstain for a moment, only to falter the next? Thus, the primary factor that can genuinely influence Herbert's strength must stem from the divine blessings he receives. Herbert is unabashedly favored by the deity that bestows blessings upon him. This can only be described as an unparalleled and extravagant favor. With this grace, Herbert can exhibit high-level strength while still in the early stages of his own power. Garin found himself daunted by the thought of what might transpire if Herbert were to reach high-level status or even legendary status. What kind of power would he wield then? An epic? Something beyond? To receive such profound favor could nearly classify one as a divine favored. How enviable it is. Truth be told, Garin felt a twinge of jealousy, causing him to waver in his resolve. Perhaps, if such immense power could be attained through maintaining purity, he too might consider pledging another sacred vow. He could maintain his purity. After all, it has been many years since he last indulged. Why not forego entirely? Is abstaining so difficult? I can do it. As the middle-aged knight contemplated whether to entirely forsake indulgence, Herbert stood opposite, sword in hand, panting heavily. Coughing, he reflected on the immense power he had just unleashed, astonished by the magnitude of its effect. Furthermore, he had not anticipated the toll it would take on his own strength, nearly draining him entirely. He felt utterly exhausted. Herbert felt as though he had become a mere shadow of himself. Despite maintaining a relatively upright posture, he longed to collapse onto the ground, seeking recovery. Just as the Archbishop had warned, Herbert's body was still incapable of bearing such overwhelming power. He resembled a delicate vessel, filled to the brim with energy that was beyond his current capacity, each use threatening to shatter him further. He urgently needed to enhance his physical constitution. The plan for a lava bath must be expedited. However, the circumstances seemed to have shifted. Herbert narrowed his eyes, tapping into the new ability he had recently acquired. With a soft rumble audible only to him, he sensed a noticeable emptiness in his stomach, having digested a portion of the stored energy. In the next instant, a surge of vitality coursed through his limbs, mending the damaged areas. Herbert flexed his arms and legs, feeling invigorated, even more so than before. The torn muscle fibers swiftly regenerated, becoming stronger and more resilient than they had been. This was akin to the principles of physical training, deliberately damaging muscle fibers, then allowing them to recover and grow denser. Through his unique ability, Herbert achieved results several times greater than traditional training, expending merely 1/3 of his energy. Moreover, the results are immediate, devoid of the arduous struggle of rising from bed the next day. The efficacy of this weight gain renders any consideration of the forbidden strength of Jiolong obsolete. Excellent. Now, one can attain greater power without the necessity of a pointed crown. Herbert's expression of delight did not escape Garen's notice, prompting a soft sigh from him. Has he truly only felt weariness for such a brief moment? How much divine protection has that deity bestowed upon him, given his remarkable recuperative abilities? It stings indeed, although it may be inappropriate to think so. Why must one's divine patron be so frugal? He dared not delve deeper into this thought, wary of incurring the wrath of the benevolent deity who had granted him such blessings. Despite the envy stirring within him and a fleeting desire to assume Herbert's identity, Garen maintained an air of grace. His moment of doubt dissipated quickly, and he regained his composure. A paladin who has vowed to embrace poverty would never succumb to madness out of jealousy. Garen exhibited the humility expected of a mature paladin, sheathing his sword and nodding gently at Herbert. You have performed admirably, exceeding my expectations. As long as you persevere and remain diligent in your training, I believe you shall become a paragon among us. Indeed, you might even emerge as a leader of the righteous faction. However, Garen refrained from voicing this latter thought, keeping it hidden within his heart. Although he eagerly anticipated such an outcome, a sense of concern lingered. Despite Herbert's extraordinary talent, he was still young, and his mind had yet to fully mature. Without a clear understanding of the young man's character, Garen hesitated to offer such praise, fearing it might lead a promising youth to arrogance and ultimately ruin him. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. Herbert sheathed his sword and respectfully bowed to Garen. Very well, let today's instruction conclude here. Continuing would yield diminishing returns. Take this time to reflect. In Garen's perspective, although Herbert had regained basic physical capabilities, he had reached a point of exhaustion where further training would yield negative effects. Rather than exhaust oneself futilely, it would be better to conclude and allow him some well-deserved rest. Understood, and thank you once again for your guidance. Herbert comprehended Garen's unspoken thoughts, but chose not to elaborate, recognizing the need to afford them time to acclimate without appearing overly ostentatious. This middle-aged paladin, though seemingly stern, had devoted an entire morning to diligently training him, generously offering a wealth of guidance. In truth, it was not solely Garen. Other members of the knightly order present had also provided Herbert with ample advice and assistance. Indeed, it was as though the very heart of the paladin order embraced him. After demonstrating a talent that others might envy or even resent, he felt no malice directed towards him. While some may have felt a twinge of envy or expressed their admiration, there was a notable absence of negative intent. While devoid of malice, Herbert sensed a complex array of emotions: bewilderment, confusion, uncertainty, and even a hint of fear. Who is this? Ah, it is you, my friend. Herbert chuckled at the sight of the burly man, disheveled and covered in dust, and inquired, Blake, what brings you here? Is there something you seek from me? Your Highness, ahem. Blake blinked in a daze, finally regaining his bearings and realizing his surroundings. Spitting out the sand and debris from his mouth with effort, he firmly grasped Herbert's shoulders. Your Highness, was everything that transpired just now truly real? Blake's expression was animated, his voice trembling slightly. Of course it is real. What kind of question is that? Herbert raised an eyebrow, pushing aside Blake's hands with a bemused smile. I stand before you. Could it possibly be a fabrication? Besides, you witnessed it all firsthand, did you not? People can indeed change, Blake. Observing Blake's astonished demeanor, he chuckled lightly and retorted, Or did you think I was merely wasting time in the monastery? Do you have any idea of what I have endured here? Blake, somewhat abashed, lowered his gaze. The nobles in the city, including others from the Duke's household, have been gossiping about your time here. He hesitated, contemplating whether to utter the derogatory term. Yet Herbert showed no curiosity, nodding and casually responding, It matters not. Let them say what they will. The silver-haired youth turned his back and strode towards the training grounds, casually remarking, I hope they continue to speak endlessly until the moment I stand before them, still emboldened to continue their chatter. I eagerly anticipate that moment. Blake stared at Herbert's upright figure, momentarily entranced. Herbert has changed. Although he had sensed some transformation during their last encounter, he attributed it to the passage of time and the facade of experience. Yet now, Blake could affirm without a doubt that his lord had indeed undergone a profound metamorphosis. This transformation was not merely superficial. It was a genuine alteration from within. His strength had grown more formidable, his demeanor more resilient, even colder than before. In the past, Blake had perceived Herbert's character and mannerisms as more akin to the late lady of the house. However, he now felt a striking resemblance to the head of the family in Herbert's demeanor, cold and sharp, akin to metallic wings, magnificent yet fraught with peril. Moreover, what did he just hear? Could it be that His Highness intends to return to the royal city? Blake hurried to catch up with Herbert, careful not to walk alongside him, but trailing a step behind, his head bowed as he quietly asked, Your Highness, are you implying that you intend to return for retribution? Have you truly resolved to reclaim your honor? Blake had not been present in the royal city during the incident, having been dispatched on a mission. Upon his return, the matter had concluded, and Herbert had ventured alone to the monastery, leaving him unable to visit. He was unaware of the specific events that transpired, nor the treatment Herbert had endured. However, he felt a sense of regret regarding Herbert's choices, even a tinge of frustration. Taking refuge in the monastery to become a cleric, such behavior seemed unbecoming of a man. Reflecting on this, Blake blinked and silently closed his mouth. He had misjudged His Highness. Lord Herbert was not timid, but rather chose to endure temporarily, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. What? Is this really so surprising? Do they believe I will remain here indefinitely? His lips curled slightly as he observed the evasive gaze of Bulike, and with a playful tone, he remarked, Do you truly believe I would spend my entire life cowering here as a devout cleric, trembling at the mere thought of my past experiences? Too fearful to step foot in the royal city? Surely, that is a rather dismissive view of my character. How fragile do they perceive me to be? Shaking his head, felt a hint of exasperation. It was rather condescending. Let it be known that even in this moment, with the memories of 2 lifetimes awakened, the once Na'vi youth still retained a recollection of all he had endured. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to endure the penalties of the kingdom's prison. Furthermore, upon awakening the memories of his past life, had promptly compiled a list of essential tasks to undertake in the future. Chief among them was to confront those behind the scenes and seek closure for himself. Should the issues prove insurmountable, he would eliminate the instigator, regardless of their identity. When do you plan to return? Upon receiving this affirmative response, Bulike became entirely exhilarated. With his current prowess, he was confident that upon returning, the prince could effortlessly sweep aside those ineffectual noble offspring. He could hardly contain his eagerness to escort back to the royal city at once. In contrast to Bulike's fervor, appeared remarkably composed, even somewhat indifferent. There was no rush. Fixing his gaze ahead, he calmly stated, In 2 months, I shall resolve matters when I attend the banquet. Bulike, doused with a bucket of cold water, widened his eyes in disbelief and hastily exclaimed, 2 months? Your Highness, have you considered this thoroughly? 2 months is ample time for numerous unforeseen variables to arise, and he feared that the situation would become even more complicated by the time returned to the royal city. Why are you in such a hurry when I am not? Glanced at Bulike with curiosity, shaking his head slightly as he regretfully remarked, Bulike, rather than fretting over my affairs, you should be more concerned about your own strength. When I was a child, you were already a high-ranking warrior, yet as I grew, why have you not attained the status of a legend? Are you not putting in the necessary effort? Bulike, Your Highness, why bring me into this? He wished to offer an explanation, but raised a hand to interrupt, scolding. In the past, you spoke of the difficulty in enhancing one's strength, yet having experienced it firsthand. I find it is not as arduous as you claimed. Were you deceiving me all along? Bulike, this robust warrior had never felt so aggrieved. So on the verge of tears, his mouth brimmed with words of explanation, yet not a single one escaped. How would he explain? In just a month's time, had nearly achieved in a short span what he had strived for over 3 decades. What could he say? One cannot compare oneself to another without suffering. Faced with a prince of such extraordinary talent, it was best for him to remain silent. Seeing Bulike's spirits sink, suppressed a chuckle. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, Do not be disheartened. Simply put in more effort in the future. This rare opportunity is fortuitous. You should remain here and seek guidance from the Knight Order. They will surely offer you dedicated instruction for my sake. Rest assured, the knights will be most attentive. Belike wished to explain, but ultimately lowered his head in fatigue, shame washing over him as he retreated in embarrassment. Understanding the situation, what else could he say? Sighing, Belike gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, staving off tears. At that moment, this fierce man could not help but mutter to himself in confusion. Is it truly my lack of effort? As for Belike's diligence, was unaware. However, he himself had indeed been quite industrious, unwavering in his desires, and willing to exert considerable effort. Whenever a new aspiration arose, he would labor tirelessly, employing every means to realize it. He could scour the vastness of the internet for the source of a vague image. At this moment, Valentina, you could simply heed my request just once, could you not? Umph. Choo-choo-choo. Having already seen it before, why be so stingy? Umph. Choo-choo-choo. At this juncture, the warden, who ought to have been outside the cage, found himself trapped within, stubbornly pressing against the prisoner. Just give in to me. After a prolonged period of unresponsiveness, Valentina finally erupted after finishing her food, exclaiming, "Who said you could touch my tail? Get away!" A skewer of meat thrust into her mouth silenced all her protests, her expression clearing. Umph, choo-choo-choo. Observing the heap of skewers in his hand, she hesitated. Ultimately, her demeanor softened. Grabbing a skewer, she turned away, muttering, "Humph, we agreed on just once." Nodded vigorously, patting his chest in assurance. "Yes, yes, yes. I promise I will only touch it once. As for next time, we shall see." Valentina's draconic form felt peculiar after such a long absence. She stretched her body vigorously, tilting her head in slight discomfort as she swayed her tail. It felt quite refreshing to revert. At that moment, Valentina had transformed into a new appearance. She chose not to retain a more draconic visage, opting instead to preserve more human features. Her head still bore the semblance of a human, with a delicate face framed by eyes that shone like flames, sharp and lively. Below her prominent nose, her lips resembled vibrant roses. Upon her head rested a pair of modest dragon horns, adorned with intricate patterns that faintly glowed red. Her body was cloaked in a layer of dark red scales, akin to finely crafted ruby armor, with each scale reflecting a metallic sheen, tightly arranged from her neck down to below her waist. The scales shimmered in the light, resembling flowing flames. On her arms and legs, the red scales melded seamlessly with human skin, the musculature flowing and elegant, embodying both human grace and draconic strength. Behind her, massive dragon wings unfurled, their membranes as thin as gossamer, yet incredibly resilient, capable of enveloping her entirely when spread, adorned with rune-like patterns that shimmered with every beat of her wings. Her tail resembled a robust red serpent, similarly covered in scales, swaying unconsciously as she moved or felt emotional, as if possessing a life of its own. Valentina's half-dragon, half-human form appeared both mysterious and enchanting too, retaining the physique of humanity while embracing the traits of a dragon. Gulp. The dragon lady truly embodied civility, suppressed his excitement, maintaining a calm demeanor. Is, ah. Slurp. Valentina. Missy Long silently turned around after hearing the ominous sound behind her, casting a peculiar glance at the overly excited handsome youth. She felt a tinge of regret for having agreed to his request. Surely, he wouldn't do anything bizarre, would he? Valentina crossed her arms, clutching her tail to her chest, glaring at Herbert, baring her teeth in a threatening manner. "Let me warn you, do not attempt anything sneaky. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Cough, cough. "Rest assured, I have no intention of being sneaky," Herbert replied, his gaze fixated on her robust tail, his fingers twitching with barely restrained eagerness. He spoke rapidly. "Besides, you're not lifeless. If you feel uncomfortable, just push me away." Indeed, Valentina acknowledged, that seems to be the case. With a smirk, she thought to herself that he wouldn't dare to overstep boundaries. After some contemplation, she finally relaxed her arms, allowing her tail to extend slowly towards Herbert. "Here, you promised to only touch it." Herbert, true to his word, did not engage in any clandestine behavior. Instead, he boldly embraced her tail, pressing his cheek against it and rubbing against it. "What are you doing?" Valentina's rosy cheeks flushed crimson and instinctively she attempted to retract her tail, inadvertently pulling Herbert closer to her. You! She raised her seemingly delicate fist, nearly striking the impudent fellow. However, recalling Herbert's repeated warnings from their previous embrace, she realized the sheer extent of her strength and refrained from delivering a blow, fearing she might inadvertently cause him harm. Yet, this unfamiliar tingling sensation was undeniably strange. It made her feel itchy all over, discomforting in every way. Consequently, Valentina vigorously flicked her tail, attempting to shake off this feeble creature. Despite being swung around, Herbert clung to her tail with unwavering determination. Let go. I want tea. The two remained in a stalemate for a while, but ultimately, Valentina conceded, abandoning her resistance and allowing Herbert to play with her tail. She surrendered. Moreover, after the initial discomfort, she found the sensation of her tail being caressed rather pleasant. It felt quite soothing. She intertwined her hands beneath her chin, comfortably lying on the ground, relishing the expert massage of her tail. Humph, Herbert queried, what do you mean? Do you truly perceive me as a sophisticated technician with a tragic past? Then I shall not hold back. This guest, how is this pressure? The muscles here are a bit tight. Let me help you loosen them. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. Under the exceptional technique of Albert's second technician, the inexperienced Miss E. Long soon transformed into a languid heap of a dragon. Her wings flapped lazily, and she sprawled on the ground, her eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. At this moment, Herbert had quietly shifted his position, not only continuing to massage her tail. His long, strong fingers began to ascend along the dragon tail, tentatively pressing against the scales at her waist. After confirming there were no adverse reactions, he placed his palm firmly upon her. Employing his skilled technique, he gently kneaded and pressed, swiftly lulling her into a blissful slumber. Why are you so adept? Nanashah's voice emerged from behind, implying, so, this is how you charm this little dragon during the day? However, the engrossed Herbert paid no heed to the playful jibe, gesturing for silence as he mentally replied, Shoo, do not disturb me. Can't you see I'm still at work? Save your words for later. At that moment, Herbert was solely focused on Valentina, devoid of any lascivious intent, his eyes reflecting only a thirst for knowledge. While he massaged her, he was also absorbing dragon essence, not merely indulging in folly. A significant portion of his attention was dedicated to another matter. The dragon's humanoid form, with scales covering over 50%, primarily safeguarded vital areas of its human shape. The distribution included the dragon tail, composed of multiple vertebrae, muscles, blood vessels, and nerves, with heightened sensitivity at the base, indicating a dense nerve distribution. The dragon wings, primarily made of skin, resembled bat wings but bore a layer of innate runes, indecipherable yet likely related to weight reduction. The dragon claws and horns were also noteworthy.